Shanghai City, Binjiang University. In a quiet classroom, it was already lunchtime. The students had all left, leaving only Qin Feng still engrossed in his book. Qin Feng, let's break up. A slender, pretty figure strode quickly up to him. Yuding, what's wrong? Qin Feng set his book down and looked up. Zhao Yuding's face was expressionless. What's wrong? Qin Feng, how dare you even ask? Yesterday on Qixi Festival you only sent me a red envelope of 131 yuan. And you said you'd make up the remaining 4 yuan later. You think that's romantic? Zhao Yuding's expression was icy. Her roommate had received diamonds and flowers. Not to mention an iPhone 13. But Qin Feng meanwhile had only sent a 131 yuan red envelope. Because of this, Zhao Yuding had been mocked by her roommates more than once. Qin Feng frowned. Yuding, I bought you a new phone online, it should be arriving soon. Qin Feng came from a poor family. To buy Zhao Yuding a new phone, he had worked part-time for 2 whole months. That was how he earned 5,000 yuan. Now with finals approaching, Qin Feng had to catch up on his fallen coursework. As soon as the topic of the phone came up, Zhao Yuding's anger flared. Look at this yourself. This is the domestic phone you bought. Zhao Yuding slammed a delivery box heavily onto the desk. The box was quite large and had already been opened. With doubt, Qin Feng opened it to look. The moment he saw the contents, his expression changed instantly. Good heavens. Inside were neatly arranged 11 phones. He had actually encountered the legendary fake 1 compensate 10 disaster. At this moment, 10,000 wild horses galloped through Qin Feng's heart. He never imagined such rotten luck would strike him. Yuding, I'll return this phone and get you a different one. Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was his hard-earned money. Zhao Yuding crossed her arms over her chest, her voice cold. No need. Who still uses a domestic phone these days? Qin Feng, I'm telling you right now, we're over. Qin Feng stared blankly at Zhao Yuding. The woman before him felt both familiar and strangely foreign. Yuding, wife, we've been together 3 years. They were high school classmates. They had started dating once they entered the same university. Because what I want, you can never give it to me. Zhao Yuding's eyes were filled with cold indifference. Society is a great dive vat. Ever since coming to Shanghai City, her vanity had grown stronger. And clearly, given Qin Feng's family background, he could no longer satisfy her. So that's how it is. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He had long noticed Zhao Yuding's changes. He just hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Yuding, I've already booked a table at the restaurant. Let's go eat together. Just then a young man in a black suit appeared at the classroom door. Zhao Yuding broke into a fawning smile. She walked forward and, as if no one else were there, hooked her arm around the young man's arm. Let me introduce. This is my current boyfriend, Zhang Jichao. His family is in real estate worth hundreds of millions. Qin Feng, even if you work your whole life, you'll never earn this much. Zhao Yuding seemed to be flaunting. After saying that, she took Zhang Jichao's hand and walked out of the classroom. Qin Feng's face turned pale. If Zhao Yuding had only proposed a breakup, he wouldn't have been so angry. But this woman had actually hooked up with Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao was a rich second-generation student at their school. During college, he had already gone through several girlfriends. Although his character was questionable, many girls still wanted to throw themselves into his arms. He had to admit this was the charm of money. Qin Feng felt stupid. He had wasted 3 years on such a vain and materialistic woman. He sighed and examined the phones in the delivery box. He found that only one could power on normally, while the others were all dummy phone models. Some Pinduoduo merchant. I thank your whole family. Qin Feng cursed. Suddenly from the counterfeit phone, a bolt of electric current surged out. Qin Feng felt his entire body go numb. This thing, it actually leaks electricity. He instinctively let go of the phone. The phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same moment, a strange electronic tone echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Sign-in wealth system is activating. 1, 25, 50, 75, 99. Sign-in wealth system successfully activated. What the hell? Qin Feng was startled. He thought he had been possessed. This system is not a ghost. From today, the host has 3 sign-in opportunities every day. As long as you sign in successfully, you can draw various items. System. As a 21st century college student, Qin Feng naturally knew what a system was. This was basically a life cheat device. He never expected that buying a knockoff phone would accidentally let him pick up a system. Sign in for me. Qin Feng was ecstatic. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn 160 million Huaxia coins. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn all shares of Ruihai Bank. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn 2 Riverview buildings in Xinjiang community. Qin Feng was still in shock. His face was full of disbelief. Ruihai Bank was a private bank in Shanghai City with an estimated value of 100 billion. He had drawn all the shares. Did this mean that he, Qin Feng, was now a billionaire? System. You're amazing. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. 2 Riverview buildings, a total of 120 apartments. Curious, Qin Feng checked the housing prices of Xinjiang community. He found the average price was 13000 yuan per square meter. Previously, buying a house in Shanghai City was something Qin Feng didn't even dare to dream of. But now he had drawn 2 entire buildings. This happiness, it came so suddenly. Considering the host's bank card cannot transfer large sums, the system presents the host with a CMB black card. Qin Feng extracted the bank card. Looking at the black gold card in his hand, he knew he was not dreaming. This was all real. The pain from the breakup vanished. Qin Feng felt his entire body and soul immersed in joy. Indeed, what dissolves sorrow is sudden wealth. Zhao Yuding. Thank you for breaking up with me today. For letting me see your hypocritical face. The knockoff phone was broken, so Qin Feng threw it into the trash can. At that moment, the phone in his pocket began to ring. Hello, I am the general manager of Ruihai Bank, Zhou Rongfeng. Excuse me, are you Director Qin? Just now the boss of Ruihai Bank had changed. Zhou Rongfeng was trembling with fear when he made this call. He was afraid of leaving a bad impression on his new boss and losing his position. I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng answered. Chairman Qin, I've reserved a table at Puyun Restaurant. Let's have a meal together. I'll brief you on the bank's work while we're at it. All right. Qin Feng agreed. Sure. Chairman Qin, where are you right now? I'll come pick you up. Zhou Rongfeng was eager to please his new boss. No need, I'll head over now. Binjiang University wasn't far from Puyun Restaurant. A taxi ride would only take about 10 minutes. Okay. Then Chairman Qin, see you at Puyun Restaurant. Qin Feng left the classroom. He stopped by the ATM at the school gate to check the balance on his black gold card. Not bad. There was indeed 160 million inside. Qin Feng was delighted. He was finally no longer protecting 3 digits of savings behind a 6-digit password. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed to Puyun Restaurant. Puyun Restaurant was a high-end establishment in Shanghai City. The average spending per person was very high. The restaurant was magnificent with all the people coming and going dressed in famous brands. Sir, do you have a reservation? The moment Qin Feng stepped through the restaurant door, a young female hostess came over to greet him. Qin Feng was about to respond when he suddenly noticed 2 people. It was Zhao Yuding and Zhang Jichao. They were here too. What a total mood killer. It's Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding saw Qin Feng, and a flash of undisguised disgust crossed her eyes. She immediately nudged Zhang Jichao, alerting him. Zhang Jichao looked toward Qin Feng, his brows knitting. This guy actually dared to come and bother Zhao Yuding again. Qin Feng, what are you following us for? We've already broken up, aren't you going to give up? Zhao Yuding's voice was ice cold. Zhang Jichao's face also carried a mocking sneer as he issued a warning. Qin Feng, you'd better stay away from Yuding. Qin Feng merely glanced at Zhang Jichao briefly, then shifted his gaze back to Zhao Yuding. Zhao Yuding, you really think too highly of yourself. What makes you think I came here for you? Is your body plated with gold or something? Zhao Yuding was furious. Qin Feng, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you came here to eat. Open your eyes wide and look around. Do you even know where you are? Zhao Yuding didn't believe Qin Feng could afford to dine here. That guy probably couldn't even scrape together 100 yuan right now. Zhang Jichao curled his lips into a teasing smile. He pulled out his wallet and drew out 600 yuan bills. He tossed them on the floor. Here's 600 yuan, a gift for you. Consider it me treating you to dinner. Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding turned and walked away, faces full of contempt. They had barely taken 2 steps when they heard Qin Feng's cold laugh from behind. A whore and a dog. A perfect match for eternity. Qin Feng's expression remained calm. He didn't even glance at the money on the floor. This Zhang Jichao wanted to humiliate him. But he had picked the wrong target. Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding's faces changed instantly. Qin Feng. Zhang Jichao's expression darkened as he stared coldly at Qin Feng. How dare you insult me? You're asking for a beating. Zhang Jichao ground his teeth and made to throw a punch. Young Master Zhang, what's going on? The restaurant manager hurried over to Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao was a regular here and a wealthy one at that. The restaurant manager naturally didn't dare to slight him. Manager Liu, where are your security guards? This guy is clearly trying to dine and dash. Throw him out. Zhang Jichao was absolutely furious. No one had ever dared to insult him before. Yet Qin Feng was the exception. The restaurant manager looked toward Qin Feng, his voice turning cold. Sir, are you here to dine? If not, please leave immediately. The restaurant manager saw that Qin Feng was wearing no-name brand clothes. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Just then his phone rang. Chairman Qin, have you arrived? Zhou Rongfeng asked respectfully. I'm at the restaurant entrance. Sorry, the traffic was a bit bad. I just arrived. I'll come find you right now. Zhou Rongfeng, drenched in sweat, sprinted into the restaurant at top speed. Finally, he spotted Qin Feng by the entrance. If you don't leave now, I don't mind calling security. When that happens, you'll lose all face. The restaurant manager, trying to curry favor with Zhang Jichao, spoke rudely to Qin Feng. So you're Chairman Qin? Zhou Rongfeng hurried to Qin Feng's side with a deeply respectful attitude. That's me. Hearing Qin Feng's answer, Zhou Rongfeng was absolutely stunned. He hadn't expected the new owner of Ruihai Bank to still be so young. Most importantly, this young man was dressed in cheap clothes. He wondered, were all rich people this low-key these days? Zhou Rongfeng also noticed that Qin Feng's expression wasn't quite right. His heart skipped a beat. Director Zhou. Zhou Rongfeng was a senior member of the restaurant, and he was also very close with the restaurant's owner. The restaurant manager was about to bow to Zhou Rongfeng. Slap. However, Zhou Rongfeng suddenly swung out a resounding slap. Didn't I tell you to treat Chairman Qin properly? What the hell are you doing? Zhou Rongfeng wished he could slap the restaurant manager to death. If this cost him his position, he would flay the restaurant manager alive. Director Zhou. The restaurant manager was completely dumbfounded. Covering his bright red cheek, he looked at Zhou Rongfeng. Then he looked at Qin Feng. Director Zhou, I didn't know he was your friend. The restaurant manager was terrified. He could barely get his words out. Who was Zhou Rongfeng? He was the general manager of Ruihai Bank. Naturally, the restaurant manager didn't dare to offend him. On top of that, Zhou Rongfeng was very close with Puyun Restaurant's owner. As long as Zhou Rongfeng was willing, he could have the restaurant manager fired in minutes. I'm sorry. The restaurant manager apologized to Qin Feng repeatedly. He was full of regret. If he had known Qin Feng was Zhou Rongfeng's friend, even if you lent him 1,000 guts, he wouldn't have dared to offend Qin Feng. Get out of here yourself. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Rongfeng was absolutely furious. Director Zhou, give me a chance. The restaurant manager kept his head low. He didn't want to lose his job. Get out. Zhou Rongfeng's inner volcano was about to erupt. Director Zhou, who is he? Zhang Jichao, watching Zhou Rongfeng treat Qin Feng with such respect, also began to stammer. A terrible premonition crept into his heart. Chairman Qin holds all the shares of Ruihai Bank. He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. What? Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding exchanged a glance. Absolutely stunned. Impossible. Director Zhou, this Qin Feng is just a pauper. How could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Zhang Jichao shook his head, refusing to believe it. Zhao Yuding didn't believe it either. She had dated Qin Feng for 3 years. She knew his family background all too well. Even buying a domestic phone had required Qin Feng to work part-time for 2 months. How could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Wait a moment, I don't think I know you. Zhou Rongfeng's brows knitted deeply as he stared coldly at Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao, face tense with nerves, tried to explain. Director Zhou, you must be very forgetful. My father is the chairman of Huihong Real Estate. Just 2 nights ago we had drinks together. Zhou Rongfeng's face suddenly turned cold. Slap. He delivered Zhang Jichao a crisp slap across the face. Just a tiny Huihong Real Estate. And you dare question Chairman Qin's identity? Zhang Jichao was so terrified that he could not speak. Even Zhao Yuding's heart was in turmoil. How could she have imagined that Qin Feng had such an identity? Chairman of Ruihai Bank. This identity was countless times more formidable than Zhang Jichao's. No, it was incomparable. After all, Zhang Jichao was just a rich second-generation idler. Zhao Yuding was filled with regret. President Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhang Jichao's legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. His face turned pale. Offending the chairman of Ruihai Bank meant big trouble. He had never expected Qin Feng to have such a powerful background. If only he had known, he would not have wanted that slut Zhao Yuding. Zhang Jichao kept his head down, not daring to look at Qin Feng. No way. This young man is actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Some onlookers were discussing Qin Feng's identity. They looked at Qin Feng with reverence. Chairman Qin, I'm truly sorry. I never expected that our first meeting would be marred by such unpleasantness. Zhou Rongfeng bowed his head, fearing that Qin Feng would blame him. Qin Feng's silence only added to the invisible pressure Zhou Rongfeng felt. Whether he could keep his position as general manager depended entirely on a single word from Qin Feng. Are you very familiar with Zhang Jichao's father? Qin Feng spoke, looking at Zhou Rongfeng. Zhou Rongfeng shook his head fiercely. Mr. Qin, don't misunderstand. I only met his father at a dinner party the day before yesterday. Huihong Real Estate was just a small property company from out of town. Overwhelmed by debt, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. They had come to Zhou Rongfeng only to borrow a sum of money. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Zhou Rongfeng understood clearly. This Zhang Jichao had thoroughly offended Qin Feng. Zhang Jichao, go back and tell your father. From now on, Ruihai Bank will cut off all cooperation with Huihong Real Estate. Zhang Jichao immediately fell to his knees. He grabbed Zhou Rongfeng's leg. President Zhou, give me a chance. If his father found out about this, he would definitely get a beating. You offended Chairman Qin, you brought this upon yourself. Get lost. Zhou Rongfeng kicked Zhang Jichao away. Chairman Qin, let's go eat. Zhou Rongfeng made a gesture of invitation. He followed Qin Feng into the elevator. It's over. Zhang Jichao looked utterly despairing. Having caused such a huge disaster, his father would surely not let him off when he returned. You bitch. Zhang Jichao stood up and slapped Zhao Yuding hard. He was in a bad mood, so he took it out on Zhao Yuding. Jichao, why are you hitting me? Zhao Yuding came to her senses, her eyes red. Originally, she had had a chance to become the wife of the chairman of Ruihai Bank. But now it had all turned to nothing. She regretted it more than anyone. She felt as if she had missed out on 100 million. No, 100 billion. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Qin Feng. Get as far away from me as possible. Zhang Jichao roared. Zhao Yuding, with a look of grievance, hurried over to press the elevator button. A thought flashed through her mind to find Qin Feng and get back together. How could she miss a man as wealthy and abundant as Qin Feng? In the private room, Qin Feng was looking at Ruihai Bank's financial statements. Ruihai Bank was a private bank. Although it had not yet gone public, its valuation had already reached 100 billion. Even its annual net profit was over 3 billion. Meanwhile, Zhou Rongfeng was calling Zhang Jichao's father Zhang Liwei. At that moment, Zhang Liwei was still drinking with a client at a bar. Receiving Zhou Rongfeng's call, Zhang Liwei was surprised. President Zhou, hello. May I ask if the loan has been approved? Zhou Rongfeng snorted coldly. It can't be approved. Furthermore, because your company has uncontrollable risks, our bank has decided to increase your collateral assets. If you can't do that, our bank will recall the previous loan early. Zhang Liwei's face changed. President Zhou, is there some misunderstanding here? Zhang Liwei realized something was wrong. At present, Huihong Real Estate had little assets left to mortgage. If Ruihai Bank did this, they would surely go bankrupt. You'd better ask your precious son. Zhou Rongfeng hung up. President Zhou. Zhang Liwei was furious. He knew it must be his son who had caused trouble. This useless waste. Zhang Liwei cursed, losing all desire to drink. After finishing the call, Zhou Rongfeng stood quietly beside Qin Feng. He had done what needed to be done. If Qin Feng was dissatisfied, then he would have to leave. Chairman Qin, it's my fault for poor arrangements. Zhou Rongfeng bowed his head. Qin Feng just waved his hand. He still affirmed Zhou Rongfeng's work at the bank. As for what had just happened, it was not really Zhou Rongfeng's fault. The bank's affairs will still be handled by you. Don't let me down. Thank you, Chairman Qin. Zhou Rongfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not blame him. The door of the private room opened, and Zhao Yuding appeared with tear stains on her face. She quickly walked up to Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. This woman still had the nerve to come to him. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I take back what I said at school. Let's get back together. Zhao Yuding grabbed Qin Feng's arm, pleading. However, Qin Feng shook off Zhao Yuding. Zhao Yuding, don't you think you're disgusting? Stay away from me. Zhao Yuding was still crying. Qin Feng, don't be like this. We've been together for so long. How can you be so heartless? Zhao Yuding fully displayed her shameless nature. After all these days, you could want anything except face. When it comes to heartlessness, I can't compare to you. Zhao Yuding, you'd better go find your Zhang Jichao. Qin Feng sneered. Ever since he saw Zhao Yuding's true colors, Qin Feng had lost all feelings for this woman. Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding wanted to say more, but Zhou Rongfeng pulled her away. Miss, please do not disturb Chairman Qin's meal. Zhou Rongfeng called the restaurant's security to escort Zhao Yuding out. Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding was in tears. But Qin Feng never looked at her from start to finish. After Qin Feng and Zhou Rongfeng finished lunch, half an hour had passed. As the two walked out of the restaurant, they saw the Zhang father and son standing outside. Their eyes were filled with panic. The weather in May was already scorching hot. Zhang Jichao and Zhang Liwei were sweating profusely. Zhang Jichao was holding his swollen face out. Obviously, he had been beaten by his father. President Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhang Liwei immediately stepped forward and bowed his head. I've already given this unfilial son a beating. Please, President Zhou, give us a chance. Zhou Rongfeng sneered and looked at Qin Feng. You offended Chairman Qin. What's the use of apologizing to me? Chairman Qin, I'm sorry. Zhang Liwei apologized to Qin Feng. Wretched son, come over here immediately and apologize to Chairman Qin. Zhang Liwei was furious. How could he have sired such a useless son? Always failing at everything and ruining everything. The company's affairs had already given Zhang Liwei a splitting headache. Yet his son had to provoke Qin Feng over a woman. Provoking the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Would they still have any good days ahead? Qin Feng. No, Chairman Qin. I truly know my mistakes. Please, a man of your magnanimity, spare us. Zhang Jichao wore a thoroughly miserable expression. The arrogant air from before had vanished without a trace. Qin Feng smiled with profound meaning. All right, if you kneel down, I will consider letting you off. Zhang Jichao's heart filled with delight. Both he and Zhao Yuding were the type who had no shame. If kneeling could earn Qin Feng's forgiveness, it was a fair trade. Chairman Qin, I'm kneeling for you. Zhang Jichao dropped to his knees instantly. Seeing this, Qin Feng revealed a contemptuous smile. He never expected Zhang Jichao would actually kneel. Chairman Qin, as you can see, my son is already kneeling. Could you show some leniency regarding the loan? Zhang Liwei spoke in a negotiating tone. Qin Feng laughed. My apologies. I only said I would consider it. Towards these two people, Qin Feng would show no mercy. You were toying with me, eh? Zhang Jichao realized he had been tricked by Qin Feng. His expression turned extremely grim. Silence. Zhang Liwei trembled violently, slapping his son once again. Chairman Qin, without capital turnover, my company will go bankrupt. Zhang Liwei's face was filled with anguish. Then go bankrupt. A dishonest company like yours has no reason to exist. Qin Feng said coldly. Among the assets at Ruihai Bank, there were still many of Zhang Liwei's collateral holdings. Even if the company went bankrupt, Qin Feng would not suffer much loss. Chairman Qin, please don't do this. Qin Feng paid no attention to the Zhang father and son and walked away directly. Chairman Qin, where are you going? Let me drive you. Zhou Rongfeng chased after Qin Feng to Star City Residential Complex. Qin Feng planned to take a look at the two riverside buildings he had won. Zhou Rongfeng immediately brought his Audi over. On the other side, Zhang Liwei was boiling with rage. He knew his company was finished. Dad, what do we do now? Zhang Liwei roared. You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? If it weren't for you provoking Chairman Qin, none of this would have happened. Having a son like you completely wasted the entire night your mother and I spent. Useless wretch. Zhou Rongfeng drove Qin Feng to Star City Residential Complex. Chairman Qin, did you buy a house here? Zhou Rongfeng asked curiously. Qin Feng merely nodded. You can go back now. Yes, Chairman Qin. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Zhou Rongfeng drove away. Qin Feng walked to the entrance of Star City Residential Complex. Before him stood towering buildings, and the landscaping of the complex was exceptionally well maintained. The sales office was right next to the main entrance. Qin Feng went over to take a look only to find the sales office doors tightly locked. With no alternative, he made a phone call. This is Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. The person who answered was a young woman. She remembered the name Qin Feng very well. This was the person who had purchased 2 buildings in Star City residential complex. Moreover, the 2 buildings with the best locations. This was truly a wealthy tycoon. Mr. Qin, are you here to receive your property? Yes, I'm already at the entrance. The young woman dared not show any negligence and quickly said, Mr. Qin, please wait a few minutes. I'll be right there. Qin Feng hung up and waited patiently. Young man here to buy a house. A security guard in his 30s noticed Qin Feng and walked over. Qin Feng nodded. The security guard eyed Qin Feng and said, these houses here don't come cheap. If you choose to buy here, you'd better be prepared to become a mortgage slave. Uncle Security, as the guard was called, had worked at the property management company for several years. He had seen too many young people who bought houses on impulse. In the end, unable to repay the loan, the bank seized the house. Qin Feng merely smiled. A mortgage slave. Becoming a mortgage slave was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Seeing how young you are, you probably haven't entered society yet, right? Noticing the security guard had no ill intentions, Qin Feng smiled. I'm still in school. Uncle Security said, then your parents must be quite wealthy. But I still think young people have no need to rush into buying a house. Qin Feng smiled without speaking. After chatting with Uncle Security for a few more moments, 3 or 4 minutes passed. A young woman from the sales office drove over on a small electric scooter. You must be Mr. Qin, right? Su Wei parked her vehicle and approached Qin Feng. That's right. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Su Wei was even more astonished. This Qin Feng was way too young, and he was also quite handsome. I'm really sorry. The houses in this complex have almost sold out, and all my colleagues at the sales office have been transferred. We failed to receive Mr. Qin properly. Su Wei said apologetically. No problem, take me to see the house. Qin Feng didn't particularly care. All the property deeds are at the sales office, let me get them for you. Su Wei took out the keys and opened the sales office doors. Soon she dragged out a large cardboard box. Brotherly, please help move this box. Su Wei called over Uncle Security. The box was too heavy for Su Wei to move alone. Uncle Security went over to help. After a while, they carried the box to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, all your property deeds are here. A total of 120 sets, please check them. Oh, and the keys are inside too. Su Wei spoke with great reverence to Qin Feng. Xiao Wei, this young man. He bought 120 houses. Uncle Security was dumbfounded. It was his first time seeing anyone buy so many houses in one go. This was simply too extravagant. Indeed, poverty limits imagination. That's right. Su Wei nodded. Mr. Qin paid in full for 2 entire buildings. And those along the river with the best locations. Full payment. The way Uncle Security looked at Qin Feng finally changed. He counted on his fingers, trying to calculate how much Qin Feng had spent on the 2 buildings. Unfortunately, his math teacher was the sports teacher. He couldn't figure it out. In short, it was certainly a sky-high price. Qin Feng opened the box and looked inside. Indeed, there were his property deeds along with many keys. Mr. Qin, let me help you carry this. Uncle Security proactively shouldered the box and entered the complex with Qin Feng. All 120 houses were fully furnished. Qin Feng chose a penthouse unit and decided to live there first. As for the other houses, he planned to rent them out. After all, with so many houses, he could never live in them all. Qin Feng stood on the balcony. A gentle breeze caressed his face. In the distance, the river surface undulated with waves. The scenery along the riverbank was truly breathtaking. Mr. Qin, I've placed all the property deeds in your room, said the security guard with a smile. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all, said Su Wei. Mr. Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. You can call me if anything comes up. Qin Feng nodded. He did not return to school that afternoon. Instead, he stayed in the residential community that evening. A whole night passed. When Qin Feng woke up in the morning, it was already past 8 o'clock. The feeling of waking up naturally was truly wonderful. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 150 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Lamborghini Veneno. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Maserati 4S store in Shanghai City. Winning over 100 million Chinese yuan again made Qin Feng pause. The Lamborghini Veneno was a top-tier luxury supercar. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds, valued at 80 million Chinese yuan. Drawing a Maserati 4S store also filled Qin Feng with excitement. The Lamborghini Veneno has been delivered to the system space. Host can retrieve it at any time. Qin Feng could hardly contain his anticipation. Hearing that the system allowed direct retrieval, he was even more astonished. This was too sci-fi. Qin Feng took the elevator to the underground parking lot and found an empty corner. System retrieve. Retrieval successful. Qin Feng saw a flash of green light. Immediately, a black Lamborghini Veneno appeared in the parking space. In Qin Feng's hand, a set of Lamborghini keys also materialized. The Lamborghini Veneno's body was sleek with a front end resembling a bullet, offering a striking visual impact. When Qin Feng saw the license plate on the Lamborghini Veneno, he was also stunned for a moment. The plate read, Hudi 8888. Qin Feng opened the door and sat inside to feel it. He couldn't help but want to take it for a spin. As he started the engine, the Lamborghini Veneno roared like a wild beast. Truly a top-tier supercar. Qin Feng tested the car's performance and drove it out of the residential community. Holy crap! What kind of sports car is that? Looks like a Lamborghini Veneno. I heard there's only one in China, and we just ran into it. No way, I need to buy 2 lottery tickets when I get back. Maybe I'll hit the jackpot. Seeing Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, many passers-by took out their phones to take photos. Cars on the road could only keep as far away as possible. An accidental collision wouldn't be covered by insurance. The Lamborghini Veneno's dazzling appearance caught the eye of a female driver behind. Babe, that sports car ahead is so cool. It looks expensive. The man in the passenger seat said flatly, ram into it. The female driver didn't react. Honey, are you joking? Ram into it, the man repeated. Honey, we can't afford to pay for it. The man's face turned pale as he roared, then why don't you hit the brakes? That was a Lamborghini Veneno. If they crashed into it, they'd be finished. After breakfast, Qin Feng headed to the Maserati 4S store he had drawn. He parked the Lamborghini Veneno on the roadside and walked into the store alone. Sir, are you here to see a car? A sweet-looking female saleswoman approached Qin Feng and asked, I'd like to see your manager here. Several Maseratis were on display in the showroom, but Qin Feng wasn't interested. After all, he already owned a Lamborghini Veneno. Our manager just stepped out and hasn't returned yet. Then give him a call and tell him I'm Qin Feng. Okay, mister. Qin, please wait a moment. The female saleswoman went to make the call. Hey, Qin Feng. You're here to see a car too? At that moment, a young man walked up to Qin Feng. He patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Qin Feng did recognize the young man. His name was Jiang Yu, a member of the Binjiang University Student Union. And his family was somewhat wealthy, making him a rich second generation. I'm just here to sit around, Qin Feng said. Jiang Yu's face showed a contemptuous expression. Are you kidding me? This is a Maserati 4S store. You come here to sit. Jiang Yu clearly didn't believe it. Some people just like to take photos of luxury cars and post them on their social circles to satisfy their vanity. Jiang Yu had seen plenty of such people. Can't afford it, just likes to show off. Seeing Jiang Yu's mocking expression, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. Honey, who is this? A tall, slim woman walked up to Jiang Yu and asked. A schoolmate. Jiang Yu said indifferently, not intending to introduce her. The woman's gaze fell on a Maserati Ghibli nearby. That car, are we still buying it or not? Jiang Yu felt very troubled. He was usually extravagant with his spending. He didn't have much money left. Moreover, the cheapest Maserati Ghibli cost over 700 yuan. He was reluctant. This car is a bit expensive. Maybe we should go back and think it over. The woman was getting a bit annoyed. I don't care, you promised to buy me a car. Aren't you supposed to be rich? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. He usually liked to boast, and now he was stuck. Let's look around some more. Jiang Yu pulled his girlfriend away to continue browsing. Meanwhile, the female saleswoman who had gone to make the call returned. Mr. Qin, our manager will be back soon. Would you like some coffee? The saleswoman's attitude had become very respectful, because she had learned from the phone call that Qin Feng was their boss. And their manager had specifically instructed that they must not offend Qin Feng. A cup of tea, please. Thank you. Okay. The saleswoman went to brew tea for Qin Feng. Word spread quickly. Soon the other salespeople knew about Qin Feng's identity. Oh my god, our boss is so young. And he's really handsome too. Qin Feng sipped his tea, ignoring the strange looks from the female saleswomen. After a few minutes, the 4S store manager also returned. Mr. Qin, hello. I am the manager of this 4S store. The manager came up to Qin Feng and bowed. He had run back, so his face was covered in sweat. Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin, please come to my office. I'll report on the store's situation. The 4S store manager followed Qin Feng toward the office. Does your manager know Qin Feng? Seeing this, Jiang Yu was stunned and asked a nearby salesperson. Mr. Qin is our boss. What? Jiang Yu was shocked. Utterly shocked. This Qin Feng wouldn't even throw away a pair of pants washed until they were threadbare. A person like him could actually be the owner of a Maserati 4S dealership. You know, to open a Maserati 4S store in Shanghai City. Without hundreds of millions in capital, don't even think about it. So Jiang Yu didn't believe it. Could you have mistaken the person? Jiang Yu questioned. How could that be? Did you not see our manager personally escort Mr. Qin to his office? Jiang Yu was stunned. It took him a long while to finally come to his senses. Goodness, Qin Feng was actually a deeply hidden wealthy man. Recalling what he had just said to Qin Feng, Jiang Yu felt utterly mortified. He had been so stingy when buying a Maserati Ghibli worth over 700,000. Yet Qin Feng turned out to be the owner of a Maserati 4S dealership. Honey, your alumnus is actually the owner of this place. Jiang Yu's girlfriend was equally astonished. Looking at Qin Feng's attire, she had assumed he was just an ordinary person. She had to admit she had misjudged him completely. Why don't you go ask if they can offer a discount? Jiang Yu's girlfriend suggested. Jiang Yu wore an awkward expression. I don't have enough money on me. Then let's come back another day to buy it. It seems like you never really intended to buy it in the first place. Jiang Yu's girlfriend's face turned ice cold. She stormed out of the Maserati 4S store in a rage. Wait for me. Jiang Yu chased after her. Qin Feng sat in the office chatting with the 4S dealership manager for several minutes. He then walked to the exhibition area outside to look at the displayed cars. Maserati cars were luxurious enough, yet compared to that Lamborghini Veneno parked outside, there was simply no comparison, especially in terms of performance. I'll be heading back now. Mr. Qin, let me see you out. The manager escorted Qin Feng to the entrance of the store. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, Jiang Yu's girlfriend held up a peace sign, taking photos with the sports car. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was taking pictures nearby. The two were having a wonderful time taking photos. After his girlfriend finished Jiang, Yu couldn't resist stepping forward for a selfie. Are you done taking photos? Qin Feng walked over, his tone calm and nonchalant. Not yet. Qin Feng, you want a photo too? Seeing it was Qin Feng, Jiang Yu quickly stepped aside to make room. Qin Feng, you go ahead. Knowing Qin Feng's identity now, Jiang Yu no longer dared to show even the slightest disrespect. This car belongs to me. I'm sorry, but I need to leave now. With that, Qin Feng took the Lamborghini Veneno's key fob from his pocket. As he pressed it, the Lamborghini Veneno's headlights flashed a few times. No way. Jiang Yu stood there, eyes wide open in shock. He had thought Qin Feng being the owner of a Maserati 4S dealership was already impressive enough. Who would have thought even this Lamborghini Veneno belonged to him as well? Goodness, just what kind of identity did this Qin Feng have? As far as Jiang Yu knew, there was only one Lamborghini Veneno in the entire country, and the car's price was a staggering 80 million. This was absolutely not something an ordinary person could drive. Jiang Yu's girlfriend's lips parted slightly, also staring at Qin Feng in a daze. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. And behind Qin Feng, the 4S dealership manager was equally incredulous. Now he finally understood why Qin Feng had shown a dismissive expression when looking at the Maserati exhibition cars. It turned out the man owned a Lamborghini Veneno. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Jiang Yu lowered his head and quickly pulled his girlfriend aside, so as not to obstruct Qin Feng getting into his car. Qin Feng said nothing more. He opened the Lamborghini Veneno's door. The Lamborghini Veneno featured scissor doors, and when they opened upward, they resembled wings, and they were utterly majestic. Accompanied by rumbling engine roars, the Lamborghini Veneno vanished from Jiang Yu's sight. As Qin Feng departed, the pressure Jiang Yu had felt also lifted. However, the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. One really couldn't compare people, or compare goods. Looking at his own BMW sedan again, Jiang Yu suddenly felt it wasn't so appealing anymore. Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno around the outskirts for most of the day. In the evening, he arrived at a restaurant for dinner. Passing by a Patek Philippe boutique, he stepped inside to take a look. Welcome to Patek Philippe, sir. The female salesperson at the store greeted Qin Feng with a bow. The display cases were filled with prestigious Patek Philippe timepieces, dazzlingly brilliant. Qin Feng had some knowledge about watches and decided to buy one for fun. He walked over and looked for quite a while. May I see this watch? The female salesperson smiled. You have excellent taste, sir. This watch belongs to the Sport Elegance collection. The female salesperson continued explaining some technical terminology. Qin Feng tried it on her. It looked quite handsome. How much is this watch? Qin Feng asked casually. In the past, he would never have set foot in such a luxury store. But now money was the least of his concerns. This watch is currently priced at 460,000. Hearing this price, Qin Feng shook his head instead. Sir, if you feel it's too expensive. Actually, our store is having a promotion right now, and there are gifts with purchase. No. Qin Feng shook his head. I was thinking this watch is a bit too cheap. Could you show me something more expensive? The female salesperson was stunned. Looking at Qin Feng's attire, he didn't seem like a billionaire at all. Yet a watch priced at over 400,000 he actually thought was cheap. Sir, then please take a look at this one. The female salesperson brought over another watch. Qin Feng examined several models in succession. Either he wasn't satisfied with the appearance, or they were out of stock. Suddenly Qin Feng noticed the 6104G001 watch. The dial was deep blue with 3 discs made of sapphire crystal glass. Sir, this watch belongs to the Grand Complications collection. The case material is 18K white gold with diamond setting. It costs 2,930,000. The female salesperson introduced it to Qin Feng. This is the one. Qin Feng tried it on. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He directly took out his bank card and placed it on the counter. Swipe this. The password is 6 6s. There was never really any choice paralysis in this world. It was all because of being broke. Seeing Qin Feng so generous and bold, the female salesperson was quite amazed. She took out the card machine and swiped it for Qin Feng. Transaction successful. So let me wrap this up for you. The female salesperson returned the bank card to Qin Feng. No need, I'll just wear it. Qin Feng shook his head. What should I call you, sir? Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, let's add each other on WeChat. For any future maintenance or servicing matters, you can come to me. Qin Feng added the female salesperson on WeChat. Before he could finish the procedure, someone called out from behind him. Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around and saw his 3 roommates. And after confirming Qin Feng's identity, their jaws dropped in perfect O shapes. Holy crap. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you. The 3 roommates had been watching outside the store for quite some time. The more they looked, the more they believed the person inside resembled Qin Feng, which was why they had come over to confirm. Yet never in their wildest dreams did they expect this. Indeed, the person inside the Patek Philippe store was Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you hook up with a rich woman? How dare you come here to shop? The 3 roommates were still in shock. Kong Liang was the first to approach Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, the formalities are complete. The female sales associate handed Qin Feng a receipt. Qin Feng took the receipt and, looking at his 3 roommates, smiled without saying a word. At school, these 3 roommates had a fairly good relationship with him. They usually skipped class and played video games together. The 3 roommates quickly noticed the wristwatch on Qin Feng's hand. Wow, you actually bought it. This watch must have cost quite a fortune, right? Kong Liang was stunned. It's not that expensive. Qin Feng smiled. Indeed to Qin Feng. This wristwatch was not expensive at all. Suddenly Kong Liang caught sight of the price on the receipt. This is 290,000. You must be nearsighted. This is clearly over 2,900,000. Roommate Xiao Pang quickly corrected. Over 2,900,000. And he called that not expensive. The three roommates were astounded. To them, this was an astronomical figure. How could they have imagined that the usually low-key Qin Feng was actually a wealthy tycoon? Qin Feng, well done. A true master of hiding one's talents. You've been keeping this secret from us all this time. Could it be that your family has mines? Qin Feng forced a bitter smile. Fine, he might as well come clean. He was a billionaire. We've been living in the same dorm for 3 years now. In that case, I'll grant you each one wish. Qin Feng didn't bother with too many explanations. Well, just treat us to a meal. Kong Liang hesitated for a moment before smiling. At school, Kong Liang had been quite considerate toward Qin Feng. Even knowing Qin Feng was now rich, he didn't make any excessive demands. No problem. Xiaoyu, what about you? Qin Feng looked at another roommate. I'll go with Kong Liang's choice, the roommate smiled. And you? Qin Feng looked at Xiao Pang. Fengji, I've been trying to lose weight lately, so forget about the meal. Doesn't your dorm have a broken computer? You see, I have a friend. He wants the hard drive in your computer. Qin Feng gave Xiao Pang a glare, speechless. That's too much. My hard drive still has several hundred gigabytes of study materials. Definitely not giving it to you. Xiao Pang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I'll treat you all to dinner tomorrow, that's settled. Next, Qin Feng went to buy a few sets of clothes. The three roommates followed closely, asking endless questions. Fengji, are you going back to school? We rented a car, let's go together. Qin Feng shook his head. No need, I have my own car. Besides, I'm not going back to school tonight. Kong Liang smiled. Fengji even bought a car now. Let's go take a look. The three roommates, filled with curiosity, followed Qin Feng to the parking lot. Truly unexpected. We actually have a billionaire as a friend. This is something we can brag about for the rest of our lives. The three roommates chatted as they walked. When they saw Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, they were shocked once again. Holy shit. The three roommates were stunned. Lacking the eloquence to express their feelings, they could only resort to expletives. Am I dreaming? Fengji, is this car really yours? The shock in their hearts was beyond words. The Lamborghini Veneno before them was the hardtop version, with only 4 in the entire world. What left them awestruck was that they were actually seeing one in person. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and got into the car. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow. The three roommates still stood there in a daze, watching as Qin Feng drove away. In their hearts there was nothing but shock and more shock. Qin Feng returned to the Xingqing residential complex. Standing on the balcony, the street lights glittered in the distance. Qin Feng remembered something and took out his phone, finding his sister's WeChat. Yutong, are you done with class? Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Yutong was a high school senior studying at a county school in their hometown. After several minutes, Qin Feng finally received a reply. Just got out of class. Brother, it's been so long since I last saw you. When are you coming back? Below was a playful emoji. Qin Feng felt a pang of guilt. For the past 2 months working part-time to earn money, he truly hadn't gone back to see mom and dad. It's almost the end of term. I'll go back when vacation starts. Yutong, send me your bank card number. Qin Yutong felt a bit disappointed. With confusion, she sent Qin Feng a bank card number. Qin Feng originally wanted to transfer a few $100,000 over. Unfortunately, his sister's bank card had a limit. With no other choice, Qin Feng could only transfer 100,000 yuan first. Brother, is this money from you? When she received the transfer notification, Qin Yutong was stunned. That's right. I'll transfer you some more tomorrow. When you go home on the weekend, buy mom and dad a few sets of clothes. Qin Yutong asked with curiosity. Brother, how do you have so much money? I did business with a friend and made a bit of money. Qin Feng explained this way. Brother, I'm about to take my college entrance exams. When the time comes, I'll go study in Sanhai City. What's so good about Sanhai City? You should go to Yanjing. Never mind, Yanjing is too far. Then work hard. Qin Feng chatted with his sister for quite a while. Thinking about the specialized courses tomorrow, he took a shower and went to sleep. The night swiftly passed. Dawn arrived. System sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 170 million Huabiao coins. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 sets of Brioni custom-made men's clothing. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing all shares of Binjiang University. Previously, 100 million Huabiao coins was an unimaginable sum for Qin Feng. But after drawing it twice, he had grown accustomed to it. Brioni, the most top-tier and luxurious clothing brand in the world. And for custom-made clothing, the cost was naturally extremely steep. Take these 3 sets of clothing that Qin Feng drew, for example. A single jacket alone cost as much as 200,000 Huabiao coins. This gives you an idea of just how luxurious this brand's custom-made clothing truly is. As for the Binjiang University, he drew it was naturally the university Qin Feng attended. Binjiang University was a private institution, with a total area of over 1300 mu and more than 1600 enrolled students. Moreover, in Sanhai City, Binjiang University was quite well ranked. Qin Feng smiled, also not having expected it. He had actually become a board member of Binjiang University. Didn't that mean he could skip class whenever he wanted from now on? But thinking about it, Qin Feng felt his horizons were rather narrow. What was the purpose of going to school? Wasn't it just to find a good job in the future? With Qin Feng's current status, that was completely unnecessary. Still, occasionally going to experience the campus atmosphere wouldn't hurt. The Brioni custom-made men's clothing has been delivered to Sanhai City. Please check and receive host. Qin Feng had thought the clothes could be directly extracted, but he didn't expect it to just be delivered to a clothing store. It seemed he would have to go there in person. The clothing store was located within a shopping mall. After finishing his breakfast, Qin Feng set forth in his Lamborghini Veneno. Upon arriving at the mall, Qin Feng parked his car and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Following the address provided by the system, he located the clothing store. However, when Qin Feng reached the entrance of the clothing store, he found it was still closed. Beside it, a middle-aged couple was also waiting. From their attire, they appeared to be people of wealth and status. Hello, may I ask when this shop will open? Qin Feng approached to inquire. The middle-aged couple was absorbed in their phones. They looked up and glanced at Qin Feng. Master Chen Ming has stepped out for a moment. He'll be back soon. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance, his tone indifferent. Observing Qin Feng's attire, he didn't seem like someone wealthy. The owner of this clothing store was Chen Ming, a renowned figure in the fashion design industry. Chen Ming had previously worked at Brioni as well, which created some connection between them. As for the custom-made Brioni suit that Qin Feng had wanted had been delivered here. Thank you. Qin Feng decided to wait a while longer since he wasn't in any hurry. The woman glanced at Qin Feng and said in a tone filled with doubt, "Young man, are you sure you came to the right place? This shop does custom tailoring, and having Master Chen Ming make clothes, each piece costs at least 10,000 yuan. If you want to buy clothes, go to the 2nd floor of the mall." The woman's words were sharp and harsh, making Qin Feng feel deeply uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Qin Feng paid her no mind and walked to the side. There were always people who liked to belittle others to demonstrate their own superiority. Such people were truly too numerous. The woman looked at Qin Feng with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She did not believe Qin Feng was a member of high society based on his attire. Nor did she believe Qin Feng had the means to commission Master Chen Ming for clothes. Maybe he really came to the wrong place. Don't bother with him. The middle-aged man chuckled. Afterward, the two paid Qin Feng no further attention. A moment later, a young man in his early 20s arrived. The young man unlocked the shop door. "Little brother, are you a staff member here? Why haven't I seen you before?" the middle-aged woman asked. "Oh, I'm Master Chen Ming's newly recruited disciple. My name is Xiao Hai." The young man, seeing that his questioner was also a person of means, answered respectfully. "No wonder. By the way, how long will it be before Master Chen Ming returns?" The young man named Xiao Hai said, "Soon. Please come inside." The middle-aged couple followed Xiao Hai into the shop. Shortly after, Qin Feng also walked in. The shop was spacious with many fine fabrics displayed inside. On the racks beside were numerous finished garments hanging. Both men's and women's clothing exuded a sense of uniqueness and novelty. "Sir, have you also come for custom tailoring?" The young man named Xiao Hai noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. "I've come to pick up clothes. My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng explained his purpose. "Please wait, I'll find it for you." The young man named Xiao Hai went into the adjacent room. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances, both looking surprised. This Qin Feng had actually ordered clothes here. Their gazes toward Qin Feng shifted. But soon the young man named Xiao Hai returned. "Sir, I couldn't find your clothes. May I have your membership card so I can look it up?" Anyone who ordered clothes at this shop would have a membership card. "I don't have a membership card," said Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple wore expressions of mockery. "You don't even have a membership card, yet you claim to be here to pick up clothes. Are you here to make a joke?" At the same time, the middle-aged man also noticed the watch on Qin Feng's wrist. The mockery on his face deepened. "A Patek Philippe 6104G001. Brother, where did you buy this fake watch? Can you send me the link? I want to buy one too for fun." This watch was worth nearly 3 million yuan, something an ordinary person could never afford. "It must be a fake." The middle-aged woman said, "Now I see. He's just here putting on airs." The young man named Xiao Hai frowned. Seeing that Qin Feng couldn't produce a membership card, he too felt Qin Feng was just making trouble. Qin Feng ignored the middle-aged couple and said, "Though I don't have a membership card, I indeed had 3 sets of clothes delivered here. You can call the store manager to confirm." The young man named Xiao Hai shook his head and said coldly, "No need. Clothes customized elsewhere could never be delivered here. Go on, go. Don't affect our business." He was trying to drive Qin Feng away. "What? Are you going to stand there and refuse to leave?" The middle-aged couple continued their cold mockery nearby. Just then a middle-aged man entered. The man had a long beard, wore a traditional Chinese tunic robe, and possessed an elegant scholarly aura. "What's going on?" Chen Ming walked into the shop with hands clasped behind his back. The young man named Xiao Hai approached Chen Ming and said with a smile, "Teacher, this person doesn't even have our shop's membership card. Yet he claims to be here to pick up clothes. I'm driving him out right now." The middle-aged woman chimed in. "That's right, someone like him doesn't deserve to be here at all." Chen Ming's expression changed as he carefully examined Qin Feng. Are you Mr. Qin?" That morning, Chen Ming had received 3 sets of clothes delivered from Brioni's headquarters. They were worth nearly 2 million yuan. Although Chen Ming didn't know what status Qin Feng held, someone who could afford to order such expensive clothes was certainly no ordinary person. "I am Qin Feng." Upon hearing Qin Feng's confirmation, Chen Ming's demeanor became even more respectful. "Mr. Qin, my apologies. I fear my hospitality has been lacking. Chun Ming turned to his disciple and said coldly, "Xiao Hai, what have I always taught you? Learn virtue before art. And you treat a customer with such attitude." Seeing that his disciple had offended Qin Feng, Qin Ming was furious. Qin Ming had previously worked at Brioni. This time the designers there had personally called him requesting that he ensure the clothes were delivered into Qin Feng's hands. Yet his own disciple had been so blind, nearly driving Qin Feng away. Teacher, I didn't know his identity just now." The young man named Xiao Hai seemed frightened and lowered his head. Even the middle-aged couple wore expressions of shock. Even Master Qin Ming was so respectful toward Qin Feng. Good heavens, who exactly was this Qin Feng? "You're not suited to stay. Pack your things and leave." Everyone who came to Qin Ming for custom clothes were members of high society. With Xiao Hai's attitude toward people, he would surely cause trouble again in the future. "Teacher, I know I was wrong." Xiao Hai's expression turned panicked. He had finally taken Master Qin Ming as his teacher. Yet now, all because he had offended Qin Feng, he was about to be expelled. Qin Ming ignored Xiao Hai and went to the adjacent room, bringing out a gift bag. "Mr. Qin, your 3 suits are all inside. Here is your bill. Furthermore, Brioni is presenting you with a diamond membership card." Qin Ming handed the bill and membership card to Qin Feng. Extremely reverent. When the middle-aged couple saw the figure on the bill, they were completely dumbfounded. Just a single jacket cost 2,000. Good heavens, this Qin Feng is truly wealthy. Most importantly, Qin Feng had also received a Brioni diamond membership card. This level of membership card was Brioni's highest rank, something ordinary people could never obtain. Yet this young man had managed to get one. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances, no longer daring to look down on Qin Feng. On the contrary, they regretted their earlier mockery of Qin Feng. This time they had truly offended someone important. "Master Qin Ming, who is this young brother?" the middle-aged woman asked cautiously. Now it seemed that Qin Feng's wristwatch was also genuine. A watch worth nearly 3 million. The middle-aged woman dared not think further. "How dare you speak disrespectfully to Mr. Qin just now? Get out. Moreover, I will never make clothes for you again." Qin Ming was furious. These two were, after all, people of considerable status and position. Yet their recent actions were utterly repulsive. "Master Qin Ming, we're sorry. Mr. Qin, we're sorry." The middle-aged couple bowed their heads low, apologizing to Qin Feng. Master Qin Ming held tremendous influence in the fashion design industry. Moreover, he was the president of the Fashion Design Association, with disciples spread across the entire nation. If Master Qin Ming added them to his blacklist, they would have trouble finding anyone to make custom clothes for them in the future. Furthermore, if this incident spread, they would surely become a laughingstock. Most critically, they had also offended Qin Feng. Qin Ming paid no attention to the middle-aged couple taking out a business card. "Mr. Qin, if you have any questions regarding clothing in the future, feel free to contact me." Qin Ming respectfully offered his business card. Qin Feng tucked the business card away and was preparing to leave. "Chairman Qin, so you're here too. What a coincidence." Zhou Rongfeng's face lit up with a smile as he hurried to Qin Feng's side. Zhou Rongfeng was also here to pick up his custom-made clothes. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With Zhou Rongfeng's appearance, the middle-aged couple also hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Zhou, hello." Seeing Zhou Rongfeng standing before Qin Feng with such deference, the middle-aged couple felt as if disaster was imminent. Who was Zhou Rongfeng? The general manager of Ruihai Bank. Moreover, these two also held positions at Ruihai Bank. If Zhou Rongfeng vented his anger on them, their positions would be at risk. "Mr. Qin, we know we were wrong. We're sorry." The middle-aged couple buried their heads even lower. "What? You actually offended Chairman Qin?" Zhou Rongfeng furrowed his brow, staring at the middle-aged man. That man was named Wu De, the branch manager of the Haidong Ruihai branch. "Wu De, you truly have no sense. And you actually offended Chairman Qin. Go back later and submit your resignation yourself." Zhou Rongfeng's expression was icy cold. "Mr. Zhou, it's all my fault. I was blind. Give me a chance." Wu De didn't want to lose his job. "Mr. Zhou, who is this?" Qin Ming inquired about Qin Feng's identity. Honestly speaking, he was also quite curious about Qin Feng's background. "Chairman Qin is the chairman of Ruihai Bank." Zhou Rongfeng introduced Qin Feng to Qin Ming. Upon hearing Zhou Rongfeng's words, Wu De and his wife's faces turned pale, their hearts shaken beyond measure. Who could have imagined that this young man's background was so extraordinary? He was actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. With Qin Feng's status, having them removed was merely a single word away. "Why aren't you leaving? Do I need to have someone throw you out?" Seeing those two, Zhou Rongfeng was filled with irritation. "Sorry." Wu De and his wife were filled with regret. But now nothing could be done. They sighed and left the shop. Having offended Qin Feng, they had now lost their jobs as well. What terrible luck. "Chairman Qin, you're also here for custom-made clothes?" Zhou Rongfeng asked. "No." Qin Feng shook his head. "Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. The 3 suits in Mr. Qin's hands were personally designed by Brioni's designer Tony." Qin Ming said with a bitter smile. Zhou Rongfeng felt astonished. Indeed worthy of Chairman Qin, even his custom-made clothes were from a top international brand. "I have something else to attend to. I'll be going now." Having received his clothes, Qin Feng was returning to school. "Chairman Qin, let me see you out." Zhou Rongfeng escorted Qin Feng to the parking lot. When Zhou Rongfeng saw Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Indeed, this was the life of the wealthy. Even the car he drove was a limited edition. Although Zhou Rongfeng had seen many sports cars, this was his first time seeing a hardtop Lamborghini Veneno. Not only was this car expensive, but reportedly there were only 4 in the entire world. Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to school. However, the moment the car stopped at the school gate, it caused a sensation. Holy crap, holy crap. What sports car is that? Looks like a Lamborghini the Veneno. Quick take a photo. Qin Feng was registering his car's information at the security office when many students gathered around. The students crowded around the Lamborghini Veneno, all pulling out their phones. Some were taking photos, some were recording videos. After completing the registration, Qin Feng pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, please move aside. Qin Feng got into the car without paying much attention and drove into the campus. Is that guy from our school? So handsome. Many female students were swooning. Some even went to the security booth to ask for Qin Feng's information. Qin Feng, of course, was unaware of all this. Because vehicles were not allowed in the teaching area, Qin Feng could only park the car in the school's parking lot. Qin Feng arrived at the classroom just as class was ending. Brother Feng, you're finally here. Qin Feng's 3 roommates, seeing him arrive, greeted him with smiles. Their faces were filled with admiration. The next class was a professional course, so the classroom was packed with students. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with somewhat strange expressions. They had learned from Kong Liang and others that Qin Feng was now a wealthy man. They'd heard he even drove a Lamborghini Veneno. Many classmates were skeptical about this. They thought Qin Feng's roommates were showing off. Brother Feng, the class monitor seems to want to find you. No sooner had the words fallen. A wave of fragrance swept in. Class monitor Lu Xinyao walked with light steps, arriving before Qin Feng. Qin Feng, where did you go yesterday? Class monitor Lu Xinyao wore a long blue skirt, her voice gentle. Her words carried deep concern. I went out to play. Qin Feng replied. I heard. You broke up with Zhao Yuding. Lu Xinyao gazed at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes, her heart filled with worry upon hearing of his breakup with Zhao Yuding. Especially since Qin Feng had been missing for an entire day yesterday. Qin Feng nodded and glanced at the class monitor Lu Xinyao. She was a stunning beauty with an exquisite oval face and delicate features. Her tall and slender figure, accentuated by the cyan dress, exuded an elegant aura. No wonder she was the campus belle of Binjiang University. Don't take it too hard. After all, there's still a long road ahead. The class monitor Lu Xinyao comforted. Monitor Brother Feng is heartbroken. You seem rather pleased. Kong Liang teased with a smile. Am I? Lu Xinyao shot Kong Liang a glare. The usually composed girl actually showed a hint of fluster. Everyone in the class had long noticed Lu Xinyao's secret crush on Qin Feng. But since Qin Feng had a girlfriend before, no one took it seriously. Now, however, Qin Feng was single again. Especially seeing how the class monitor Lu Xinyao doted on Qin Feng, the male classmates all cast envious glares at him, treating him as a rival. They couldn't understand why their goddess was so good to Qin Feng. Was it just because he was handsome? Yet Lu Xinyao didn't seem like the shallow type who only cared about looks. But somehow she had set her sights on Qin Feng. Monitor, are you alright? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was quietly observing Lu Xinyao. Because he had a girlfriend before, Qin Feng had never paid much attention to Lu Xinyao. But now, thinking back, her kindness toward him was indeed excessive. She would always prepare a meal for him during lunch and even lend him money when he was short. I'm fine. Class is starting. Let's talk at noon. Lu Xinyao cheeks flushed as she returned to her seat. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and walked to his own. Damn it. Li Xuanhao, watching from a distance, wore a dark expression. He furiously tore the book in his hands. He had gone to great lengths to win Lu Xinyao's heart, even switching majors to join her class. But Lu Xinyao had always ignored him. Seeing her so attentive to Qin Feng, Li Xuanhao was seething with rage. Young Master Li, should we give Qin Feng a warning? As a wealthy scion, Li Xuanhao's classmates could read his thoughts. Go ahead. Li Xuanhao stared coldly at Qin Feng's back. A warning might be good. After all, Qin Feng was just a poor boy. How could he be worthy of Lu Xinyao? Humph, a toad lusting after a swan. Alright. Shortly after Qin Feng sat down, someone tapped his shoulder. Qin Feng. Young Master Li asked me to pass you a message. Stay away from Lu Xinyao, or there will be serious consequences. After delivering the threat, Li Xuanhao's lackey left. Qin Feng turned around and met Li Xuanhao's provocative gaze. Idiot, he muttered under his breath, then looked away. Li Xuanhao couldn't hear what Qin Feng said, but from his lip movements he knew he was being cursed. Furious, he slammed the table. If not for the school setting, he would have beaten Qin Feng up. This guy was too arrogant. Qin Feng read for a while, then grew drowsy and soon fell asleep. Although it was class time, the teacher hadn't arrived. After a while, the class monitor Lu Xinyao received a notice that the teacher was unavailable. Hearing this, many students left the classroom. Some stayed to study, and Lu Xinyao was one of them. Lu Xinyao wanted to talk to Qin Feng, but seeing him sleeping like a log, she simply buried her head in her books. Xinyao, let me treat you to lunch. Li Xuanhao approached with a smile. No need. I'm not going out at noon. Lu Xinyao didn't even look up. Xinyao, with so many classmates watching, you have to give me some face. Li Xuanhao persisted shamelessly, but Lu Xinyao ignored him. Young Master Li, here's the guitar you wanted. Someone rushed into the classroom and handed a guitar to Li Xuanhao. He took it with a smile. Xinyao, I've been learning guitar recently. Let me play and sing for you. Lu Xinyao was annoyed. Li Xuanhao, that's enough. We still have to study. Li Xuanhao said nothing, sitting down nearby and fiddling with the guitar. Xinyao, I'll sing you I Can. Lu Xinyao was about to go crazy. She had clearly stated she wouldn't accept Li Xuanhao, but he kept pestering her. His shamelessness knew no bounds. Over there Li Xuanhao had started strumming and singing. Though his singing was mediocre, his lackeys cheered loudly. Young Master Li sings so beautifully. My ears are pregnant. Monitor, young Master Li is so devoted to you. Just go have dinner with him. Unable to bear his grating voice, Lu Xinyao covered her ears. Li Xuanhao continued to play and sing. Suddenly a book slammed heavily into Li Xuanhao's face. What's all this caterwauling? Qin Feng stood up expressionless. Don't you know it's extremely rude to disturb someone's sleep in class? Qin Feng was furious at being woken up by Li Xuanhao's noise. Li Xuanhao was usually arrogant and domineering, but this time Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. The classmates were all stunned by his action. The classroom fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng. He actually dared to hit Li Xuanhao with a book. Was he still dreaming? Li Xuanhao was also stunned for a moment from the hit. Then his eyes blazed with fury. Qin Feng had actually dared to throw a book at him in front of so many classmates. This was unbearable for Li Xuanhao. It was an outright humiliation. Qin Feng, you're asking for death. Li Xuanhao slammed the guitar to the ground. With a crack, all the strings snapped. The classmates were startled. Qin Feng had completely offended Li Xuanhao. Given Li Xuanhao's vengeful nature, how could he let this go? Qin Feng. Li Xuanhao stormed over, face full of fury. Young Master Li, don't be impulsive. This is school. Seeing Li Xuanhao about to throw a punch, other classmates rushed to mediate. Kong Liang, fearing Qin Feng would be at a disadvantage, stood by his side. Qin Feng, you actually dared to hit me. Li Xuanhao's face was red, veins bulging on his forehead. That wretched voice of yours. Are you trying to scare someone to death? Qin Feng said with a cold smile. The classmates all harbored some resentment toward Li Xuanhao. However, due to Li Xuanhao's background, no one dared to speak their mind. At this moment, the students in the classroom stood frozen in shock. They had assumed Qin Feng was simply not yet fully awake. Now it seemed he was determined to tear apart his relationship with Li Xuanhao completely. Qin Feng, you're just a wretched poor loser. How could someone like you possibly compete with me? Li Xuanhao ground his teeth together. He was not in a hurry to act. For this was the school, and should the matter escalate, it would bring him no good either. But the moment he left the school gates, he swore he would teach Qin Feng a lesson. Qin Feng. The class monitor Lu Xinyao approached Qin Feng, looking somewhat worried. Qin Feng had made an enemy of Li Xuanhao. His days ahead would surely be difficult. More likely than not, he would even be expelled. Qin Feng, young Master Li's uncle, is the director of admissions. You'd better hurry up and apologize to him. Someone advised Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng acted as if he heard nothing at all. For him to apologize to Li Xuanhao, that was simply out of the question. Qin Feng, if you don't want to be expelled, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me. Li Xuanhao's gaze was chillingly ominous. You're dreaming. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Fine, you have guts. I will make you regret this. Li Xuanhao took out his phone and stepped outside the classroom to make a call. After 5 or 6 minutes, a stern-looking middle-aged man arrived at the classroom. He had a potbelly, wore prescription glasses, and had a receding hairline. Who's Qin Feng? Li Jiaoyang was Li Xuanhao's uncle. Moreover, he was the director of admissions at Binjiang University. Hearing that his nephew had been bullied, Li Jiaoyang was furious. It's over. That's Li Xuanhao's uncle. It seems Qin Feng is about to be expelled. The students in the classroom admired Qin Feng's courage. After all, Qin Feng had done what they dared not do. But unfortunately, Li Xuanhao had powerful backing. I am. Qin Feng stood up without a trace of fear in his expression. Li Jiaoyang squinted his eyes, studying Qin Feng coldly as he spoke. Did you just hit someone? Is that correct? Come to my office. Lu Xinyao grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng, let me take you to Teacher Su. Lu Xinyao absolutely did not want to see Qin Feng expelled. It's fine, class monitor. Qin Feng simply smiled and followed Li Jiaoyang away. Binjiang University admissions office. Li Jiaoyang sat in his office chair. Standing before him were Qin Feng and Li Xuanhao. Qin Feng wore a calm expression. As for Li Xuanhao, his face still smoldered with rage as he glared at Qin Feng hatefully. Qin Feng, I'm giving you one last chance. If you apologize now, it's not too late. With his uncle present, Li Xuanhao felt utterly confident. Why should I apologize? Someone like you deserves to be hit. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You? Li Xuanhao was so angry he nearly exploded. Li Jiaoyang looked at Qin Feng and shook his head, saying, Young man, you're quite bold. It seems you haven't yet been tempered by the harsh realities of society. I hereby declare you are expelled. Qin Feng looked at Li Jiaoyang, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Do you even have the authority to expel me? Li Jiaoyang twirled the pen in his hand, saying, I indeed do not have that authority, but the leaders within this school still give me some face. The incident of Qin Feng throwing a book at Li Xuanhao could be considered either major or minor. Expulsion was certainly not necessary. But Li Jiaoyang wanted to help his nephew settle a score. Excellent. Qin Feng no longer wished to waste any time. He made a phone call to the president of Binjiang University. This is Qin Feng. I'm in the admissions office. President Han, he was stunned. Mr. Qin, why didn't you inform me in advance that you had arrived? Please wait, I'll be right there. Han, he did not possess much information about Qin Feng, but he did know that Qin Feng was currently a board director of Binjiang University. He put away his phone and rushed hastily toward the admissions office. Qin Feng, you're about to be expelled. Stop putting on these pretenses here. Li Xuanhao knew Qin Feng was merely a poor student. There was no way he could know anyone at the school. Li Jiaoyang had already investigated Qin Feng's background and knew he came from a rural village. That was why he had the confidence to expel him. But soon urgent footsteps echoed outside the office. Are you Mr. Qin? Han Yi arrived before Qin Feng, looking uncertain. It's me, Qin Feng replied. Han Yi was greatly shocked. He had never expected this newly appointed board director to be so young. Moreover, it appeared he was still a student at their university. Mr. Qin is truly a young talent. Han Yi smiled graciously in flattery. Upon seeing Han Yi treat a student with such reverence, both Li Jiaoyang and Li Xuanhao frowned deeply. President, who is this? Han Yi smiled as he introduced, he is our university's board director. What? How is that possible? Li Jiaoyang and Li Xuanhao exchanged glances, both refusing to believe it. President Qin Feng is just a student. How could he possibly be a board director? Li Jiaoyang shook his head, questioning this. Indeed, President. You must have made a mistake. Li Xuanhao echoed. Han Yi's expression turned grave. Who would have nothing better to do than impersonate a board director? Li Jiaoyang's face turned ghastly pale. He knew he had truly misjudged the situation this time. Having offended the board director of Binjiang University, the trouble was enormous. Mr. Qin. Board Director Qin, I apologize. I failed to recognize a true leader. Li Jiaoyang lowered his head, feeling a chill down his spine. Good heavens, an admissions director had dared to attempt expelling the board director. Wasn't this seeking death? Li Jiaoyang regretted it now. If only he had not gotten involved in his nephew's trivial matters. Now look what happened. He had offended Qin Feng, and his job might not be safe either. Weren't you just saying you would expel me, eh? Qin Feng's face wore a mocking smile. Board Director Qin, I wouldn't dare. Li Jiaoyang's speech had become faltering. Qin Feng, I slapped. Li Xuanhao was also terrified. Just as he was about to apologize to Qin Feng, he was directly slapped across the face by Qin Feng. Do you still need me to kneel down and apologize to you? Li Xuanhao covered his burning red cheek. Only fear remained in his heart. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed your sleep. You are magnanimous. Please don't stoop to my level. Qin Feng had long grown tired of looking at Li Xuanhao. He slapped Li Xuanhao once more and turned around. President Han, I don't want to see these people at the school from now on. Han Yi nodded. Mr. Qin, I understand what you mean. Board Director Qin, please give us a chance. Li Jiaoyang pleaded desperately. Qin Feng, don't expel us. Li Xuanhao was equally in a panic. Yet Qin Feng paid them no attention and walked out of the admissions office. After handling the matter, Qin Feng went to the principal's office for a while. After listening to Han Yi's report on the work, Qin Feng finally returned to the classroom. Qin Feng, are you alright? As soon as he returned, the class monitor Lu Xinyao hurried over with a worried expression. Then Qin Feng's 3 roommates also came over. I'm fine. Qin Feng just shook his head with a smile. Didn't Li Xuanhao's uncle expel you? Lu Xinyao was puzzled. Logically, Li Jiaoyang would definitely help his own nephew. Yet Qin Feng said he was fine. That was very strange. Qin Feng shook his head and said no. His uncle is quite reasonable. Lu Xinyao was speechless. Reasonable. At Binjiang University, who didn't know Li Jiaoyang's bad temper? Feng, what about Li Xuanhao? Kong Liang asked. He has recognized his mistake and voluntarily requested to withdraw from school. Everyone exchanged glances. Could it be that Li Xuanhao had indeed found his conscience? It's good that you're fine. Lu Xinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Feng, you said yesterday you'd treat us to dinner. Don't forget. Kong Liang reminded. It's arranged. Class monitor, would you like to join? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao originally hadn't planned to go out. Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment. Then let's go together. But Qin Feng, let me treat you. Lu Xinyao came from a well-off family. Besides, she knew Qin Feng didn't have much money now. It would be embarrassing for Qin Feng to treat. Kong Liang laughed from the side. Monitor, now Feng is a rich man. Don't compete with him. Lu Xinyao thought Kong Liang was joking. After all, Qin Feng had been working part-time just a while ago. Even if Qin Feng had money, it probably wasn't much. Let's go. Qin Feng didn't explain. Kong Liang said, Feng, you go with the monitor first. We'll catch up. Qin Feng said nothing and took Lu Xinyao out of the classroom. The two walked side by side toward the school parking lot. Qin Feng, where are we going to eat? I'll call a car. Lu Xinyao took out her phone and opened a ride-hailing app. No need, monitor. I have a car. Qin Feng smiled. What car did you buy? Lu Xinyao was very curious. Qin Feng kept her in suspense. You'll know in a moment. Qin Feng, don't call me monitor anymore. Just call me Xinyao. The two had been classmates since middle school and back then they sat one behind the other. Although they were separated in high school, they were still in the same school. In fact, they had known each other for nearly 10 years. It's all the same. It's different. Lu Xinyao retorted. Seeing her stubbornness, Qin Feng found it amusing. Xinyao, are you going out too? A thin-faced male student caught up from behind and asked Lu Xinyao. Oh, I'm going out to eat. Lu Xinyao glanced at the guy and said, what a coincidence, I'm going out too. Let me give you a ride. Su Mu tried to ingratiate himself with Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao was the campus belle of Binjiang University with many suitors. Su Mu was one of them. No need, Qin Feng has a car. Lu Xinyao refused. Su Mu frowned. As a student in the same department, he naturally knew about Qin Feng's family background. Qin Feng bought a car too. What brand of bicycle? Sumu asked maliciously. Qin Feng caught the jealousy in Sumu's words and was speechless. Just a cheap car, Qin Feng said casually. Sumu sneered inwardly. And you still have the nerve to take Xinyao out. Xinyao, I just bought an Accord. It's only about 200,000. Let me take you for a spin, Sumu said proudly. Although he couldn't compare with the rich second-generation kids on campus, having a car worth over 200,000 was already quite good. No thanks. Lu Xinyao shook her head again. Sumu was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Lu Xinyao walking so close to Qin Feng, he was displeased. Then I'll go check out Qin Feng's cheap car too. Sumu followed behind Lu Xinyao, planning to mock Qin Feng later. Seeing Qin Feng silent, Lu Xinyao thought he was discouraged. Lu Xinyao pondered for a moment and encouraged him. Qin Feng, you're actually very good too. Work hard and believe in yourself. Lu Xinyao was quite good at comforting people. She chattered on and on beside Qin Feng. Monitor, I understand all the principles. Get in the car first. Qin Feng led Lu Xinyao to the Lamborghini Veneno and took out the key. Lu Xinyao nodded and was about to open the door. Wait, how do you open this door? Lu Xinyao was a bit confused. She looked again and saw that the car in front was a luxury sports car. Lu Xinyao was completely stunned. Qin Feng, is this car yours? She stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Her face was full of incredulity. Although she didn't usually follow sports cars, she could tell from the cool body of the Lamborghini Veneno that this car was definitely not cheap. Not far away, Sumu was also dumbfounded. He had come to mock Qin Feng, but this limited edition Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions was called a cheap car. Sumu began to doubt his life. If this was a cheap car, then what was his car? A pile of scrap metal. Sumu was extremely embarrassed and wished he could crawl into a hole. Seeing that no one was around, Sumu quickly slipped away. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. Lu Xinyao got into the car still in shock. She couldn't figure out how Qin Feng ended up driving such a luxurious car. As far as she knew, Qin Feng had always been frugal. Monitor, hold on tight. Qin Feng reminded her and drove out of the parking lot. It wasn't until they were out of the school gate that Lu Xinyao came to her senses. Qin Feng, is this car really yours? Lu Xinyao asked again. Of course. Lu Xinyao found it hard to believe looking at the lavish interior of the Lamborghini Veneno. Then it must be very expensive, right? Not really, just a few tens of millions. Lu Xinyao gave a bitter smile. A few tens of millions and not expensive. Qin Feng, how did you? Lu Xinyao wanted to ask how he had become a tycoon, but in the end she didn't voice it. Qin Feng understood her doubts and explained, I went into business with a friend earlier and made some money. Lu Xinyao was half believing but didn't ask further. Now it was her turn to feel discouraged. Lu Xinyao was in low spirits. She felt that the gap between her and Qin Feng had suddenly widened. Half an hour later they arrived at Yuan restaurant. Shortly after they entered, Qin Feng's 3 roommates also arrived. Did you already know about Qin Feng? Lu Xinyao asked Kong Liang. Monitor, we only found out yesterday. If we hadn't run into him at the Patek Philippe boutique, Feng probably would have kept it from us until graduation. Kong Liang gave a wry smile. Alright, my fault. Let us feast to our heart's content today. I am treating. Qin Feng ordered quite an array of dishes. Soon the meals arrived one after another. Brother Feng, we shall not hold ourselves back. Beholding the table laden with exquisite delicacies, the 3 roommates could resist no longer and fell upon the food with ravenous appetite. Class monitor Lu Xinyao remained considerably more composed, for this was hardly her first encounter with such an extravagant lunch. As the group dined, a restaurant server brought forth a bottle of red wine and set it upon the table. Qin Feng, did you order this? Lu Xinyao paused, turning her gaze toward him. She recognized it as a bottle of La Tach from Domaine de la Romanicani vintage 1996, valued at roughly 50,000 yuan. A single bottle of this wine alone exceeded the cost of all the dishes they had ordered. Qin Feng shook his head. Miss, I believe there has been a mistake. The server explained, Mr. Qin, this is a gift from our owner. Brother Feng, you know the owner of Yuan restaurant? Kong Liang asked curiously. Qin Feng smiled. In a manner of speaking. The day before yesterday, Qin Feng had dined here with Zhou Rongfeng, and the restaurant's owner had learned of his identity. So this time he had sent a bottle of red wine. This wine looks extraordinarily expensive. The label reads, La Tach. Good heavens, Brother Feng, that wine must be worth a fortune. The 3 roommates were utterly stunned, staring blankly at Qin Feng. They had of course heard of the name La Tach. Lu Xinyao smiled helplessly. Around 50,000. No way. A single bottle of red wine costing 50,000 yuan. Astonishment flashed across the faces of the 3 roommates once more. Qin Feng smiled and instructed the server to open the wine. Please convey my thanks to your boss on my behalf. Yes, Mr. Qin. The server poured wine for everyone. Do sample a little, all of you. I will be driving shortly, so I shall abstain, Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, such precious wine. If you will not drink it, how could we bring ourselves to? Kong Liang remarked. Qin Feng replied, it is of no consequence. The wine is now open, it would be a waste not to drink it. Then we shall gladly benefit from your generosity, Brother Feng. Qin Feng's 3 roommates and Lu Xinyao each took a glass. It was plainly visible that the 3 roommates' hands trembled faintly. Such costly wine. 1 glass and thousands of yuan vanished into thin air. Qin Feng's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and found 3 messages from real estate agencies. Mr. Qin, this is Xiaoyu from Tianfu Real Estate. Regarding the rental of your 2 buildings, let us discuss the specific arrangements. Regarding the commission, we will offer you our most favorable terms. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, there is no need to negotiate. Simply bring the contract over. The 2 buildings comprised a total of 120 units. Qin Feng certainly had no intention of residing in them all. It would be far more practical to lease them out. As for the commission charged by the agency, Qin Feng was well informed. The preferential terms offered by Tianfu Real Estate were indeed the most generous. Understood, Mr. Qin. I shall come to you immediately. Thereupon Qin Feng sent Xiaoyu a location pin. Qin Feng finished his meal rather quickly. Turning his gaze to Lu Xinyao, he noticed her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Though she had consumed merely 1 glass of red wine, she could hardly tolerate alcohol. Before long, the 3 roommates had also nearly finished eating. They slumped half-reclined in their chairs, unable to muster the will to move. It was the first time in their lives they had ever eaten to such satiation. Brother Feng, shall we return? Kong Liang inquired. No hurry, let us rest for a while. Observing that Lu Xinyao was beginning to show signs of intoxication, Qin Feng poured her a glass of beverage. Xinyao, are you quite all right? Lu Xinyao shook her head and said, nothing serious. She rarely drank alcohol and thus felt a slight dizziness. After a few minutes, Xiaoyu from Tianfu Real Estate arrived with the contract in hand. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu approached Qin Feng with deferential respect. Qin Feng nodded and asked, have you brought the contract? Here it is, Mr. Qin, please review it. Xiaoyu carefully extended the contract toward Qin Feng. Brother Feng, what grand business are you conducting? Not only the 3 roommates, but even Lu Xinyao displayed keen curiosity. Nothing noteworthy. I merely have 2 buildings that I wish to entrust to a real estate agency for rental. Qin Feng spoke nonchalantly, as though discussing the most commonplace of matters. 2 buildings. The 3 roommates were dumbfounded. They crowded around to examine the document, and discovered that Qin Feng's 2 buildings were situated in Xingqing residential compound. Goodness, property prices in that area amounted to over 100,000 yuan per square meter. By calculation, Qin Feng's 2 buildings were worth nearly 2 billion yuan. The figure was absolutely terrifying. Class monitor Lu Xinyao likewise sat with her crimson lips slightly parted. After all, today Qin Feng had bestowed upon her an extraordinary number of surprises. First the luxurious sports car, and now 2 buildings. Lu Xinyao dared not let her thoughts wander further. Just how many secrets did this Qin Feng conceal? Qin Feng casually perused the contract, found no irregularities, and proceeded to sign his name upon it. Please come by later this evening to collect the keys to the properties. Very well, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu departed with the contract in hand. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the others made their way back to school. Lu Xinyao sat within the Lamborghini Veneno, growing increasingly drowsy. Xinyao, you would do well to drink more water, Qin Feng advised. Lu Xinyao replied, no need. I shall simply sleep upon returning. As the Lamborghini Veneno drew up to the school gate, the campus security guard stood at rigid attention and rendered a formal salute. They had already been informed by Principal Han E that the occupant of the vehicle was a member of the school's board of directors. Upon sighting the license plate, D 8888, they were to exercise utmost diligence. They must never fall afoul of the board members' displeasure. As the car entered the campus, predictably, it once again drew the attention of passing students. That is the Lamborghini Veneno. It has appeared once more. Driving a vehicle this extravagant, one can only wonder which prodigal heir is behind the wheel. The passing students buzzed with murmured speculation. Qin Feng paid them no mind and glanced at Lu Xinyao seated in the passenger seat. Xinyao, let me drive you to the dormitory. There is no need. Vehicles are not permitted in that area. It would not do to receive complaints. The areas near the teaching buildings and dormitories teemed with students, and car accidents had occurred there previously. The school had subsequently issued a firm prohibition. Consequently, all vehicular traffic was restricted to designated zones within the campus. Qin Feng smiled and deposited Lu Xinyao at the parking lot. Rest well upon your return, Qin Feng said. Lu Xinyao gave a gentle nod, her lips parting as though to speak, yet she remained silent. With all afternoon classes being electives, Qin Feng also intended to return. Until tomorrow then. Lu Xinyao waved to Qin Feng and walked back toward the dormitory on foot. Qin Feng recollected something and returned to his own dormitory to retrieve that battered computer. The computer held little monetary value, but it contained a considerable amount of study materials that Qin Feng had treasured for years. That evening, Qin Feng transferred another 100,000 yuan to his younger sister Qin Yutong. Night fell deep and profound. Time swept forward with great swiftness. The following day arrived. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 180 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Yalongshan Manor in Sanhai City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Ducati Superleggera V4. A manor. Qin Feng was stunned. The system seemed to be forcing him to move. He retrieved the property deed of the manor. He couldn't wait to see the manor that belonged to him. The Ducati Superleggera V4, a motorcycle limited to 500 units worldwide. Every component was hand-assembled, and the entire vehicle was equipped with a plethora of cutting-edge technology. It was worth 1.5 million Chinese yuan. Just like the Lamborghini Veneno he had drawn, the system had handled all the paperwork for Qin Feng. In other words, he could ride it on the road immediately. The Ducati Superleggera V4 has been delivered to the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to retrieve it. He wanted to check out the manor first. He contacted the manor's butler. After breakfast, he set off in the Lamborghini Veneno. The Yalongshan Manor was located in the northern part of Shanghai City. Built against the mountain, it was near two scenic spots boasting picturesque landscapes. Before Qin Feng even reached the manor, he could see the main villa from afar. The main villa was designed in a European style flanked by several smaller villas. From a distance, they looked like stars clustering around the moon. Qin Feng drove up to the manor gate and stopped. At that moment, the manor's dozen or so servants were lined up in 2 rows at the entrance waiting to greet him. Standing at the forefront was a beautiful woman in a professional short suit. She was about 1.75 meters tall with fair skin and a perfectly oval face. Beneath her shapely long legs were a pair of crystal high heels, making her figure appear even more slender. The butler Su Jiaying was a stunningly beautiful woman of the type that grew on you, especially with a pair of glasses that added an air of elegance. Su Jiaying walked to the side of the Lamborghini Veneno and bent down. "You must be Mr. Qin." She found it hard to believe because he looked so young. To be honest, Su Jiaying had been working as a butler here for a year, but she had never seen the manor's owner. Qin Feng looked her over and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the butler here. My name is Su Jiaying." She introduced herself nervously. In Su Jiaying's speculation, the manor owner should have been an old man or at least someone of a certain age. She never expected it to be a young man in his early 20s. To own such a vast manor, my goodness, what exactly was Mr. Qin's identity? Su Jiaying was intensely curious. "Take me for a walk inside," Qin Feng said. "Sure, I'll drive ahead to lead the way." Even though they were already at the manor gate, it would still take 5 or 6 minutes to walk from there to the main villa. If one wanted to stroll through the entire manor, it would take at least 2 hours. "Get in my car," Qin Feng said. "Is that okay?" Su Jiaying seemed a bit hesitant. "It's fine." She nodded lightly and sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng drove into the manor. Upon entering the gate, he could see a circular pool. In the center of the pool stood a tall statue surrounded by fountains. A gentle breeze blew, causing mist to drift. Both sides of the road were lined with various flowers, plants, and trees, their fragrance wafting in the air. Qin Feng drove slowly, listening to the butler Su Jiaying's introduction while admiring the scenery. Before long, they arrived at the main villa. It looked very grand. Continuing along the road, they came to a swimming pool. Behind the main villa were a garden and a rockery. Further back lay a golf course that stretched as far as the eye could see. Half an hour had passed by the time Qin Feng had toured the entire manor. Driving the car into the manor's garage, Qin Feng discovered 5 other vehicles parked there. 4 Autos and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The manor awarded by the system was truly impressive. But then again, the manor was so huge that without equipped cars, it would be inconvenient for the servants to enter and leave. "This Rolls-Royce Phantom has been parked here all along. No one drives it except for maintenance," Su Jiaying explained. Qin Feng said nothing and followed Su Jiaying into the main villa. The main villa's hall was very spacious. Whether it was the furniture, the crystal chandelier, or the murals, everything exuded an overwhelming sense of luxury. Next, Qin Feng took a walk around the main villa. He sat on the sofa in the hall looking at a bill in his hand. It was the manor's daily expenses. Maintaining such a large manor naturally incurred significant costs. Qin Feng merely glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Suddenly something occurred to him. He had a company now and a manor, but Qin Feng felt something was missing. Right, it was bodyguards. "I need you to do something for me," he said to Su Jiaying. "Hire some bodyguards." Given Qin Feng's current status, it was indeed inappropriate not to have bodyguards by his side. "Certainly, Mr. Qin," Su Jiaying nodded. "By the way, Mr. Qin, the funds in the manor's account are only enough to cover 2 more months. Qin Feng didn't think twice. He took out his phone and transferred 50 million yuan to Su Jiaying. "Come to me when it runs out." Seeing the 50 million yuan transfer, Su Jiaying was taken aback. "Mr. Qin, would you like to have lunch at the manor today? I need to inform the chef in advance." Qin Feng shook his head. "Not today, but I will move in tonight." Su Jiaying said, "Then I'll go attend to my duties now. If anything comes up, Mr. Qin, you can call me." With that, she left the hall. Originally, there was a professional course this morning, but Qin Feng couldn't make it, so he simply chose to skip class. He spent the morning at the manor and went out for lunch at noon. Qin Feng wanted a change of taste, so he went to a Western restaurant. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" the waiter asked. "No, give me a private room." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Qin Feng followed the waiter, but before he had taken 2 steps, he ran into an acquaintance. It was Li Xuanhao. At that moment, Li Xuanhao also noticed Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng, a look of fear appeared on Li Xuanhao's face. At the same time, there was a hint of resentment in his heart. Yesterday at school, not only had Qin Feng slapped him twice, but Principal Han, he had also expelled him. The more Li Xuanhao thought about it, the angrier he became. However, given Qin Feng's status, Li Xuanhao dared not show it. Qin Feng merely cast a faint glance at Li Xuanhao, paying him no further heed. With that, Qin Feng entered the private room. "Xuanhao, what's wrong?" Behind Li Xuanhao stood a man in a gray suit, slightly older than Li Xuanhao, with his hands in his pockets and a cold, stern expression on his face. He noticed the change in Li Xuanhao's expression. "Cousin, I got expelled from school yesterday. It was all that guy's fault just now." Li Xuanhao clenched his fists, speaking with resentment. Oh, Qin Jipeng showed curiosity. Someone actually dares to bully my cousin. What's his background? Qin Jipeng asked. Li Xuanhao shook his head and said, all I know is that he's a board member of Binjiang University. He had thought Qin Feng was just a penniless nobody. But after yesterday's events, Li Xuanhao no longer dared to underestimate him. A board member? Qin Jipeng sneered disdainfully. Xuanhao, how can a mere board member scare you like this? Watch me. I'll get even for you today no matter what. Li Xuanhao's heart leaped with joy. Thank you, cousin. His cousin was quite capable. Although a rich second-generation heir, he had already started his own company. With his cousin stepping in, Qin Feng would be in for a rough time today. I'll call a few people. Just wait for the show. Li Xuanhao nodded and grinned smugly. Qin Feng entered the private room, ordered some food. Just then Su Jiaying called him. Mr. Qin, I just went to the security company. I've selected 12 bodyguards. I'll bring them to meet you. The final decision on whether to hire them is yours to make. Qin Feng said nothing and immediately sent Su Jiaying his location. 10 minutes passed. Qin Feng was eating a steak when the door to the private room was knocked. Mr. Qin, I'm here. The voice was soft, tinged with deference. It was Su Jiaying. Come in. Su Jiaying pushed open the door and entered, followed by 3 tall, imposing bodyguards. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying approached Qin Feng and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards placed their hands at their sides and bowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up and appraised the 3 bodyguards. They were robust with sharp eyes, clearly professionally trained. Su Jiaying said the remaining 9 bodyguards are waiting in the parking lot. What are you skilled in? Qin Feng pointed at the man on the far right. Mr. Qin, I've trained in grappling, taekwondo, muay thai. The bodyguard replied. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. You're hired. 1 month probation. If you're suitable, you'll stay on. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards replied in unison, their voices booming. Mr. Qin, I won't disturb your meal for now. Su Jiaying was about to leave with the 3 bodyguards when the door was kicked open. Qin Feng let settle yesterday's score. Li Xuanhao entered the room, first his expression dark. But when he saw the 3 burly men inside, he was taken aback. This wasn't what he had expected. Why were there other people in the room? Behind Li Xuanhao, Qin Jipeng entered with 6 young men. Qin Jipeng had his hands in his pockets, a mocking smile on his face. He didn't think much of the 3 bodyguards in the room. I'm only here for Qin Feng today. All irrelevant people leave now. Qin Jipeng said coldly. Emboldened by his cousin's support, Li Xuanhao regained his confidence. Qin Feng, you got me expelled. Today you'll pay. Li Xuanhao pointed at Qin Feng, his face twisted with rage. Yet Qin Feng merely raised his head, gave Li Xuanhao a faint glance, and continued eating the steak on his plate, as if Li Xuanhao didn't exist. You're quite arrogant. Attack. Qin Jipeng couldn't stand it anymore. He had brought several men, yet Qin Feng completely ignored them. This infuriated Qin Jipeng. He was determined to avenge his cousin today. Stop. The 3 bodyguards stood in a row blocking Qin Jipeng and his men. The 3 bodyguards were tall and robust, standing like a wall. Don't meddle in other people's business. Qin Jipeng warned again. He had no idea that these 3 were Qin Feng's bodyguards. The bodyguards didn't step aside or say a word. They were waiting for Qin Feng's command. Time to prove your worth. Beat them up. This month each of you gets a bonus of 20,000. Qin Feng's tone was calm. Yesterday he had already let Li Xuanhao off lightly. Who would have thought this fellow would still court death? Since that was the case, Qin Feng decided to teach him a painful lesson. A bonus of 20,000. A smile crept across the faces of the 3 bodyguards, their eyes gleaming. In their eyes, Li Xuanhao had become a source of money. What were they waiting for? Attack. The private room echoed with screams. Fearing trouble, Su Jiaying made a call and summoned the 9 bodyguards from the parking lot. All 6 men Qin Jipeng had brought were ordinary people, no match for Qin Feng's bodyguards. In less than a minute, Qin Jipeng and his crew lay on the floor groaning in pain. Mr. Qin, these 3 are too strong. We can't beat them. Qin Jipeng's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be defeated by Qin Feng today. How dare you disturb Mr. Qin's meal? You're asking for death. The task complete, the 3 bodyguards respectfully stepped aside. Qin Jipeng had taken 2 punches to the abdomen and was in excruciating pain. He staggered to his feet. You actually had someone beat me. Qin Jipeng's lips twitched, his fury blazing. Cousin. A wise man knows when to retreat. Let's get out of here first. Li Xuanhao was terrified. He had never imagined that Qin Feng would have 3 such formidable bodyguards. How could they possibly win? Just you wait. I won't let this go. Qin Jipeng left a threatening remark, turned around, and was about to leave. But the scene outside the door left them dumbfounded. 9 burly men in suits stood at the entrance. Indeed, they were also Qin Feng's bodyguards. Qin Jipeng and his men froze, their scalps tingling. Did I say you could leave? As Qin Feng uttered these words, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Li Xuanhao trembled in fear. He finally realized he had provoked a terrifying figure. The 6 men Qin Jipeng had brought also turned pale, shivering uncontrollably. Is he really just a board member of Binjiang University? Qin Jipeng demanded, angrily glaring at Li Xuanhao. See, cousin, I don't know either. If Qin Feng were merely a school board member, he wouldn't have brought so many bodyguards when going out. Thus Li Xuanhao was utterly bewildered. Qin Jiping was also furious, regretting that he hadn't investigated Qin Feng's identity earlier. Now they were in a dilemma. With over a dozen bodyguards on the other side, even leaving today would be a major problem. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Li Xuanhao was the first to relent. By now the sweat had soaked through the back of his shirt. Instead of teaching Qin Feng a lesson, he had ended up being beaten himself. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Qin Feng shook his head, his voice icy. Don't you think it's a bit late to apologize now, eh? Intimidated by Qin Feng's cold stare, Li Xuanhao dropped directly to his knees. Qin Feng, I was wrong. Li Xuanhao lowered his head, his voice trembling. In contrast, Qin Jiping appeared quite defiant. You had someone beat me. You'll regret this. Qin Jiping pointed at Qin Feng, his face alternating between pale and flushed, seething with rage. Sorry, I don't do things I regret. I only make others regret their actions. Qin Feng smiled calmly, his demeanor composed. I'll have you know my father is Qin Mingsong, the chairman of Hongwang Loan Company. He has many connections in Shanghai City. Qin Jiping invoked his father's name, hoping to intimidate Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained utterly unruffled. A loan company? Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and said, Fine, I'll give you a chance to call for reinforcements. Go ahead and summon your father. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. Were people from loan companies really this arrogant these days? Just you wait. Qin Jiping gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone to make a call. Qin Mingsong was dining at the same restaurant and was furious to hear that his son had been beaten. Who was so bold as to lay a hand on his son? Son, wait for me, I'm on my way. Qin Mingsong put away his phone and stormed toward Qin Feng's private room. But when he reached the doorway, his mind went blank. At the entrance stood 9 tall, muscular men. Good heavens, who was putting on such a grand display? Qin Mingsong thought he might have come to the wrong place and peeked inside. Yes, his son Qin Jiping was indeed inside. Qin Mingsong's first reaction was that his son had provoked someone important. In an instant, Qin Mingsong's face turned deathly pale. After a moment of deliberation, he still stepped into the private room with heavy strides. Dad, you're finally here. Qin Jiping felt a surge of relief at his father's arrival. Qin Mingsong was burning with anger and wanted to give his son a few hard slaps. The other party had so many bodyguards, clearly a big shot. Yet his son had gone and provoked him. Ignoring his son, Qin Mingsong looked at Qin Feng, who was still eating. My friend, I am Qin Mingsong, chairman of Hongwang Loan Company. May I ask what my son did to offend you? Qin Feng didn't even glance at Qin Mingsong and said indifferently, Your son came looking for trouble with his men. Tell me, shouldn't he be beaten? Qin Mingsong frowned. Friend, since my son has already been beaten, why not do me a favor and let this matter rest? What do you say? Qin Mingsong wasn't foolish, but without knowing the other's identity, he dared not offend Qin Feng. A mere chairman of a small loan company. How dare you ask me for face? Qin Feng suddenly fixed his gaze on Qin Mingsong, his expression turning cold. Who exactly are you? Qin Mingsong began to panic. Qin Feng, chairman of Ruihai Bank. Qin Feng's tone was calm, but to Qin Mingsong it struck like a thunderbolt. What? Qin Mingsong was so terrified that his legs went weak and he nearly fell to his knees. His own son had provoked the chairman of Ruihai Bank. This was the end. Qin Mingsong's face was ashen. Though he had many connections in Shanghai City, now that they had offended Qin Feng, no one could help him. Su Jiaying was also stunned. She had been guessing Qin Feng's identity, but never imagined that her boss was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Good heavens, that was a bank valued at hundreds of billions. Su Jiaying covered her rosy lips with her hands, staring blankly at her boss. Li Xuanhao, who was already kneeling, nearly wet himself upon hearing Qin Feng's identity. He had provoked Qin Feng twice. Now what? How could he ever make amends? Qin Feng, spare me. Li Xuanhao's body trembled uncontrollably and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Drag him out and break both his arms first. Then have his parents come to pick him up. Qin Feng pointed at Li Xuanhao. This time, he was truly enraged. Qin Feng, no. Please. Li Xuanhao begged on the ground. Soon he was dragged out by Qin Feng's bodyguards. The private room fell into a deathly silence. Even the 6 men Qin Jiping had brought were trembling with fear. They kept their heads down, waiting for Qin Feng's judgment. Impossible. Dad, don't be fooled by him. There's no way he's the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Qin Jiping's face was livid. He refused to believe Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng was just a young man in his early 20s. How could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Slap. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Jiping received a stinging slap from Qin Mingsong. Shut up. Qin Mingsong was infuriated by his son's stupidity. The Qin Feng before them was someone they simply could not afford to offend. Yet Qin Jiping still dared to speak insolently. Wasn't that asking for death? Qin Jiping held his swollen cheek fists clenched tightly. Rage and resentment burned in his heart. He cursed his father for not being powerful enough. If only his father were more formidable, he wouldn't have to fear Qin Feng. Apologize to Chairman Qin. Qin Mingsong roared. Never. Qin Jiping said, each word dripping with defiance. He was quite proud. You? Qin Mingsong felt like he was about to die of anger. If this continued, even he might be implicated. Still not convinced. Then drag him out and beat him some more. Qin Feng waved his hand. The bodyguards understood and immediately hauled Qin Jiping out. Soon another round of screams echoed from outside. Chairman Qin, please be magnanimous. Spare us. Shun Mengsung's brow was furrowed as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Since you don't know how to discipline your son, I'll teach him a lesson. You can take him back when he finally admits defeat. Qin Feng continued, paying no heed to the sounds of beating from outside the room. Shun Mengsong dared not say another word and waited anxiously. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Feng finished his meal. Mr. Qin Jipeng has surrendered. Qin Feng took a napkin and wiped his mouth. Let's go take a look. He stood up and walked out of the private room. In the corridor, Qin Jipeng lay battered and bruised, barely able to stand. Mr. Qin, I'm wrong. Please, no more beating. Fear flickered in Qin Jipeng's eyes. He was truly terrified of being hit again. If there had been a trace of pride in him at the beginning, it had now vanished without a trace. What remained in the depths of Qin Jipeng's heart was nothing but endless regret. If only he had not stood up for his cousin in the first place. Stunned, witnessing his son beaten so badly, Qin Mengsong's heart ached with pain. But what could they do? Now they had offended the chairman of the Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng. Don't let me see you again. Qin Feng coldly glanced at Qin Jipeng, left those words, and departed with his security team. Elsewhere, Li Xuanhao had both arms broken. Shortly after Qin Feng left the restaurant, Li Xuanhao's parents arrived. Seeing their son beaten so severely, they were filled with rage. Son, who did this to you? Just tell us, and we'll get revenge for you. Li Xuanhao's parents shouted furiously. Dad, Mom, please don't ask. Let's go to the hospital. I deserve this beating. Beads of sweat stippled Li Xuanhao's face. His eyes were full of fear and anxiety. How could he possibly seek trouble with Qin Feng? No, this matter cannot just end like this. Li Xuanhao's body trembled like a sieve as he cried out. Dad, the other party is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. We cannot afford to offend him. Li Xuanhao's parents' expressions shifted, and soon fury blazed in their eyes. What, you unfilial wretch? You actually provoked the chairman of Ruihai Bank. I'll break both your legs. Following this, the screams continued unabated. In the evening, Qin Feng arrived at Xingqing residential area. He had come to pick up some clothes. Wait for me at the gate. After instructing his security team, Qin Feng entered the community alone. What a coincidence. Not far from the entrance, Qin Feng encountered a familiar face. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Su Shihan noticed Qin Feng and paused slightly. Teacher, what a coincidence. Qin Feng smiled and walked over to Su Shihan. Today she was wearing a white shirt, looking dignified and elegant. She was Qin Feng's teacher and also a great beauty. For her specialized courses, hardly any students would skip class. In fact, male students from other majors would even come to attend her lectures. This alone spoke volumes about Su Shihan's charm. Qin Feng, what's been going on with you these past 2 days? You've been skipping class constantly. At this rate, do you still want to graduate? Su Shihan interrogated him sternly. She had a deep impression of Qin Feng. First, because he was diligent in his studies, and second, because Qin Feng was also handsome. Teacher, as long as you have lessons in your heart. Skipping class nowhere means you haven't learned, Qin Feng said with a smile. In normal circumstances, Qin Feng would never have dared to tease his teacher like this. However, after obtaining the system, Qin Feng had grown bolder. Su Shihan was somewhat upset. Qin Feng, if you don't study hard, how will you find a good job in the future? Su Shihan was aware of Qin Feng's family circumstances. Moreover, since Qin Feng was a promising talent, she spoke to him out of genuine concern. Qin Feng smiled without speaking. In truth, he now wished to be nothing more than a carefree drifter. I have something to attend to now. Come to my office tomorrow. We'll have a proper talk. Seeing Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude, Su Shihan could only shake her head helplessly. She felt that Qin Feng had changed. Teacher, I'll be going then. Before Qin Feng could take more than a few steps, he was called back by Su Shihan. He turned around to find her gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Su Shihan looked at her phone, then at Qin Feng. In her heart, waves were crashing violently. Su Shihan had a friend who worked at a real estate agency. She had learned that 2 buildings in Xingqing residential area were available for rent, so she came to take a look. If she could bypass the agency, she could save a considerable amount of money. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the phone number her friend had just sent her belonged to Qin Feng. Teacher, what's wrong? Qin Feng was completely puzzled. Don't speak yet. Su Shihan, not quite daring to believe it, dialed the number displayed on her phone. After a moment, Qin Feng's phone also rang. Teacher, what are you doing? Qin Feng took out his phone, utterly confused. At this moment, Su Shihan stared at Qin Feng in stunned disbelief. Qin Feng, do you own 2 buildings here? Su Shihan's expression was peculiar. Qin Feng nodded, his expression calm. Upon seeing Qin Feng nod, Su Shihan was rendered speechless. How could she have ever imagined that Qin Feng, who always seemed financially strained, actually owned 2 buildings? Good heavens, do wealthy people these days enjoy being so low-key? Teacher, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Shihan came to her senses, realizing she had just made a scene. Qin Feng, I want to rent an apartment from you. Su Shihan explained her purpose. She planned to share a place with 2 close friends, otherwise with her salary alone, she could never afford the rent. After all, housing prices in Shanghai City were prohibitively high. Qin Feng said nothing more and led Su Shihan toward the apartment where he lived. Throughout the walk, Su Shihan remained silent. At school she was a teacher, but here she was merely a tenant. Especially since Su Shihan was still in a dazed state. Upon reaching the living room, Qin Feng handed Su Shihan several sets of keys. Teacher, feel free to take a look around. Whichever apartment you like, just let me know. Su Shihan took the keys and nodded. And the rent? Qin Feng said casually, it doesn't matter. Just give me whatever you think is fair. With that, Qin Feng went to pack his clothes. Are you leaving again? Su Shahan asked curiously. Oh, I don't live here anymore. Su Shahan did not pursue the question further and went to inspect the apartments. Just as Qin Feng finished packing, he received a phone call. Mr. Qin, are you home? I have a contract here that requires your signature to take effect. The call was from the general manager of Ruihai Bank. I'm here. All right, I'm at the entrance of Xingqing residential area. I'm coming in now. Qin Feng waited in the living room for 2 or 3 minutes before Su Shahan returned. Su Shahan had chosen an apartment on the 15th floor. Since all units were new, there wasn't much to deliberate about. A short while later, Zhou Rongfeng arrived as well. Mr. Qin. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Rongfeng respectfully presented a contract. Upon seeing Zhou Rongfeng the nearby, Su Shahan's lips parted slightly in shock. She knew Zhou Rongfeng was the general manager of Ruihai Bank. After all, Zhou Rongfeng frequently appeared in the news. What shocked Su Shahan even more was that Zhou Rongfeng actually addressed Qin Feng as Mr. Qin. Could it be that Qin Feng was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Su Shahan was utterly stunned. The shock she felt far outweighed the surprise of learning Qin Feng owned 2 buildings just moments before. Ruihai Bank was a private institution valued at hundreds of billions. And this student of hers was not only the chairman of the bank. The fellow was simply too formidable. Even a wealthy heir could hardly possess such a massive institution at merely 20-something years old. What other identities did this Qin Feng conceal? For a moment, Su Shahan was consumed by boundless curiosity. Unaware of the shift in her expression, Qin Feng casually glanced over the contract and signed his name. He then handed the contract back to Zhou Rongfeng. Zhou proceeded to report further work matters to Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, I have other commitments. I won't detain you further. Zhou Rongfeng took the contract and departed. Qin Feng gathered his belongings, preparing to return to the estate. Teacher, I should be leaving too. Qin Feng, allow me to treat you to a meal. Having secured housing from Qin Feng without a broker's fee, Su Shahan felt compelled to return the favor. Another time. That works too. Su Shahan walked downstairs with Qin Feng and watched him depart. Yet the profound impression he had left upon her heart refused to settle. On the way back to the estate, Qin Feng stopped by a shopping mall. He made a few purchases. As he stepped out of the plaza, he encountered a young woman live streaming. The girl held a selfie stick, chatting animatedly to her camera. 2 assistants stood nearby clutching promotional gifts. A handsome gentleman is approaching. Let's interview him. The streamer hurried over to Qin Feng's side with a bright smile. Hey there, we're doing random street interviews. Could I borrow just 2 minutes of your time? The young woman was strikingly pretty, her smile revealing charming dimples. I'm in a hurry. Qin Feng declined. It was an era where appearances reigned supreme. The streamer was attractive, and with beauty filters enhancing her image, her audience was sizable. However, Qin Feng preferred to avoid the spotlight. Big brother, there are free gifts. The streamer said, mysteriously grinning. The so-called gifts were mere merchandise like water bottles. The streamer was conducting interviews on behalf of a car-sharing company, though promotion was undoubtedly part of the agenda. Seeing that Qin Feng showed no interest in the trinkets, she resorted to her most charming tactics. Big brother, just 1 minute. Please. Wearied by her persistence, Qin Feng paused. Fine, go ahead. Delighted, the streamer eagerly asked her question. Big brother, may I ask what your monthly income is? Qin Feng had not expected such a question. After a moment's thought, he replied. Not even 300 million. Ruihai Bank's annual net profit exceeded 3 billion yuan, so mathematically a monthly figure below 300 million was indeed accurate. Of course, had he counted the vast sums drawn from his system, the number would be far higher. The streamer froze momentarily at a loss for words. The livestream audience burst into laughter at Qin Feng's comment. Amazing, not even 300 million. Bro, that humble brag deserves a perfect score. Just say whether it's 3,000 or 5,000. I make 4,800 a month. Technically, that's also not even 300 million. The streamer offered an embarrassed smile. Big brother, you're quite humorous. She continued. And what about transportation? Do you ever consider car rentals? I have my own car. What kind of car? The streamer pressed. Just a few tens of millions, I suppose. Qin Feng spoke with nonchalance. The streamer was left speechless, sensing there was no way to continue. A car worth tens of millions. Mate, have you woken up yet? The live room erupted once more. Bro, what time is it? Dreaming already. Wake up, my friend. You're dreaming. Or rather, the dream is dreaming you. Move over, my urine is extra yellow. Let me splash some sense into him. The audience collectively concluded that Qin Feng was merely boasting. Monthly income under 300 million, driving a car worth tens of millions. Brother, how long has this condition persisted? If that's all, I'm leaving. The streamer hadn't even processed what had just occurred. Seeing Qin Feng walk away, she called out, Big brother, you forgot your gift. She felt there was no point in continuing the interview. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Facing the camera, the streamer's expression was still somewhat stiff as she smiled. Everyone, don't mind him. Just consider it entertainment. Interestingly, Qin Feng's words had genuinely livened up the entire stream. Sister Jingjing, I seriously suspect that guy was your planted actor. I can't. My abs are about to burst from laughing. Sister Jingjing, the streamer, shook her head helplessly and ignored the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Just as she was about to interview the next passerby, a shocking scene unfolded. Several bodyguards were surrounding Qin Feng by the roadside, assisting him into a vehicle. The car Qin Feng entered was an extraordinarily sleek luxury sports car. Good heavens! What am I seeing? Sister Jingjing immediately pointed her camera at Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno. Everyone look. What kind of car is that? The sight sent the live room into another frenzy. No way. Who exactly is that guy? He's got so many bodyguards just heading out. Wait, isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? Drop the word maybe. That's an 80 million yuan luxury supercar. The streamer stood dumbfounded watching the Lamborghini Veneno gradually disappear down the street. So Qin Feng hadn't been boasting after all. He truly did drive a car worth tens of millions. His claim of earning nearly 300 million a month must be true as well. She regretted it deeply. If she had known, she should have asked for his contact information. Sister Jingjing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and crash into him. Destiny is right before your eyes. Reading these dreadful suggestions from the audience, Sister Jingjing managed a bitter smile. That night passed. Early morning at 7, Qin Feng woke on the plush grand bed in his estate. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 185 million Huaxia dollars. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a gene pill. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a charm enhancement card. Apart from the 180 plus million in Huaxia currency, Qin Feng had drawn no assets today. The gene pill, when consumed, could improve one's physique and enhance physical strength. The charm enhancement card could triple one's personal charisma upon use. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He extracted the gene pill and consumed it directly. After consuming the gene pill, Qin Feng's body quickly responded. He clenched his fist, sensing an inexhaustible power surging within him. That feeling was extraordinary. Previously, Qin Feng had been a homebody. Even running 2 laps around the track would leave him gasping for breath. But now he felt as though he could dash 20 laps without pause. Not even winded. Qin Feng pulled aside his shirt to inspect his physique and discovered a newly carved 8-pack. As expected of a gene pill. Qin Feng smiled and decided to use the charm enhancement card again. System activated. However, after using the charm enhancement card, Qin Feng found that his body seemed to react to nothing in particular. No way. Puzzled, Qin Feng walked to the mirror in the bathroom. The moment he looked, he couldn't believe what he saw. His gaze was immediately captivated by the person reflected in the glass. His features hadn't changed drastically, but an extraordinary charisma radiated from him. So much so that Qin Feng found himself almost falling in love with his own reflection. Is this what the charm enhancement card does? Qin Feng pinched his own face. The reflection in the mirror was slightly taller, more refined, more handsome, and undeniably more charismatic. Still ordinary. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qin Feng hummed a tune as he stepped out of his room. What a beautiful day, Mr. Qin. The manners maid bowed to Qin Feng. The moment she laid eyes on him, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she demurely lowered her gaze. Good heavens, Mr. Qin was incredibly handsome. More importantly, there was an irresistible aura emanating from him that made one's heart race involuntarily. Qin Feng merely nodded and proceeded to the first-floor hall. Mr. Qin, breakfast is ready. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Su Jiaying was equally entranced by his charm. Su Jiaying's heart thundered within her chest, her eyes locked onto Qin Feng, unwilling to look away. It felt as though missing even a single glance would be a grievous loss. Could this be what it feels like to have one's heart flutter? Good morning, Mr. Qin. Beside Su Jiaying, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform smiled and bowed respectfully. This is our manners chef, Lu Shicheng, Master Lu. He excels at both Chinese and Western cuisine, especially our nation's 8 great culinary traditions. Su Jiaying introduced him to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave Master Lu a quick appraisal before taking his seat. What made Qin Feng uncomfortable was that the head butler Su Jiaying kept staring at him. This troubled Qin Feng greatly. It seemed possessing too much charm wasn't always a blessing. Head butler Su, you may leave first. I'll call you if I need anything. Su Jiaying's cheeks flushed as she turned and exited the dining room. Inside, she was deeply regretful. How had she let herself behave so recklessly today? What if she'd left an unfavorable impression on Mr. Qin? You leave too. Qin Feng turned to Chef Lu with an exasperated expression. A woman like Su Jiaying being captivated by Qin Feng's charm was understandable, but a grown man showing interest as well. That was going too far. Was his enhanced charm irresistible to men and women alike? Yes, Mr. Qin, Chef Lu said awkwardly, and also withdrew. Finally, Qin Feng could enjoy his breakfast in peace. He leisurely finished his meal, then strolled out of the hall, intending to take a walk. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong greeted Qin Feng. There seemed to be an inexplicable magnetism about Qin Feng that drew Captain Zhang Yong in despite himself. Apparently 30 years of bachelorhood had left him vulnerable. Even a glimpse of a fine young man could stir his heart. Stop staring. Qin Feng shot Zhang Yong an annoyed glance. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have used the charm enhancement card. Now he was the center of attention everywhere he went. I apologize. Mr. Qin, you are simply too handsome. I couldn't help myself. Zhang Yong lowered his head. Alright, let's spar. Qin Feng wanted to test his abilities against Zhang Yong. Since taking the gene pill, Qin Feng's physique had undergone remarkable changes. Defeating a bodyguard captain would be no trouble at all. Mr. Qin, this isn't advisable. Seeing how soft and delicate Qin Feng looked, Zhang Yong dared not engage. If he accidentally injured his employer, it would be catastrophic. If you can take me down, here's a 50,000 bonus. Qin Feng said. Mr. Qin, that won't do. Zhang Yong offered a sheepish grin. Though he protested, his spirit was already ablaze with ambition. After all, no one turns down money. Moreover, this was an opportunity for Zhang Yong to demonstrate his prowess. As a bodyguard captain, he refused to be underestimated by Qin Feng. Bring it on. Qin Feng took a few steps back. Mr. Qin, I won't hold back then. Zhang Yong assumed a combat stance. At last he lunged forward and struck. Zhang Yong threw a devastating punch, though his intention was merely to test Qin Feng. If Qin Feng dodged, Zhang Yong would attempt to grapple him. Putting him down outright, however, was something Zhang Yong would never dare. Yet as that punch hurtled toward him, Qin Feng neither flinched nor moved. He charged straight toward Zhang Yong. Though lacking formal combat technique, his speed was astonishingly swift. Thud. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Yong found himself struck squarely in the chest. The sheer force sent Zhang Yong staggering backward 7 or 8 steps. Mr. Qin, you're actually a skilled fighter. Zhang Yong's chest throbbed with a dull ache, his face contorted in shock. Again, Qin Feng gestured. Zhang Yong grinned and decided to fight seriously this time. Yet after a dozen exchanges, Zhang Yong was defeated once more. Zhang Yong stood before Qin Feng, his face flushed with shame. Mr. Qin, I respectfully request permission to resign. As a bodyguard captain unable to defeat his own employer, Zhang Yong felt he had lost all dignity. Should this news leak, he'd become the laughingstock of the industry. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Since I hired you all, I clearly need you. Just fulfill your duties properly from now on. Yes, Mr. Qin, Zhang Yong said, thoroughly disheartened. Qin Feng walked away to a secluded spot. System withdraw that Ducati. Extraction successful. As the system's voice resonated, the Ducati Superleggera V4 materialized before Qin Feng. True to its $500,000 price tag, the motorcycle radiated cutting-edge sophistication. Qin Feng donned a helmet and rode the Ducati out of the manor. For this outing, Qin Feng had brought only 2 bodyguards. Riding a motorcycle, he spared himself the agony of traffic congestion. Before long, he'd managed to leave his bodyguards behind. He took the bike to the suburbs for a ride. At 11 o'clock, Qin Feng received a phone call from his cousin. Qin Feng, are you in class? No. Cousin, why are you calling so suddenly? Yi Kaiying said, I've been transferred to Shanghai City for work. I just arrived and wanted to treat you to a meal. No need. Let me take you out instead. Yi Kaiying had always been kind to Qin Feng. Learning that Yi Kaiying had arrived in Shanghai City, Qin Feng was overjoyed. You're still in school. Don't go spending money recklessly. I'm about to head out for lunch. If you're free, why don't you come along? Qin Feng smiled. Cousin, trust me on this. I'll take care of everything. Unable to sway Qin Feng, Yi Kaiying had no choice but to agree. She then sent Qin Feng her location. Qin Feng informed Su Jiaying to prepare extra dishes for lunch before driving off to find Yi Kaiying. Half an hour later, he spotted her waiting outside a hotel. Qin Feng parked and removed his helmet. Cousin, Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying stared, hardly recognizing him. It's been a while since we last met. Qin Feng, you've become so handsome. Qin Feng simply smiled. Standing beside Yi Kaiying was a stunning woman, nearly a 9 out of 10 in appearance. The woman couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Feng. Indeed, Yi Kaiying's cousin was quite striking and undeniably charming. But to her disappointment, she had learned from Yi Kaiying that Qin Feng came from the countryside. In this day and age, good looks alone couldn't pay the bills. Qin Feng, aren't you still in school? How did you afford to buy a motorcycle? Yi Kaiying glanced at the Ducati, curiosity evident in her eyes. She didn't follow automotive news, so naturally she had no idea of its price. I did some business with friends recently and made a bit of money. Yi Kaiying beamed. Not bad, Qin Feng. No wonder you offered to treat me to dinner. You're actually rich now. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague Tao Weiwei. Yi Kaiying pulled Tao Weiwei forward. Hello there, handsome. Tao Weiwei merely offered a casual greeting, clearly unimpressed with Qin Feng. Hello. Qin Feng suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Kaiying. Cousin, didn't you work at Ruihai Bank? That's right. I was transferred to headquarters recently. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled to himself. What a coincidence. His cousin actually worked at his bank. That car looks quite expensive. Yi Kaiying showed more interest in the Ducati. It's not that expensive. And indeed, 1.5 million was nothing to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying still catching up, Tao Weiwei was growing impatient. Kaiying, I'm starving. Let's go eat already. Yi Kaiying felt helpless and turned to Qin Feng. Cousin, are there any good restaurants nearby? This was her first time in Shanghai City, so she didn't know the area well. No need for a restaurant. I've already made all the arrangements. Just wait a moment longer. Qin Feng had already alerted his bodyguards, who should be arriving shortly. Several more minutes passed. I say, Qin Feng, how much longer do we have to wait? It was nearly noon, and the sun blazed overhead. Tao Weiwei was getting increasingly annoyed. She doubted Qin Feng could afford to take them anywhere particularly upscale. Soon, Qin Feng replied. What's the rush? Just wait a bit more. Yi Kaiying shot Tao Weiwei a disapproving look. At last the bodyguard pulled up in the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, my apologies. There was traffic on the way. The 2 bodyguards stepped out and approached Qin Feng. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Tao Weiwei's jaw nearly dropped at the sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. And most astonishing of all, those two people treated Qin Feng with such deference. Cousin, get in the car. Ignoring the stunned Tao Weiwei, Qin Feng smiled at Yi Kaiying. Yi Kaiying nodded and nudged the bewildered Tao Weiwei beside her. What are you doing? Get it? Actually, Yi Kaiying had plenty of questions too. Why had those men called Qin Feng Mr. Qin? Kaiying, that's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The top model costs over 9 million. Seeing that Yi Kaiying hadn't fully grasped the situation, Tao Weiwei rushed to inform her. Wah. What? Yi Kaiying was stunned, her gaze fixed on the Rolls-Royce. Indeed, the car was unmistakable, unlike anything else on the street. Qin Feng, this. Qin Feng smiled. Cousin, any questions can wait. Get in the car first. The food is already prepared. Yi Kaiying nodded dazedly. This way, please. The bodyguards opened the Rolls-Royce's doors. Since Yi Kaiying was Qin Feng's cousin, they naturally treated her with the utmost courtesy. Yi Kaiying felt her legs go numb as she climbed into the car with Tao Weiwei. Qin Feng put on his helmet and rode the Ducati back toward the manor. Inside the car, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei could barely contain their excitement. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined riding in such a luxurious vehicle. Tao Weiwei gazed in wonder at the Rolls-Royce Phantom's lavish interior. So this was what 9 million yuan bought you. Indeed, wealth opens doors while poverty wears you down. Kaiying, what exactly does your cousin do for a living? At this point, if anyone claimed Qin Feng was just a country boy in college, Tao Weiwei wouldn't buy it for a second. I'm not sure myself. Maybe my cousin borrowed this car. Yi Kaiying was equally bewildered. In her mind, her cousin was nothing more than a university student. Tao Weiwei shook her head and addressed Qin Feng's bodyguard. Excuse me, are you friends of Qin Feng? Please don't misunderstand. We're merely Mr. Qin's bodyguards. What? At the bodyguard's words, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei exchanged bewildered glances. Shock filled their eyes. Qin Feng actually had his own bodyguards. That meant the Rolls-Royce belonged to him too. So who exactly was Qin Feng? Tao Weiwei wanted to press for more details, but the bodyguard kept quiet. They knew precisely what could and couldn't be said. Kaiying, does your cousin have a girlfriend? Tao Weiwei suddenly felt certain. Her Prince Charming was Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying replied, my cousin already has a girlfriend. Don't get any ideas. She shot Tao Weiwei a warning look. Tao Weiwei smiled. Kaiying, we're best friends, aren't we? As the saying goes, good water shouldn't flow to outsiders' fields. You should help me instead. Yi Kaiying shook her head firmly. I'm not letting you near my cousin. Tao Weiwei feigned heartbreak. Kaiying, you've changed. Save your act. I already told you. My cousin has a girlfriend. But Tao Weiwei showed no signs of giving up. Kaiying, you just don't get it. When the shovel swings true, no wall can stand. Yi Kaiying stared at her blankly. And so the Rolls-Royce Phantom returned to the estate. Is this an estate? Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei were once again dumbfounded as the car entered the gate. Yi Kaiying realized that Qin Feng had given her too many surprises today. Another luxury car, another mansion. She stared blankly at the magnificent scenery outside the window, feeling as though she were dreaming. Meanwhile, Tao Weiwei took out her cosmetics to touch up her makeup. She wanted to present her most beautiful side to Qin Feng. We've arrived. The car stopped before the main villa, and the bodyguard stepped out to open the door. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei gazed transfixed at the European-style architecture before them, still unable to process what they were seeing. Cousin, come inside. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the main villa, smiling as he reminded them. Hurry and get out. Yi Kaiying pulled Tao Weiwei along. Oh my God, Qin Feng, is this estate your friend's? Yi Kaiying couldn't believe this estate belonged to Qin Feng. After all, it was simply too grand. In the entire city of Shanghai, it would be difficult to find another like it. Qin Feng merely smiled. Let's go eat first. Yi Kaiying followed Qin Feng into the hall. Good day, Mr. Qin. The manor's maids bowed respectfully to Qin Feng. At that moment, Yi Kaiying's heart was filled with nothing but astonishment. Although Qin Feng had not explicitly stated it, she could already surmise that he must be the owner of this estate. Otherwise, these maids would never have shown him such reverence. At the entrance, Tao Weiwei was still taking selfies with her phone, pondering how to craft a fitting caption for her social media post. Can you stop embarrassing yourself? Yi Kaiying quickly pulled Tao Weiwei inside as well. Mr. Qin, lunch is ready. Su Jiaying bowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and led Yi Kaiying into the dining room. Since Qin Feng had given prior instructions, today's lunch was prepared with extra elaboration. Delicacies from land and sea covered the entire dining table. Cousin, don't be a stranger. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei sat down, gazing at the exquisite dishes before them, momentarily unsure of where to begin. Qin Feng, is it just the three of us? Yi Kaiying asked. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Weren't you still with another girlfriend? We broke up a while back. Hearing Qin Feng say this, there was no one happier than Tao Weiwei. If Qin Feng was single, then didn't that mean she still had a chance? As Qin Feng was eating, he suddenly noticed something missing from the table. Steward Su. Qin Feng called Su Jiaying over. Mr. Qin, what are your orders? Su Jiaying walked in from the hall. Do we still have wine at the estate? Mr. Qin, there is red wine in the wine cellar. Su Jiaying went to the wine cellar and returned holding 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. She opened one of the bottles and poured some for Qin Feng. This is 1982 Lafite. Tao Weiwei covered her red lips with her small hand, dumbfounded. This was red wine worth over 800 per bottle. Even Yi Kaiying was too shocked to speak. After a long while she finally regained her composure. Seeing Su Jiaying pour wine for her, Yi Kaiying quickly stopped her. I won't drink it. Qin Feng, do you have any 1982 iced tea? Su Jiaying smiled, but still poured wine for Yi Kaiying anyway. Cousin, are you staying at a hotel? Actually, you can stay at my place first, Qin Feng suggested. No need, I start work tomorrow. Besides, your place is quite far from where I work. It's not very convenient. Yi Kaiying shook her head. As they ate, Tao Weiwei kept casting flirtatious glances at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng pretended not to notice. After the meal, well fed and satisfied, Qin Feng, your estate is absolutely stunning. Give us a tour. In the hall, Tao Weiwei sat beside Qin Feng. Her gaze toward him carried an unmistakable adoration she could hardly conceal. If she had a boyfriend as wealthy as Qin Feng, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. Qin Feng merely smiled and looked toward Yi Kaiying. I have classes this afternoon. You can look around. If you grow tired, you can have Steward Su arrange a place for you to rest. Tao Weiwei was slightly disappointed. She could see that Qin Feng held no interest in her. Yi Kaiying, however, had nothing else to attend to, so she remained at the estate. Qin Feng sat for a while before heading off to school. Having consumed alcohol, Qin Feng could only have the bodyguard drive. Upon arriving at school, predictably Qin Feng immediately became the center of attention. Look, which class is that handsome guy from? Let's go up and ask for his number. He's so handsome. He looks like my boyfriend. Nonsense, he's clearly my boyfriend. Female students passing by were utterly smitten. What Qin Feng found most unbearable, however, was that some people were actually taking photos of him with their phones. Qin Feng quickened his pace and returned to the classroom. Yet his classmates were also giving him strange looks. It was fine with the girls, but even some of the boys were treating him differently. Qin Feng was quite exasperated and simply ignored it all, picking up his book to read. Meanwhile, the Binjiang University forum was already in an uproar. Someone had posted Qin Feng's photograph online. One stone roused 1,000 waves. Soon some of Qin Feng's personal information was also exposed. Many female students flocked to the classroom, where Qin Feng was eager to catch a glimpse of his charm. Classes proceeded tolerably, but by the time the bell rang, the classroom was surrounded to the point of being completely packed. Classmate, let's get acquainted. I'm from the literature department. Classmate, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a movie. Qin Feng was utterly overwhelmed. So this person's overwhelming charm came with its own troubles. Could he not even attend classes in peace? After 2 classes had passed, Qin Feng had already received over 100 love letters. Because his WeChat was being bombarded with friend requests, it had been restricted as well. Facing this situation, Qin Feng was on the verge of madness. Brother Feng, this is too crazy. I heard those female students outside aren't even attending classes. They just want to see you. I bought a few face masks. Oh, put one on and make your escape. Kong Liang came to Qin Feng's side. Good brother. Qin Feng patted Kong Liang on the shoulder, his face brimming with gratitude. After donning the mask, Qin Feng pushed through the crowd. The classroom was besieged on every side. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. And it took all of Qin Feng's strength to break through and escape. Looking back, he saw students everywhere surrounding the teaching building, a vast and relentless tide. Look, Qin Feng is over there. No one knew who shouted, but the crowd immediately refocused on Qin Feng's figure. The scene briefly slipped out of control. Qin Feng ran blindly, his speed rivaling a sprinter's, until he quickly ducked into an office. Closing the door behind him, Qin Feng discovered that Su Shuhan was also in the office. Teacher Su. Qin Feng, somewhat flustered, looked at Su Shuhan and made a shushing gesture. The students, unable to locate Qin Feng, gradually dispersed. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and found a chair to sit in. How terrifying, he muttered, still shaken. He raised his head, and suddenly his face went rigid. Su Shuhan's cheeks were flushed crimson as she walked toward him. That Qin Feng, I'm actually still single. Watching Su Shuhan abandon her usual dignified composure, Qin Feng nearly collapsed onto the floor. Teacher Su, why are you gone mad too? Qin Feng fled from the office as if he had encountered a ghost. In a secluded corner of the playground at Binjiang University, Qin Feng gazed upward at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. If being handsome were a crime, then Qin Feng would be utterly beyond redemption. It's finally over. When Principal Han Yi found Qin Feng, he too breathed a profound sigh of relief. At this moment, Han Yi's face was etched with helpless resignation. Mr. Qin, perhaps you should consider transferring to another school. If this continues, we will be utterly unable to carry out our educational work. Han Yi wore a troubled expression, his brows knit with worry. Throughout his long tenure as principal, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Qin Feng merely waved his hand, dismissively saying nothing. And so Qin Feng departed from the school. Upon returning to the manor, Qin Feng discovered that Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei were resting in the great hall. The two had walked the entire estate, their feet on the verge of developing blisters. If we had known, we should have just taken the car for our stroll. Yi Kaiying shook her head, remarking, I never imagined this manor would be so expansive. Qin Feng, weren't you supposed to attend class? You're back so soon. Yi Kaiying noticed Qin Feng walking in through the main gate. Qin Feng remained silent, his expression one of utter dejection. Though Yi Kaiying had intended to leave, Qin Feng persuaded her to stay for dinner before departing. As for Tao Weiwei, she was naturally delighted by the invitation. She was more than willing to stay the entire night here. In this way she would have an opportunity to get closer to Qin Feng. After dinner Yi Kaiying prepared to depart as well. Qin Feng, thank you for your wonderful hospitality. Qin Feng smiled. Dear cousin, please don't stand on ceremony. Rest a while before you leave. I'll arrange a car for you. Tao Weiwei leaned close to Yi Kaiying's ear and whispered softly, Kaiying, why don't we stay here tonight? Tao Weiwei was reluctant to leave. You can stay by yourself then. How could Yi Kaiying fail to notice that Tao Weiwei had completely lost her composure upon encountering her tall, wealthy, and handsome cousin? Tao Weiwei wore a helpless expression. She knew full well that Qin Feng had no interest in her. Since Yi Kaiying was leaving, Tao Weiwei naturally felt embarrassed to stay behind alone. In the end the two departed by car arranged by Qin Feng. As night fell, Qin Feng remained in the manor, feeling profoundly bored. After some contemplation, he donned his helmet and rode out on his Ducati. Since traffic was particularly congested at night, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to bring bodyguards. Moreover, ever since consuming the genetic pill, Qin Feng had acquired the strength to defend himself. Whether to bring bodyguards or not was essentially inconsequential. Honey, what kind of motorcycle is that? It looks incredibly cool. While waiting at a traffic light, a young couple in an Audi noticed Qin Feng's Ducati. It's just a motorcycle, probably not worth much. The man driving shook his head with evident disdain. Honestly, in this day and age there were still people who rode motorcycles. Why don't we buy one too? The young woman suggested. If you like it, that's fine. Let me check it out later. The young man took out his phone to search for information. Upon checking, his face turned ashen with shock. That single Ducati motorcycle actually cost 1.5 million yuan, which was even more expensive than his own Audi. Goodness gracious. Let's forget it. Many places in Shanghai City have motorcycle bans now, and the procedures are troublesome to handle. Let's not buy it. The young man hastily found an excuse. Truly unimaginable that a motorcycle could be so expensive. At this price point one could easily purchase a sports car. Around 10 p.m., Qin Feng's stomach began to feel hungry. He parked his vehicle in a shopping mall and went to grab some food. When Qin Feng was preparing to return, he noticed a beautiful woman taking a selfie with her phone beside his Ducati. The beauty stood about 1.8 meters tall, in her early 20s, wearing a fitted outfit that showcased an alluring figure. Qin Feng paid her no attention, walking to the front of the motorcycle and picking up his helmet. Handsome guy, is this Ducati yours? The beauty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she put away her phone and approached to ask. She was a car model, so naturally she knew the price of that Ducati. A motorcycle worth over 1 million yuan was not something just anyone could possess. More importantly, Qin Feng was exceptionally handsome. If she could get close to him, her life would be set for comfort and luxury. Qin Feng merely nodded without speaking. Hello, my name is Xin. I'm a car model. I was wondering if you have some time, handsome guy, to grab some late-night snacks together. The beauty extended her invitation. Qin Feng shook his head, not interested in the beauty before him. Some cars may appear brand new on the surface, but their mileage is shockingly high. Especially so, Qin Feng had never had any fondness for women who threw themselves at him. How about we add each other on WeChat? I didn't bring my phone. Qin Feng mounted his vehicle and put on his helmet. Handsome guy, here's my contact information. If you have time, feel free to look me up. The beauty smilingly placed a small note on the motorcycle's front. Qin Feng started the vehicle and rode the Ducati out of the shopping mall. Only upon reaching outside did he pick up that small note and take a look. On it was the beauty's phone number along with a hotel room number. Are women these days really so forward and bold? Qin Feng crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into a trash bin by the roadside. The next morning, system check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 190 million Huaxia coins. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 80 equity in Longjiang Group. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 cases of 1990 Romani Conti. Longjiang Group was a real estate company in Shanghai City with a market value of over 120 billion. The 1990 Romani Conti was a red wine priced at over 1.0 yuan per bottle, and Qin Feng had drawn 2 cases totaling 24 bottles. Not bad. Drawing Longjiang Group caused Qin Feng to feel a surge of excitement. This meant he now held 2 companies worth 1,000 billion yuan in his hands. At this rate, becoming the richest person in Huaxiao would be just around the corner. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove out in his Lamborghini Veneno, intending to visit Longjiang Group. At Longjiang Group, it was precisely working hours. Qin Feng walked alone to the company's reception desk. Oh, aren't you Qin Feng? The receptionist girl recognized Qin Feng. Chen Meiling. Qin Feng also recognized the girl. Chen Meiling was a friend of Zhao Yuding, so Qin Feng knew her as well. However, Chen Meiling had only attended university for a year before dropping out to work. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Chen Meiling asked with puzzlement. I've come to see your general manager. Qin Feng smiled. Chen Meiling froze in astonishment. Qin Feng, you're not joking, are you? If you want to see our general manager, you must make an appointment in advance. Chen Meiling still thought Qin Feng was joking. After all, their manager was far too busy to meet with just anyone. But Qin Feng was merely a university student. Go notify him. Just say Qin Feng is here to see him. Chen Meiling was half doubting, so she made a call to the secretary of general manager Yuan Yang. What? You mean someone named Qin Feng is looking for the general manager? Please wait a moment, Mr. Qin. I will notify the general manager immediately. Hearing the name Qin Feng, the secretary dared not be negligent in the slightest, for she knew that this Qin Feng was the chairman of their Longjiang group. The secretary ran to the entrance of the conference room, gasping for breath. By this time, General Manager Yuan Yang was still in a meeting, but the secretary did not care about propriety and pushed the door open directly. "Xiao Yu, have I not told you? Do not come in and cause a disturbance during my meetings." Yuan Yang glanced at his secretary with a stern expression. Panting, the secretary said, "Go. General Manager. The chairman has arrived. You are not mistaken, are you?" Yuan Yang quickly rose from his seat, a trace of nervousness on his face. Just moments ago, Yuan Yang had learned that the chairman of Longjiang Group had been replaced. It was said that a new official burns 3 fires upon taking office. Yuan Yang felt a pressure he had never experienced before. "The person is named Qin Feng and has arrived at the front desk," the secretary reported. "There is no mistake. Suspend the meeting, everyone. Follow me to greet the chairman." Yuan Yang strode out of the conference room, smoothing his collar as he went. At the front desk, upon witnessing the general manager's secretary reacting so dramatically, Qin Meiling was equally startled. Could it be that Qin Feng held some other identity? "Qin Feng, I have already notified the general manager's secretary. She asked you to wait a moment." Qin Meiling stared blankly at Qin Feng. A minute passed. The elevator doors opened. Yuan Yang, accompanied by the senior executives of Longjiang Group, quickened his pace and arrived before Qin Feng. "You must be Chairman Qin?" Yuan Yang asked carefully. Qin Feng glanced at Yuan Yang, confirmed this was indeed the general manager of Longjiang Group, and gave a slight nod. "Good day, Chairman Qin. I am the general manager of Longjiang Group, Yuan Yang." Yuan Yang had not expected Qin Feng to be so young. His face was etched with astonishment. "Greetings, Chairman Qin." The executives behind Yuan Yang also bowed respectfully to Qin Feng. This was Qin Feng's first visit to the company, and everyone wished to leave a favorable impression upon him. Meanwhile, Qin Meiling at the front desk was rendered speechless upon learning Qin Feng's true identity. She had previously heard Zhao Yuding speak of him, and knew that Qin Feng came from an ordinary family. She had never imagined that Qin Feng was actually the chairman of Longjiang Group. At that moment, Qin Meiling could scarcely help but wonder whether she was dreaming. While Qin Meiling was still reeling from shock over by the elevator, Yuan Yang had already escorted Qin Feng inside. "Chairman Qin, after you." Yuan Yang followed reverently behind Qin Feng. Immediately thereafter, the elevator doors closed. Coming back to her senses, Qin Meiling took out her mobile phone. "Yuding, I truly envy you. You have such excellent judgment. You found yourself a boyfriend so wealthy." Qin Meiling sent the message to Zhao Yuding. The two had not been in contact for a long while, so Qin Meiling was unaware that Zhao Yuding had already broken up with Qin Feng. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Yuding was thoroughly puzzled. Ever since being dumped by Zhang Jichao, she remained single. She immediately sent back a confused emoji. "You actually wanted to keep this from me. I just saw it. Qin Feng is the chairman of Longjiang Group." Reading Qin Meiling's message, Zhao Yuding's expression registered utter disbelief. "You are teasing me, right?" When Zhao Yuding had previously learned that Qin Feng was chairman of Ruihai Bank, she had already regretted deeply. She simply could not believe that Qin Feng also owned a real estate enterprise valued at hundreds of billions. Qin Meiling continued typing her message. "I saw the general manager personally come out to welcome him. It is definitely not false. Yuding, when you two marry, do not forget me. Regret." At that moment, Zhao Yuding's heart was flooded with endless remorse. Back then, she had ended things with Qin Feng simply because he lacked wealth and influence. And what had been the result? She had forfeited an extraordinary opportunity. If they had not broken up, perhaps she would already be living the enviable life that all around her admired. "By the way, Yuding, I advise you to register your marriage soon." Although Qin Meiling meant only as a sincere reminder, to Zhao Yuding it rang unmistakably like mockery. "Qin Meiling, are you deliberately doing this to provoke me? Stay as far away from me as possible." Zhao Yuding was in a foul mood. "Yuding, what is wrong?" Qin Meiling was utterly bewildered. "You scheming woman, you are clearly trying to anger me on purpose. We are finished. No more friendship." Qin Meiling grew even more confused and wished to send another message to explain. But she discovered that Zhao Yuding had already blocked her. What had gotten into this Zhao Yuding, as though she had swallowed gunpowder? Meanwhile, Qin Feng had been seated in his office for over 10 minutes listening to Yuan Yang's work report. As for company affairs, Qin Feng had little desire to interfere. Provided Yuan Yang could manage the enterprise well, that was sufficient. "Chairman Qin, would you care to join me for lunch at noon?" Yuan Yang asked with a smile after finishing his report. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I have other matters to attend to." "I see," Yuan Yang replied, somewhat disappointed. "By the way, Chairman Qin, there is a wine reception at Tianhao Hotel this evening. I wonder whether you might be interested." Those invited to the reception were all individuals of standing and influence within Shanghai City. As general manager of Longjiang Group, Yuan Yang had naturally also received an invitation. Yuan Yang hoped to seize this opportunity to grow closer to Qin Feng. "If I have time this evening, I will attend." "Very well, Chairman Qin." When Qin Feng departed, Yuan Yang escorted him to the main entrance. Approaching noon, Qin Feng was idly lingering within the manor with nothing to occupy his time. He retrieved a bottle of 1990 Romanicani and proceeded toward the swimming pool. Savoring fine red wine before taking a few laps in the water was an exceedingly pleasurable pastime. Within the manor grounds, Su Jiaying received an invitation and came seeking out Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin." Su Jiaying stood beneath a massive sun umbrella. "What is it?" Qin Feng climbed out of the swimming pool. Upon glimpsing Qin Feng's nearly flawless physique, particularly his well-defined 8-pack abs, Su Jiaying felt her heartbeat quicken. Good heavens, did Mr. Qin work out every single day? He was handsome enough, it was true, yet his figure was unexpectedly so formidable. In fact, under ordinary circumstances one would never have guessed. Su Jiaying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze slightly. She dared not look at Qin Feng again, lest she suffer a nosebleed. Mr. Qin, there is a wine reception at Tianhao Hotel this evening. This is the invitation. When at Longjiang Group, He Wanyang had already mentioned this event to Qin Feng. Originally Qin Feng had had no intention of attending, but now that the invitation had arrived, perhaps it would not hurt to take a look. Place it in the hall for now. Qin Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Su Jiaying. She accepted it casually, and took a delicate sip. What manner of red wine is this? Su Jiaying lifted the bottle to examine it, and what she saw nearly made her spit out her drink. It was in fact a 1990 Romanicani Latach. Mr. Qin, you honor me far too greatly. To think you would serve me such an exceedingly costly wine. Su Jiaying's expression was one of sheer astonishment. This vintage was extraordinarily rare on the market, commanding a price of over 100,000 yuan per bottle. Qin Feng offered a gentle smile and refilled her glass. Drink a little more to steady your nerves. That evening Qin Feng drove his Lamborghini Veneno to Tianhao Hotel. After parking the car, he hadn't yet stepped into the hotel when he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned to look and found his senior, Hu Shiwei. Hu Shiwei was dressed in a casual suit, his hair slicked back with wax, shiny and glossy. Hu Shiwei followed behind a middle-aged man who was his father. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Working a part-time job. A mocking smile curled on Hu Shiwei's face. Only people of status and influence in Shanghai City could attend tonight's banquet. Hu Shiwei certainly didn't believe Qin Feng was there for the banquet. I'm here for the banquet, Qin Feng replied casually. Hearing this, the mockery in Hu Shiwei's expression deepened. Qin Feng, are you still dreaming? This is Tianhao Hotel. You must have come to the wrong place. Hu Shiwei thought Qin Feng was bragging. Although his own family was wealthy, he hadn't received an invitation. The only reason he could be here was because of a friend's connections. Son, who is this? Hu Shiwei's father appraised Qin Feng. Just a junior from school, Hu Shiwei said with a laugh. With that, they ignored Qin Feng and walked to the hotel entrance. Without an invitation, they had to wait for someone. Qin Feng also walked over. After presenting his invitation, the staff at the door bowed respectfully. Sir, please come in. Witnessing this, Hu Shiwei was stunned. What was going on? How did Qin Feng have an invitation? Even Hu Shiwei with his means couldn't get one, yet Qin Feng, a penniless nobody, had managed it. Hu Shiwei couldn't believe it. At that moment his father frowned. Son, what is that person's background? Hu Shiwei shook his head. As far as I know, he's just a poor student. Could it be that he stole the invitation? Hu Shiwei speculated. That's impossible. His father's expression darkened, for his son had just offended Qin Feng. If Qin Feng turned out to be someone important, they would both be in trouble. Who would bother stealing a banquet invitation? Once we're inside, go and apologize to him. Seeing his father's anger, Hu Shiwei could only nod. At this moment his eyes were filled with shock, and he was extremely curious about Qin Feng's identity. The banquet hall was already crowded with people. They all shared one trait: their attire was dazzling. There were no strict rules at the event. Qin Feng walked over to a bar and took a glass of red wine. Thanks to his captivating charm, he soon drew attention. Sir, you look so familiar. 2 women in long gowns, arms linked, approached Qin Feng with smiles on their faces, gazing at him warmly. Feeling bored, Qin Feng exchanged a few words with the 2 women. Chairman Qin. He Wanyang spotted Qin Feng, a glass of red wine in hand, and hurried over. Chairman Qin, I thought you weren't coming. He Wanyang stood respectfully before Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Behind He Wanyang stood several middle-aged men. President He, who is this? This is the chairman of our Longjiang Group. Qin Feng. He Wanyang introduced with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's identity, those men's expressions instantly turned reverent. Then they offered flattering words and toasted to him. Chairman Qin, you truly are a remarkably handsome man. We'll finish ours, you may do as you please. The 2 women were also startled by Qin Feng's status. Chairman of Longjiang Group, that was no small matter. They could never have imagined that the young and handsome Qin Feng would hold such a position. They wanted to curry favor with Qin Feng, but the opportunity was already gone. Because once his identity was known, many people surrounded him, raising their glasses. Qin Feng didn't particularly enjoy this kind of atmosphere. After all, flattery was just something to hear and let go. Such was the world. People respect the wealthy. Dogs bark at the ugly. After a while, He Wanyang brought a middle-aged man over. Chairman Qin, this is Wu Qicai, President Wu. He's a tycoon in the real estate industry. Qin Feng looked at the man and immediately recognized him. Wu Qicai was indeed quite renowned in real estate and often appeared on television news. Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. Wu Qicai, slightly overweight, extended his hand and shook Qin Feng's. At first glance, he too was taken aback by Qin Feng's youth. It was this young man who held 80% of Longjiang Group's shares. That was astonishing. Wu Qicai speculated that Qin Feng must have a strong backing. Otherwise it would be hard to explain. Seeing Wu Qicai chatting with Qin Feng, others dared not approach. After all, those were 2 giants of the real estate industry. Interrupting their business discussion would be disastrous. Chairman Qin, you're here too. What a coincidence. Zhou Rongfeng spotted Qin Feng and hurried over to greet him. Old Zhou, you know Mr. Qin as well. Wu Qicai asked, puzzled. He had cooperated with Ruihai Bank and was acquainted with Zhou Rongfeng. Chairman Qin is the chairman of our Ruihai Bank. Hearing this, Wu Qicai was stunned. He never imagined that Qin Feng was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. My God, Longjiang Group and Ruihai Bank. Both were 100 billion level enterprises. Wu Qicai was utterly shocked. He had struggled for most of his life to carve out a name for himself, only to find that he couldn't even measure up to half of Qin Feng's achievements. Were young people today so formidable? Not only Wu Qicai, but even Yuan was astounded. Who would have thought Qin Feng also had a foothold in the financial industry? And that bank was worth 100 billion. With its current momentum in time, Ruihai Bank would surely catch up to Longjiang Group. Mr. Qin, I was blind. Wu Qicai said with a wry smile, downing his glass of red wine. Qin Feng spent half an hour at the banquet getting acquainted with several chairmen of major companies. He decided to leave. Just as Qin Feng stepped out of the hotel, Hu Shiwei caught up to him. Earlier at the banquet, Hu Shiwei had intended to apologize to Qin Feng, but never found the chance. Moreover, he had already learned of Qin Feng's identity. When he heard who Qin Feng really was, his heart was shaken like a stormy sea. Even now, he hadn't recovered. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. Hu Shiwei rushed to Qin Feng and bowed deeply. I didn't mean to offend you earlier. His heart was racing with anxiety. After all, Qin Feng was the chairman of Longjiang Group. That identity was terrifying. Qin Feng merely cast a casual glance at Hu Shiwei, then paid him no further heed. In this world, there were truly too many arrogant individuals like Hu Shiwei. Given Qin Feng's status, he had no need to stoop to the level of such a person. Mr. Qin, let me escort you back. Hu Shiwei lowered his head, not daring to meet Qin Feng's gaze. However, by this time, Qin Feng had already walked to the roadside. Mr. Qin, Su Jiaying was already waiting by the roadside in her Lamborghini Veneno. Behind the Lamborghini Veneno, 2 more vehicles followed. Several bodyguards stood nearby. Since Qin Feng had been drinking, he could only call Su Jiaying to drive. Qin Feng nodded and, flanked by the bodyguards, got into the car. Gradually, the Lamborghini Veneno disappeared from the hotel entrance. It's still a Lamborghini Veneno. Hu Shiwei stared at the scene, his eyes growing vacant. The next morning. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 250 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Knight 15. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all the property rights of the Kaida Shopping Center. The Knight XV, a rugged off-road vehicle, had windows and windshields made of bulletproof glass. It was worth over 13 million yuan. The Kaida Shopping Center was located in the heart of Shanghai City. Covering an area of over 40,000 square meters, its main building was an 88-story tower. Most of the stores in the Kaida Shopping Center were leased out, and the rent for a single quarter alone amounted to 1 billion yuan. Qin Feng's heart stirred with excitement, but it was not overwhelming. After all, he now owned 2 companies worth hundreds of billions. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove the Knight 15 out. The Knight 15 drew quite a bit of attention from passers-by on the road. After driving around for over an hour, Qin Feng headed to school. This time, Qin Feng chose to wear a mask. He didn't want a repeat of what happened last time. Brother Feng, we finally see you. Thought you didn't dare to come to school. When Qin Feng appeared in the classroom, his 3 roommates immediately crowded around him. Brother Feng, you don't know. We've been collecting love letters for you these past 2 days. Kong Liang brought over a large cardboard box. Inside, it was filled with love letters addressed to Qin Feng. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This was way too exaggerated. With Qin Feng's appearance, the female students in the class were also getting restless. With his mask on, it might be hard for girls from other departments to recognize him. But the female classmates in his class saw him every day and were extremely familiar with his silhouette. Qin Feng, you're finally here. Several female classmates came over to Qin Feng. Even those who usually didn't like to talk to him had come. Qin Feng, you're the campus heartthrob now. Just yesterday, someone started a vote for the campus heartthrob on the school forum. You got 10,000 votes. You're over 9,900 votes ahead of the second place. The female classmates looked at Qin Feng with adoration. Sorry, but please don't disturb me while I'm reading. Qin Feng quickly dismissed the female classmates. If others found out he was at school, it would be trouble. As soon as they left, another female classmate came up to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you believe in love at first sight? She asked, her eyes full of affection. Qin Feng was taken aback. No, I don't. What people called love at first sight was nothing but being smitten by looks. But I fell for you at first sight. She shoved a love letter into Qin Feng's hand and ran away shyly. Qin Feng looked at the love letter in his hand, feeling troubled. All he wanted was to attend class in peace. Couldn't they just leave him alone? After one class, Qin Feng noticed countless eyes fixed on him. It made him very uncomfortable. The female classmates looked starry-eyed, while some male classmates showed envy. As soon as class ended, Qin Feng planned to head back to the manor. Staying any longer at school would probably lead to trouble. He turned his head and met Lu Xinyao's gaze. At that moment, Lu Xinyao was resting her chin in her hands, staring unblinkingly at Qin Feng. Like the other female classmates, she had a love-struck expression. Qin Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly and walked over to Lu Xinyao. Class monitor, have you become so shallow too? Lu Xinyao snapped out of it, her face flushing. Her heart was fluttering wildly. Qin Feng, let me treat you to lunch. Alright, let's go. Qin Feng agreed. If it had been any other girl inviting him, Qin Feng would have definitely refused. But Lu Xinyao was different. Over the past 3 years of university, she had shown him a lot of kindness. Moreover, they had known each other since middle school. Let's go. Noticing the angry glares of the other female classmates, Lu Xinyao grabbed Qin Feng's hand and ran out of the classroom. She knew it wouldn't be easy being the class monitor from now on. Lu Xinyao pulled Qin Feng all the way down the teaching building, both of them out of breath. Class monitor, slow down. Where are we going to eat? Lu Xinyao said. I borrowed a membership card from a friend and know a restaurant with amazing food. They walked side by side toward the parking lot. Realizing she was still holding Qin Feng's hand, Lu Xinyao quickly let go. Qin Feng, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to treat you to a simple meal. Lu Xinyao blushed, a shy expression on her face. Qin Feng smiled, seeing through her, but saying nothing. As they reached the parking lot, they ran into a young man. The young man, apparently a student too, was wearing Versace and had a cocky smirk on his face. He was clearly a rich second generation. Xinyao, what a coincidence. Are you going out? Kai Zhihao focused his attention on Lu Xinyao, asking with a smirk. Lu Xinyao frowned slightly and whispered to Qin Feng, this guy just transferred from another school and he's a rich second generation. Let's just ignore him. Kai Zhihao had been pestering Lu Xinyao ever since he arrived at Binjiang University, but she had no time for him. Hey Xinyao, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Kai Zhihao stretched out his arm, blocking her way. Kai Zhihao, this is school. What do you think you're doing? Lu Xinyao was getting angry. Xinyao, do me a favor and come watch a movie with me tonight. Kai Zhihao didn't move, his attitude full of arrogance. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost. Qin Feng's voice carried a chill as he spoke to Kai Zhihao. Kai Zhihao frowned and turned to look at Qin Feng. Kid, you're pretty cocky. What's with the mask? If you've got the guts, tell me your name. Kai Zhihao's temper flared. Qin Feng, chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Zhihao's mouth twitched. Bro, you're really blowing things out of proportion. Rhine Bank was indeed a massive bank valued at hundreds of billions. There was no way Kai Zhihao believed Qin Feng could be its chairman. Stop trying to intimidate me. I suggest you stay away from Xinyao from now on. Kai Zhihao snorted coldly. But in an instant his expression shifted dramatically. For after taking out the car, Qin Feng had already opened the door of that night 1515. Kai Zhihao stood utterly bewildered. He had been wondering just moments ago who had driven a night 1515 worth over 10 million to the school. As it turned out, it was this young man standing before him. What did you just say? Repeat it for me. Qin Feng's face remained impassive. Kai Zhihao, already terrified, snapped back to his senses. Sorry for the disturbance. Brother, I swear I'll never bother your woman again. Kai Zhihao began slapping his own cheeks. A person who could afford to drive such a luxury car, even if not the chairman of Rhine Bank, must certainly possess considerable status. Kai Zhihao understood deeply that such people were completely beyond his ability to provoke. Get lost. Yes, brother, I'm leaving right away. Kai Zhihao's entire face had turned pale with fear as he sprinted out of the parking lot like a man possessed. Watching Kai Zhihao disappear, Qin Feng merely shook his head. In this day and age, why were there flies everywhere? Class monitor, get in the car. At this moment, Lu Xinyao too was in a state of shock. Qin Feng, did you just say you're the chairman of Rhine Bank? Is this real? Lu Xinyao was half convinced, half doubtful. These past few days she had been speculating about Qin Feng's identity, but she hadn't dared to ask directly. Guess. Qin Feng smiled and climbed into the driver's seat of the night 1515. How am I supposed to guess? Lu Xinyao pouted as she got into the car. Is this car also yours? Lu Xinyao clearly remembered that Qin Feng had been driving a Lamborghini before. Why had he switched cars again? Qin Feng nodded. I alternate between the two. Lu Xinyao wore a helpless smile. By the way, Xinyao, where is that restaurant you mentioned? Qin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao immediately mentioned a location. The restaurant she referred to happened to be situated in the Kaida shopping center. After parking, Lu Xinyao led Qin Feng into a restaurant. She presented her membership card and reserved a private room. The establishment was quite upscale with a pleasant ambience. Qin Feng, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you want. Lu Xinyao handed the menu to Qin Feng. I'm afraid I'll drive you to bankruptcy. Qin Feng was merely joking. He was well aware of Lu Xinyao's family circumstances. Her father was also in business and ranked among the wealthiest tycoons in their entire city. If we can't afford the bill, I could stay and wash dishes. Lu Xinyao replied with a smile. Qin Feng only ordered 3 ordinary dishes. The two of them couldn't possibly eat that much anyway. Lu Xinyao couldn't bear it any longer and added 2 of the restaurant's signature dishes. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I may not be able to afford wine worth tens of thousands, but a meal is certainly something I can treat you to. Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes fixed upon Qin Feng, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Class monitor, may I ask you a question? What question? Lu Xinyao was curious. Qin Feng gazed intently at Lu Xinyao and asked, why are you so kind to me? Lu Xinyao's expression faltered, her gaze dropping slightly. Qin Feng, back in middle school you always helped me. Have you forgotten? When Lu Xinyao first entered middle school, she was far from the beautiful person she is today. Her family wasn't well off either, so she was frequently bullied. It was Qin Feng who stood up for her in those days. Gradually, Lu Xinyao developed feelings for him, though Qin Feng remained unaware. Is that the only reason? Qin Feng pressed further. Lu Xinyao's cheeks flushed red as she drew an exquisite small gift box from her bag. Qin Feng, this is for you. What is this? Qin Feng accepted the gift box somewhat puzzled. Open it and see. Lu Xinyao's voice was barely a whisper, her face filled with shyness. Qin Feng opened the box to discover a string of white stone beads, a bracelet. A few days ago when I went for an outing outside the city, I got this jade bead bracelet for you at a temple. I heard keeping it close brings good fortune and safety. It's quite effective. Qin Feng picked up the bracelet smiling. Class monitor, I didn't know you believed in such things. Lu Xinyao had been on the verge of confessing her feelings. Hearing Qin Feng's words, she froze in bewilderment. Big brother, why is your focus so completely different from everyone else? Lu Xinyao's blush deepened by the moment. Finally she gathered her courage. Qin Feng, actually I like you. This confession had been bottled up in her heart for far too long. Lu Xinyao forced herself to look up, wanting to see what expression Qin Feng was wearing. She found Qin Feng smiling faintly, gazing quietly at her. Qin Feng, I understand as well. With your current circumstances, you probably look down on me. Lu Xinyao felt somewhat dejected. How could that possibly be? Actually, class monitor, I've known for quite some time. Huh. While overjoyed, Lu Xinyao also felt utterly frustrated. This fellow, clearly knowing all along, still went out of his way to ask those questions. How infuriating. Qin Feng said, class monitor, when we graduated from middle school, you folded many little paper stars. You said you wanted to give them to the person you loved. Later you gave me a cloth doll instead. All these years I've kept it close by my side. It was just a few days ago when I was moving things in the dormitory. I accidentally broke the cloth doll. Qin Feng trailed off without finishing. So you found out. Lu Xinyao became even more mortified. Yes, there were many little stars inside. I opened it and discovered quite a few confession messages written on them. Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng, please stop talking. I'm dying of embarrassment. Lu Xinyao covered her face with her hands. She had always assumed Qin Feng had thrown away that cloth doll long ago. Yet it had been discovered after all. The words written in that youthful innocence were somewhat childish, but they represented Lu Xinyao's genuine love for Qin Feng. Qin Feng smilingly moved to sit beside Lu Xinyao and took her delicate hand in his. Class monitor, I'll take you to see it tonight. No. Lu Xinyao allowed Qin Feng to hold her hand, but shook her head vigorously. You're so mean. Since you knew all along, why did you still ask those questions earlier? Lu Xinyao chided him. Though her words suggested otherwise, her heart was filled with sweetness. Because Qin Feng had accepted her. Qin Feng, if you had discovered this secret back then, would you have accepted me? Lu Xinyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qin Feng shook his head. Class monitor, by then you were already a little wealthy, miss. How could I possibly dare to reach above my station? Lu Xinyao snorted softly. Where am I wealthy? Compared to you now, I'm nothing but a beggar. Besides, all the money in my family was earned by my dad. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xinyao pouted adorably. She finally understood why Qin Feng had gradually distanced himself from her after entering high school. It was because of her family's financial situation. Lu Xinyao's family had become increasingly prosperous, which made Qin Feng feel pressured. Or rather inferior. Monitor, after we finish eating, I'll take you out to have fun. That's not appropriate. Although there were no major classes that afternoon, as monitor, Lu Xinyao worried that skipping class would set a bad example. It's fine, we can just ask for leave. Qin Feng smiled. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xinyao agreed. Qin Feng, stop calling me monitor from now on. It's just a habit. At that moment the private room door opened, and a waiter brought the dishes. Lu Xinyao quickly pulled her hand away from Qin Feng's grasp. Feeling awkward under people's gaze, she tried to act natural. By the time they finished their meal, half an hour had passed. Qin Feng suggested going shopping, and Lu Xinyao agreed. After leaving the private room, Qin Feng went to the restroom. Beautiful lady, mind joining us for a drink? While waiting at the entrance, Lu Xinyao was accosted by a flamboyantly dressed man. Behind him followed 3 unruly young men. I'm busy. Lu Xinyao frowned and shook her head, refusing. What beautiful lady? You're not giving Boss Jia any face, are you? The 3 young men chimed in with teasing remarks. Seeing Lu Xinyao's anger, they burst into laughter. Beautiful lady, just have a meal with me. I'll give you a bank card afterward. Spend it however you like. Wang Wenjie said, boastfully grinning. Lu Xinyao was wearing relatively plain clothes, but her elegant bearing remained unmistakable. Wang Wenjie was determined to win her over. In Wang Wenjie's view, nothing was beyond the reach of money. Lu Xinyao ignored him and was about to turn and leave. But just then Wang Wenjie reached out to grab her wrist. Beautiful lady, don't rush off so quickly, huh? Before Wang Wenjie could touch her, a large hand seized his arm. Qin Feng twisted it hard, and Wang Wenjie let out a blood-curdling scream. After taking the genetic pill, Qin Feng's strength had increased significantly. With that single twist, Wang Wenjie's face went pale, and he dropped to his knees. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You're asking for death. Qin Feng watched coldly, his expression unchanged. Wang Wenjie glared back with hatred, his face twisted in pain. Boss Jia, are you okay? The 3 men behind Wang Wenjie were stunned. They hadn't expected Qin Feng to strike so ruthlessly. What are you standing around for? Beat him up. Wang Wenjie's entire arm was dislocated, leaving him powerless. At that moment his only thought was revenge. He would not let Qin Feng go unpunished. Qin Feng, be careful. Seeing the 3 charging toward them, Lu Xinyao's face filled with worry. However, Qin Feng's expression barely changed. Even the bodyguards nearby were no match for Qin Feng, let alone 3 ordinary men. Smack, smack, smack. The 3 men couldn't even touch the hem of Qin Feng's clothes before each received a sharp slap. Their faces quickly swollen and red. Useless. All of you are useless. Seeing his men defeated, Wang Wenjie was furious. Boss Jie, he's too strong. The 3 men were terrified by Qin Feng's aura and dared not advance further. Wang Wenjie pointed at Qin Feng, enraged. Let me tell you, you'd better kneel and apologize. Otherwise I'll make sure you die a terrible. Smack. Before he could finish the word, terrible, Wang Wenjie also received a sharp slap from Qin Feng. Trying to threaten me. Just who do you think you are? Qin Feng said coldly. Wang Wenjie was stunned. Having dominated Sanhai City for so many years, this was the first time anyone had ever slapped him. Concerning his pride, Wang Wenjie's anger erupted completely. I won't let you go. Wang Wenjie ground his teeth, speaking word by word. His voice carried an overwhelming sense of resentment. I'll be right here. See what you can do about it. Qin Feng remained expressionless. Boss Jie. The restaurant owner, hearing about the trouble, arrived with 2 men to help. Boss Jie, what's wrong? The owner, a portly man, was quite familiar with Wang Wenjie. Boss Jean, this person hit me. Arrest him first. Wang Wenjie's face was twisted with rage. You're so arrogant, daring to hit Boss Jie. The restaurant owner immediately gestured, signaling his 2 men to act. Unfortunately, they were no match for Qin Feng either. Seeing Qin Feng walking toward him, the restaurant owner grew somewhat nervous. I advise you not to act rashly. Boss Jie's father is the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. You'd better apologize to Boss Jie quickly. Otherwise Boss Jie will make you regret it. Qin Feng stopped and spoke with interest. Chairman of Tianyang Hotel, is that impressive? Wang Wenjie's expression darkened, and he pulled out his phone. Just wait. I'll have my father here soon, and you're dead. Saying this, Wang Wenjie made a call. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Qin Feng didn't treat it seriously, and let Wang Wenjie make his call. Qin Feng, maybe we should leave. Lu Xinyao pulled at Qin Feng's hand, fearing something might go wrong. It's fine. People like him won't stop bothering us unless we teach them a lesson. Qin Feng remained composed and calm. This Wang Wenjie actually dared to bully Lu Xinyao. It was something Qin Feng could not tolerate. He had to make the other party pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also made a call to the shopping center manager. Over there, Wang Wenjie had finished his call. After notifying his father, Wang Wenjie felt even more emboldened. As the only son in the family, no matter how big the trouble he caused, his father always stepped in to resolve it. This time Wang Wenjie decided to beat Qin Feng severely. Having never endured such humiliation, he vowed revenge. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave and sat down with Lu Xinyao at the restaurant. Since Wang Wenjie wanted to play a game, Qin Feng would happily play along. Let's see who would win in the end. Lu Xinyao sat beside Qin Feng, looking somewhat nervous. Sorry, everyone, we're closed for business today. The restaurant owner cleared out the patrons. A major incident was about to unfold. Seriously, we just started eating. Many diners showed their dissatisfaction. They had been hoping to watch a good show. Instead, the restaurant owner was driving people away. Terribly sorry. Today's meal is on the house. The restaurant owner looked pained, but he intended to make it back from Qin Feng later. Alright then, let's deal with this guy. The restaurant owner's 2 men moved forward aggressively. However, they were no match for Qin Feng. Before they could get close, Qin Feng grabbed both of them and threw them aside like ragdolls. The restaurant owner's face turned pale. Hearing the restaurant owner's words, the diners left the restaurant in a sullen mood. Soon the restaurant fell silent. Several minutes passed before a middle-aged man whose figure resembled a barrel stormed into the restaurant. He wore a pair of glasses, and his face was flushed with rage. Behind him followed 2 bodyguards in suits. Who hit my son? The middle-aged man cast a cold glance around the room as he entered. The man was none other than Wang Wenjie's father, the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. Wang Zhihui, Dad, you're finally here. Wang Wenjie exclaimed with joy. Covering his face, he hurried to Wang Zhihui's side. It's him. Wang Wenjie pointed at Qin Feng, his expression grim. Wang Zhihui stood with his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. At that moment, the restaurant owner lowered his head silent. He felt an immense pressure descending upon him. Wang Wenjie had been involved in an incident at his restaurant, and if the matter were pursued, he might also be implicated. Young man, you actually dared to hit my son. Do you know who I am? Wang Zhihui's icy gaze made the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. I don't know, nor do I care. As before, Qin Feng's face remained calm. Dad, he's too arrogant. Don't waste words with him. Just beat him up first. Wang Wenjie trembled with rage. However, Wang Zhihui made a gesture for Wang Wenjie to remain silent. From start to finish, Qin Feng remained utterly composed. This puzzled Wang Zhihui greatly. Could this young man be of significant status? Young man, if you have the courage, state your name. A mocking smile curled on Qin Feng's lips. The entire Keita shopping center is mine. Who do you think I am? That's impossible. Wang Zhihui's expression grew even darker. Qin Feng appeared to be no more than just over 20 years old. How could he possibly be the owner of Keita shopping center? If you must have had too much to drink. You're spouting such nonsense. Keita shopping center was the largest commercial complex in Sanhai City. With countless shops, the quarterly rent alone amounted to nearly 1.1 billion yuan. Wang Wenjie refused to believe Qin Feng possessed such capability. To everyone present, Qin Feng was merely bluffing. Only Lu Xinyao sitting beside him parted her rosy lips. Knowing Qin Feng as she did, she was certain he wouldn't make such a joke. Could it be? Lu Xinyao stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, covering her red lips with a jade hand, not daring to imagine further. Young man, you dare to jest before me. Wang Zhihui was already furious. Claiming to be the owner of Keita Shopping Center. Was he mocking him? How utterly reckless. Teach him a lesson. Wang Zhihui ordered the two bodyguards behind him. They nodded and stepped forward. Just as they were about to act, chaotic footsteps sounded outside the restaurant. Who dares to lay a hand? A dozen security guards from the shopping center rushed in first. Soon after, the shopping center's manager appeared before the crowd. He was dressed in a suit, his expression stern. Manager Jiang. The restaurant owner was surprised to see Jiang Wenhai, the shopping center's manager. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He approached Jiang Wenhai with utmost respect. Slap. But instead of a greeting, he received a heavy slap from Jiang Wenhai. Blind fool. How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin? Jiang Wenhai was fuming. Upon learning that Qin Feng was in trouble at the shopping center, he had rushed over with his men. Manager Jiang. The restaurant owner was stunned into silence. I'll deal with you later, Jiang Wenhai said, coldly stepping past him to approach Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I apologize for my lateness. Jiang Wenhai bowed before Qin Feng. What? Could this young man really be the owner of Keita Shopping Center? Seeing Jiang Wenhai's deferential attitude toward Qin Feng, the restaurant owner's heart churned with shock. Even Wang Zhihui and his son exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They never imagined that a young man in his early 20s could be the owner of Keita Shopping Center. After all, Keita Shopping Center was located in the most bustling area of Shanghai City. Without considerable influence and skill, it would be impossible to establish a foothold there. They were dumbfounded, their minds a blank. Even Lu Xinyao, seated nearby, showed an expression of disbelief. She had not expected Qin Feng to be so formidable. Compared to others his age who were still in college, he already owned a shopping center in Shanghai City. Moreover, this shopping center was the largest in Shanghai City, ranking among the top 10 in all of Huaxia. Lu Xinyao stared at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes wide. She was curious about how many more secrets Qin Feng held. After the initial shock, the restaurant owner was terrified. If Qin Feng pursued the matter, he would surely be finished. Now only regret filled his heart. He should never have offended Qin Feng for Wang Wenjie's sake. I'm fine. Deal with this person first. Qin Feng pointed at the restaurant owner. In front of him, Jiang Wenhai felt a sense of oppression. Though young Qin Feng exuded an extremely powerful aura. This startled Jiang Wenhai inwardly. Yes, Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai turned to face the restaurant owner, his gaze icy. Manager Jiang, I was blind. The restaurant owner bowed 90 degrees, his body trembling faintly. You have offended Mr. Qin. This restaurant will not continue to operate. Jiang Wenhai said coldly. The property rights of this shop belong to Keita Shopping Center, and they could reclaim it at any time. The restaurant owner pleaded, Manager Jiang, please don't. Give me a chance. He had operated here for years, and moving would cost him a significant sum. Jiang Wenhai sneered, saying this now is a little too late. Move out within a day. The restaurant owner shook his head, unwilling to accept. Manager Jiang, we have a contract. If you take back the shop, you'll have to pay a hefty penalty. Jiang Wenhai's face bore a contemptuous smile. Fine, if you want to continue renting, I'll triple the rent starting next month. Don't mention the contract to me. The final interpretation rests with us. It was all too easy to drive the restaurant owner to ruin. He despaired, letting out a long sigh. He knew his restaurant could no longer stay open. Having offended the owner of Keita Shopping Center, it would be difficult to gain a foothold in Shanghai City from now on. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie's faces turned sour, their earlier arrogance completely extinguished. Did you just say you wanted to teach me a lesson? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Wang Zhihui's face. Wang Zhihui's expression was extremely dramatic. Finally, he chose to compromise. Mr. Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's just drop this matter. What do you think? Wang Zhihui said in a conciliatory tone. Drop it. I've wasted so much time here with you all, and you tell me to drop it? Qin Feng shook his head, a hint of mockery in his demeanor. Then what do you want? Wang Zhihui's face alternated between ashen and flushed. As for Wang Wenjie, he was already too frightened to speak. Compensate. Pay 100 million. Then we'll consider this settled. Qin Feng said calmly. What? 100 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? The anger in Wang Zhihui's heart reignited. Because the demand Qin Feng made was something he would never accept. His own son had been beaten, and now he was supposed to pay compensation. What kind of logic was that? Sorry, robbery is against the law. I wouldn't do that. My girlfriend suffered some mental distress, so taking 100 million from you is perfectly reasonable. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao beside him. Qin Feng, Xinyao, don't speak for now. Lu Xinyao hesitated, then quietly watched Qin Feng's performance. This is too much. Wang Zhihui finally exploded. Young man, don't be so ungrateful. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Tianjing Chamber of Commerce. You've heard of the Tianjing Chamber of Commerce, right? Our president is the renowned Wu Qicai of Shanghai City. One phone call from me and you'll be up against the entire Tianjing Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing the name Wu Qicai, Jiang Wenhai frowned. This was a real estate tycoon, an extremely influential figure. Lu Xinyao had obviously heard of Wu Qicai too. She leaned close to Qin Feng and whispered a reminder. Qin Feng, this Wu Qicai is a big shot in Shanghai City. Scared now, kid? And you still want me to pay compensation? Ha, wishful thinking. Wang Zhihui snorted coldly, thinking Qin Feng was intimidated. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Fine, you can go find Wu Qicai. Let's see if he can save you. Qin Feng added with a smile. But if you keep dragging this out, it won't be just 100 million anymore. Just you wait. Wang Zhihui's gaze turned terrifyingly dark. He pulled out his phone and made a call. When the call connected, he got straight to the point. President Wu, I've run into some trouble. Please, I need your help. On the other end of the line, Wu Qicai frowned. Among all the members of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, Wang Zhihui was the one who caused the most trouble. He flaunted his membership status and acted arrogantly. This had already brought considerable trouble to the entire chamber, and now he had stirred up another mess. Wu Qicai was very displeased. The owner of Kaida Shopping Center, Qin Feng, now wants me to pay 100 million. President Wu, please help me no matter what. Wang Zhihui pleaded in a supplicating tone. Wu Qicai was about to refuse, but upon hearing the name Qin Feng, he paused. Qin Feng. Could it be Qin Feng, the chairman of Longjiang Group? When did he become the owner of Kaida Shopping Center? Filled with 1,000 doubts, Wu Qicai decided to go see for himself. Wait there, I'll come now. After hanging up, Wu Qicai muttered, idiot. He told his secretary to prepare the car and immediately headed to Kaida Shopping Center. Hearing that Wu Qicai was personally coming, Wang Zhihui was overjoyed. He had no idea that Wu Qicai was coming not to save him, but for something else entirely. Young man, your good days are over. President Wu has agreed to come in person. Wang Zhihui's face wore a triumphant smile. There was no way he was going to pay compensation. When Wu Qicai arrived, he planned to put the arrogant Qin Feng in his place. Wanting 100 million. Dream on. Wang Wenjie suddenly regained some courage. Gritting his teeth, he said, Dad, I want Qin Feng to kneel and apologize to me later. Who was Wu Qicai? He was the president of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Once Wu Qicai arrived, it would be Qin Feng's turn to suffer. Fine. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie both laughed. Drag these two out and give them a beating first. Qin Feng felt pity for them. He wondered how Wang Zhihui had managed to survive this long. Calling him brainless would be an overstatement, because he didn't even have a brain. Yes, Mr. Qin. Zhang Wenhai immediately made a gesture. The security guards of Kaida Shopping Center understood and rushed forward, grabbing the father and son. Qin Feng, what are you doing? I advise you not to do anything rash. The security guards ignored them and dragged the Wangs out without further ado. Then screams rang out. Qin Feng, aren't you afraid of Wu Qicai? Lu Xinyao was worried. We have right on our side, so there's nothing to fear. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. That's not what I mean. Lu Xinyao wanted to say that Wu Qicai's influence was too great. Now that Qin Feng had offended a member of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, it might land him in serious trouble. Xinyao, I know what you're worried about. But rest assured, nothing will happen. Seeing Qin Feng's handsome and confident face, Lu Xinyao helplessly shook her head. She didn't say anything more. The security guards beat the Wangs until their faces were swollen and bruised, then stopped. At this point, Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie no longer dared to bluster. All they could do now was wait patiently for Wu Qicai to arrive. They swore they would make Qin Feng pay when he got there. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Qicai finally showed up. President, we are finally here. That Qin Feng is too arrogant. Wang Zhihui rushed over, about to complain. Get out of my way. However, what he saw was Wu Qicai's icy glare. Without paying any attention to Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie, Wu Qicai strode straight up to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, we meet again. This big shot of Shanghai City showed tremendous respect before Qin Feng. Shocking. Utterly shocking. The father and son were dumbfounded. They never expected Wu Qicai to be so deferential toward Qin Feng. They began to question their own existence. Who exactly was this Qin Feng? And with Wu Qicai's arrival, Lu Xinyao and Zhang Wenhai also felt a certain pressure. But something was off. Wu Qicai came, yet he went straight to greet Qin Feng. Could it be that Wu Qicai and Qin Feng were well acquainted? Are you here to plead for Wang Zhihui? Qin Feng lifted his head and glanced at Wu Qicai. Wu Qicai hastily waved his hand. Mr. Qin is jesting. I am hardly close with him. He is merely an ordinary member of our Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Wu Qicai's words, the Wang father and son immediately grew panicked. It had been quite a feat to persuade Wu Qicai to come all this way. Yet Wu Qicai actually uttered such callous words, refusing to extend a helping hand. President Wu, you must help us. Wang Zhihui pleaded, his face twisted in desperation. If even Wu Qicai would not aid them, then they were truly finished. Silence. Do you even understand who Mr. Qin is? He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. You blind fools, how dare you provoke Mr. Qin? Wu Qicai's voice was icy cold. If he left a poor impression of them because of this matter, he truly wanted to throw these two into the sea. What? Ruihai Bank. Chairman. The Wang father and son exchanged glances and collapsed to the ground. They finally understood why Wu Qicai showed such deep respect toward Qin Feng. Heaven above, so Qin Feng held yet another identity. What should they do? For a moment, Wang Zhihui lost all composure. The Tianheng Chamber of Commerce had been Wang Zhihui's greatest backing. Yet now even the chamber's president stood by Qin Feng's side. Wang Zhihui felt as though impending doom was closing in. Qin Feng, you are truly the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Lu Xinyao was equally stunned. Today Qin Feng had presented one surprise after another. First Kaida Shopping Center and now Ruihai Bank. Calculating it all together, how much wealth did Qin Feng actually possess? Lu Xinyao dared not let her imagination run further. After all, Qin Feng was still a university student. Could it be that his family owned mines? Mr. Qin, we were wrong. The Wang father and son, finally coming to their senses, dropped to their knees. Qin Feng's identity was simply too terrifying. They could never have afforded to offend him. Wang Wenjia's body trembled uncontrollably as he began slapping himself. Mr. Qin, we were blind to your greatness. Wang Zhihui's face had turned pale with fear, his voice quivering. He too imitated his son and began slapping himself. Qin Feng watched the two perform in silence, saying nothing. Over a minute passed like this. I have wasted far too much time with you. This matter must be properly settled, Qin Feng said coldly. Beads of cold sweat formed densely on Wang Zhihui's forehead as he spoke. Mr. Qin, we will pay compensation. We will pay 100 million. At this point, Wang Zhihui had no choice but to settle with money, because they could not possibly stand against Qin Feng. 100 million was the original price. Now it is 300 million. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and smiled faintly. What? Wang Zhihui's mouth twitched. 300 million. This Qin Feng clearly intended to plunder him. In an instant, Wang Zhihui's expression turned extremely grim. Mr. Qin, I beg you to show mercy. Wang Zhihui looked toward Wu Qicai with desperate eyes. President Wu, we are old friends. Please intercede on our behalf. See if you can have this 300 million waived. Wu Qicai merely shook his head and turned to look at Qin Feng. Only 300 million. I feel that is rather little. How about this? 500 million. The Wang father and son nearly fainted. Old Wu, I asked you to plead for mercy, not to make things worse. Even if you refuse to help, you need not add salt to the wound. The Wangs wore expressions of utter misery, as though they had swallowed a dead rat. Will you pay or not? Give me a straight answer. Wu Qicai's gaze slowly darkened. If the Wang father and son failed to recognize the situation, Wu Qicai would not hesitate to wield his influence and make those two regret it. Truly blind fools, daring to offend Mr. Qin. The Wangs were on the verge of tears. Seeing Wu Qicai had grown angry, they had no option but to comply. After all, if they offended both Qin Feng and Wu Qicai simultaneously, there would be no place for them left in Sanhai City. We will pay, we will pay. Wang Zhihui felt as though he could weep without tears. Originally, they only needed to pay 100 million. Yet instead of summoning reinforcements, the amount had swollen to 500 million. Wang Zhihui felt incredibly unfortunate. Mr. Qin, I will give you 50 million first. For the rest, give me 1 day to gather it. Wang Zhihui did not have much liquid cash on hand. He would have to sell assets. Wang Zhihui, I suggest you do not play any tricks. Wu Qicai warned. President Wu, I dare not. Wang Zhihui took out his phone and instructed his finance department to transfer the funds. After a short while, 50 million was received into Qin Feng's bank account. Qin Feng stood up and glanced at Wang Zhihui once more. Take your son and get out. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will certainly gather the remaining money as soon as possible. Wang Zhihui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly left the restaurant with his son. Upon reaching the parking lot, Wang Zhihui still delivered a heavy slap to his son. Wang Wenjia's face was swollen and red, and he dared not say a word while clutching his cheek. Because he had teased Lu Xinyao with a few words, and now he had lost 500 million. Truly too unfortunate. Useless waste. I should have beaten you to death long ago. Wang Zhihui scolded. I will deal with you properly when we get back. The two got into the car and departed. Inside the restaurant. Mr. Qin, shall we have a meal together? Wu Qicai extended an invitation. I just ate another time. Qin Feng replied. Then very well, I will not disturb you further. It was clear that Qin Feng intended to go out with Lu Xinyao, and the shrewd Wu Qicai naturally had no intention of staying. Mr. Qin, I take my leave. Wu Qicai smiled and walked out of the restaurant. Mr. Qin, let us go to my office. I happen to wish to report on some work. Jiang Wenhai still stood respectfully by Qin Feng's side. I have no time right now. Let us discuss it when I am free. Hearing this, Jiang Wenhai wisely took the hint and stepped away. Class monitor, send me your bank card information. Let us divide that 50 million first. Qin Feng smiled and looked at Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao raised her eyebrows slightly. Why does this feel like dividing stolen goods? So this was truly how the wealthy made money, was it? Money did indeed come in quite quickly. No, it could be described as light speed. After all, most companies did not earn a profit of 500 million in an entire year. And yet Qin Feng had acquired 500 million in less than half an hour. Xinyao, do not say it that way. This is compensation for your emotional distress. Lu Xinyao's face bloomed like a flower as she linked her arm through Qin Feng's. What emotional distress could I possibly have? With you saying that I suddenly feel like devouring 2 more bowls of rice. Qin Feng also chuckled. Glutton. Come, let us head to the food street first. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao strolled through the food court at the shopping mall, picking up quite a few snacks. Later, Lu Xinyao suggested they visit the beach, and Qin Feng had no objections. They didn't return to Kaida Shopping Center until after 6 in the evening. Both were hungry and found a restaurant for a meal. After dinner, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao for a walk through the shopping center. Xinyao, let me take you clothes shopping. Though Lu Xinyao came from a comfortable family, she was not the type to spend recklessly. Take for example the dress she was wearing. Qin Feng noticed she had worn it for 2 years. No need. I still have plenty of clothes in my dorm. Lu Xinyao shook her head and declined. No way. Qin Feng pulled her into a Chanel women's boutique. Today Lu Xinyao had given him a gift, and he felt he ought to reciprocate. When one thinks of Chanel, the most famous product is undoubtedly perfume. In truth, Chanel's clothing designs are equally exceptional. The clothes here are too expensive. Lu Xinyao was still hesitant to go in as she knew this brand's clothing was luxury goods. Have you forgotten? We made 500 million today. At the mention of the 500 million, Lu Xinyao wanted to laugh. All right, I'll follow your lead. A sweet warmth filled her heart as she took Qin Feng's hand and walked into the shop. Welcome. A short-haired saleswoman approached to greet them. We'd like to look at women's clothing, Qin Feng said. This way, please. The saleswoman gestured politely. Lu Xinyao began browsing and soon spotted a cyan dress she took a liking to. Go try it on. Qin Feng smiled. Lu Xinyao nodded and took the dress into the fitting room. While she was changing, Qin Feng grabbed another outfit. About a minute later, Lu Xinyao emerged from the fitting room. Wearing the dress, she looked even more radiant and captivating. Miss, this dress suits you perfectly. You look absolutely beautiful, the saleswoman praised. If it were anyone else, the words might have been mere flattery. But on Lu Xinyao there was not a trace of exaggeration. Qin Feng, how does it look? Lu Xinyao held the hem of her skirt and twirled in front of him. Qin Feng studied her for a long moment, then smiled. Beautiful. We're buying it. Try this one next. Lu Xinyao went back to the fitting room and tried on 3 outfits in total. Packed them up. Qin Feng decided to buy all 3 outfits. As for the price, he was not overly concerned. Xinyao, what a coincidence. You're here too. Suddenly, a young couple walked over hand in hand. The man was a student at Binjiang University and knew Lu Xinyao. Like Lu Xinyao, he was also a member of the university's piano club. Just shopping for clothes. Lu Xinyao merely nodded. Oh, isn't that our school's male goddess? His name was Luo Jioding, and he clearly recognized Qin Feng as well. After all, Qin Feng was now the public enemy of every male student at Binjiang University. The guy was so handsome it induced jealousy. Meanwhile, Luo Jioding's girlfriend was staring at Qin Feng without blinking, a smile playing on her lips. It was simply because Qin Feng was too handsome. If Luo Jioding were compared side by side with Qin Feng, the former could be marched out and executed on the spot. Darling, is that your friend? Luo Jioding's girlfriend asked with a smile. Just a fellow alumnus. Luo Jioding had little affection for Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng buying clothes with Lu Xinyao only stirred fresh anger in his eyes. Besides being a little handsome, what else did this Qin Feng have? What else? Luo Jioding couldn't comprehend why Lu Xinyao would set her sights on Qin Feng. Xinyao, your taste is really questionable. You actually went for some pretty boy like that, Luo Jioding said with a sneer. Lu Xinyao frowned. Luo Jioding, what's that to you? Xinyao, I don't mean anything by it. I'm just saying it's a waste on your part. What use is being handsome? It can't put food on the table after all. Luo Jioding harbored deep scorn within. Qin Feng, let's ignore him. Lu Xinyao pulled Qin Feng away, unwilling to let Luo Jioding ruin their mood. Miss, is there anything else you'd like to purchase? We just received a new arrival of high heels. They'd suit you wonderfully. Lu Xinyao shook her head. Having bought 3 outfits, she felt it was enough. Let's go see. Qin Feng pulled Lu Xinyao toward the shoe section. Lu Xinyao was somewhat resistant, but under Qin Feng's insistence, she eventually relented. Darling, does that guy have a lot of money? Seeing Qin Feng buy so much for Lu Xinyao, Luo Jioding's girlfriend was envious. Meanwhile, her own boyfriend had barely agreed to come here and was unwilling to spend a dime. How could the gap between people be so enormous? The key was that Qin Feng was also quite handsome. That guy has no money at all. He's just a little handsome. That's it. Just wait. I bet Lu Xinyao will end up paying in the end. Luo Jioding sneered. At that moment, a woman in an OL uniform happened to pass by the shop. She cast an unintentional glance into the store. Wait, someone there looks so familiar. Could it be him? The woman secretly snapped a photo of Qin Feng and sent it to Jiang Wenhai. President Jiang, please take a look. Is this person the owner of our Kaida shopping center? Earlier that day, Jiang Wenhai had shown Qin Feng's photo to several leaders at Kaida shopping center. Jiang Wenhai had warned everyone that from now on, whenever they encountered this young man, they must show utmost respect. Since the woman was unsure, she asked Jiang Wenhai. Jiang Wenhai had long since finished work, but seeing Qin Feng buying clothes in the store made him somewhat tense. Could Mr. Qin be conducting an undercover inspection? Indeed, it is Mr. Qin. Xiaoyue, it's too late for me to make it there. Remember to properly host Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai gave a few instructions. I know what to do. The woman named Xiaoyu replied and walked into the shop. Deep down, she was somewhat nervous. After all, Qin Feng was the owner of their Kaida shopping center. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were at the checkout counter. Sir, your total comes to 54,800 yuan. Charge it to my card. Qin Feng took out his bank card. Not far away, Luo Jioding and his girlfriend were waiting to see him humiliated. They simply did not believe Qin Feng had money. At that moment, the woman named Xiaoyu walked over. Wait. She stopped the saleswoman from swiping the card. Manager, what's wrong? The saleswoman asked, puzzled. Manager, you took the bank card and handed it back to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. This store is directly operated by our shopping center. You are the owner of Kaida Shopping Center. How could we possibly charge you? Manager Yu's attitude was deeply respectful. Meanwhile, Luo Jioding, who had been waiting to watch the joke, was left utterly speechless. This Qin Feng was actually the owner of Kaida Shopping Center. How could this be possible? Luo Jianting exchanged a glance with his girlfriend, refusing to believe it. After all, Qin Feng was merely a university student. The owner of Kaida Shopping Center. What did that mean? One had to understand that Kaida Shopping Center occupied the most bustling district in Shanghai City. The rent for just a single shop here was prohibitively expensive, and yet Qin Feng was actually the owner here. Impossible. Luo Jianting shook his head, waves of shock crashing within his heart. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Lu Xinyao, and both smiled. It seemed that now that his identity had been revealed, they wouldn't even need to pay the bill. May I ask who you are? Qin Feng inquired about the woman's identity. The woman named Xiao Yu replied respectfully, Mr. Qin, I am the procurement manager here. You may simply call me Xiao Yu. Sister Yue, is he really the owner of Kaida Shopping Center? The female shop assistant also appeared extremely shocked, unable to resist stealing more glances at Qin Feng. This young man was handsome, and more importantly, he was wealthy. Please wrap up the clothes and shoes first. The woman named Xiao Yu instructed the shop assistant. Yes, Sister Yu. The woman named Xiao Yu turned to Qin Feng once more. Mr. Qin, Kaida Shopping Center has over 20 direct stores. Shall I take you on a tour? Qin Feng shook his head. There's no need. We should head back. Very well, Mr. Qin. Allow me to see you out. And so the woman named Xiao Yu escorted Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao out of the store. Watching Qin Feng disappear, Luo Jianting and his girlfriend remained in a state of shock. Was that person really the owner of your Kaida Shopping Center? Luo Jianting still couldn't quite believe it, going over to ask the shop assistant. Can't you see how respectfully Sister Yu treated Mr. Qin? Recalling how Luo Jianting had just spoken insolently to Qin Feng, the shop assistant didn't give him a pleasant expression either. Indeed. Then what is Sister Yu's position? Luo Jianting intended to get to the bottom of this. She is our procurement manager here. The shop assistant explained. Goodness gracious. At this point, Luo Jianting was now utterly convinced. He never could have imagined that Qin Feng would be the owner of Kaida Shopping Center. With so many stores under Kaida Shopping Center, how much would it earn in a year? Luo Jianting dared not imagine. Recalling the mocking words he had spoken to Qin Feng just moments ago, Luo Jianting regretted deeply. Even Luo Jianting's girlfriend was shaken by Qin Feng's identity. Handsome and wealthy, compared to her boyfriend, he was practically worth nothing. With this thought, Luo Jianting's girlfriend grew increasingly resentful. Why couldn't she have a boyfriend like that? Looking at Lu Xinyao, the other woman didn't even have to pay for her clothes. Cancel the hotel room. I'm leaving tonight. The more she thought about it, the angrier Luo Jianting's girlfriend became. She stormed out of the store in a fury. Babe, wait for me. Luo Jianting chased after her in frustration. Qin Feng, where are you living now? Lu Xinyao sat in the passenger seat of the Night 15, asking Qin Feng, who was driving. Let me take you to see. Qin Feng smiled. Perhaps. Next time. Lu Xinyao was worried about time. She still needed to return to school after all. She had an early class tomorrow. Unlike Qin Feng, she couldn't skip class every day. It's fine. I'll have someone send you back in a moment. And so Qin Feng brought Lu Xinyao to Yulong Villa Estate. The moment the car passed through the estate entrance, Lu Xinyao was dumbfounded. She never expected that Qin Feng's residence would be an estate. And this estate, it was simply too vast. Mr. Qin, the security guard at the entrance saluted Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Xinyao helplessly shook her head. Qin Feng smiled wordlessly and drove the car to the entrance of the main villa. Good evening, Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin Feng exit the car, two maids at the entrance stepped forward to bow and help take his belongings. Lu Xinyao stood in a daze, following behind Qin Feng into the grand hall. Lu Xinyao looked around, gazing at the luxurious hall like an inquisitive child. Xinyao, rest for a while. Lu Xinyao sat on the sofa, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Qin Feng sat down beside her and wrapped his arm around Lu Xinyao's slender waist. Xinyao, how about staying tonight instead? I'll show you around the estate properly tomorrow. Qin Feng suggested. No, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Lu Xinyao came to her senses, blushing as she refused. They had only been dating for the first day. Things were moving way too fast. Seeing the blush on Lu Xinyao's cheeks, Qin Feng teased. What mental preparation? I have plenty of rooms here. What are you thinking? Indeed, Lu Xinyao, when flustered, was truly adorable. I thought you were going to. Lu Xinyao softly harumphed and didn't continue. Thought I was going to what? Qin Feng continued to tease. Lu Xinyao's cheeks grew redder and redder. She stood up. I want to go back. Xinyao, the school gates are already closed now. Qin Feng checked his watch, reminding her. I don't buy your nonsense. Lu Xinyao rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. A man's words are lies. Alright, I'll have someone send you back. Qin Feng, resigned to the situation, made a call and summoned a bodyguard. Qin Feng, then I'll see you at school tomorrow. Lu Xinyao was somewhat reluctant to part. Sometimes a woman's mind is just that peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xinyao quickly walked to Qin Feng's side and wrapped her arm around his neck with one hand. Lu Xinyao, face flushed, gave Qin Feng a kiss. Their lips met a fleeting touch. I'm leaving now. That was my first kiss. Lu Xinyao gazed into Qin Feng's eyes with her beautiful gaze, then trotted out of the hall. Watching Lu Xinyao leave, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. He licked his lips wanting more. The next day, Qin Feng woke up early. System sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 270 million Huaxia coins. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 6 gene of Mother Tree de Hongpao tea. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Patek Philippe 5000 and 2P Platinum watch. Mother Tree de Hongpao tea, due to its rarity, could only be auctioned at auctions. A single gene cost as much as 10 million Huaxia coins. The Patek Philippe 5000 and 2P Platinum watch was valued at over 17 million. Not receiving any assets today somewhat disappointed Qin Feng. He got up and went to the hall. Breakfast was already prepared by now. Qin Feng heard sounds from the kitchen and went to take a look. It turned out that Su Jiaying was busy in the kitchen. What are you doing? Mr. Qin, I'm making some tea eggs. Su Jiaying smiled. Qin Feng thought of something and said, wait a moment. Qin Feng rushed back to the study and extracted the Mother Tree de Hongpao tea and that Patek Philippe watch. Qin Feng brought the tea to the kitchen and said to Su Jiaying, try using this tea. Su Jiaying picked up Qin Feng's tea leaves and studied them with curiosity. Mr. Qin, what kind of tea is this? Though she had seen many fine teas, she had never encountered these Mother Tree de Hongpao leaves. Still, they appeared to be quite valuable. Just boil them. Qin Feng was eager to taste the eggs made with these rare leaves. Yes, Mr. Qin, but we don't need that many leaves. Su Jiaying took the tea and added only a pinch. Leave the rest in the kitchen, we can use them next time we make tea eggs. After instructing her, Qin Feng went out for breakfast. He casually placed the Patek Philippe Platinum watch on the table. After eating, he sat on the living room sofa scrolling through his phone. Qin Feng, there's an afternoon class. Will you come? Lu Xinyao messaged him. Yes. Missing me already, he teased. Don't flatter yourself. As he chatted with Lu Xinyao, a maid from the manor entered. Mr. Qin, a man named Wu Qicai is outside and wishes to see you. Qin Feng was puzzled about why Wu Qicai would visit. Let him in. Yes, Mr. Qin. After a short, while Wu Qicai's car pulled up at the main villa's entrance. Mr. Qin. Wu Qicai entered with a broad smile. Director Wu, please have a seat. Qin Feng looked up and said, you're too kind, Mr. Qin. Wu Qicai sat across from him and chuckled. Your manor is truly enormous. In all of Sanhai City, it's hard to find one this size. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Qicai got down to business. Mr. Qin, here's the thing, I've recently set my sights on a piece of land. And I'd like to partner with you on it. Wu Qicai handed Qin Feng a document. Showing some interest, Qin Feng picked it up and glanced at it. That plot of land located in the heart of Sanhai City was valued at over 8 billion yuan, a true hot commodity. Originally, it had been acquired by a major domestic real estate developer. But due to a capital shortage, they wanted to sell it. Wu Qicai naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Wait a minute. If they hold such prime land, why didn't they mortgage it to a bank? Qin Feng looked at Wu Qicai questioning. Nothing in life is free. Only traps fall from the sky. That land's desirability in the city center needed no elaboration. Wu Qicai explained with a smile, the chairman of that real estate firm is a friend of mine. He owed me a favor, so this time he chose to sell it to me instead of mortgaging it. Unfortunately, I can't raise that much money in a short time. Hearing this, Qin Feng understood the situation. No wonder they opted to sell rather than mortgage. The chairman was Wu Qicai's friend. Qin Feng hesitated. He owned a bank, so capital was certainly not an issue. Mr. Qin, how about this? Give me your answer tonight. Wu Qicai smiled. Qin Feng nodded. He planned to take the documents to Ruihai Bank for a risk assessment. If no major problems arose, cooperating with Wu Qicai would be feasible. Including subsequent capital investment, this would be a deal worth tens of billions. Qin Feng couldn't afford to be careless. Please have some tea. Su Jiaying served tea to both Wu Qicai and Qin Feng. She naturally knew who Wu Qicai was, a real estate tycoon frequently seen on news programs. Wu Qicai took the cup. By chance, he noticed the tea leaves inside. This is... Wu Qicai's eyes widened. He recognized it, Mother Tree de Hongpao tea. Such leaves were extremely rare. He had only tasted them once at a friend's house. He heard that one gene cost 10 million yuan. Is this Mother Tree de Hongpao tea? Wu Qicai stared at Su Jiaying, stunned. Mother Tree de Hongpao. Su Jiaying was equally shocked. She had only heard of the name, but never seen what the leaves looked like. Mr. Qin, this. Su Jiaying turned to Qin Feng, too astonished to speak. She had found the tea quite fragrant when she boiled the eggs earlier. And since Wu Qicai happened to visit the manor, she had brewed 2 cups. Yes, it's indeed Mother Tree de Hongpao tea. Qin Feng said casually. Su Jiaying felt lightheaded and nearly fainted. Mr. Qin, you had me use such expensive tea to make tea eggs. She gave a wry smile. Only Qin Feng would think of using Mother Tree de Hongpao leaves for tea eggs. How much would one egg cost? She couldn't bear to imagine. Wah. What? Wu Qicai's mouth twitched, dumbfounded. Others would kill to get their hands on Mother Tree de Hongpao, yet this man used it to boil eggs. Wasn't that insane? Could it get any more extravagant? Qin Feng just smiled and said, it's nothing. I still have plenty. Qin Feng wasn't a tea enthusiast. To him, a 10 million yuan tea and a 100 yuan tea were no different. Mr. Qin, I'll put the tea in the study. Su Jiaying went into the kitchen and retrieved the mother tree Dahongpo leaves. Such precious tea, she dared not leave it lying around. After a long moment, Wu Qicai finally snapped out of it. Mr. Qin, I love this tea, but I can't buy it anywhere. Could you sell me some? Wu Qicai asked. Sure, go ask Steward Su for it later. Qin Feng agreed. Wu Qicai nodded and savored the tea in his cup. Indeed, at 10 million yuan a jean, the taste was extraordinary. Suddenly, he noticed the Patek Philippe watch on the table. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch, right? Wu Qicai picked up the watch and examined it, letting out a wry laugh. It was genuine. He couldn't believe Qin Feng would simply toss such an expensive watch on the table. Indeed, wealth breeds caprice. Wu Qicai stayed at the manor for over an hour. Only after the tea eggs were ready did he take one and leave. He too wanted to taste what a tea egg made with mother tree Dahongpo leaves would be like. After Wu Qicai left, Qin Feng put on a helmet and rode his Ducati toward Ruihai Bank. Over 40 minutes later, he arrived at Ruihai Bank's headquarters. Upon hearing of his arrival, Zhou Rongfeng led a group of executives out to greet him. Chairman Qin. Good day, Chairman Qin. The executives of Ruihai Bank bowed in unison to Qin Feng. The security guard at the entrance was utterly astonished. Who exactly was this young man? For all the executives of Ruihai Bank to come out and greet him personally, could he possibly be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? With that thought, the guard straightened his uniform, standing at rigid attention. Chairman Qin, please. Zhou Rongfeng ushered Qin Feng into the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. It was Qin Feng's first visit, and he inquired about the bank's operational status. Qin Feng then presented the documentation for the land parcel valued at over 8 billion. Get an assessment done. Let's see if it's viable. When Zhou Rongfeng saw the location of that land, he froze. Of course he understood its worth. Chairman Qin, I'll arrange it immediately. I should have an answer for you by this afternoon. Qin Feng nodded. Zhou Rongfeng began making calls. With nothing else to occupy his time, Qin Feng wandered to different areas. His cousin Yi Kaiying also worked there, though he didn't know which department. During working hours, the office was a hive of activity. Oh, aren't you Qin Feng? Tao Weiwei's face lit up with pleasant surprise upon seeing him. She approached to greet him. Tao Weiwei had always been defenseless against a man of Qin Feng's wealth and influence. Yet unfortunately, Qin Feng showed zero interest in her. After parting from Qin Feng's estate, she had not approached him again. Yet now she encountered him at Ruihai Bank's headquarters. Could this be fate? She mused dreamily, her eyes soft as she gazed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what brings you here? Her curiosity was palpable, but Qin Feng remained impassive. Just strolling, he replied. Tao Weiwei found his response dubious. Seriously, at Ruihai Bank, as if it were his private garden. She believed Qin Feng was likely there on business. After all, money was no object for him. By the way, where's my cousin? Qin Feng inquired. She's in the business department with me, but she's swamped. You'd better visit after work. Tao Weiwei cautioned. Without a word, Qin Feng headed toward the business department. Hey, Qin Feng. She called, following. Soon Qin Feng spotted his cousin, Yi Kaiying, tucked away in a corner, engrossed in a phone call, clearly overwhelmed. He approached after she concluded her conversation. Cousin, he greeted warmly. Oh, Qin Feng, are you working here now? No, wait. You clearly don't need a job. What brings you here? Realizing Qin Feng's wealth, she quickly corrected herself. Someone who owned an estate didn't need employment. I came to treat you to dinner. Qin Feng smiled. Yi Kaiying sighed. I'm still on the clock. These days have been chaotic. Let's connect when things settle. She paused, then asked. By the way, Qin Feng, how did you even get in here? Yi Kaiying was puzzled, given this was Ruihai Bank's headquarters. Before she could finish, General Manager Zhou Rongfeng rushed over to Qin Feng's side. Chairman Qin, I was searching for you everywhere. Found you here. Yi Kaiying was about to bow to Zhou Rongfeng when she heard him address Qin Feng as chairman. Suddenly it clicked. Could Qin Feng be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? She'd been pondering his background lately. Living in such a grand estate suggested significant status. Yet she never imagined him as the bank's chairman. Good day, General Manager. Yi Kaiying curtsied. Mr. Qin, do you know her? Zhou Rongfeng eyed her curiously. She's my cousin. Qin Feng introduced. Pleased to meet you. They shook hands. Yi Kaiying felt deeply honored. A handshake with Zhou Rongfeng was beyond her wildest dreams. She understood this was solely due to Qin Feng's influence. Nearby, Tao Weiwei was stunned upon learning Qin Feng was the chairman. She didn't dare approach while Zhou Rongfeng was present. Cousin, work seems exhausting. Let me find you a different position. Qin Feng recalled a staffing need at Kaida Shopping Center. A supervisory role managing retail spaces seemed preferable to the bank's demanding environment. No need, Qin Feng. Hard work isn't troubling. I'm new here, gaining experience matters most. Qin Feng sighed, recognizing his cousin's stubborn nature. Very well. My offer stands if you change your mind. He left her to her work, exiting the department. Zhou Rongfeng memorized Yi Kaiying's employee number before following Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, all set. Regarding Chairman Wu's potential partnership, I'll update you shortly. Qin Feng agreed, believing professionals should handle their domains. He focused on strategic direction. As Qin Feng prepared to leave, Zhou Rongfeng escorted him to the parking area. At the lobby, two individuals approached. One was a square-jawed, middle-aged man, the other a young man of average build. General Manager Zhou. The middle-aged man greeted. Qin Feng. The young man's shock was evident. He was Pan Shiji, a wealthy heir and Qin Feng's classmate. Pan Shiji was stunned seeing the general manager behind Qin Feng. 3 years of shared classes meant he knew Qin Feng was ordinary. This encounter shattered his assumptions. Could this Qin Feng have another identity? Mr. Pan. Zhou Rongfeng addressed Pan Zhongyi politely. Qin Feng greeted Pan Shiji with a knowing smile. Long time no see, Pan Shiji. Despite his privileged background, Pan Shiji was approachable. He'd been absent helping at his father's company. Pan Shiji said with a bitter smile, I took leave. Because my father's company was swamped, I went to help. Witnessing Qin Feng's prominence, Pan Zhongyi observed intently. Chairman Qin, you two know each other? Zhou Rongfeng inquired. Classmate, Qin Feng confirmed. Chairman. Hearing Zhou Rongfeng's title left Pan Zhongyi and Pan Shiji shocked. Pan Zhongyi probed cautiously. General Manager, Zhou, could this be your chairman of Ruihai Bank? Indeed. He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Zhou Rongfeng said with a smile. Pan Zhongyi and Pan Shiji exchanged glances, utterly stunned. Especially Pan Shiji, whose inner shock was beyond words. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng, who was usually so frugal in daily life, was actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. This came as a tremendous surprise to Pan Shiji. Chairman Qin, hello. Pan Zhongyi stepped forward with a bow, extending his hand to shake Qin Feng's. This is Pan Zhongyi, chairman of Yuan Technology. Zhou Rongfeng introduced to Qin Feng. Hello. Chairman Qin is too kind. Pan Zhongyi felt deeply honored. This young man was the chairman of Ruihai Bank after all. What an imposing figure he was. Qin Feng. No, Chairman Qin. Pan Shiji quickly corrected himself, sighing. Chairman Qin, you truly are a man of low profile. At school, everyone knew Qin Feng's family circumstances. Yet no one expected Qin Feng to have such another identity. Qin Feng smiled without speaking. Before this, it wasn't that he was being modest. It was simply that he had no way to be ostentatious. But now things were different. Qin Feng had obtained a system. It was now impossible for him to remain low profile, even if he wanted to. Chairman Qin, our Yuan Technology went public successfully today. If you have time, please come to Tianhao Hotel at 8 o'clock this evening for a drink. Mr. Zhou, you're invited too. Pan Zhongyi extended the invitation. They came here originally to invite Zhou Rongfeng. Unexpectedly, they had also stumbled upon the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Chairman Qin, you must come tonight, no matter what. Pan Shiji said with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Rongfeng nearby explained. Chairman Qin, you see, our Ruihai Bank holds a 10% stake in Yuan Technology. Qin Feng nodded. All right, I'll be there tonight. Then we'll be waiting for Chairman Qin's gracious presence. Pan Zhongyi and Pan Shiji wore expressions of respect. Watching Qin Feng depart, Pan Zhongyi quietly asked Pan Shiji beside him. Since you're classmates with Chairman Qin, you didn't offend him, did you, eh? Pan Shiji shook his head. Dad, I've always followed your advice. I never provoke people. Pan Zhongyi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Good work. I heard that yesterday Wang Zhihui's son offended a very influential young man in Shanghai City. He had to pay a full 500 million. So son being low-key is important. Pan Shiji nodded. That I understand. Pan Zhongyi spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Moreover, your classmate is no ordinary person. Treat him to meals more often in the future. Qin Feng drove the Ducati away from Ruihai Bank. After Qin Feng left, Zhou Rongfeng also went to the business department to find Yi Kaiying. Kaiying, come out for a moment. Zhou Rongfeng said. Not understanding why Zhou Rongfeng wanted to see her, Yi Kaiying followed him to the office. Kaiying, starting tomorrow, you'll be the deputy director of the business department. Yi Kaiying froze. General manager, I just transferred to headquarters. I have no experience. Zhou Rongfeng smiled. Experience can be accumulated gradually. I believe you can handle this job. Yi Kaiying pondered for a moment and asked. General manager, did my cousin ask you to do this? Zhou Rongfeng shook his head. No, this is my own decision. Kaiying, I can see you're quite diligent. Work hard. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yi Kaiying was Qin Feng's cousin, so Zhou Rongfeng naturally wanted to look after her. Moreover, Yi Kaiying's work attitude was indeed excellent. With a little training, she would be fully capable of handling the deputy director position. Thank you, general manager. Yi Kaiying knew very well that she got this promotion because of Qin Feng. It seemed she would need to treat Qin Feng to a meal when she had the chance. Qin Feng returned to the manor. He had brought bodyguards on this outing. It was approaching noon, and Shanghai City was experiencing some traffic congestion. However, riding the Ducati motorcycle, Qin Feng had no such troubles. Qin Feng left his bodyguards far behind. Approaching the road, near the manor, Qin Feng noticed that several vehicles had blocked the road. Several streamers were doing a live broadcast, and their broadcast was focused on Qin Feng's grand manor. Among the streamers, there were both men and women. Everyone look. This is the most mysterious manor in Shanghai City. It's said that since the manor was built, the owner's identity has been a complete mystery. Next, we'll use a drone to reveal the truth for everyone. Qin Feng saw that their vehicles had blocked the road and furrowed his brow slightly. He removed his helmet and warned them. Move your vehicles. The streamers saw Qin Feng riding a motorcycle and all showed expressions of disdain. Wait a moment. Can't you see we're doing a live broadcast? The streamers merely glanced at Qin Feng coolly, then turned back to the camera to continue their broadcast. Goodness, this manor is so huge there's even a golf course. I wonder which wealthy tycoon lives here. Indeed, poverty truly limits the imagination. Normally those streamers' viewer counts were just average. But today the live stream room was unexpectedly bustling. After all, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of this luxurious manor. Seeing one of the streamers about to launch a drone, Qin Feng felt speechless. You've been live streaming at my manor. Did you get my permission? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the streamers all turned to look at him. This young man actually claimed the manor was his. The sun hadn't even set yet, and he was already dreaming. Young man, have you been drinking? Riding a motorcycle and claiming this manor is yours. Of course the streamers didn't believe a word Qin Feng said. After all, in this day, an age bragging comes with no consequences. One female streamer even turned her camera toward Qin Feng. Everyone look. This young man actually claims to be the owner of the manor. Once the female streamer said this, the live stream room grew even more lively. How much has this guy been drinking to be this drunk? No denying he really is handsome, but his thick-skinnedness is something else. Young man, don't try to show off, or you might get struck by lightning. Most people in the live stream room were just curious onlookers. But soon someone recognized Qin Feng's Ducati. That was a motorcycle worth $1.5 million. Everyone shut up. That's a Ducati Superleggera V4. What Ducati? Someone please explain. A bunch of idiots look it up on the internet. Ducati, that's the Ferrari of motorcycles. Just that one he was riding costs around $1.5 million. $1.5 million. No way, with that money I could buy a sports car. Could he really be the owner of the manor? The live stream audience initially jeered, but as Qin Feng's Ducati was recognized, their attitude instantly shifted. Some even began to suspect that Qin Feng was indeed the manor's owner. Sister Ro, please take back what you just said. That's a Ducati Superleggera V4. This young man's identity is definitely not ordinary. The female streamer called Sister Ro clearly didn't realize what a Ducati Superleggera V4 signified. Isn't it just a cheap motorcycle? What's the big deal, eh? Sister Ro's tone was dismissive. Impressive. It seems Sister Ro is wealthy too. A motorcycle worth 1.5 million yuan, yet you call it a junker. How can we who drive cars worth just over 100,000 feel? Curiosity piqued. Sister Ro searched online. The search result was shocking. When she saw the price of that Ducati, the streamer was utterly dumbfounded. Because the Ducati Superleggera V4 really did cost 1.5 million yuan. The streamer couldn't fathom that a motorcycle could be so expensive. Even the combined value of all the cars they drove couldn't match Qin Feng's single motorcycle. But she had just called it a junk motorcycle. Her face flushed red, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Just then Qin Feng's bodyguards drove up in their cars. The bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong was driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by two Audis. Oh my god, what am I seeing? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The streamers were stunned. 3 cars pulled over, and then 8 burly men in suits stepped out. Mr. Qin, what happened? Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong was the first to approach Qin Feng, asking respectfully. Qin Feng said nothing, just stared at the streamers. If you don't move your cars immediately, I won't mind having them smashed. And get out of here now. Qin Feng lost his patience. These streamers, for the sake of making money, had actually used his manor as a gimmick. How outrageous. Seeing Qin Feng's grand display, the streamers were all stunned. This road led straight to Yuan Manor. It seemed Qin Feng was indeed the manor's owner. It took them a while to snap out of it, and then they began packing up their streaming equipment. The streamer who had launched the drone immediately retrieved it. Sir, we're truly sorry. We have offended you. The streamers apologized to Qin Feng, then got into their cars as fast as they could. They turned around and disappeared. They dared not offend the owner of Yuan Manor. Let's go. Just as Qin Feng was about to get into the car, he thought of something and said to Zhang Yong, keep an eye out from now on. If anyone else dares to stream here, give them a lesson first. Qin Feng didn't want anyone disturbing his peace. Mr. Qin, I understand. Zhang Yong nodded. After driving the Ducati back to the manor, Qin Feng took another nap. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock that he drove the night 15 to school. When Lu Xinyao, the class monitor, saw Qin Feng appear in the classroom, her face lit up with surprise. Qin Feng. She smiled and walked over. Xinyao. Qin Feng smiled and took Lu Xinyao's fair soft hand. Lu Xinyao resisted a little. Qin Feng, so many classmates are watching. Lu Xinyao lowered her head, her face growing redder. Qin Feng said, what's the big deal? He thought this was a good opportunity to make the other female classmates give up. Because over the past couple of days Qin Feng had received too many love letters. Whoa, Qin Feng is actually with the class monitor. This PDA is too much. Qin Feng, class monitor, can you consider the feelings of us singles? Many classmates expressed dissatisfaction with Qin Feng's public display of affection. The female classmates, on the other hand, were envious and jealous. Why? Why wasn't it them holding Qin Feng's hand? Seeing the hateful glares from the other girls, Lu Xinyao quickly pulled her hand away from Qin Feng's. Lu Xinyao felt that before long, she would become the enemy of all the girls in school, because she had snatched away the school's recognized heartthrob. Teacher Su just asked about you again. He said you've been skipping class a lot lately. Lu Xinyao said softly. Just tell him I'm busy. Qin Feng laughed. Lu Xinyao shook her head, not knowing what to say. After all, given Qin Feng's current status, there was no need for him to come to school. If needed, he could even hire more prestigious teachers. Qin Feng returned to his seat. Brother Feng, nice one. You even managed to win over the class monitor. Teach us a few tricks sometime. His 3 roommates came over and teased him. Qin Feng attended classes for the whole afternoon. Evening came and class was over. Qin Feng, let's go to the school cafeteria for dinner. Lu Xinyao came to Qin Feng's side and linked her arm with his. Let's go. Having eaten too many delicacies these past few days, Qin Feng wanted to try the cafeteria food. Actually, a change of pace was nice. Besides, Qin Feng wasn't the picky type. Some female classmates had wanted to hang out with Qin Feng, but seeing him leave with Lu Xinyao, their hearts were crushed. It's over, no more love. As soon as Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao came down the teaching building, they encountered 4 flashily dressed young men. Those 4 were well-known rich second-generation students at the school. Hey, isn't this our school's heartthrob? Kid, I warn you, you'd better stay away from the school beauty Lu. Because she's young Master Kai's woman. The 4 surrounded Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao, looking hostile. Lu Xinyao frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Xinyao, I don't understand what you see in this guy. Besides being a little handsome, what else does he have? Yeah, what else? The 4 started questioning her one after another. Who I like to be with is none of your business. Lu Xinyao was a bit angry. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost immediately. Qin Feng's face was expressionless. Kid, you. The 4 were about to confront Qin Feng. But just then Kai Zhihao hurried over. What are you doing? What do you all think you're doing? Seeing the 4 speak rudely to Qin Feng, Kai Zhihao was furious. Young Master Kai, we were just warning Qin Feng for you. After all, the school beauty Lu is the woman you've set your eyes on. Although Kai Zhihao had just transferred to Binjiang University, due to his status, he had already gathered many underlings. Slap, 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 slap. For crisp slap sounded. Kai Zhihao said angrily. Now Xinyao is my big sister-in-law. How dare you speak to my big brother and sister-in-law like that? The 4 men were completely bewildered, staring at each other in utter confusion. They had assumed Kai Zhihao was merely joking. Who was Qin Feng anyway? Just a penniless nobody, that was all. Admittedly, he was somewhat handsome, but his status could never compare to Kai Zhihao's. Yet now Kai Zhihao had actually struck them for the sake of this Qin Feng. What on earth was going on? Young Master Kai, have you had too much to drink? One of them asked in bewilderment. You're the one who's drunk. Kai Zhihao turned around, his gaze falling upon Qin Feng. In his eyes there was nothing but reverence and deference. Kai Zhihao stood with a slight hunch, his face adorned with an obsequious smile. Big brother, I'm truly sorry. I've disturbed you and sister-in-law. I'll teach those fellows a proper lesson later. Kai Zhihao had only arrived at Binjiang University not long ago, yet he had already made quite a name for himself. He was the paramount of the 4 young devils of Binjiang University. However, before Qin Feng, Kai Zhihao dared not display even a hint of arrogance, because he understood perfectly well that Qin Feng was none other than the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Such a person could only be befriended, never antagonized. Young Master Kai, WH, why would you call him big brother? The 4 men were utterly perplexed. They were well aware of Kai Zhihao's prowess. Moreover, shortly after arriving at school, Kai Zhihao had declared his intention to pursue the school beauty Lu Xinyao. Yet now Kai Zhihao had actually submitted before Qin Feng. What kind of situation was this? My big brother is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. None of you are even fit to carry his shoes. Kai Zhihao berated the 4 men without mercy. WH. What? Chairman of Ruihai Bank. The 4 exchanged glances, terrified by Qin Feng's identity. Young Master Kai, you're not joking, are you? Kai Zhihao snorted coldly. I have no time for jokes with the likes of you. You'd better apologize to my big brother this instant. Otherwise I won't spare any of you. Witnessing Kai Zhihao's serious demeanor, the 4 men were deeply shaken. Qin Feng was barely past 20, yet he was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Such status was truly formidable. Who at Binjiang University could possibly rival Qin Feng in prowess? Nay, even across the entire Sanhai city, no one could compare to Qin Feng. At such a tender age, even the wealthiest second-generation heir could never become the chairman of a multi-billion enterprise. Why? Win, brother. We're sorry. The 4 lowered their heads, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, not daring to so much as glance at Qin Feng. At this moment, only fear resided in their hearts. Had their fathers learned they had offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank, they would surely be beaten black and blue. Qin Feng merely cast a casual glance at the 4 men, paying them little heed. Win, brother, shall we treat you to a meal? As an apology, naturally. One of them raised his head, proposing. No sooner had he spoken than Kai Zhihao delivered a vicious kick to the man. As if any of you are worthy of dining with my big brother. Yes, we're not worthy. Win, brother, please treat our earlier words as mere farts. The 4 trembled with fear, not daring to lift their heads. Get lost. Qin Feng had no intention of letting those 4 ruin his mood. Thank you, Win, brother. We'll be off right away. The 4 turned and vanished in an instant. Let's go eat. Qin Feng tugged at Lu Xinyao's hand, but she remained rooted to the spot. Xinyao, what's wrong? Lu Xinyao contemplated for a moment before saying, Qin Feng, shall we dine outside instead? With so many people in the cafeteria, if the other female students learned of their relationship, it would only bring trouble. With so many female students on campus, even if each spat, but once they could drown Lu Xinyao. After all, Lu Xinyao had witnessed the terrifying nature of those female students firsthand. Very well. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Kai Zhihao stood respectfully behind Qin Feng, showing no intention of leaving. Learning that Qin Feng intended to dine out, Kai Zhihao sensed his opportunity had arrived. Big brother. Qin Feng tilted his head, casting a casual glance at Kai Zhihao. Strangely, this was only their second encounter. Yet Kai Jihao called him big brother with such warmth and familiarity. Anyone unaware of the situation would genuinely believe Qin Feng was Kai Jihao's elder brother. I'm not your big brother, Qin Feng said coldly. But big brother, those 4 idiots offended you. It has nothing to do with me. Big brother, you are the only person I Kai Jihao truly admire. From this moment forward, I am your subordinate. Kai Jihao's face was filled with adulation, as if he were moments away from kneeling and kowtowing to Qin Feng. Qin Feng paid Kai Jihao no mind, walking with Lu Xinyao toward the parking lot. Kai Jihao chased after them, shamelessly persisting. Big brother, big sister-in-law, I know an excellent restaurant with fantastic cuisine. Let me take you there. Originally Qin Feng had little desire to entertain Kai Jihao, but hearing Kai Jihao's words he became somewhat intrigued. All things considered, this Kai Jihao wasn't entirely insufferable. Xinyao, would you like to go? Qin Feng asked, looking at Lu Xinyao. Whatever you decide. Qin Feng nodded, then turned to Kai Jihao. Lead the way then. Big brother, this way please. Kai Jihao was overjoyed, guiding Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao to the parking lot of Binjiang University. Big brother, I'll lead the way ahead. Kai Jihao climbed into a BMW sedan, while Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao boarded the Night 15. In the car, Qin Feng received a phone call from Zhou Rongfeng. Chairman Qin, regarding that land parcel worth over 8 billion, we have completed the risk assessment. We can proceed with cooperation with Chairman Wu. Qin Feng made no further comments, promptly contacting Wu Qizai and instructing Wu Qizai to prepare the contract. More than half an hour later, Kai Jihao led Qin Feng to a restaurant called Mei Wei Xian. Big brother, we've arrived. This restaurant belongs to my father. Kai Jihao parked his car and rushed over to open the door for Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao stepped out of the vehicle. He asked casually, what business does your father engage in? Kai Jihao explained, my father is in the restaurant business. Big brother, this way please. Kai Jihao behaved with utmost deference, welcoming Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao into the restaurant. This scene was witnessed by a middle-aged man seated by the window on the 5th floor. This good-for-nothing boy. What is he up to now? The middle-aged man frowned. He was Kai Jihao's father, named Kai Yunhong, the chairman of Shangyuan Group. The Shangyuan restaurant chain under Shangyuan Group was extremely renowned throughout China, with branches scattered across the nation. Kai Yunhong himself commanded considerable influence in Shanghai City. Yet now his son Kai Jihao was acting so subserviently toward a young man. If this got out, where would Kai Yunhong's reputation go? Let's go down and take a look. Kai Yunhong's expression darkened as he strode out of his office. Behind Kai Yunhong, the manager of Mei Wei Xian followed suit. Give me the best private room, Kai Jihao said to the waitress at the counter after entering the restaurant. Young Master Kai. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai instructed earlier that we can no longer arrange a private room for you. The waitress, aware of Kai Jihao's status, replied apologetically. This Kai Jihao was nothing but a spoiled playboy. He often brought his friends to dine here. The key issue was that he valued his pride above all else and never paid the bill. Once or twice might be tolerable, but Kai Jihao came here every few days. If this continued, the restaurant would likely go bankrupt, feeding him. Later, when Kai Yunhong heard about this, he was furious. He imposed some restrictions on Kai Jihao. Why? Kai Jihao was displeased. This is Mr. Kai's decision. I have no say in it. The waitress looked troubled. Kai Jihao said, even if you arrange it, my father won't find out. Young Master Kai, please don't put me in a difficult position. The waitress grimaced. Do you believe I could? What mischief are you up to again? Kai Jihao hadn't even finished his sentence when a chilling voice came from behind. He turned around and forced a smile. Dad, I just wanted to treat my big brother to a meal. Kai Jihao was somewhat afraid of his father. Kai Yunhong glanced at Qin Feng and snorted coldly. What nonsense, big brother. What have I taught you? I told you to steer clear of those dubious friends. Are my words just wind in your ears? Kai Yunhong was furious, looking at Qin Feng with undisguised contempt. Dad, I won't allow you to speak of my big brother like that. Kai Jihao grew defiant. You little brat. Is that how you talk to your father? Kai Yunhong was infuriated by his son's attitude. Could it be that an outsider meant more to him than his own father? And you still acknowledge him as your big brother, he scolded. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Dad, do you know who my big brother is? Kai Jihao lifted his chin. He's the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Yunhong sneered disdainfully. I don't care who he is. What? Wait. Did I hear that right? This young man is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Yunhong was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Kai Jihao declared proudly. Kai Yunhong examined Qin Feng, his face a mask of shock. Impossible. He shook his head in disbelief. He was convinced his son had been duped by the young man before him. Ruihai Bank was the largest private bank in Shanghai City. How could the chairman be a mere youth? Though skeptical, Kai Yunhong still made a phone call. He had a wide network and wanted to verify the information. When he learned that the chairman of Ruihai Bank was indeed a young man in his early 20s, Kai Yunhong's expression toward Qin Feng shifted entirely. Mr. Qin, my sincerest apologies. I failed to recognize your worth. Kai Yunhong wished he could slap himself. He had just offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Dad, now do you believe me? Kai Jihao grinned triumphantly. At that moment, Kai Yunhong felt like beating his son. Seeing your own father humiliated, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Kai Yunhong began to wonder if this son was really his. Mr. Qin, I'm Kai Yunhong, chairman of Yuan Group. This meal is on me. Kai Yunhong said cautiously. Then go ahead and arrange it, Qin Feng said. Seeing that Qin Feng held no grudge, Kai Yunhong breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kai Zhihao standing nearby was clearly dissatisfied. Dad, I said I wanted to treat my big brother. How can you steal my thunder? Kai Yunhong glared at his son. Get lost. He immediately instructed the staff to prepare the best private room. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Kai Yunhong transformed into a restaurant server eager to curry favor with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Zhihao dared not show the slightest negligence. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao entered the elevator. Dad, you can't steal this from me. Kai Zhihao still refused to give up. You'd better shut up. Otherwise I'll break your legs when we get home. Kai Yunhong's voice was icy. Watching the father and son Lu Xinyao found it amusing. Kai Yunhong had looked down on Qin Feng moments ago. Yet after learning Qin Feng's identity, he groveled even more than his son. Was this hereditary? Mr. Qin, it's all my fault for spoiling him. Please forgive me for the embarrassment. Kai Yunhong looked awkward. By the way, who is this? He turned to Lu Xinyao. Dad, she's my sister-in-law. Kai Zhihao spoke first. Lu Xinyao was speechless at being called sister-in-law, but she said nothing. Hello. Kai Yunhong greeted Lu Xinyao with a smile. She nodded slightly in response. Thus the four of them entered the most luxurious private room at My Wakeshuan. This room was usually not open to the general public. Only those with a My Wakeshuan membership card could enter. But today Kai Yunhong made an exception. Mr. Qin, please have a seat. Kai Yunhong pulled out a chair for Qin Feng. Then he brought the menu and introduced the dishes. His service was nothing short of meticulous. An outsider would have mistaken Kai Yunhong for a My Wakeshuan waiter. Qin Feng ordered a few dishes, but Kai Yunhong added several more. Lu Xinyao felt somewhat uneasy. Kai Yunhong was a man of considerable status, yet here he was pouring tea and serving them. Who would believe it if this were told elsewhere? Kai Yunhong stood behind Qin Feng, even finding his own son an eyesore. Get out of the way. Kai Zhihao dared not argue. He muttered a few words and stepped aside. After a moment, a waitress entered with a bottle of Lafite. Mr. Kai, the wine you requested. Kai Yunhong took the bottle and approached Qin Feng with a smile. Mr. Qin, this is a Lafite I've been saving for ages. And it's a 79 vintage. Please try it. Kai Yunhong was about to open the wine. Dad, let me handle this. Kai Zhihao saw his chance and stepped forward. Get lost. This is no place for you. Kai Yunhong opened the wine and personally poured for Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Kai Zhihao rolled his eyes and wisely left the room. A few minutes later the food arrived. Kai Yunhong personally served the dishes. Mr. Qin, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy it. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Kai Yunhong smiled and withdrew from the room. At this moment, the private dining room table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Aromas wafted through the air, intoxicating and rich. Lu Xinyao gazed at the bountiful feast spread before her, uncertain which dish to begin with. Qin Feng, there are so many dishes here. Can we possibly finish them all? A wry smile tugged at the corner of Lu Xinyao's lips. It's fine. Someone else is treating us anyway. Lu Xinyao gently nodded her head and placed a piece of braised carp on a Qin Feng's plate. The two were savoring their meal in the private room. Meanwhile, outside the room, the Kai father and son stood respectfully in attendance. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Wu Qicai also arrived at the Meiwei Pavilion. Mr. Wu, this way please. The female attendant led Wu Qicai to the floor where Qin Feng was dining. The moment Kai Yunhong and Kai Zhihao caught sight of Wu Qicai, shock and awe painted their faces. What a fortunate day indeed. The chairman of Ruihai Bank had arrived. And now the real estate tycoon Wu Qicai had also graced them with his presence. Of course, Kai Yunhong was fully aware that Wu Qicai's visit was certainly not meant for him. Although Kai Yunhong held considerable influence in Sanhai City, he was nowhere near connected enough to rub shoulders with a heavyweight like Wu Qicai. Mr. Wu, Kai Yunhong and Kai Zhihao both stepped forward, greeting him with due reverence. Is Mr. Qin inside? Wu Qicai did not recognize this father and son pair standing before him. He assumed they must be restaurant managers or something of the sort. He's inside, Kai Yunhong replied. Wu Qicai opened the door to the private room and strode in with a smile. Mr. Qin, I've brought the contract. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wu Qicai's face lit up with joy. Originally, the contract signing could have been delegated to his secretary. However, Wu Qicai believed that appearing personally would demonstrate greater sincerity. Wu Qicai's expression carried a hint of reverence as he presented the contract with both hands. Perfect timing. Stay and have a bite to eat before you go. Qin Feng accepted the contract and said to Wu Qicai, No, I have other matters to attend to. Wu Qicai was a shrewd man and had no desire to linger and be a third wheel. Qin Feng didn't have a pen, so he asked Kai Yunhong for one. Mr. Qin, here's the pen you requested. Qin Feng took the pen, barely glancing at the contract before signing his name with swift confidence. Wu Qicai tucked the contract away and smiled. Mr. Qin, wishing us a most pleasant cooperation. As soon as the funds are in place, we can proceed with acquiring that land parcel worth over 8 billion. Standing behind Qin Feng, the Kai father and son stood frozen in astonishment. Could this be how major players conduct their business? Billions upon billions tossed around so casually. What mattered most was that Kai Yunhong noticed. Even Wu Qicai treated Qin Feng with the utmost deference and respect. Could Qin Feng possibly have other identities? The thought made Cai Yunhong even more shaken. Pleasant cooperation. Qin Feng replied. Wu Qicai merely took a sip of red wine before departing with the contract. The Cai father and son then withdrew outside the private room. Son, you found yourself an excellent big brother. Cai Yunhong cast his son Cai Zhihao a meaningful glance and spoke with earnest gravity. Cai Zhihao felt somewhat aggrieved. Dad, you have the nerve to say that. You didn't give me any chance to perform at all. Cai Yunhong flushed with embarrassment. Wasn't I demonstrating in person? In any case, we must ensure Mr. Qin is satisfied. Son, this private room shall remain open for Mr. Qin at all times. You must invite Mr. Qin here for meals often. Cai Yunhong instructed his son with particular emphasis. Cai Zhihao harbored resentment in his heart and said, Dad, didn't you previously say I wasn't allowed to use this private room? Cai Yunhong said that was before. Your sole mission now is to attend to Mr. Qin. Cai Zhihao nodded with a look of partial understanding. At this moment, Cai Yunhong produced a membership card from his person and pressed it into his son's hand. When the occasion arises, you may also treat Mr. Qin to other venues. Cai Yunhong gave his son a knowing, enigmatic look. Cai Zhihao lowered his gaze to examine the membership card in his hand where it read, Red Romance Club, Diamond Membership Card. The corner of Cai Zhihao's mouth twitched involuntarily as his gaze toward Cai Yunhong grew peculiar. Dad, I never expected you to actually go to places like this. If Mom finds out, you'll be kneeling on a durian. Cai Yunhong grabbed Cai Zhihao by the ear. If you dare breathe a word of this, I'll break your legs first. Cai Zhihao begged for mercy. Dad, I swear I won't say anything. Cai Yunhong snorted, coldly released Cai Zhihao, and said, That's more like it. Cai Zhihao rubbed his ear and said, Dad, my big brother probably isn't into this sort of thing. Didn't you see how beautiful my sister-in-law is, eh? Cai Yunhong broke into laughter and patted his son's shoulder. That's something you wouldn't understand. Just do as I say and leave the rest to me. Cai Zhihao tucked the membership card away, then suddenly remembered something and said, Dad, I have a question lingering in my mind. What question? Cai Zhihao spoke with extreme caution. Dad, if I ask this question, you can't hit me. I won't hit you. Go ahead and ask. Cai Yunhong placed both hands behind his back. Cai Zhihao fell silent for a moment before speaking. Dad, you built everything from scratch. It doesn't seem like you have any particular talents. I'm very curious. What's the secret to your success? After posing this question, Cai Zhihao took a step backward. He was afraid his father would strike him. However, Cai Yunhong merely nodded gently. Admittedly, his son's question carried a certain depth to it. Cai Yunhong contemplated for a long while before sharing his experience. Nothing else. Just lick it clean. Cai Zhihao had an epiphany, his face alight with excitement. Dad, I understand now. After the meal, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao out for a half-hour excursion. Due to having consumed alcohol, Cai Yunhong served as Qin Feng's driver. Around 7 o'clock, Qin Feng dropped Lu Xinyao off at school. He then proceeded to Tianhao Hotel to attend the celebratory dinner for the listing of Yuan technology. Tianhao Hotel was bustling with energy and excitement. Qin Feng departed from the parking garage and walked alone toward the grand entrance of Tianhao Hotel. Young Master Chun, look, isn't that Qin Feng, the heartthrob of our university? Among the crowd, several young men noticed Qin Feng's figure. Slap. The speaker received a hard slap on the back of his head from Chun Mingxuan. What heartthrob? In all of Binjiang University, I alone am worthy of that title. Chun Mingxuan was most displeased. Previously, someone had organized a campus heartthrob competition on the university's forum. Chun Mingxuan had been quite competitive himself. Then a Qin Feng appeared. Qin Feng emerged victorious with nearly 10,000 votes. Chun Mingxuan came in second place with a mere 59 votes. What's more, 55 of those votes were purchased with money. To Chun Mingxuan, this was an absolute humiliation. The people around him, seeing Chun Mingxuan's fury, all dared not speak. What now? Did I say something incorrect? As for handsome, how could that Qin Feng possibly compare to me? Chun Mingxuan tossed his bangs back in what he believed to be a dashing manner. The others kept their heads bowed, unwilling to speak against their conscience. Follow me. Today, no matter what, we must give Qin Feng a warning. Chun Mingxuan led the group toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng stopped right there. Chun Mingxuan blocked Qin Feng's path, his gaze dark. Qin Feng frowned, finding Chun Mingxuan vaguely familiar. He recalled that this Chun Mingxuan was also a student at Binjiang University. Is there something? Qin Feng's expression remained calm. Chun Mingxuan snorted coldly. Qin Feng, if you know what's good for you, you'll transfer schools obediently. From now on, I'd better not run into you at Binjiang University. Chun Mingxuan vowed to reclaim the title of campus heartthrob. You're insane. Qin Feng, expressionless, cursed him outright. You? How dare you curse me? Chun Mingxuan clenched his fists, his face darkening. Qin Feng ignored Chun Mingxuan and walked into the hotel lobby. Stop right there. Chun Mingxuan, unwilling to give up, chased after him. Qin Feng, do you know what this place is? And you actually want to go in? A mocking expression crossed Chun Mingxuan's face. Exactly. Today is Yuan Technology's IPO day. Could it be that you're here to freeload? The others joined in with sarcastic remarks. Everyone here was a person of stature. Qin Feng, however, was just a poor boy. Though he was handsome, this wasn't a beauty pageant. Today, the entire Tianhao Hotel had been booked by Yuan Technology. They didn't believe Qin Feng had the means to attend the banquet. Security over here. Chen Mingxuan called over the 2 guards at the entrance. Young Master Qin, your orders? Keep an eye on this man. He's here to freeload. Don't let him in. Chen Mingxuan said coldly. Young people these days daring to freeload here. He looks handsome, but how shameless. Hearing Chen Mingxuan's words, the onlookers began murmuring. Chen Mingxuan stared coldly at Qin Feng, a provocative glint in his eyes. Qin Feng, you think you can compete with me? Give it up. Slap. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Mingxuan's cheek was slapped by Qin Feng. Chen Mingxuan's repeated provocations had finally irritated Qin Feng. You hit me. Being slapped in front of so many people, Chen Mingxuan's face flushed red. He raised his fist to retaliate. But then Qin Feng delivered another slap. Slap. 2 distinct palm prints now marked Chen Mingxuan's face. Qin Feng could tolerate, but that didn't mean he would endure forever. And this unfortunate Chen Mingxuan had just happened to catch Qin Feng in a bad mood. What's wrong with hitting you? Have I given you too much face? Qin Feng's expression turned icy. Chen Mingxuan, nearly exploding with rage, spoke to the men behind him. What are you standing around for? Get him together. They were about to avenge Chen Mingxuan when Pan Shiji emerged. Everyone stop. Pan Shiji, his face livid, pushed through the crowd and stood before Chen Mingxuan. Young Master Pan, perfect timing. This man. Slap. Before Chen Mingxuan could finish, he was slapped again. This slap came from Pan Shiji. Young Master Pan, how? Slap. Slap. After several slaps, Chen Mingxuan's face was swollen to the size of a pig's head. Yet Chen Mingxuan dared not say a word, for he knew Pan Shiji's status. Do you know why I hit you? Pan Shiji's gaze was dark. Young Master Pan, I don't know. Chen Mingxuan covered his face, his eyes full of confusion. He wondered if Pan Shiji would really hit him over a poor student. Do you know who this is, eh? Chen Mingxuan looked at Qin Feng and shook his head frantically. This is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Tell me, are you asking for trouble? Pan Shiji was furious. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet someone had offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Qin Feng was Pan Shiji's invited guest, and Pan Shiji didn't want any unpleasant incidents. But now exactly that had happened. Ruihai Bank. Chairman. Young Master Pan, are you joking? Chen Mingxuan was utterly stunned. Slap. Pan Shiji delivered another slap. Chen Mingxuan, call your father over and apologize to Mr. Qin together. If Mr. Qin doesn't forgive you, you're in for it. Pan Shiji was seething with rage. Chen Mingxuan, dizzy from the slaps, began to panic. He never imagined Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. What was he to do? Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Chen Mingxuan lowered his head, his voice trembling. Didn't I make myself clear enough? Pan Shiji said coldly. Young Master Pan, I'll go back and get my father. We'll come back to apologize to Mr. Qin. Chen Mingxuan backed out of the crowd and left the Tianhao Hotel in fear. Then the men he had brought also fled. This young man is actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Impossible, right? It's true. Didn't you see how respectful even Pan Shiji was to him? The crowd's gaze toward Qin Feng finally changed. It became one of utmost respect. Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. I never expected this to happen. It's my fault for not hosting properly. Pan Shiji felt deeply apologetic. A perfectly good banquet had been ruined by Chen Mingxuan. Qin Feng, however, said nothing. After all, flies were everywhere. And this incident wasn't Pan Shiji's fault. Thus Pan Shiji led Qin Feng into the Tianhao Hotel. The hotel was bustling with people. Many of the invited guests had already arrived. Mr. Qin, seeing Qin Feng, Pan Zhongyi also came over. Because Ruihai Bank was a shareholder of Yuan Technology, and due to Qin Feng's special status, Qin Feng was seated at the same table as Pan Zhongyi. My God, who is that young man? Many were speculating about Qin Feng's identity. After all, anyone who could sit with Pan Zhongyi must be someone important. I heard that young man is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Who knows if it's true or not? It's true. Once they learned Qin Feng's identity, everyone showed expressions of shock. Many came to Qin Feng's side to toast him. A few minutes later, Chen Mingxuan and his father arrived. Both wore fearful expressions as they hurried to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I failed to discipline my son properly. I apologize to you. Chen Mingxuan's father, tall and thin, lowered his head. Facing the chairman of Ruihai Bank, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Chen Mingxuan swallowed his saliva, his terror palpable. Had he known earlier that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank, he would never have dared to offend him. But now it was all too late. All they could do was beg for Qin Feng's forgiveness. At that moment, the banquet guests fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the father and son, a hint of schadenfreude in the air. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to pick Qin Feng? After all, Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Wasn't that simply asking for trouble? Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Chen Mingxuan's father grew even more anxious. Sweat trickled down his face. Worthless fool. Kneel before Mr. Qin. Chen Mingxuan's father turned and roared. Chen Mingxuan, utterly lost, felt his legs give way and actually knelt. If Qin Feng did not forgive them, they would have no way to survive in Sanhai City. And Mr. Qin, please be magnanimous and overlook our faults. Chen Mingxuan's lips trembled, and he dared not meet Qin Feng's eyes. Mr. Qin, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Chen Mingxuan's father, his face ashen, grabbed a bottle of high-proof liquor. Under everyone's gaze, he truly drank 3 full cups. Seeing that Qin Feng still said nothing, Chen Mingxuan's father gritted his teeth and downed the entire bottle. The liquor was extremely potent. Even a single cup would intoxicate an ordinary person. Yet Chen Mingxuan's father had drained the whole bottle. His face was now flushed crimson. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Take your son and get out." Qin Feng took a sip of red wine from his glass and said coldly, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Chen Mingxuan and his father, as if granted a reprieve, expressed their gratitude. "Let's go." Chen Mingxuan supported his father and hurried away. However, before Chen Mingxuan's father even reached the door, he collapsed straight to the floor. Having drunk an entire bottle of liquor, he would not die, but he would certainly be hospitalized. "Dad! Dad!" Chen Mingxuan called out twice, but his father had already fainted. He could only dial the hospital emergency number. Qin Feng sat at the banquet for nearly 20 minutes. To be honest, he disliked this kind of drinking culture, especially when those who learned of his identity kept coming over to toast him. The flattery made Qin Feng feel nauseated. He decided to attend fewer such banquets in the future. After leaving the Tianhao Hotel, Qin Feng returned to the manor. The next day arrived. In the early morning, the first rays of dawn cast a rosy glow. Qin Feng opened his eyes, but did not rush to check in. He got up, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. Outside the main villa, the servants were already busy. Qin Feng took a deep breath of the manor's fresh air, growing ever more fond of this carefree life. System check-in. As soon as Qin Feng spoke, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 280 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all shares of Yuan Interactive Entertainment. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans." Yuan Interactive Entertainment was a live streaming agency. In other words, an anchor guild. The company had over 500 contracted anchors. It ranked among the top 3 in the industry. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a luxury SUV. Each was worth 8 million yuan. And this time Qin Feng had drawn 10 of them from the system at once. Enough to form a fleet. After washing up, Qin Feng went to the first floor hall. "Mr. Qin, good morning." The housekeeper Su Jiaying greeted him. Today Su Jiaying had applied lipstick. From a distance her lips were as red as fire, adding a touch of allure. Breakfast was ready and Qin Feng sat at the table. "Why no tea eggs today?" Hearing this question, Su Jiaying's mouth twitched slightly. Had he become addicted to them? Using tea leaves worth 10 million yuan per caddy to make tea eggs. Such extravagance was something only Qin Feng would dare to imagine. "Mr. Qin, if you'd like some, I'll make them right now." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Forget it. Make a few for me tomorrow morning." Su Jiaying nodded and stopped disturbing Qin Feng's meal. Qin Feng took out his phone and saw several messages from Lu Xinyao. He replied while eating breakfast. Soon he received a phone call. "Mr. Qin, hello. The 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans you purchased at our 4S store have arrived. When would you like to come and inspect them?" Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled. Items drawn from the system could sometimes be retrieved directly, but at other times they were only delivered to a designated location. Was it random? "I'll send someone as soon as possible," Qin Feng said. "Very well, Mr. Qin." Qin Feng hung up. After finishing breakfast, he called Su Jiaying to the hall. "Mr. Qin, what are your instructions?" Su Jiaying asked respectfully, her hands clasped in front of her. "Go to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Drive the cars back for me." Su Jiaying's curiosity was piqued. "Mr. Qin, what cars did you buy?" 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans." Qin Feng replied. Su Jiaying was stunned. She couldn't understand why Qin Feng had bought so many cars, especially Rolls-Royce Cullinans. These were cars worth millions of yuan. Yet judging by Qin Feng's calm expression, one might think he had bought 10 bundles of cabbage. "And Mr. Qin, will all these cars be parked at the manor?" Su Jiaying asked. Qin Feng fell into thought. It seemed the manor already had a fair number of fleet vehicles. If he drew more cars, next time the manor's parking lot would need to be expanded. A wry smile tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. It seemed the divine wealth sign-in system had a particular tendency to give luxury cars. Might as well rename it the luxury car sign-in system. Then let's replace all the manor's fleet vehicles. Qin Feng said casually. "Mr. Qin, are you joking? Replace them all with Rolls-Royce Cullinans." Su Jiaying was stunned at the thought that even the manor's servants would drive Cullinans. Could it be any more extravagant? Qin Feng nodded solemnly. "Of course. Since they've been bought, they must be used. Otherwise it would be a waste." Su Jiaying didn't know what to say. She then left the manor and headed to the Rolls-Royce 4S store in Shanghai City. In the morning, Qin Feng did not go to school. He drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the commercial building where Yuan Interactive Entertainment was located. Qin Feng wanted to learn about the operations of this anchor agency. Just as he arrived on the first floor, and before entering the elevator, a girl carrying a small yellow bag trotted over to him. "Qin Feng, my idol." The girl was somewhat excited and called out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head, taking in the girl before him, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing denim shorts with a sweet and lovely appearance. Yet at this moment 2 flushes of red colored the girl's cheeks. "Who are you?" Qin Feng did not recognize this girl standing before him. I'm Zhang Yingying. Like you, I'm a student at Binjiang University. I even voted for you in the campus male god competition." Zhang Yingying studied Qin Feng as she introduced herself. She discovered that Qin Feng in real life was far more handsome than in photographs. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. He felt as though he had become a celebrity recognized everywhere he went. By the way, I'm from the literature department, Zhang Yingying added. The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Yingying followed Qin Feng inside. Qin Feng pressed the button for the 16th floor and asked Zhang Yingying, "Which floor are you going to?" 16th floor. Oh, what a coincidence. You're also going to the 16th floor, Zhang Yingying exclaimed in surprise. From what Zhang Yingying knew, the 16th floor of this commercial building housed only one company, Yuan Entertainment. Qin Feng, could it be that you also want to become a streamer? With your looks, being a streamer would be a waste. You should debut as a celebrity. Zhang Yingying chattered on, cheerfully smiling. Zhang Yingying was a contracted streamer for Yuan Entertainment. She had been streaming while attending school for almost a year and had earned quite a bit of money. This time Zhang Yingying had come to renew her contract. In recent years, the live streaming industry had developed rapidly, but smaller streamers also needed support from streamer guilds. No, I have no intention of becoming a streamer. Qin Feng shook his head, explaining. Then what brings you to Yuan Entertainment? Zhang Yingying became even more curious. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the floor where Yuan Entertainment was located. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. I'll go renew my contract first. I'll talk with you later. Zhang Yingying waved to Qin Feng and entered an office in the business department. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also walked up to the reception desk. I'm here to see your general manager. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng stated his purpose. The female receptionist at the front desk was quite busy typing documents. Our general manager is on vacation. If you have any business, please come back the day after tomorrow. Qin Feng showed no intention of leaving and continued asking. Then who is in charge here currently? The female receptionist said, It's our vice general manager. But he's also stepped out. He probably won't be back for another half an hour. That's fine. I can wait. Since Qin Feng had time anyway, he decided to wait. Immediately, he went to an adjacent reception room. More than 10 minutes passed. While playing a game, Qin Feng suddenly heard raised voices outside. Frowning, he walked out of the reception room. You're going too far. I'm calling the police. The woman speaking was none other than Zhang Yingying. At this moment, her eyes were red and rimmed with tears, wronged nearly to the point of weeping. Standing opposite Zhang Yingying was a young man in a suit. The young man had his hands in his pockets, a contemptuous smile on his face. Go ahead and call them if you want. Let's see who the police will believe when they arrive. Will they believe you or me? The young man seemed utterly unconcerned. As the two quarreled, several employees working nearby gathered around. Li Junwei was a minor leader at Yuan Entertainment, and just now Zhang Yingying had come to Li Junwei to renew her contract. With her attractive appearance scoring a 9 out of 10, Li Junwei developed impure intentions. He continuously hinted to Zhang Yingying that if she wanted to earn big money through streaming, she must submit to him. Zhang Yingying understood his implications, but pretended not to hear. Just as Zhang Yingying was signing the contract, Li Junwei began making improper advances. Zhang Yingying flew into a rage and slapped Li Junwei across the face. Instead, she was threatened by Li Junwei. Xiaowei, what's going on here? The department leader approached Li Junwei and asked. Li Junwei smiled and said, This woman wanted more guild traffic support, so she actually tried to seduce me. I didn't agree, but unexpectedly she actually turned around and bit me. Zhang Yingying trembled with fury. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who tried to take advantage of me. Li Junwei sneered, Girl, if you keep making a scene, I can sue you for defamation. There was an element of threat in Li Junwei's tone. Zhang Yingying held her phone, already prepared to call the police. Hearing Li Junwei's words, she was so angry she burst into tears. Li Junwei said, I'm a magnanimous person and won't stoop to your level. Just get out of here. The employees of Yuan Entertainment could somewhat guess what had happened. Having worked together for so long, everyone was well aware of Li Junwei's character. This guy usually harassed other female colleagues too, but everyone was afraid to speak out against him due to his position. What's going on? Qin Feng appeared beside Zhang Yingying and asked. Qin Feng, let's go. Zhang Yingying wiped the tears from her face. She couldn't provide evidence anyway, so there was nothing she could do to Li Junwei. Tell me what just happened. I can seek justice for you. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Yuan Entertainment was his company after all. Qin Feng absolutely would not allow any harmful elements within it. Zhang Yingying wanted to say something, but hesitated. She didn't want to drag Qin Feng into this. Kid, are you new here? How dare you meddle in others' business? Li Junwei had never met Qin Feng before, frowning as he spoke. Qin Feng's gaze turned sharp. He stepped forward and slapped Li Junwei away. The force of this slap was tremendous. Li Junwei only felt his head buzzing. Li Junwei's body tumbled across the floor several times before hitting the wall and stopping. You actually dared to hit someone. The department leader stared at Qin Feng, furious. Li Junwei was the son of the vice general manager in the company who would dare not give Li Junwei face. But today Li Junwei had been beaten up in his own company. Qin Feng, you've caused trouble. Zhang Yingying's face was full of worry. Yet Qin Feng did not speak. He now only wanted to reorganize the company. One side of Li Junwei's face had swollen and turned red. He staggered to his feet. Xiaowei, are you alright? The department leader went to support Li Junwei. Call the company's security. Beat him up for me. Li Junwei clenched his fists, glaring viciously at Qin Feng. Kid, do you know who I am? No idea. Qin Feng squinted. Li Junwei said, I'll tell you. My father is the company's vice general manager. You're finished. Qin Feng laughed coldly, a mere vice general manager. Is that something to be proud of? Qin Feng, maybe we should just leave. Zhang Yingying tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. This was their territory. Once things escalated, they would both suffer. You go first. Don't worry about me, Qin Feng said to Zhang Yingying. Something like this had happened in his own company, and Qin Feng could not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, Qin Feng wished to investigate just how many people, like Li Junwei, still lurked within this company. Abusing his position as a minor supervisor, he had truly run amok. Did he treat the company as his personal playground? This simply won't do. Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of leaving, Zhang Yingying grew even more anxious. The matter had started because of her, and she certainly wouldn't abandon Qin Feng and leave alone. Security! Security! Li Junwei shouted loudly. After a while, 2 security guards from the company rushed over in haste. What's happening here? One guard asked. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng and shouted in rage, beat this person up first. And find out which department he's from. Like a provoked beast, Li Junwei was seething with fury. This person doesn't seem to be an employee of our company. I've never seen him before. One of the guards glanced at Qin Feng and replied, he's not an employee of the company. Then we absolutely cannot let him leave. He might be a thief. Li Junwei grew more and more furious. The 2 guards stirred into action, preparing to seize Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression remained calm as he spoke. Before you make any moves, I suggest you first verify my identity. The 2 guards exchanged glances and halted in their tracks. They sensed that the young man before them was no ordinary person. What if they inadvertently offended someone of great importance? Identity? What identity do you think you have? Let me tell you, today you are definitely going to face consequences. How dare you strike me? Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng, his face contorted with rage. Just then a stern-looking middle-aged man walked in through the entrance. Deputy General Manager. The staff at the door bowed to Li Junhua. What is everyone doing gathered here? Don't you have work to do? Li Junhua said with a cold expression. The company's employees were all afraid of him because of his terrible temper. Dad, you're finally back. This guy is some kind of troublemaker. He actually dared to hit me in the company. Li Junwei hurried to Li Junhua and complained. Seeing the clear slap mark on his son's face, Li Junhua's expression turned cold. Who could be so bold? Li Junhua was furious. The consequences would be severe. Dad, it's him. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng through gritted teeth. Young man, who exactly are you? Daring to stir up trouble here. Li Junhua clasped his hands behind his back, gazing coldly at Qin Feng. So you're the deputy general manager of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. Qin Feng glanced at Li Junhua indifferently. Li Junhua said coldly, indeed. Since you injured someone in our company, then I must have a proper reckoning with you. Qin Feng's expression remained perfectly calm. Aren't you going to ask why I hit him? Li Junhua snorted coldly, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't care about that. In any case, you injured someone. You won't be leaving here easily. Qin Feng shook his head. Well, like father, like son. So this Li Junhua was an unreasonable person too. Since that was the case, Qin Feng had no intention of being reasonable with him either. Qin Feng said with a cold laugh, you want to know my identity? Fine, I'll tell you. My name is Qin Feng, chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. Qin Feng directly declared his identity. Boy, you're really full of hot air. Chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment, you say? Li Junwei naturally didn't believe it, his face filled with contempt. Haotian Interactive Entertainment was the largest live streaming agency in Shanghai City. They had over 500 signed streamers, including several top-tier popular ones. Currently, Haotian Interactive Entertainment was valued at nearly 10 billion. Qin Feng was only in his early 20s. How could he have purchased such a massive company? So Li Junwei didn't believe it. However, upon hearing the name Qin Feng, Li Junhua's expression changed noticeably. Just this morning, the company's chairman had changed hands, and the new chairman's name was Qin Feng. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged in Li Junhua's heart. One should always be prepared for the worst. What if this young man was truly the chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment? That would be a disaster. Shut up. Li Junhua bellowed at his son. He was panicking now. Li Junwei furrowed his brow. Dad, you're not actually believing him, are you? Li Junhua said nothing, his gaze shifting uncertainly as he stared at Qin Feng. Pretending to reach into his pocket, Qin Feng simultaneously extracted the stock certificate of Haotian Interactive Entertainment from his system space. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Qin Feng produced the stock certificate and spread it out before everyone. What a... Upon seeing Qin Feng's stock certificate, Li Junhua's face instantly changed. He had never imagined that he would actually offend the company's chairman. What should he do? Good heavens, he really is the company's chairman. The few staff members who had gathered to watch were filled with shock. At first, they too had thought Qin Feng was just blowing hot air. But the truth proved them wrong. Impossible. Dad, this stock certificate must be forged. Li Junwei's expression turned ugly. He still refused to believe. Slap. Li Junhua slapped his son hard across the face. Now the other side of Li Junwei's face had also turned red and swollen. Whether the stock certificate is genuine or fake, wouldn't I be able to tell, eh? Fear was all that remained in Li Junhua's heart. He walked up to Qin Feng, trembling, and bowed low. Qin Feng, Chairman Qin, I was wrong. I'll discipline this unfilial son properly later. At this moment, all Li Junhua wanted was to keep his job. Li Junwei was stunned. Although he still refused to believe the truth stood right before his eyes. He had always been arrogant and domineering, never imagining that this time he would actually provoke the wrong person, Qin Feng. This was going to be difficult to resolve. Zhang Yingying's gaze toward Qin Feng also changed. It transformed into utter admiration. Now she finally understood why Qin Feng said he would seek justice for her. Turns out Qin Feng was also the chairman of Yuan Interactive Entertainment. Oh my god, not only was Qin Feng handsome, but he also had such a status. Wasn't this like the overbearing president from a novel? Most importantly, Qin Feng was still a college student. So swoon-worthy. Unfilial son. Come here this instant and apologize to Chairman Qin. Li Junhua glared fiercely at his son. Chairman Qin, I'm sorry. Although there was still resentment in his heart, before Qin Feng, Li Junhui had no choice but to lower his proud head. The chairman of Yuan Interactive Entertainment. He truly couldn't afford to provoke. If an apology were enough, then what would we need law for? Qin Feng turned to Zhang Yingying. Call the police first. Zhang Yingying snapped back to her senses, nodded, and began dialing the police. Chairman Qin, give me another chance. Li Junhui's face went pale with fear. However, Qin Feng acted as if he heard nothing. He entered the general manager's office and made a phone call. The general manager of Yuan Interactive Entertainment received Qin Feng's call and was extremely surprised. What? How could such a thing happen? Upon hearing what had occurred in the company, the general manager of Yuan Interactive Entertainment was filled with fury. He cursed Li Junhua countless times in his heart. Chairman Qin, I will end my vacation immediately. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Before Qin Feng acquired Yuan Interactive Entertainment, its equity structure was extremely complex, and the deputy general manager Li Junhua had a relative who was a shareholder in the company. Although Li Junhua was not particularly capable, he had connections. But now the situation had changed. Qin Feng had acquired full ownership of Yuan Interactive Entertainment. This meant that Li Junhua's good days were over. Chairman Qin, I may not be able to get to the company so quickly. In that case, I'll have my secretary handle this matter first. Qin Feng said nothing and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the general manager's secretary arrived at the office. Chairman Qin. Hello. I am the general manager's secretary. My name is Xiaoya. The female secretary's attitude was respectful. Qin Feng said, go and investigate. See if this Li Junhua has committed any illegal or criminal acts in the company. If so, gather the evidence first. The female secretary nodded. Chairman Qin, I understand. I'll handle it right away. Li Junhua and Li Junhui were dismissed from their positions, and the minister who had spoken up for Li Junhui naturally suffered as well. Subsequently, the secretary discovered that Li Junhua had also embezzled company funds, and the amount was considerable. Li Junhua and Li Junhui were taken away by the police. They were definitely going to prison. After sitting in the office for half an hour, Qin Feng also planned to leave. Outside the door, Zhang Yingying was still waiting for Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Thank you. Seeing Qin Feng come out, Zhang Yingying smiled and walked up to him. If Qin Feng hadn't been there today, she would have had no choice but to suffer in silence. No need, said Qin Feng. After all, this was his own company's matter. He couldn't stand by idly. Let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Yingying extended an invitation. Another day, Qin Feng declined. Zhang Yingying was a bit disappointed, but could only nod. The two stepped into the elevator and soon arrived at the first floor of the commercial building. Qin Feng, are you going back to school? I rented a car, let's go together. Zhang Yingying said with a smile. Qin Feng replied, I have a car. With curiosity, Zhang Yingying followed Qin Feng to the parking lot. When she saw Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, Zhang Yingying was stunned. The front of the Lamborghini Veneno was like a bullet, creating a powerful visual impact. What kind of sports car is this? Zhang Yingying took a photo with her phone. Qin Feng drove the car out of the parking space and said to Zhang Yingying, I'm off now. Zhang Yingying waved her hand and said, take care. Watching Qin Feng leave, Zhang Yingying then searched online for the price of that Lamborghini Veneno. When she saw that Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno was worth 80 million, Zhang Yingying was stunned again. Qin Feng returned to the manor. At noon, he had a meal at the manor. Su Jiaying had already brought the 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans back. After finishing lunch, Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the hall to rest. He was playing with his phone when suddenly his eyes were covered. Guess who? Lu Xinyao deliberately lowered her voice. Qin Feng put down his phone and grinned. The faint scent of lavender had already given Lu Xinyao away. Qin Feng grabbed Lu Xinyao's hand and exerted a slight force. Who else could it be besides my class monitor? Lu Xinyao was lifted up and placed on the sofa. Qin Feng, stop it. Lu Xinyao's face flushed. She struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, so she let Qin Feng hold her. Qin Feng, there's a new amusement park in the western suburbs. I managed to snag 2 tickets. Let's go together this afternoon. Lu Xinyao hugged Qin Feng, inhaling the special masculine scent on him. It felt very comfortable. Xinyao, why are you also like me? Learning to skip class. Lu Xinyao wrinkled her cute nose. No way. This afternoon is all elective courses. I just need to make sure I don't fail. Seeing 2 maids still at the door, Lu Xinyao said urgently, Qin Feng, let me go first. It's not good for others to see. Qin Feng laughed and released Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng asked, by the way, Xinyao, have you eaten? Lu Xinyao tidied her disheveled hair. I've eaten at school. Let's head to the amusement park now. Lu Xinyao was a bit eager. All right. Qin Feng helpless stood up, and so Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng's arm and walked out. In front of the main villa a pink car was parked. It was obvious that the car had been modified. The several cartoon stickers on the body gave it a full, girly style. Did you drive this car here? Qin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao took out the car keys and smiled. I borrowed it from a friend. Get in, I'll be the driver today. Qin Feng said nothing, smiled, and got into the passenger seat. Lu Xinyao drove the car slowly out of the manor. Although Lu Xinyao was a female driver, she drove very steadily. The car drove out to the western suburbs. An hour later the two arrived at the amusement park Lu Xinyao had mentioned. This is it. Lu Xinyao and Qin Feng got out of the car. At the entrance of the amusement park crowds of people were surging. It was very lively. Lu Xinyao showed her tickets, and they entered smoothly. There were many entertainment rides in the park, but unfortunately there were too many people, and they all had to queue. I should have known not to come today. Lu Xinyao was a bit disappointed. She had thought she could have a good time with Qin Feng, but didn't expect so many people. Qin Feng smiled. It's okay, let's just take a walk. We can come back another time when we have time. Lu Xinyao nodded. I guess that's all we can do. When passing by a haunted house, Lu Xinyao noticed that the queue here was relatively short. Qin Feng, how about we go to the haunted house? Are you sure? Qin Feng was a bit doubtful of Lu Xinyao's courage. It wouldn't be good if she had nightmares at night. It's fine, let's go. Lu Xinyao dragged Qin Feng to queue. However, shortly after entering the haunted house, Lu Xinyao was so scared that she screamed. She tightly hugged Qin Feng and walked through with her eyes closed the entire time. But the terrifying sound still scared Lu Xinyao so much that she burst into tears. When she walked out of the haunted house, Lu Xinyao felt her legs go weak. She swore she would never come to a place like this again. It's too scary. Lu Xinyao patted her chest, still shaken. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao and couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Dare to come again, next time. Lu Xinyao shook her head vigorously. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't come. The two walked toward the parking lot, preparing to return to the manor. Let me drive, Qin Feng said with a smile. No need, I'll do it. Lu Xinyao proactively took the driver's seat. The car started, and the two headed back toward the manor. However, merely minutes after leaving the amusement park, an accident occurred. Lu Xinyao was driving normally. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the front of the car. Immediately, the car body began to shake. Oh no, a flat tire. There was a hint of panic on Lu Xinyao's immaculately beautiful face. She gripped the steering wheel tightly. Fortunately, the speed wasn't fast, and under Lu Xinyao's control, the car safely pulled over to the roadside. This is so unlucky. Lu Xinyao looked at Qin Feng, her expression full of helplessness. I'll get out and check. Qin Feng got out to inspect, and found that the front right wheel had gone flat, and there was still a steel nail stuck in the tire. Qin Feng wanted to change to the spare tire, but when he opened the trunk, he discovered the car didn't even have a spare tire. What should we do now? Lu Xinyao asked, distressed. Let's call for roadside assistance, Qin Feng said. They were in the western suburbs of Shanghai City, and this road was somewhat remote. Qin Feng took out his phone, about to make a call. Qin Feng, there seems to be a car repair shop over there. Lu Xinyao pointed ahead. Qin Feng followed her gaze, and indeed there was a car repair shop ahead. Let me go take a look. Qin Feng walked over. Qin Feng, wait for me. The two arrived at the car repair shop. Soon the car with the flat tire was also towed there. Sir, we've just finished our inspection. We found that all 4 tires on your car have varying degrees of wear. Why don't we replace all of them? Also, the brake pads and spark plugs are about due for replacement. A shop employee found Qin Feng and said, no need, just replace that one tire. Qin Feng knew too well how deep the waters ran in this auto repair industry. If it were someone else, they might have been easily fooled. The shop assistant continued to speak some professional terminology, but Qin Feng paid no attention. Seeing this, the assistant had no choice but to walk away. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao waited in the shop for over 10 minutes until the tire was replaced. Sir, the car is fixed. The total is 4600 yuan. The car repair shop owner found Qin Feng and said with a smile. Lu Xinyao furrowed her brow. Boss, you must be mistaken. We only replaced one tire that costs a few hundred yuan. How could it possibly be over 4000? The shop owner was short with small eyes that could only form a thin slit when he smiled. Beauty, the tire itself isn't expensive, but we also inspected your car for you. Besides, we towed your car all the way from far away. That's also considered a rescue fee. Lu Xinyao was somewhat annoyed. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a black market shop? You're extorting us. Lu Xinyao had never encountered such a situation before. While angry, there was also a hint of panic in her heart. The shop owner said coldly, beauty extortion is illegal. We don't do that. A flash of viciousness clearly flickered in the shop owner's eyes, as if he had them, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao, completely under his control. Their car repair shop was located in a rather remote area. If they didn't engage in such schemes, they would have closed down long ago. The shop owner also saw that Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were only 2 people wanting to make extra money. Qin Feng, let's call the police. Lu Xinyao gritted her beautiful teeth. Saying this, she took out her phone. Seeing this, the 4 employees of the repair shop simultaneously surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with menace. Beauty, calling the police won't help. You might as well just pay up early. The shop owner's tone carried a hint of threat. Qin Feng, what should we do? With the enemy outnumbering them, Lu Xinyao was a bit scared. She looked at Qin Feng. Alright, I'll pay. Qin Feng's expression was calm as he took out his phone to make the payment. Lu Xinyao was very confused. Giving in didn't seem like Qin Feng's style at all. But with so many enemies, this was the only way for now. Lu Xinyao planned to call the police after leaving. The car repair shop owner, having received the money, smiled triumphantly and said, "You may go now." He wasn't afraid of Lu Xinyao calling the police either. After all, without having some means, he wouldn't dare do such things. Qin Feng pulled Lu Xinyao into the car. "Qin Feng, I'm calling the police right now." Lu Xinyao was indignant. Just changing one tire cost over 400 yuan. This was simply bullying people. However, Qin Feng just smiled. "No need. Watch me." Qin Feng took out his phone and called the security team leader Zhang Yong. "Help me gather some people." Then Qin Feng sent Zhang Yong a location. He parked the car not far from the repair shop and waited patiently for Zhang Yong's arrival. "Qin Feng, what are you planning to do?" Lu Xinyao asked curiously. "Of course, to make them spit out the money they swallowed." Qin Feng smiled. After waiting for over half an hour, 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans appeared. "Mr. Qin." Security team leader Zhang Yong got out of the car and came to Qin Feng's side. "Follow me." Xinyao, stay in the car. Qin Feng instructed Lu Xinyao and led Zhang Yong and the others to the repair shop. When the shop owner saw Qin Feng return, especially those 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans parked at the shop's entrance, he was completely dumbstruck. His face turned deathly pale. Good heavens, what kind of great figure had he provoked? Beat these people first. Qin Feng's expression was emotionless. "Go." Security team leader Zhang Yong charged forward first. "How dare they offend Mr. Qin? They must be tired of living." Then the more than 10 people Zhang Yong brought also rushed over together. "Spare us! Spare us!" The shop owner was panicked and kept begging for mercy. But what greeted him was only fists and shoe soles. Besides the owner, the other repair shop employees were also beaten, although they didn't know Qin Feng's identity. Someone who could summon 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans at once must certainly have an extraordinary background. Spare us. We don't want your money." The shop owner, beaten and kicked, begged for mercy. Qin Feng heard, but ignored, standing quietly to the side. Soon the shop owner was beaten until his face was black and blue, with several teeth knocked out. Seeing that the beating was sufficient, Qin Feng made a gesture. Security team leader Zhang Yong understood and led the men to step aside. By now the shop owner felt like his whole body was about to fall apart and couldn't stand up at all. Qin Feng walked over, squatted down, and said coldly, "The money of Qin Feng is never easy to take." In the shop owner's eyes there was only fear left as he said, Brother, I was wrong. I was blind. I'll return the money to you." The shop owner was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have offended Qin Feng over a few thousand yuan. At this moment the other repair shop employees were also beaten into complete submission. "Saying that now, don't you think it's a bit late?" Qin Feng's voice was icy cold. If he simply let the repair shop owner off the hook, that wouldn't be Qin Feng's style. "Brother, I really know I was wrong. How about this? I'll pay compensation." The repair shop owner trembled, hastily pulling out his phone. "Fine, then pay up," Qin Feng said with a smile. "I have over 60,000 yuan in my bank card. I'll give it all to you." The repair shop owner began to transfer the money. Now he just wanted to get Qin Feng out of there as quickly as possible. "Brother, I've sent the transfer. Is this enough?" After completing the transfer, the repair shop owner asked nervously. After a moment, the 60,000+ yuan landed in Qin Feng's account. Given his current wealth, Qin Feng certainly didn't care about a few tens of thousands. But even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. Qin Feng transferred 30,000 yuan to the bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong and said, "Take them out for dinner tonight." Apart from Zhang Yong, the rest of the men were all hired by him. They were not Qin Feng's personal bodyguards. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Zhang Yong wore a smile. "What should we do with this man?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "First, break both his hands." Hearing this, the repair shop owner's face turned even paler. Brother, please don't. If you think the money isn't enough, we can negotiate further." At that moment, Zhang Yong had already picked up a large wrench from the repair shop and approached the owner. Brother, let's talk this out." The repair shop owner's voice trembled. Cold sweat covered his face. Suddenly, a puddle of yellow liquid appeared on the floor. Catching the stench of urine, Zhang Yong wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Mr. Qin, this guy actually wet himself." Qin Feng stepped back a few paces and shook his head. He hadn't expected the man to be so easily frightened. "Brother, give me a chance to turn over a new leaf." The repair shop owner was shaking all over. He was truly terrified. "Go turn yourself in now. If you dare to run away, the consequences will be severe." Qin Feng left these words and walked slowly out of the repair shop. The owner watched his retreating figure and swallowed hard. From that moment on, this terrifying silhouette would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Did you hear everything, Mr. Qin just said?" Zhang Yong pinched his nose, his gaze dark. I heard it clearly. I'll go turn myself in right away." The repair shop owner knew full well that Qin Feng meant every word. Rather than having his hands broken, he'd prefer to go to prison. From now on, try to be a decent person. Zhang Yong left with that remark and led his men away. Outside the repair shop, Lu Xinyao was still sitting in the car. When Qin Feng returned, she asked, "How did it go?" Qin Feng smiled. The owner was so touched that he said he would turn himself in. Lu Xinyao was speechless. "Touched? Bro, with so many people you brought along, how could he not be touched? All right, let's head back to the estate first." Qin Feng drove back to the estate. On the way, Lu Xinyao received a message from Kong Liang. "Qin Feng, Kong Liang said they want to treat you to dinner later." Lu Xinyao glanced at Qin Feng's profile and said, "Forget it. Qin Feng shook his head. His 3 roommates came from modest families, and he didn't feel right letting them pay. Then I'll decline on your behalf. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and said, how about this, invite them to the estate? We'll have dinner together tonight. Okay. Lu Xianyao nodded. The two returned to the estate, and rested a bit. In the evening, Qin Feng specially asked the chef to prepare extra dishes. A little past 5, Qin Feng's 3 roommates drove over. As they entered the estate gates, Kong Liang and the others couldn't help but marvel. Oh my god, is this where Brother Feng lives? This estate is huge. Kong Liang and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. When will we ever get to live in a place like this? Xiao Peng shook his head and sighed. Xiao Peng, you can just dream about it at night. Kong Liang laughed. Soon they reached the entrance of the main villa. Qin Feng and Lu Xianyao were waiting for them. Brother Feng, class monitor, Kong Liang and the others got out of the car and greeted Qin Feng. Come on in, dinner is ready. Kong Liang felt a bit embarrassed and said, Brother Feng, originally we were supposed to treat you, but now it's turned into us freeloading here. Qin Feng smiled. It's okay, eating here is just the same. Qin Feng led the 3 roommates inside. It was their first time here, and when they saw the lavish decorations in the hall, they were once again amazed. Class monitor, why don't you live together with Brother Feng? Aren't you afraid other women will charm him away? Kong Liang teased with a grin. Lu Xianyao linked her arm with Qin Feng's and said, I'm not afraid. To be honest, having such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend did put some pressure on her. Not to mention anything else, the female students at Binjiang University were already eyeing Qin Feng covetously. Qin Feng led Kong Liang and the others to their seats. Seeing the table laden with delicacies, Kong Liang and his friends were practically drooling. By the way, Brother Feng, I think I saw several Rolls-Royce Cullinans earlier. Are all those cars yours? Kong Liang asked curiously. Those are just the staff's cars, Qin Feng replied casually. What? Kong Liang was stunned. Cars worth millions were just for the staff. Could it get any more extravagant? Xiao Peng scratched the back of his head and said naively, Brother Feng, are you still hiring staff? I have a friend. Kong Liang shot Xiao Peng a glare. No ambition. He turned to Qin Feng with a smile. Actually, Brother Feng, I could be your driver. If not a driver, then a security guard would do. Qin Feng laughed. You guys forget it. Focus on your studies. Half an hour later, they were full and satisfied. Kong Liang suggested they tour the estate. They drove off. Qin Feng and Lu Xianyao stayed in the hall chatting. By 8 o'clock, Lu Xianyao and the others returned to school. The night passed quickly. The next morning, system check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 290 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 85% of the shares in Guanyin Group. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a super short card. Guanyin Group is a Chinese film and television company with a market value exceeding 80 billion yuan. It has produced and distributed numerous critically acclaimed films and TV series. Moreover, the company has signed contracts with many popular celebrities. The super short card, when bound to a specific company, causes its stock price to plummet rapidly. Today's draws gave Qin Feng a small thrill of excitement. After breakfast, Qin Feng rode his Ducati to school. As he left, the bodyguard still trailed behind him. Due to traffic congestion, he hadn't even reached the campus before losing the guard. Qin Feng parked his bike in the school lot and just removed his helmet. Suddenly, 3 young men about his age approached. The one in front walked with hands in his pockets, a frivolous smirk on his lips. A Ducati Superleggera V4. What a sweet ride. Bro, lend it to me for a few days. Let's be friends. Ding Yud patted the Ducati's body. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Though he said borrow, Ding Yud's tone was more of a command. Qin Feng merely glanced at him and spoke. Not lending it. Qin Feng stored his helmet, took the keys, and turned to leave. Kid, stop right there. Master Ding deigning to borrow your bike is a compliment. The 2 men behind Ding Yud stepped forward to block Qin Feng. Their voices were icy. Qin Feng halted and frowned. It seemed these 3 weren't students of Binjiang University. I said no, and that's final. Scram. Qin Feng had no time to waste on them. You? How dare you tell us to scram? Do you know who Master Ding is? Both men were visibly irritated. Even Ding Yud's expression darkened. Lend me your bike for half a month. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. A shadow of gloom crossed Ding Yud's face. Given his status, buying a Ducati Superleggera V4 wasn't difficult. But he wanted to ride it right now, and this Qin Feng had the audacity to refuse him. You're dreaming. Qin Feng sneered. He had been in a great mood, but meeting these 3 soured it instantly. Oddballs every year. This year especially many. How dare you speak to Master Ding like that? You'd better apologize right now, or we'll make you regret it. The 2 men threatened arrogantly. It was clear they were used to bullying others. Psychos. Qin Feng muttered, stepping around them. But they lunged at him. They raised their hands, intending to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. Slap. Slap. His hand moved like lightning, delivering crisp slaps to both men. They staggered, nearly falling. They were stunned, never expecting Qin Feng to fight back. You dare hit my men. Ding Yud clenched his fists at the sight. He was seething with rage. What's going on here? A furious voice sounded from nearby. Principal Han Yi hurried over to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Han Yi first bowed respectfully. Then he turned his face stern to face Ding Yud. Which class are you from? Do you think the campus is your own home? Han Yi was angry. These three students dared to offend the university's board chairman. How reckless. Ding Yud was taken aback. He knew Han Yi was the principal of Binjiang University, but he never expected Han Yi to show such deference to a student. Yet Ding Yud wasn't one to shrink from trouble. Since Qin Feng could afford a Ducati worth over $1 million, he must have some status. But Ding Yud was no pushover either. Principal Han, we're students from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. We came to visit your campus today. Han Yi fumed. Since you're from another school, you should follow our campus rules even more strictly. Ding Yud frowned. How could he not see that Han Yi was clearly siding with Qin Feng? Principal Han, who is he? Ding Yud showed interest in Qin Feng's identity. Han Yi raised his voice. Mr. Qin is the board chairman of Binjiang University. Hearing Qin Feng's identity, Ding Yud suddenly wore a mocking expression. I thought it was someone important. Turns out he's just a board chairman of Binjiang University. Ding Yud shook his head disdainful. He turned his attention back to Qin Feng. How about this? You give me a 10% stake in Binjiang University. Then I'll pretend nothing happened. Ding Yud crossed his arms and sneered. Qin Feng, expressionless, said to Principal Han Yi, have the campus security throw these three out. The guy actually wanted shares of the university. Was he dreaming? You? Ding Yud was furious. He tried to say more, but Qin Feng had already turned and walked away. Han Yi promptly called the campus security. These three aren't our students. Throw them out. And don't let them in again. Han Yi ordered. We'll leave on our own. Ding Yud's face turned livid with rage. He led the two men to the car. Master Ding, are we just going to swallow this? One of them, his cheek still stinging, was reluctant to let it go. Ding Yud said coldly, let's go back first. I'll settle the score with that guy once he leaves the campus. A board chairman of Binjiang University acting so arrogantly. I won't let him off. Ding Yud's face darkened as he started the car and drove away from Binjiang University. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had arrived at the classroom. Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao was delighted to see him. Qin Feng smiled and walked over, exchanging a few casual words with her. He returned to his seat and noticed his roommate Kong Liang slumped over the desk looking dejected. What's wrong with him? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao sighed. He got dumped. As a good friend, you should go comfort him. Qin Feng reluctantly walked over and patted Kong Liang's shoulder. It's just a breakup, right? My condolences. No. I mean, you need to look on the bright side. Kong Liang let out a long sigh. Feng, don't bother comforting me. I just want some peace and quiet. Qin Feng said, be strong. After all, there's no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Only endless obstacles. Kong Liang's mouth twitched. Feng Go, is that your idea of comfort? I just got dumped. And you're feeding me bitter chicken soup. Isn't that just rubbing salt in the wound? Qin Feng offered a few more words of consolation, then returned to his seat. There were 2 specialized courses in the morning. Actually, experiencing campus life once in a while wasn't too bad. At noon, when class ended, Xinyao, come home with me for lunch. Qin Feng approached Lu Xinyao, who was still working on her homework. Qin Feng, I won't go today. Lu Xinyao had taken quite a few days off these past couple of days. Her schoolwork had fallen behind significantly, and she needed to catch up. The semester is ending soon. Lu Xinyao exclaimed. I'll go play with you after the vacation. Qin Feng smiled and said, all right, then I'll head back first. Qin Feng arrived at the school parking lot where his bodyguard was already waiting. He mounted his Ducati and departed from Binjiang University. Shortly after leaving the school gates, Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. Behind him, 3 Audi vehicles were following closely. Qin Feng glanced back. He spotted Ding Yud sitting in the foremost vehicle. Clearly, they had come to stir up trouble. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold sneer. Since this fellow refused to accept defeat, Qin Feng decided to have some fun with him. Young Master Ding, that kid has noticed us. Ding Yud's gaze turned icy cold as he stared at Qin Feng's retreating figure. The more he watched, the angrier he became. He won't escape. Smash that Ducati first. Ding Yud couldn't stomach his fury. He was determined to make Qin Feng pay. And so the 3 Audis tailed behind at a close distance. However, since they were still in the neighborhood district, Ding Yud and his men dared not act rashly. Qin Feng didn't think much of it. He drove toward the direction of his manor, deliberately slowing his pace. The vehicle exited the district. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Ram forward and cut him off. Ding Yud commanded. The 3 Audis accelerated simultaneously, catching up to Qin Feng's Ducati. They forced Qin Feng to a halt. Car doors swung open and 10 individuals stepped out from the 3 Audis. They surrounded Qin Feng. Standing at the front was none other than Ding Yud. At that moment, a smug smile curled the corners of Ding Yud's lips. Qin Feng removed his motorcycle helmet, his expression utterly serene, as if the 10 people before him were invisible. Kid, we meet again. It's time to settle the score from school. Ding Yud's face was dark with hostility. Qin Feng appeared remarkably composed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked, how do you propose we settle it? Ding Yud snorted coldly. Back at school, my demand was 10% of Binjiang University's shares. That won't cut it anymore. Besides giving me the shares, you must kneel and apologize to me. Ding Yud fixed Qin Feng with a freezing stare, as if he had Qin Feng completely at his mercy. Qin Feng fiddled with the motorcycle helmet in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. Your appetite is truly remarkable. Ding Yud raged, enough nonsense. If you don't agree, I'll trash your vehicle first. Hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze turned ice cold. You are welcome to try. One of Ding Yud's men beside him bellowed, young Master Ding. This punk has no respect for you at all. Teach him a lesson first. They possessed the numerical advantage. Grinning maliciously, they gazed at Qin Feng with derisive eyes. Just as they were about to make their move, suddenly 3 Rolls-Royce Cullinans screeched to an abrupt halt. Immediately 12 sturdy men wearing sunglasses rushed out of the vehicles. They stood in a line radiating overwhelming momentum. What's going on? Whose people are these? Ding Yud was thoroughly startled. The thugs he had hired were no match in presence for Qin Feng's professional bodyguards. How dare you cause trouble for Mr. Qin? Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong's gaze was stern and resolute. Mr. Qin, how should we deal with these individuals? Zhang Yong approached Qin Feng and inquired deferentially. Ding Yud and his men were dumbfounded. They had assumed Qin Feng was merely a board member of Binjiang University. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Qin Feng had so many bodyguards at his disposal. What other identities might this guy possess? Ding Yud's group began to panic. Teach them a lesson first. Qin Feng didn't even glance at Ding Yud, still toying with a motorcycle helmet in his hands. The moment those words fell, Qin Feng's bodyguards launched their attack simultaneously. Faced with these seasoned professionals, Ding Yud and his men could only endure the beating. Screams of agony filled the air. Even Ding Yud was knocked flat to the ground. Qin Feng's bodyguards gave him a thorough thrashing. Stop! Stop it! My father is the chairman of Yuan Building Materials Company. If you injure me, my father will make you pay. However, Qin Feng's bodyguards acted as if they heard nothing. Quite the opposite, they struck with even greater force. Another spoiled rich kid, daring to offend Mr. Qin, asking for death. After half a minute, the others began pleading for mercy. Ding Yud, however, remained defiant. Though battered and bruised, he continued to shout defiantly. Keep going. Don't stop until he realizes his mistakes. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. Without further comment, he rode his vehicle back toward the manor. When he returned to the manor, the meal had already been prepared. Mr. Qin, the manor servant curtsied respectfully to Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng settled at the dining table, Zhang Yong called. Mr. Qin, that fellow has quite the spine. Even with one arm broken, he still wouldn't beg for mercy. He's passed out now. Qin Feng sipped his orange juice before saying, come back for now. Yes, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng didn't give it another thought and began his meal. Binjiang City Central Hospital. After Ding Yud was injured, he was sent here. Soon he regained consciousness. Upon seeing her battered and bruised son on the hospital bed, Ding Yud's mother burst into tears. My son, who beat you like this? Ding Yud lay on the hospital bed, his entire body aching tremendously. His face was swollen and bruised. He looked absolutely pathetic. This was the worst beating he had ever suffered in his life. Mom, the one who beat me is called Qin Feng. He's a board member of Binjiang University. Ding Yud furiously slammed the wall several times, his heart burning with indignation. Now his other arm had been broken as well. It was currently encased in plaster. Son, please don't get agitated. Your father will be here soon. He'll stand up for you. Ding Yud's mother wept as she tried to comfort him. Several minutes passed, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses arrived at the hospital room. Upon learning that his son had been beaten and hospitalized, Ding Yuekong was furious. Thus he rushed over at top speed. Who dares to act so arrogantly? Ding Yuekong's gaze was terrifyingly dark as he interrogated Ding Yud. Ding Yud clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Husband, it was the board member of Binjiang University who did this. He seems to have some backing, surrounded by quite a few bodyguards. Ding Yud's mother wiped away her tears, sobbing as she recounted the events. Ding Yuekong roared. I don't care who he is, some board member. He laid hands on my precious son. He will pay the price for this. Ding Yuekong didn't have Qin Feng's contact information. He had someone investigate and located the phone number of Han Yi, the president of Binjiang University. Han Yi was still occupied with his work. Seeing his phone ring and that it was an unknown number, a hint of confusion crossed his face. May I ask who this is? Han Yi pressed the answer button and asked. I am Ding Yuekong, the chairman of Yuan Building Materials Company. I need to see your school board member Qin Feng. Ding Yuekong stated his purpose directly. He had come to make trouble. Sensing the hostile tone in the caller's voice, Han Yi furrowed his brow and asked, what do you want with Mr. Qin? Ding Yuekong said furiously, Qin Feng beat up my son. Tell him to come see me right now. Ding Yuekong raised his voice. Han Yi's frown deepened. However, he did not believe Qin Feng was the type to stir up trouble willingly. Han Yi contemplated for a moment before asking, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Ding Yuekong grew even more furious. No misunderstanding. You tell Qin Feng this for me. If he doesn't come to the hospital to see me within half an hour, he'll suffer the consequences. Hearing the arrogant tone, Han Yi was deeply displeased, especially since this person dared to insult Qin Feng with such language. You fool. Han Yi cursed back and hung up the phone. Coming from Han Yi, the principal of Binjiang University, such an insult carried tremendous humiliation. On the other end of the phone, Ding Yuekong was practically exploding with rage. You? How dare you curse at me? Ding Yuekong trembled with fury, but by then there was only silence on the line. You've got nerve. Ding Yuekong put away his phone, his expression extremely grim. Since the other party wouldn't give him face, he was prepared to use his influence. Qin Feng finished his lunch and sat in the lobby sofa to rest. Han Yi called him. Mr. Qin, someone named Ding Yuekong just called. He said you beat up his son. He wants you to come to the hospital to apologize. Han Yi decided to inform Qin Feng about this matter regardless. Ding Yuekong. Qin Feng thought for a moment and could already guess. This Ding Yuekong was surely Ding Yud's father. Don't worry about them. Qin Feng's expression remained calm. That Ding Yud had provoked him first, and he had only given the boy a beating. This was already showing considerable mercy. If Ding Yud wished to continue making trouble, Qin Feng would let him understand what it meant to invite humiliation upon himself. Understood, Mr. Qin. Han Yi did not say anything more. Just as Qin Feng was about to take an afternoon nap, he received a message from his cousin Yi Kaiying. Qin Feng, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to barbecue. Yi Kaiying had just been promoted to Deputy Minister of the Business Department. She was getting familiar with her new role these past 2 days. The reason she rose so quickly was entirely because of Qin Feng. Cousin, no need. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Yi Kaiying said, don't worry, I won't bring Tao Weiwei. Yi Kaiying also knew that her friend had always been trying to make advances toward Qin Feng. Sometimes it was indeed quite annoying. Qin Feng thought about it and agreed. Subsequently, Yi Kaiying sent him a location and confirmed the time. Qin Feng enjoyed a wonderful afternoon nap. This carefree life was truly comfortable. However, Qin Feng had not forgotten about his parents back in their hometown. He planned to return home in a couple of days. Although these past few days Qin Feng had been transferring money to his younger sister Qin Yutong every day, without returning to explain things, his parents would probably be too hesitant to spend it. Qin Feng got up and stretched lazily. He picked up his phone and discovered several missed calls, and they were all from Han Yi. Qin Feng immediately called Han Yi back. Mr. Qin, something bad happened. Han Yi's tone carried anxiety. What happened? Tell me slowly. Qin Feng appeared rather calm. Han Yi said, Mr. Qin, the matter of you beating up Ding Yud is now trending online. And online someone has hired a large group of internet trolls, and they are wantonly slandering Binjiang University. Since the school board member had injured someone, the online backlash was now a torrent of criticism. Qin Feng frowned. He had not expected Ding Yuekong to twist the facts like this, then mobilize online public opinion. If this continued, Binjiang University's reputation would be ruined. For a moment Qin Feng's gaze turned gloomy. Mr. Qin, I have already retained a lawyer and issued a legal notice. But the online insults and abuse toward us are growing stronger by the minute. Han Yi was deeply troubled. In all his years as president of Binjiang University, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I understand. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feng hung up and let out a cold laugh. So Ding Yuekong wanted to play this kind of trick with him. Since that was the case, they would see who could laugh last. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng made a call to He Wanyang, the general manager of Longjiang Group. Chairman Qin, what are your orders? At that moment, He Wanyang was signing a contract at Wu Qitsai's company. Receiving Qin Feng's call, He Wanyang was stunned. Qin Feng asked, does Longjiang Group have any business dealings with Huiying Building Materials Company? Yes, we do. He Wanyang replied. Huiying Building Materials was a major company in Shanghai City. Therefore, many real estate companies cooperated with them. Longjiang Group was no exception. Terminate the cooperation and cause them as much trouble as possible. Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. With their massive scale, Longjiang Group could certainly crush a building materials company. Hearing Qin Feng say this, He Wanyang understood. Qin Feng was truly furious this time. Chairman Qin, I will arrange it immediately. An expression of shock appeared on He Wanyang's face. He couldn't understand which bastard from Huiying Building Materials had offended Qin Feng. It seemed something major was about to happen. He Wanyang put away his phone and said to Wu Qitsai across from him. Chairman Wu, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Wu Qitsai, not yet aware of what had happened, smiled. What's the rush? Finish your tea before you go. He Wanyang could only shake his head helplessly. The people from Huiying Building Materials Company have offended our Chairman Qin. I need to go back and investigate. Upon hearing He Wanyang's words, Wu Qitsai was also stunned. What? Such a thing happened. Wu Qitsai narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. He had business dealings with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's affairs were naturally his affairs. At the same time, Wu Qitsai was very clear that the people from Huiying Building Materials could never defeat Qin Feng. With that in mind, Wu Qitsai did not mind giving them a kick while they were down. After He Wanyang left, Wu Qitsai also had someone investigate. It turned out that it was the son of Huiying Building Materials Company's chairman who had provoked Qin Feng. Immediately, Wu Qitsai called his secretary over. Xiao Qi, publish an announcement. Terminate all cooperation with Huiying Building Materials Company. Wu Qitsai's female secretary looked at him in confusion. Chairman Wu, if we do this, our construction projects will be affected too. Wu Qitsai smiled dismissively. It's nothing. Just do as I say. Losing some money was of no consequence to Wu Qitsai. Furthermore, in the name of the president of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, notify the other members. Have them terminate all cooperation with Huiying Building Materials. A chairman of a building materials company actually dared to provoke Qin Feng, truly asking for trouble. Wu Qitsai would certainly not sit by and watch this unfold. Chairman Wu, I'm on it right away. The female secretary withdrew respectfully. In the hospital ward, Ding Yuekong gazed at the overwhelming wave of online scolding with considerable satisfaction. He believed that very soon the reputation of Binhai University would be thoroughly ruined. Kid, you asked for this. Ding Yuekong sneered coldly. He had spent a fortune hiring internet trolls. Worth every penny. Now he would wait to see if Qin Feng would come to apologize. If Qin Feng refused to apologize, Ding Yuekong still had backup plans. Dad, how's it going now? Ding Yud, lying on the hospital bed, spoke up. Son, I'm already dealing with that Qin Feng. He won't hold out much longer. A smug smile spread across Ding Yuekong's face. Did he really think he could rival him with just the title of Binhai University board member? That was far too naive, of course. Admittedly, Ding Yuekong could guess that Qin Feng, despite his young age, had already become a board member of Binhai University. He must have some backing. But Ding Yuekong wasn't afraid because in Sanhai City, he had ample connections. Excellent. Dad, I want to repay today's suffering 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Ding Yud's fists clenched until his knuckles turned purple. Of course you will. Ding Yuekong laughed. Just then he received a message from his secretary. Chairman, this is terrible. Longjiang Group says there's a problem with the quality of our previous batch of building materials. They're demanding a full return. Moreover, they said they will never cooperate with us again. Hearing this news, Ding Yuekong furrowed his brow deeply. His first reaction was to wonder if they had somehow offended Longjiang Group. The two companies had cooperated for so many years. How could they cancel the partnership just like that? Longjiang Group was a major client of Huiying Building Materials. If they canceled the cooperation, they would lose a fortune. How could this happen? Ding Yuekong was completely baffled. Chairman, I have no idea either. The female secretary was equally perplexed. Ding Yuekong immediately called Yuan, wanting to get to the bottom of this. But the call didn't go through. Just as Ding Yuekong was racked with worry, the secretary delivered yet another piece of bad news. Chairman, even Sihai Group has canceled their cooperation with us. What? Ding Yuekong finally panicked. Sihai Group, it was Wu Qicai's enterprise. Now two major real estate companies had canceled their cooperation. Even someone as dull as Ding Yuekong knew something catastrophic had happened. Contact Sihai Group and find out what's going on. Ding Yuekong's expression turned grim. I'm already asking, but they haven't responded, the secretary replied. However, this was merely the beginning. One after another, many more companies announced they would no longer cooperate with Huiying Building Materials. Ding Yuekong's face drained of color. By his count, 80% of his clients had already walked away. Ding Yuekong had a sinking feeling. He must have offended some powerful figure. Otherwise, this situation was simply impossible. How could this happen? Ding Yuekong's hands trembled as he dialed the number of a close friend. Old Zhang, tell me, why has your company also canceled the cooperation? Ding Yuekong was utterly bewildered. This sudden turn of events left him completely stunned. The voice on the phone fell silent for a long moment before speaking. Let me put it this way. The cancellation was requested by the president of Qinfeng Chamber of Commerce. You'd better watch yourself. The line went dead. Ding Yuekong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, utterly shaken. Of course he knew that the president of Qinfeng Chamber of Commerce was Wu Qicai. Wu Qicai held an extremely high position within the chamber. But what Ding Yuekong couldn't understand was how he could have possibly offended Wu Qicai. Ding Yuekong grabbed a tissue and dabbed his sweaty forehead. In the end, he forced himself to call Wu Qicai. After several attempts, the call finally connected. Wu Chairman. It's Ding Yuekong. Ding Yuekong was extremely nervous. After all, Wu Qicai was a tycoon in the real estate industry. Even making this phone call felt like an enormous pressure. Ding Yuekong, I don't think I know you. Wu Qicai had certainly met Ding Yuekong before. He was just pretending otherwise. Chairman Wu, you busy people truly have short memories. We had drinks together at last month's reception. Ding Yuekong was deeply embarrassed. What do you want? Wu Qicai asked, feigning ignorance. Ding Yuekong spoke carefully. Chairman Wu, if I've somehow offended you in any way, please don't stoop to my level. Wu Qicai snorted coldly and said, Ding Yuekong, you haven't offended me. You've offended the chairman of Longjiang Group. Ding Yuekong was even more confused. Chairman Wu, I don't understand. Wu Qicai said coldly, of course you don't understand because you're an idiot. The Qin Feng you offended is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Wu Qicai couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on Ding Yuekong and hung up. Speaking too long with someone of such low intellect. He feared it might rub off on him. That's impossible. Chairman Wu, that's impossible. Ding Yuekong's face was etched with shock. He wanted to say more, but his phone had gone silent. Qin Feng was just a young man in his early 20s. How could he possibly be the chairman of Longjiang Group? Ding Yuekong refused to believe it. But the truth was right before him. With Wu Qicai's status, there was no reason to lie to him. Ding Yuekong's entire body went rigid, his face turning deathly pale. If Qin Feng truly was the chairman of Longjiang Group, then things were dire indeed. With his own status, if he tried to oppose Qin Feng, it would be like an egg colliding with a stone. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing his father's ghastly expression, Ding Yud asked. Shut up. Ding Yuekong roared at Ding Yud. He was in a terrible mood right now. If this matter wasn't resolved, his company would go bankrupt very soon. Most importantly, having offended those people from Qinfeng Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't even be able to survive in Sanhai City afterward. Ding Yud obediently fell silent. He couldn't understand why his father had become so strange. Weren't things going well just moments ago? After much contemplation, Ding Yuekong made another phone call. This time he was calling for reinforcements. Big brother, I think I've gotten myself into serious trouble. Ding Yuekong had no real abilities. Everything he possessed today was entirely because he had an exceptionally capable older brother. Before Ding Yuekong could finish speaking, a thunderous roar came through the phone. Are you dead yet? If you are, I'll pick out a grave for you. The voice on the phone was fuming with rage. Ding Yuekong's older brother had already learned about Ding Yuekong's transgression against Qin Feng. Now even his own business had been affected. Ding Yuekong's elder brother was so furious he wanted to curse. Yet he reminded himself that Ding Yuekong's family was also his own. So he held back. However, Ding Yuekong's brother was still seething with anger. He couldn't fathom whether his younger brother had water in his head or had gotten it caught in a door. How could he provoke the chairman of the Longjiang Group? Now the matter had become a public uproar. Even Wu Qicai, the president of the Tianjing Chamber of Commerce, had stepped in. Wasn't Ding Yuekong's behavior simply courting death? Brother, you've heard about it. Ding Yuekong asked with a woebegone expression. If he had known Qin Feng had such an imposing background, he would never have dared to offend him. The whole Shanghai city is already buzzing with the news. Do you realize that because of your father and son's petty trouble, I've been dragged into this as well? Ding Yuekong's elder brother commanded considerable influence in the business world. But he was utterly powerless against the entire Tianjing Chamber of Commerce. Above all, that Qin Feng was truly enigmatic. A young man barely 20, yet already the chairman of the Longjiang Group. Who would believe such a thing? Yet the facts stood before everyone. Even setting aside Wu Qicai's Tianjing Chamber of Commerce, the fury unleashed by the Longjiang Group alone was enough to crush Ding Yuekong. Brother, could it be that Qin Feng is Wu Qicai's illegitimate son? Ding Yuekong pondered this possibility. Otherwise, why would Wu Qicai mobilize the entire might of the Tianjing Chamber of Commerce to help Qin Feng? At this moment, Ding Yuekong's brother was nearly driven to death by anger. Whether he is Wu Qicai's illegitimate son or not, does that matter? I tell you, you'd better go find Qin Feng and apologize right now. If you can't settle this matter, don't ever call me brother again. Ding Yuekong's brother's blood pressure soared, and he almost fainted from rage. Ding Yuekong grimaced, brother, I hired so many online trolls to smear Binjiang University. I'm afraid Qin Feng won't forgive me easily. Ding Yuekong was filled with regret. If only he had investigated Qin Feng's identity earlier. Ding Yuekong's brother's voice trembled with fury. I don't care about that. You started this mess. Even if you have to sell yourself, you fix it. Ding Yuekong's brother slammed down the phone in anger. Hello, brother. Realizing the call had ended, Ding Yuekong was on the verge of tears. Now that even his own brother had abandoned him, what was he to do? Dad, what's wrong? Ding Yud looked at his father with confusion. Slap. Ding Yuekong, his fury finding no outlet, strode forward and delivered a heavy slap to Ding Yud's face. This is all your fault. Ding Yuekong trembled with rage. The slap left Ding Yud completely stunned. He never imagined that his father, who had always doted on him, would strike him. Honey, what are you doing? Haven't you beaten our son enough? Ding Yud's mother rushed over crying and embraced him. Do you know who this ungrateful wretch has offended? He's the chairman of the Longjiang Group. Ding Yuekong roared. How can that be? Ding Yud refused to believe it, and his mother did too. Wasn't Qin Feng just the school board chairman of Binjiang University? How could he now be the chairman of the Longjiang Group? Dad, you must be mistaken. Ding Yud's face was etched with disbelief. Mistaken? Ding Yuekong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Now we've offended Wu Qicai too. Ding Yud turned pale with terror. At this moment, he was at a loss for words. He never expected that this time he had stirred up such a colossal disaster. Ding Yud's mother sobbed, honey, it's too late for this now. Didn't you also hire trolls to smear Binjiang University? Ding Yuekong was left speechless. Indeed, his son was at fault, but he himself had played a disreputable role in the affair. Ding Yuekong's heart wrestled with itself. After a long silence, he finally decided to go find Qin Feng and apologize. Come with me. We're going to apologize to Chairman Qin. Ding Yuekong gritted his teeth and said to his son. Ding Yud hung his head, reluctant to go. Honey, let me go with you. Our son is still injured. Let him rest in the hospital. Ding Yud's mother couldn't bear to see him suffer. As the saying goes, a doting mother often raises a wayward son. No, Ding Yuekong fumed. He caused this trouble. He must apologize to Chairman Qin in person. Ding Yuekong drove his reluctant son to Binjiang University. When you see Chairman Qin, show some respect. Understood. In the car, Ding Yuekong made a point of reminding his son. If he angered Qin Feng again, the consequences would be dire. Ding Yud was still in a daze. Are you mute? Ding Yuekong snarled. Father, I understand. Ding Yud felt he was terribly unlucky. Not only had he had a hand broken, but now he had to go apologize to Qin Feng. Ding Yuekong stared out the car window in silence. He had to do his utmost to win Qin Feng's forgiveness. Otherwise, the Huiying Building Materials Company would go bankrupt. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the gate of Binjiang University. Ding Yuekong, sweating under the blazing sun, walked to the security booth. Hello, I need to see your principal. Ding Yuekong explained his purpose, his forehead drenched in sweat. By the way, I'm Ding Yuekong, chairman of Huiying Building Materials. Hold on. The security guard immediately called the principal's office. When Han Yi heard that Ding Yuekong had arrived, he was furious. This was the same Ding Yuekong who had hired online trolls to smear Binjiang University, and now he dared to show up. Though seething inside, Han Yi decided after a moment's thought to go to the school gate. He wanted to see what Ding Yuekong was up to. When Han Yi arrived at the school gate, he saw Ding Yuekong and his family standing together. Ding Yud's hand was in a cast, and his face was bruised and battered. Principal Han, you're finally here. Ding Yuekong forced a smile onto his face. What are you all doing here? Han Yi stood with his hands behind his back, not offering the Ding family a warm reception. Ding Yuekong smiled obsequiously. Principal Han. It's all a misunderstanding. I've already had people clarify things online. I came here specifically to apologize to Chairman Qin. Ding Yuekong no longer dared to show any disrespect. Hearing this, Han Yi was taken aback. He had thought Ding Yuekong had come to cause trouble. It seemed he had been mistaken. Nevertheless, Ding Yuekong actually coming to apologize was a rare occurrence. Han Yi said coldly, Mr. Qin is not on campus. You'd better come another day. With that, Han Yi turned and walked away. President Han, please wait. Could you please inform Chairman Qin? Ding Yuekong chased after them with a distressed expression. If he waited any longer, his company would go bankrupt. Han Yi snorted coldly. Wait here. He took out his phone and still made a call to Qin Feng. When he heard that Ding Yuekong had come to Binjiang University to apologize, Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised. This Ding Yuekong actually broke so quickly. Of course, Qin Feng knew it was all thanks to Wu Qicai's assistance. Without Wu Qicai's Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, Ding Yuekong would not have admitted defeat so soon. Mr. Qin, that Ding Yuekong says he wants to see you. Qin Feng smiled and said, let them wait. At this time, Qin Feng was still staying at the manor. After hanging up the phone, he did not immediately go to Binjiang University. Instead, he went to Guanyin Group first. After all, he wasn't the one in a hurry anyway, so let Ding Yuekong wait slowly. Qin Feng drove out in that Lamborghini Veneno. It was actually quite nice to switch up the cars once in a while. At the entrance of Guanyin Group, General Manager Feng Shuiqin was already waiting. Behind her stood more than a dozen executives of Guanyin Group. Hearing that the chairman was coming, of course, they dared not neglect. Beside Feng Shuiqin stood a woman wearing a pink floral dress. The woman was estimated to be 175 meters tall, with her hair in a ponytail and delicate features. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn skies, particularly enchanting. General Manager Feng, will the chairman of Guanyin Group really come? Lin Wanner asked softly. Of course, Feng Shuiqin replied. Since Qin Feng had notified them in advance, he would definitely come. Lin Wanner looked at the street outside, her face filled with anticipation. She was quite curious about what kind of person the chairman of Guanyin Group was. After waiting a few minutes, Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno appeared at the main entrance. When they saw the Lamborghini Veneno, the executives of Guanyin Group could not help but feel nervous. That was a luxury sports car worth tens of millions. Perhaps their chairman was in the car. Feng Shuiqin was also uncertain, but seeing the car stop, she walked over quickly. Excuse me. Are you Chairman Qin? Through the car window, Feng Shuiqin saw Qin Feng in the driver's seat. Seeing that it was a young man, the first thought that popped into Feng Shuiqin's mind was, the chairman of Guanyin Group probably wasn't him. After all, Qin Feng was simply too young. At his age, he should still be studying. That's right. It's me. However, when they heard Qin Feng's reply, Feng Shuiqin was instantly stunned. Chairman Qin. Please come in. Feng Shuiqin stood frozen for a long while before coming to her senses. Good day, Chairman Qin. Seeing this, all the executives of Guanyin Group immediately bowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng drove the car into the parking space at Guanyin Group headquarters, then got out of the car. Chairman Qin, I am the general manager of Guanyin Group. My name is Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin stood before Qin Feng, introducing herself. Qin Feng nodded, and his gaze soon fell upon Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner had fair skin and an elegant demeanor. The kind of beauty that standing among a crowd could be noticed at a glance. Stunningly beautiful. Most importantly, this Lin Wanner gave Qin Feng a sense of familiarity. Only Qin Feng couldn't recall why. Hello, Chairman Qin. Lin Wanner took the initiative to walk over, extending her delicate hand. Her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of red. Because Qin Feng was truly too handsome, exuding irresistible charm. Although Lin Wanner was about the same age as Qin Feng, she had become a signed artist with Guanyin Group long ago. She had already become famous when she was a child star. In the entertainment industry, beautiful people and handsome men were everywhere. Lin Wanner had seen many male actors who were devastatingly handsome. But meeting a man who could make her blush and heart race at first sight, like Qin Feng, was a first. Moreover, the kind of handsome that Qin Feng possessed was different from the delicate feminine beauty of those pretty boys. Qin Feng extended his hand and shook hands with Lin Wanner. You are the celebrity Lin Wanner, right? Qin Feng finally recognized her. He remembered that Lin Wanner was the female artist signed with Guanyin Group. Lin Wanner smiled. So Chairman Qin knows me. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Although this Lin Wanner was very beautiful, but she still couldn't compare to Lu Xinyao. Chairman Qin, I've already brewed tea in the office. Let's continue our conversation in the office. Feng Shuiqin smiled. Qin Feng nodded and followed Feng Shuiqin to the office. Because Feng Shuiqin had work to report, Lin Wanner did not follow them. Qin Feng stayed at Guanyin Group for half an hour before leaving. Feng Shuiqin saw Qin Feng out of the office. Outside, Lin Wanner had not yet left. General Manager Feng, Chairman Qin, I've made a reservation at Puyun Restaurant. Would you like to go have a meal together? Lin Wanner extended the invitation. Feng Shuiqin looked at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng was going, then she certainly had no objections. Another day, Qin Feng declined. After leaving Guanyin Group, Qin Feng still did not go to Binjiang University. He went for a spin in the outskirts. It was not until evening that Qin Feng slowly drove the Lamborghini Veneno toward the entrance of Binjiang University. At the gate, Ding Yuekong's family of 3 was still waiting. It had already been more than 3 hours since they arrived here. However, Qin Feng had not appeared. Dad, that Qin Feng is clearly playing tricks on us. Ding Yud had lost patience. They had come with sincere intentions to apologize, yet Qin Feng was pulling this kind of stunt. 3 hours ago he said he would come. Now, not even a ghost had shown up. Slap. Ding Yuekong, with a belly full of anger, slapped his son across the face. You bloody hell should be ashamed to speak. If we don't get to see Chairman Qin today, we'll soon be sleeping on the streets. Ding Yud clutched his reddened cheek, intimidated by his father's gaze. Ding Yud's mother was also extremely anxious. Honey, this can't go on like this. That Qin Feng, it seems like he simply doesn't want to see us. Ding Yuekong said angrily, we still have to wait. What else could they do besides waiting for Qin Feng? They waited for another 10 or so minutes. Finally, Qin Feng drove up in that Lamborghini Veneno. Dad, look, Qin. Chairman Qin is here. Ding Yud soon spotted Qin Feng. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Ding Yuekong wiped the sweat from his face, somewhat nervous, and walked over. Finally he came. Ding Yuekong bowed respectfully to Qin Feng. Chairman Qin. However, what made Ding Yuekong feel embarrassed was Qin Feng was on the phone. Qin Yao, are you done with class? I brought you a cup of milk tea. All right. Wait for me at the parking lot. Qin Feng paused briefly, stepped on the accelerator, and entered the campus. As if Ding Yuekong didn't exist at all, Ding Yuekong's mouth twitched, staring blankly at the rear of the Lamborghini Veneno, standing there in bewilderment, alone in the wind. When Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot, Lu Xinyao was already waiting there. Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes gazed at Qin Feng, her face filled with a warm smile. Qin Feng parked the car, got out, and handed the milk tea in his hand to Lu Xinyao. You came all the way to school just to bring me a cup of milk tea. Lu Xinyao cradled the milk tea in both hands, her face beaming with happiness. Qin Feng smiled and said, I happen to come handle something as well. Lu Xinyao asked with curiosity, what is it? If you're busy, go ahead and attend to it. Lu Xinyao believed that with Qin Feng's current status, he must be very busy. Coming to school sometimes was completely understandable. What she didn't know was that Qin Feng was essentially a hands-off boss. He never inquired about company affairs unless something major occurred. It's just a trivial matter. Qin Feng wasn't in any hurry to meet that Ding Yuekong. Then let's take a walk around campus. Lu Xinyao suggested. Sure. Lu Xinyao sipped her milk tea while holding Qin Feng's hand. The two strolled through the campus. The sun was setting. A gentle breeze carried a refreshing coolness. One was the campus heartthrob, the other the campus queen. Walking together, they truly drew envious gazes from all around. The sunset's afterglow reflected on Lu Xinyao's face, giving her a unique, enchanting beauty. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao chatted as they walked. Before they knew it, they had reached the school gate. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao laughing together, Ding Yuekong and his two companions wore extremely grim expressions. They had waited this long just to apologize to Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng had simply ignored them. Most infuriatingly, that fellow was actually publicly displaying affection. Could he be any more excessive? Ding Yud clenched his fists in anger. I can hold back. I can hold back. I damn well can't take it anymore. Ding Yud said furiously, Dad, that guy clearly is. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Yuekong slapped him hard across the face once again. Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Ding Yuekong was more furious than anyone. Now they had no choice but to apologize to Qin Feng. Son, say less. Ding Yud's mother tried to dissuade him. Over there, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were still being affectionate. The two found a stone bench and sat down, doting on each other. Ding Yuekong and his party could only watch helplessly, for the school security guards wouldn't let them in. Another half hour passed like this. I almost forgot I still have assignments to do. Qin Feng, I need to head back. Lu Xinyao seemed to have remembered something and stood up. Qin Feng said nothing and walked Lu Xinyao back to the parking lot. Qin Feng, you should go first. See you tomorrow. Lu Xinyao waved goodbye to Qin Feng with a smile. See you tomorrow. Only after Lu Xinyao left did Qin Feng get into the Lamborghini Veneno. He started the car. As it drove through the campus of Binjiang University, it once again drew the attention of students passing by. Quick look, the Lamborghini Veneno is back. The students scrambled to take photos with their phones. Qin Feng paid them little mind and drove the Lamborghini Veneno out of the campus. Seeing Qin Feng's car emerge this time, Ding Yuekong directly blocked it in the middle of the road. Chairman Qin, please wait. Ding Yuekong stood in front of the Lamborghini Veneno. He could no longer wait. If this matter wasn't resolved, Huiying Building Materials Company would go bankrupt immediately. At this moment, nervousness and anxiety were written all over Ding Yuekong's face. He wasn't sure if Qin Feng would forgive them. Qin Feng stopped the car and glanced at Ding Yuekong coldly, his gaze icy. You'd better get out of the way quickly, in case I accidentally step on the gas pedal. Then you'll be done for. Ding Yuekong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked hunched over to Qin Feng's side. His eyes filled with fear, he dared not look at Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. At this moment, Ding Yud, supported by his mother, also approached Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, I was wrong. Ding Yud had completely lost all his temper. Qin Feng didn't even glance at the three members of the Ding family, sneering. Is a mere apology enough? Ding Yuekong had distorted the facts and wantonly defamed Binjiang University online. This debt Qin Feng would settle with Ding Yuekong. Chairman Qin, we were in the wrong. Ding Yuekong said with a bitter face. How about this? I'll give you 30% of the shares in Huiying Building Materials Company. Qin Feng remained silent. 30%. Was that enough to appease a beggar? 40%. Seeing Qin Feng still silent, Ding Yuekong gritted his teeth and said, 46%. Chairman Qin, this is all the shares I have left. Leave me some assets for my retirement. Ding Yuekong was about to cry. His heart ached terribly. To gain Qin Feng's forgiveness, he had no choice but to do this. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng agreed. All right. Besides that, you must also issue a public apology. Remember, a consecutive public apology for half a month. Qin Feng wanted them to restore Binjiang University's reputation. No problem. Ding Yuekong could only nod. He didn't dare say a single no. Chairman Qin, I'll prepare the transfer agreement as soon as possible, Ding Yuekong said with a long face. Qin Feng didn't linger. He drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to the manor. At 8 in the evening, Yi Kaiying had also gotten off work. To familiarize herself with the work, she had voluntarily stayed late to overtime these past few days. When Yi Kaiying arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Qin Feng hadn't arrived yet. She waited at the entrance for a while longer. Finally, Qin Feng appeared in that Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng. What frustrated Yi Kaiying was that Qin Feng had brought bodyguards again. This guy, cousin. Qin Feng got out of the car and greeted Yi Kaiying. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Yi Kaiying smiled and said, no worries, I just arrived too. Let's go in. Qin Feng handed the car keys to the head bodyguard Zhang Yong and said, park the car first. I might not leave for a while. You can go get some late-night snacks. Zhang Yong took the keys and respectfully nodded. All right, Mr. Qin. Soon after, Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying entered the barbecue restaurant. It was a self-service barbecue restaurant and an open-air one at that. In Sanhai City, it was quite well known. The two found a seat and sat down. Qin Feng, thank you. Yi Kaiying smiled. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. Cousin, you're being a bit too polite with these words. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and said, I'm going back home the day after tomorrow. Want to come together? Yi Kaiying forced a smile and said, I just transferred to headquarters. Maybe next time. Qin Feng didn't insist. He understood that Yi Kaiying was simply a workaholic. Want to have a drink? Yi Kaiying asked. Sure. Qin Feng walked out with his bodyguards. No need to drive back. I need to make something clear. I definitely can't afford red wine that costs tens of thousands per bottle. As an ordinary salary worker, Yi Kaiying naturally couldn't compare with Qin Feng. Whatever you like. Qin Feng smiled. Then Yi Kaiying selected quite a lot of food. Their two families lived not far from each other, and they often played together when they were children. The two of them chatted about childhood anecdotes while eating. But before they could finish their meal, more than a dozen people walked into the barbecue shop. Some carried props, some carried cameras. Soon the barbecue shop owner came up to Qin Feng. Handsome guy. Beautiful lady. We're really sorry. Someone has booked out the entire barbecue shop. You might have to leave a bit early. Yi Kaiying frowned, clearly not pleased. Boss, you can't be serious. We were here first. Even if someone booked the place, shouldn't they let us finish eating first? It wasn't easy treating Qin Feng to a barbecue dinner. Yet they encountered such a disappointing situation. We're truly sorry. Your bill today will be half price. Naturally, the owner didn't want to do something that would damage his reputation either. But the offer they made was simply too good to refuse. The location of his barbecue shop happened to be right by the riverside with beautiful scenery all around. Coincidentally, a variety show filming crew needed to reshoot some scenes and chose this location. This isn't about the half price. Qin Feng spoke up. He and Yi Kaiying were right in the middle of an interesting conversation. Encountering such a thing was rather disappointing. The owner showed an expression of embarrassment. Because the other diners also refused to leave like Qin Feng. This made things difficult. Kunkin. It's actually Kunkin. Suddenly 3 girls at the next table stood up, their faces filled with wild excitement. At the entrance, a young man in a suspended suit walked in slowly, surrounded by several black-clad security guards. Kunkin. I never expected to see you here. Kunkin, can I have your autograph? The girls rushed over looking worshipful, wanting Su Kuin's signature. However, the security guards stopped those girls. Sorry, Kunkin still has work to do. Those security guards began clearing the area. Su Kuin, a trending pop star in the entertainment industry with hundreds of millions of followers on social media, proficient in singing, dancing, and rap. With just his looks, he commanded a large group of diehard fans. So it's him. Yi Kaiying wasn't particularly impressed by this kind of trending celebrity. After all, she wasn't some naive young girl. With Su Kuin's arrival, the remaining diners in the barbecue shop began leaving one after another. Although everyone felt disgruntled, they didn't dare to offend him, especially since Su Kuin had brought quite a few people with him. Qin Feng, let's go too. Yi Kaiying tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. After all, avoiding trouble is better than inviting it. Qin Feng had lost his appetite anyway, so he nodded. Just as they stood up and were about to leave, a chubby man wearing a baseball cap approached Qin Feng. The chubby man looked at Qin Feng, then at Yi Kaiying. Indeed, Qin Feng was incredibly handsome, and Yi Kaiying was also a stunning beauty. You too. We happen to need a few extras over here. I wonder if you're interested. The chubby director continued sizing up Qin Feng. Not interested. Qin Feng declined directly. Making him an extra? What kind of joke was that? Director Zhang, what's wrong? At that moment, Su Kuin walked over with a stern expression. Too rushed. Didn't arrange things properly. We're still short of a few extras. The chubby director explained. Su Kuan was getting impatient and said, "It's such a small thing. Hurry up. I still have to attend a banquet later." Several girls excitedly ran over. "Come, can let us do it. We promise we'll cooperate." Su Kuan glanced at those girls and smiled. "You girls will do." Then he turned to look at Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying. "You two stay too." However, Qin Feng simply replied calmly. "No time." Yi Kaiying wasn't interested in dealing with Su Kuan either and pulled Qin Feng about to leave. "Wait, don't you recognize me?" Su Kuan blocked Qin Feng, and Yi Kaiying, his expression somewhat ugly. These two people actually didn't give him any face. "No." Qin Feng coldly responded. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Kuan felt utterly humiliated. He was a big celebrity after all, yet this Qin Feng actually claimed not to recognize him. "Either stay and be extras, or apologize to me." Su Kuan was furious, glaring at Qin Feng as he said. Qin Feng could only respond with a chuckle. Do celebrities nowadays really have such big attitudes? Nutcase. Qin Feng coldly replied with just 3 words. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's expression immediately changed. "How dare you curse me?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Su Kuan raised his hand, wanting to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Slap. Qin Feng swung a slap with no hesitation. "Who do you think you're showing off to?" Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. Originally, when these people booked the place, he had already made a concession. Unexpectedly, this Su Kuan tried to push his luck further. "A trending celebrity like you dares to put on airs in front of me." Qin Feng looked at Su Kuan, who had been slapped, flying away expressionlessly. Su Kuan lay on the ground, half his face swollen and bruised. His mind went completely blank. He was beaten. He was actually beaten. Su Kuan covered his face, glaring at Qin Feng with fury. "Kunkin, are you okay?" Those girls rushed over first, looking worried. "How could you do something like this? Kunkin's face is all swollen now. Apologize now." The girls glared angrily at Qin Feng, accusing him. Soon the security from the variety show crew also arrived. "Kid, you actually dare to hit someone?" Those security guards surrounded Qin Feng. The chubby director went to check Su Kuan's injuries and was also extremely angry. Su Kuan's face was already swollen. How could they continue filming like this? "Kid, you actually dare to hit someone? Just wait for compensation." The chubby director snorted, threatening. "Get him. Beat him up first." Su Kuan glared viciously at Qin Feng, roaring. Hearing Su Kuan say this, those security guards all geared up to make their move. "Qin Feng, what do we do?" Yi Kaiying was at a loss. "It's fine." Qin Feng gave Yi Kaiying a reassuring look. "Anyone who wants to make a move, go ahead and try." Qin Feng said with a cold laugh. He didn't regard those security guards as any threat. However, those security guards still made their move. They rushed at him all at once. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he stepped back a few paces. He was mainly worried that Yi Kaiying might get hurt. Although there were many opponents, they had absolutely no combat ability. In less than half a minute, Qin Feng had knocked down 5 or 6 people. "What are you all doing? You're all useless. All a bunch of incompetent fools." Seeing that so many people couldn't even handle a single Qin Feng, Su Kuan cursed furiously to the side. Slapped by Qin Feng. If he didn't retaliate, he truly couldn't swallow this humiliation. "Everyone stand up. Keep beating him." Su Kuan's face was filled with rage. Yi Kaiying stood by, unable to help, only able to worry in secret. At first she was still very concerned. But seeing Qin Feng so formidable, Yi Kaiying was stunned on the spot. Her own cousin had such impressive skills. Though outnumbered, they were no match for Qin Feng. Watching Su Kuan's men fall one by one, Yi Kaiying felt as if she were watching a movie. It was too shocking. Finally, those security guards were beaten into fear. Holding their injured spots, they began to retreat. Their eyes fixed on Qin Feng were filled with terror. Su Kuan kept cursing, "Useless. All useless." The fat director was also shaken by Qin Feng's strength, a look of fear spreading across his face. He hadn't expected this young man to be so capable in a fight. It was a pity he didn't become a martial arts actor. "Even if you're strong, it's useless. I'm telling you, you're in big trouble." Su Kuan pointed at Qin Feng and roared. Slap. Qin Feng turned around and delivered another slap. "You a mere star. Do you really think you're so great?" Qin Feng said coldly. By now both of Su Kuan's cheeks were swollen and red. He trembled with rage. "I have hundreds of millions of followers on Weibo. If you dare hit me again." Slap. The moment the words left his mouth, another crisp slap echoed. Qin Feng sneered. "What a bizarre request. I've never heard anything like it." His face wore a contemptuous expression. "I'm an idle trainee." Slap. "My name is Su Kuan." Slap. Su Kuan was still blustering. After being slapped several times by Qin Feng, he was completely dazed. "Keep talking. See if I dare to slap you." Qin Feng's tone was calm. Su Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Though furious, he dared not speak. He knew that Qin Feng would indeed hit him. A wise man knows when to yield. He decided to settle the score with Qin Feng later. Slap. Qin Feng struck again. Su Kuan was about to go mad. "I didn't say anything. Why hit me again?" "Because you really deserve it." Qin Feng pulled 2 tissues from the box on the table and carefully wiped his hands. He felt dirty from hitting Su Kuan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Kuan nearly fainted from rage. In all his years in the industry, he had never suffered such humiliation. He silently vowed to make Qin Feng pay. Just then Zhang Yong arrived with his bodyguards. "Mr. Qin, what happened?" Zhang Yong jogged over to Qin Feng. He had just been having a late-night snack with the other guards in the restaurant next door. Realizing something serious had occurred, he rushed over with his men. Now the bodyguard stood neatly behind Qin Feng. The imposing presence stunned everyone present. Heavens, who exactly is this young man? He has so many bodyguards. Su Kuan and the fat director exchanged glances, a flicker of panic deep inside them. They finally realized that Qin Feng was no ordinary person. Who are you? The fat director asked with a frown. Chairman of Guangying Group, Qin Feng. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the fat director and said calmly, Guangying Group. Chairman. The fat director's face paled, intimidated by Qin Feng's identity. Impossible. He must be lying. Su Kuan was flustered. He didn't believe Qin Feng was the chairman of Guangying Group. But even so, fear gnawed at his heart. Going out with so many bodyguards, even if he wasn't the chairman of Guangying Group, Qin Feng's status was certainly not insignificant. Cold sweat trickled down the fat director's back. He swallowed hard. His hands trembling slightly, he pulled out his phone and immediately made a call. He wanted to ask a friend to confirm. If the young man before him was truly the chairman of Guangying Group, they were in deep trouble. Not only would Su Kuan's beating be in vain, but he himself would also be implicated. Finally, when the fat director finished the call, his face turned deathly pale. He had learned that the chairman of Guangying Group was indeed named Qin Feng, and he was a young man. The fat director stared blankly at Qin Feng, his legs weak. Chairman Qin. I'm sorry. His eyes were filled with terror. He bowed his head, no longer daring to look at Qin Feng. A figure of Qin Feng's caliber was not someone he could afford to offend. Su Kuan, witnessing this, became utterly lost. Let's go. The first thought that flashed through Su Kuan's mind was to leave this place. His feet felt as heavy as lead, barely obeying him. But just as Su Kuan took 2 steps, Qin Feng's voice rang out again. Did I say you could leave? His tone was icy. The moment the words fell, Qin Feng's bodyguards quickly strode over and blocked Su Kuan. Su Kuan turned to look at Qin Feng, his body trembling faintly. I'm a signed artist of Xingyu Media. Don't do anything rash. Su Kuan was scared and could only pull out his backing. He had none of his earlier arrogance. Xingyu Media? Qin Feng remembered. It was a rival company of Guangying Group. Xingyu Media had a history of grudges with Guangying Group. Not long ago, they had poached several popular artists from Guangying. Qin Feng had learned this information earlier today at the company from General Manager Fang Shuochen. He smiled, an idea forming in his mind. Xingyu Media, is it? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Have someone from Xingyu Media come to pick you up. Qin Feng found a seat and sat down, a playful smile on his face. Su Kuan gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so arrogant, not even giving face to Xingyu Media. At its peak, Xingyu Media had been even more powerful than Guangying Group, though it had declined in the past 2 years. Its market value was still over 50 billion. Su Kuan thought for a moment, then took out his phone to make a call. Instead of contacting Xingyu Media's top brass, he first called a wealthy woman from Sanshan City. Kuan, long time no see. Missing your sister. Come to my place tonight, and I'll take care of you. The woman's voice teased over the phone. Yuan? Sister Yuan, I'm in a bit of trouble. Su Kuan was in no mood at all. Oh, who dares to bully my dear Kuan? Who is it? Who's so arrogant? The voice on the phone was clearly laced with anger. Su Kuan complained, Sister Yuan, the other party, is the chairman of Guangying Group. His name is Qin Feng. My face was swollen from his beating. Hearing Su Kuan's words, the wealthy woman was clearly stunned for a long moment. Who? The chairman of Guangying Group. Can you confirm his identity? The wealthy woman asked. Su Kuan's eyes were gloomy. I am absolutely certain. Now Su Kuan hated Qin Feng to the core. Sister Yuan, only you can save. However, before Su Kuan could finish his sentence, a furious roar came from the phone. You're insane. Do you want to get me killed? Get lost. Then the phone emitted a beep sound. The other party hung up the phone. Sister Yuan. Su Kuan called a few times, but the phone was silent. His face stiffened. Could it be any more realistic? Just pulls up pants and denies knowing him. That wasn't what she said when they were in bed. Su Kuan gritted his teeth and searched for another number. This time he called the chairman of Xingyu Media. Chairman, I've been beaten. Su Kuan explained the situation. His voice trembled. Chairman, only you can save me now. At that moment, Song Haifeng, the chairman of Xingyu Media, was still drinking. He had 2 young models in his arms. Hearing Su Kuan's words, Song Haifeng frowned. Chairman of Guangying Group. His expression turned sour. Their Xingyu Media and Guangying Group were rivals. They had been fighting overtly and covertly for years. And now Qin Feng had publicly beaten a signed artist of Xingyu Media. Su Kuan begged, Chairman, you must save me. If even Song Haifeng ignored him, then he would be finished. Offending the chairman of Guangying Group meant he could never survive in the entertainment industry. Don't worry. I'll send someone over immediately. Song Haifeng's voice was icy. Su Kuan was a member of Xingyu Media. He would certainly not sit idly by. Besides, Xingyu Media had spent a lot of money to promote Su Kuan over the past 2 years. They couldn't just discard him. There was another reason. That was Song Haifeng's desire to use this opportunity to suppress Guangying Group. Chairman, I'll wait. Su Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the company had not abandoned him. Putting down the phone, Su Kuan felt relieved. How is it? The fat director beside him looked anxious. The chairman said he would send someone right away. Su Kuan was very excited. Great. The fat director wiped the sweat off his face. They were saved. And after learning Qin Feng's identity, the girls who had been flattering Su Kuan dared not speak anymore. They feared Qin Feng's status. Qin Feng, I never expected you to be the chairman of Guangying Group. Yi Kaiying looked at Qin Feng, extremely surprised. Qin Feng owned a bank, which Yi Kaiying knew. Now there was also a film and television company. The key point was that this company's market value exceeded 80 billion. It was terrifying. The shocks her cousin gave her were one after another, each bigger than the last. Qin Feng just smiled without a word. If his cousin knew he also had a real estate company and shopping malls, he wondered what she would think. Qin Feng did not reveal it lest he scare Yi Kaiying. They waited for about 10 minutes. Finally, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked through the door of the barbecue restaurant. The middle-aged man, expressionless, walked over to Su Kuan. President Wang, you're finally here. Su Kuan was overjoyed. The man called President Wang nodded. He was the general manager of Xingyu Media, sent by Song Haifeng to retrieve the person. The general manager turned and looked at Qin Feng. The moment he saw Qin Feng, he felt an immense pressure. The young man before him was the chairman of Guangying Group. He was a bit scared but still steeled himself and said, Chairman Qin, I'm the general manager of Xingyu Media. If our Kuan has done anything wrong, please forgive us. He just wanted to take Su Kuan back to report. Qin Feng sat on the chair without looking up, said calmly, make him apologize. Then he can get lost. The general manager showed a troubled expression and looked at Su Kuan. Su Kuan's mouth twitched, holding back his anger. Not only was he beaten by Qin Feng, but now he also had to apologize. So infuriating. Maybe we should just apologize. The fat director was at a loss. If this dragged on, they would only suffer more. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Su Kuan finally lowered his head. I didn't hear it. Qin Feng said. Su Kuan gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Chairman Qin, I'm sorry. Su Kuan bent over, his face pale with anger. Get as far away as possible. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. Thank you, Chairman Qin. The general manager pulled the silent Su Kuan and hurriedly left the barbecue restaurant. Afterwards, the variety show staff also left. Mr. Qin, that Su Kuan doesn't seem to be convinced yet. The bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong stood beside Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng just smiled. He had certainly noticed. However, Qin Feng was only letting Su Kuan go for now. It wouldn't be long before he would deal with both Su Kuan and Xingyu Media. But now was not the time. Su Kuan returned to the hotel, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His face was swollen from Qin Feng's beating, or it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. That damn Qin Feng. Su Kuan's fists were clenched so tight they turned white. At that moment his phone rang. Chairman. Seeing it was the chairman calling, Su Kuan's attitude became respectful. I've come up with a way to deal with Qin Feng. You need to do something. Song Haifeng said. Chairman, please speak. Hearing that they were going to deal with Qin Feng, Su Kuan was overjoyed. I've already had someone write a draft and post it online. Later you post a few photos of your injuries on Weibo. Song Haifeng wanted to first create some pressure on Guangying Group through public opinion. And this was just his first step. Next, Song Haifeng had many more tricks. Besides venting for Su Kuan, Song Haifeng also wanted to use this opportunity to make sure Guangying Group never recovered. Chairman, I understand. After the call, Su Kuan did as Song Haifeng instructed. As expected, the matter quickly became a trending topic. Song Haifeng was clever. He only had people release rumors. Combined with the fact that Su Kuan was beaten, he could divert the blame to Qin Feng. Thus, even if Guangying Group wanted to fight back, they couldn't do anything. How outrageous, beating Kuan like this. As the chairman of Guangying Group, can he be so arrogant? Boycott Guangying Group's films and TV shows, starting with me. Seeing their idol beaten to a pulp, those fans were extremely angry. And Su Kuan's haters expressed warm congratulations. I've long despised that Su Kuan. Brilliantly done, well fought. This sparked a wave of arguments online. Qin Feng, however, was unaware of all this. He had just finished showering when he noticed several messages from Feng Shuichen on his phone. Mr. Qin, the matter of you injuring Su Kuan is now trending. Qin Feng frowned as he read the message. Curious, he checked online. Indeed, some malicious media outlets have blown this out of proportion. They didn't mention a single word about the cause. Clearly those media were paid by Xingyu Media. They wanted to use this opportunity to smear Guangying Group. Fortunately, thanks to Feng Shuichen's emergency PR response, the situation didn't deteriorate further. Mr. Qin, should you come forward to clarify? Feng Shuichen asked. No need. I'd like to see. How big a storm can Xingyu Media make? That's what he said aloud. But Qin Feng had already decided to deal with Xingyu Media tomorrow. Tonight he just wanted a good night's sleep. The next morning, the most exciting moment of the day had arrived. System sign-in. The first thing Qin Feng thought of upon opening his eyes was signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 million Chinese yuan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Gulfstream G650 private jet. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving an assassin call experience card. The Gulfstream G650 private jet is worth 420 million Chinese yuan. However, Qin Feng didn't show too much excitement. After all, with his current assets, buying a private jet wouldn't be difficult. Assassin call experience card. System, what is this? Qin Feng paused. The system explained. As the name suggests, using this experience card allows you to call an assassin organization to serve the host. The assassin call experience card can only be used once. Qin Feng smiled. My goodness. Even this thing has appeared. Let's see who dares to provoke him in the future. The private jet has been delivered to Sanghe International Airport and equipped with flight attendants ready for takeoff at any time. The system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind again. Qin Feng said nothing and got up to have breakfast. He planned to return to his hometown tomorrow, so he called his butler Su Jiaying over. He wanted Su Jiaying to buy some things. Mr. Qin, what are your instructions? Su Jiaying asked. Qin Feng took a piece of paper and wrote down some items. Help me buy these things. Su Jiaying nodded and then left. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove his Night 15 to school. Bingjiang University parking lot. Kai Jihao was looking at the school entrance feeling somewhat expectant. Beside him stood a tall, slender woman. She was also a standard beauty, but with a hint of coldness in her expression. Some male classmates passing by couldn't help but glance at the woman. Sis, my big brother will be here soon. Kai Jihao said with a smile to Kai Xianling. Kai Xianling crossed her arms and said calmly, I'd like to see this big brother of yours. Just how handsome is he really? Kai Xianling wasn't very interested. After all, she had seen handsome men before. Kai Jihao said, Sis, you've been on leave these past few days, so you might not know. My big brother is the school's officially recognized male god. And he's also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Xianling waved her hand and said, That's enough. It's just a rich second-generation kid. Kai Jihao felt a bit embarrassed. But he was always afraid of his sister, so he didn't dare to argue. I'm not waiting anymore, I'll go back to the classroom. Kai Xianling had already grown impatient. Just as she took 2 steps, she heard Kai Jihao shouting, Sis, my big brother is here. Kai Jihao was full of excitement. Kai Xianling thought about it, and still stopped. She watched the Night 15 slowly approaching, a hint of curiosity on her face. Finally, the Night 15 came to a stop. Big brother. Kai Jihao walked over and proactively opened the car door for Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely glanced at Kai Jihao and got out of the car. When Kai Xianling saw Qin Feng, her eyes simply couldn't tear themselves away. Good heavens. This Qin Feng was too handsome. There seemed to be some kind of magic about him, making people instinctively want to get closer. Kai Xianling's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. She was still dazedly staring at Qin Feng. Sis. Kai Jihao walked over and gave a couple of reminders. Only then did Kai Xianling snap out of it, lowering her head slightly with a shy expression. My big brother is handsome, right? Kai Jihao pressed. Kai Xianling didn't know how to answer, because the kind of handsomeness Qin Feng possessed simply couldn't be described in words. Big brother, let me introduce you. This is my sister Kai Xianling. Kai Xianling looked up and examined Qin Feng once more before speaking. Qin Feng, hello. Qin Feng merely nodded. He did know this Kai Xianling. Like Lu Xinyao, this Kai Xianling was also the campus belle of Bingjiang University. However, there was some controversy surrounding this campus belle. Kai Xianling's looks were impeccable. Unfortunately, her figure was a bit lacking, being a cup size A. Well, that's about the size of a fried egg. This was a downside. As for the upside, it was Kai Xianling's family background. Her father was the chairman of Shang Yuan Group, making her a wealthy girl. If there's nothing else, I'll head to class first. Qin Feng paid her little mind and walked toward the classroom. Kai Xianling remained standing where she was, watching Qin Feng's departing figure with a love-struck expression. Sis, my big brother is already gone. Seeing his sister about to drool, Kai Jihao was quite exasperated. Truly worthy of being a male god. This man I'm going after. Kai Xianling murmured to herself. Sis, are you crazy? My big brother is someone who already has a girlfriend. Kai Jihao regretted it a bit. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought his sister to meet Qin Feng. One meeting, and she was already unable to extricate herself. What's the harm? I just love challenges. If you love someone, you should bravely go after them. Kai Xianling had already made up her mind. Kai Jihao's mouth twitched a few times. Sis, is that what you call liking someone? I'm too embarrassed to point it out. Kai Xianling's expression turned cold. What did you say? Kai Jihao hastily waved his hands. I didn't say anything. I should go to class too. Sis, goodbye. Kai Jihao ran back to the classroom at lightning speed. Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng appear in the classroom, Lu Xinyao smiled. Xinyao. Qin Feng walked over to Lu Xinyao's side. The two began chatting. And seeing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao displaying their affection in public, the classmates in the class were all very dissatisfied. These two people. Couldn't they spare a thought for us singles? Qin Feng chatted with Lu Xinyao for a while, then returned to his seat. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Thanks to Feng Shuichen's efforts, the heated discussion sparked by his injury to Su Kuan last night had already subsided considerably. That was roughly the situation online. However, Xingyu Media showed no signs of backing down. Soon Qin Feng received another message from Feng Shuichen. Chairman Qin, Xingyu Media has struck again. They've poached several of our top artists. And Song Haifeng is pulling strings. Now over 60% of our company's filming projects are affected. This time Xingyu Media was playing for keeps. The public opinion battle last night was just the beginning. With such a major incident, Guanyin Group's stock hit the limit down shortly after the market opened. It was undeniably a brutal blow. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then replied with 3 words, got it. Since Song Haifeng wanted to play, Qin Feng would play along. Qin Feng was about to make a call. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, he hung up without a second thought. But a moment later the same number rang again. Curious, Qin Feng pressed the answer button. Chairman Qin. Hello there. A rough male voice came through the phone. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm Song Haifeng, chairman of Xingyu Media. There was a hint of contempt in Song Haifeng's tone. Qin Feng remained silent, understanding clearly. Song Haifeng chose this moment to call just to provoke him. Song Haifeng said smugly, Chairman Qin going against me will only lead to a bad end. You can't beat me. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. Xingyu Media and Guangying Group were rivals. Since Qin Feng had beaten up Xingyu Media's signed artist last night, Song Haifeng was certainly not going to let it go. What do you want? Qin Feng asked. Song Haifeng sneered. To swallow up your Guangying Group, of course. Hearing this, Qin Feng laughed. Quite an appetite you have. Song Haifeng warned. Chairman Qin, let me offer you some advice. A wise man submits to circumstances. He had already pulled every string he could. He was determined to take over Guangying Group. Qin Feng chuckled. Let me offer you one word, get lost. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh and hung up. You? Song Haifeng's face turned livid with rage. He clenched his fists and pounded the desk several times, splashing the tea from his cup. That damn Qin Feng. You'll regret this. Song Haifeng ground his teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, still in the classroom, stepped out into the corridor. He dialed the general manager of Ruihai Bank. Chairman Qin, what are your orders? Zhou Rongfeng asked. Qin Feng, with his right hand in his pocket and a calm expression, said, mobilize all available funds. Prepare to acquire Xingyu Media. Zhou Rongfeng was stunned. Chairman Qin, this. He knew very well that Xingyu Media was a film and television company with a market value of over 50 billion yuan. Acquiring Xingyu Media was no easy feat. Moreover, Song Haifeng was no pushover. Although Ruihai Bank was a bank, it was impossible to raise such a huge sum in a short time. It was simply unrealistic. Without further explanation, Qin Feng said, prepare 100 billion first. I'll figure out the rest. Qin Feng planned to use the super short card. As long as he could buy more than 50% of Xingyu Media's shares, his goal would be achieved. Very well, Chairman Qin. Zhou Rongfeng agreed. At the same time, Qin Feng managed to gather over 5 billion in available funds from his two other companies. After arranging everything, Qin Feng returned to his seat. System, use the super short card. Please bind a company host. Xingyu Media, binding successful. Short selling program in progress. Having done all this, Qin Feng was in no hurry. Now all he had to do was wait patiently. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xingyu Media's luck turned sour. The company was listed in Hong Kong, and its stock price plummeted. Meanwhile, Song Haifeng, the chairman of Xingyu Media, was still sitting in his office, leisurely smoking a cigar. Suddenly, his female secretary hurried in. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Song Haifeng frowned, displeased. I'm perfectly fine, thank you. The secretary said, Chairman, our company's stock is dropping rapidly, and someone is leaking a massive amount of our company's dirty laundry online. You need to see this. Song Haifeng's frown deepened. He was busy dealing with Guangying Group, and now his own backyard was on fire. Song Haifeng went online to check. What he saw was alarming. The leaked scandals included information about the company's illegal activities. For instance, tax evasion. The worst part was that these were all true. How could this happen? Song Haifeng was completely panicked, his face turning pale. As the scandals of Xingyu Media were exposed, market panic spread rapidly. Institutions and retail investors alike began selling off Xingyu Media's shares. The Hong Kong stock market had no price limit. No one knew how low the stock would fall if this continued. Just then, the company's financial analyst burst into Song Haifeng's office. Chairman, I've found out. Our company's stock is being shorted by a coalition of over a dozen overseas institutions. The analyst was frantic. Damn it. Song Haifeng slammed his fist on the desk again. He couldn't understand why Xingyu Media had become the target of overseas short sellers. It seemed he hadn't offended any major players. Chairman, what should we do now? Asked the secretary. Song Haifeng thought for a moment, his head spinning. Find a way to buy back shares. Stabilize the stock price first. The financial analyst grimaced. But the company's accounts don't have much available cash left. And we're facing tax evasion charges. We'll have to pay a hefty fine. Song Haifeng was furious. If he ever found out who was behind this, he would make them pay. But for now, he had to deal with the mess. Contact the major shareholders. Tell them to raise money. Song Haifeng barked. The secretary reminded him. Chairman, our major shareholders are also in trouble. Hearing this, Song Haifeng collapsed into his chair. The company's stock was under attack by overseas institutions, the price was plummeting, and now even the major shareholders were in trouble. Could things get any worse? Qin Feng was still attending class in the classroom. However, he lacked motivation to study. Just like that one class passed. Qin Feng took out his phone and checked the stock of Xingyu Media. The stock of Xingyu Media had already dropped by 11%, and it was still falling incessantly. What surprised Qin Feng the most was that all the major shareholders of Xingyu Media had encountered trouble. Even Xingyu Media itself was under investigation by the relevant authorities for tax evasion. Qin Feng chuckled. He had to admit that the super short card was incredibly powerful. It was somewhat a pity to use it on Xingyu Media, but Qin Feng didn't dwell on it as he still had the system. He wasn't afraid of not drawing something good. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Zhou Rongfeng calling. Chairman Qin, the 10 billion funds have been gathered. I see that Xingyu Media's stock is still plummeting. Can we postpone the acquisition? If Xingyu Media's stock fell too severely, they would suffer a huge loss. Qin Feng said, it's fine. Don't worry about the stock price. You can start buying the shares from retail investors. Xingyu Media had some foundation and would certainly not go bankrupt. As long as the shares were held, they would recover in the future. What Qin Feng needed to do now was to gain control of Xingyu Media. I understand. Zhou Rongfeng nodded. Associating with the fact that an hour ago Qin Feng had asked him to prepare funds to acquire Xingyu Media, he sensed something. Now Xingyu Media was being shorted by large overseas institutions. How did Qin Feng know in advance? Could he be cooperating with those institutions? Zhou Rongfeng grew more alarmed the more he thought. He dared not think further. He had to admit that Xingyu Media's decision to provoke Qin Feng was not a wise one. Qin Feng was still browsing information on his phone. Suddenly a graceful figure appeared beside him. Qin Feng, are you thirsty? I bought you a cup of milk tea. Qin Feng looked up and saw Kai Xianling looking at him with a smile in her eyes. She was holding a cup of original milk tea from a certain store. Qin Feng frowned. This woman was still clinging to him. Sorry, I'm not thirsty. Kai Xianling smiled and said it's okay. Drink it when you're thirsty. Kai Xianling placed the cup of milk tea on the table with a smile. Oh my! Seeing how nice Kai Xianling was to Qin Feng, the students in the classroom were all dumbfounded. Kai Xianling was the campus belle of Binjiang University. The key point was that she was also from a wealthy family. And now she had been taken away by Qin Feng again. How infuriating. This Qin Feng already had a Lu Xinyao, yet it still wasn't enough. Too outrageous. Kai Xianling placed the milk tea on the table and then went to sit in the back row. She wasn't a student in this class, but university had no strict restrictions. As long as you were willing, you could attend any teacher's class. On the other side, seeing Kai Xianling being so nice to Qin Feng, a flicker of something unusual passed through Lu Xinyao's eyes. But she quickly lowered her head and continued reading. Qin Feng sat in his seat feeling many hostile gazes. He was quite helpless about it. Was it wrong to be a bit too charming? Soon it was time for class again. Kai Xianling sat in the back row, chin resting on her hands, gazing intently at Qin Feng's back. She had come here just to see Qin Feng. Qin Feng was still attending class. However, the chairman of Xingyu Media, Song Haifeng, was not having such a good time. Song Haifeng was overwhelmed by the company's troubles, and the stock price of Xingyu Media continued to fall uncontrollably. Time passed quickly. The lunch break arrived. Xinyao, let's go eat. Qin Feng walked over to Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao was about to say something when Kai Xianling hurried over. Qin Feng, let me treat you to lunch. Kai Xianling looked expectant. I'm busy. Qin Feng refused directly. He took Lu Xinyao's hand, wanting to get rid of Kai Xianling as soon as possible. This woman was really annoying. She knew he already had a girlfriend, yet she still came to bother him. Lu Xinyao stood up, intending to go out with Qin Feng. At that moment, Kai Xianling looked at Lu Xinyao and spoke. You are Lu Xinyao, right? I'm Kai Xianling. Let's be friends. Although they were students at the same school, they had never crossed paths before. Hello. Lu Xinyao merely responded, and then followed Qin Feng out. Qin Feng, let's go to the cafeteria. Lu Xinyao suggested. Qin Feng didn't object, and the two headed to the school cafeteria. As for Kai Xianling, she kept following them. She didn't mind being a third wheel. Qin Feng was very annoyed and simply ignored Kai Xianling. By the way, Xinyao, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao beside him. Why are you going home? Lu Xinyao asked with curiosity. To relax for a few days? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Now that he had money, he wanted to visit his parents. Although he had been transferring money to his sister every day these past few days, he still felt it necessary to go back. If his parents were willing, Qin Feng wanted to bring them to Sanhai City. Lu Xinyao pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll go ask the teacher for leave later. Lu Xinyao agreed. At around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, it's done. We have obtained 51% of Xingyu Media's shares. Zhou Rongfeng delivered the good news to Qin Feng. Well done. Come with me to Xingyu Media's headquarters. Qin Feng hung up with a smile and drove away from Binjiang University. He was curious to see what expression Song Haifeng would have when he saw him. Xingyu Media, chairman's office. Seeing the company's stock price stabilize, Song Haifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it had dropped further, he would have had a heart attack. Chairman, it seems a Chinese bank has taken over a lot of our company's shares. A financial analyst holding a laptop came to Song Haifeng. Song Haifeng smiled and said, it's fine. This actually proves that many people still have faith in Xingyu Media. If those overseas institutions wanted to short us. What a pipe dream. Song Haifeng believed Xingyu Media had won. Now he could focus on dealing with Qin Feng. Song Haifeng paused for a moment and said, find out which bank took over our company's shares. Song Haifeng was a bit curious. I'm checking now. The financial analyst was operating the computer. Song Haifeng leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee. Chairman, I found it. It's Ruihai Bank from our Sanhai City. Ruihai Bank. Song Haifeng furrowed his brows. He had indeed heard of the bank before. Moreover, he knew that among all private banks in Huaxiao, this one possessed considerable strength. Can we find out how many shares of our company Ruihai Bank has taken over? Song Haifeng asked again. The financial analyst shook his head and replied. From the available information, they have taken over most of the retail investors' shares. As for the exact total, we cannot determine it for now. Song Haifeng remained silent. He felt it necessary to contact Ruihai Bank. Just then the office phone rang. Song Haifeng instructed his female secretary to answer the call. Chairman, the general manager of Ruihai Bank is here. the secretary said to Song Haifeng. Oh, Song Haifeng hadn't expected the people from Ruihai Bank to come to him voluntarily. Let him in. Wait. I'll go down myself. Ruihai Bank had purchased such a substantial amount of shares in Xingyu Media. Song Haifeng thought it would be better to greet them personally. Moreover, he wished to build a good relationship with the people from Ruihai Bank. Without delay, Song Haifeng led several senior executives of the company to welcome them. They arrived at the first floor of the building. Initially, Song Haifeng was all smiles. When he saw Qin Feng, his expression instantly changed. Qin Feng, it's you. Song Haifeng was meeting Qin Feng for the first time. However, he had seen Qin Feng's photograph, so he recognized the young man before him as Qin Feng. Who let you in? Security, throw this man out. Song Haifeng was furious. Zhou Rongfeng stepped forward with a smile and said, don't rush to kick us out. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Rongfeng, the general manager of Ruihai Bank. And this is Qin Feng, the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Hearing Zhou Rongfeng's words, Song Haifeng's face stiffened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this Qin Feng be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Though he professed disbelief, cold sweat broke out on Song Haifeng's back. He simply refused to accept the reality. Seeing Song Haifeng wearing a look of utter dismay, Qin Feng chuckled. Whether you believe it or not, it hardly matters anymore. Song Haifeng was nearly bursting with rage. He never imagined that Qin Feng had such a formidable background. To think that even Ruihai Bank belonged to him. This made his plans to deal with Guanyin Group far more difficult. Qin Feng, don't be so smug in front of me. Don't forget this is my turf. Even if you are shareholders of Xingyu Media, so what? As the chairman of Xingyu Media, I can still throw you out. Song Haifeng was red with fury. Qin Feng looked at him as if he were a fool. Sorry, you won't be the chairman for long, Qin Feng said with a smile. What do you mean? Song Haifeng's gaze turned dark and cold as he stared at Qin Feng. Those words gave Song Haifeng a sinister premonition. Zhou Rongfeng, standing beside Qin Feng, also smiled, and at the opportune moment pulled a thick stack of agreements from his briefcase. Take a good look. Ruihai Bank holds 51% of the shares in your Xingyu Media, so you won't be chairman for much longer. Song Haifeng took the agreements and examined them. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. It turned out that Ruihai Bank had not only acquired the shares from retail investors, they had also bought out the stakes of several major shareholders of Xingyu Media. Song Haifeng was utterly stunned, his face growing increasingly pale. I protest. Song Haifeng glared hatefully at Qin Feng. Zhou Rongfeng smiled. Sorry. Protest denied. Song Haifeng nearly fainted from rage. He knew that he would soon no longer be the chairman of Xingyu Media. Qin Feng, you set me up. Song Haifeng was furious. Originally, he had aimed to take over Guanyin Group, but in the end he gained nothing and instead saw his own stronghold stolen by Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled without a word. Suddenly a thought struck Song Haifeng. Could it be that you colluded with those overseas institutions to short our Xingyu Media? Song Haifeng stared intently at Qin Feng's face, trying to find the answer in his expression. You guessed, Qin Feng said with a grin. Song Haifeng shook his head and immediately dismissed the notion. He didn't believe Qin Feng had that much capability. But in this round he had indeed lost. And he lost badly. Now even his position as chairman was slipping away. At the entrance, Su Kuan and his agent arrived just then. The swelling on his face had not yet subsided, so he had to wear a mask when going out. Chairman, Su Kuan was about to greet Song Haifeng. When he saw Qin Feng, he immediately became enraged. Qin Feng, you have the nerve to show up at Xingyu Media. Su Kuan strode quickly to Qin Feng, his eyes blazing with anger. He was completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere in the room. Qin Feng merely glanced at Su Kuan indifferently, and then paid him no further attention. In Qin Feng's eyes, Su Kuan was nothing more than a clown. Seeing himself ignored, Su Kuan was so furious he wanted to curse. Outrageous. Chairman, I suggest we throw this Qin Feng out. Su Kuan turned to Song Haifeng and said, Get lost. Song Haifeng was in a foul mood and roared at Su Kuan. He had lost control of Xingyu Media. What infuriated him even more was that the company's control had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. Damn it, Chairman, Su Kuan looked nervous. His heart sank. Could it be that the chairman had already abandoned him? If that were true, he was finished. Although he was a celebrity, that status was nothing compared to Qin Feng. Chairman, have I done something wrong? Su Kuan asked cautiously. He waited for Song Haifeng's reply, but Song Haifeng remained stone-faced and silent. He is no longer the chairman, Zhou Rongfeng reminded him. The current chairman of Xingyu Media is Qin Feng. Su Kuan was stunned. It took him a long time to snap out of it. How is that possible? Su Kuan refused to believe it. Chairman, this isn't true. Su Kuan kept looking at Song Haifeng. But Song Haifeng still said nothing. His face was terribly grim, etched with resentment and fury. Seeing this, Su Kuan was completely dumbfounded. It seemed that Zhou Rongfeng's words were true. Qin Feng had indeed become the chairman of Xingyu Media. How Qin Feng had accomplished this no longer mattered. What mattered was that Su Kuan knew his good days were over. He had already lost the protection of the company, making it difficult to survive in the entertainment circle from now on. Su Kuan snapped back to reality. He bent his waist before Qin Feng. Chairman Qin, I was wrong, please forgive my ignorance. Give me one more chance. Su Kuan's voice trembled. He did not want his acting career to end like this. Get lost. Qin Feng said coldly. Chairman Qin, don't be like this. I can still make money for the company. Su Kuan said cautiously. Qin Feng shook his head and said, some money makes me sick. Su Kuan's face darkened and he wanted to say something else. Chairman Qin does not want to see you. Or are you still not leaving? Zhou Rongfeng's expression turned icy, and he glared at Su Kuan. Su Kuan's face twisted in bitterness and he dared not speak another word. He glanced at Qin Feng, then at Song Haifeng, and finally walked out of the hall with a desolate expression. Having offended Qin Feng, no one would ever hire him again. As Su Kuan left, Song Haifeng suddenly burst into laughter. Yet there was an unmistakable stiffness on his face. Impressive. Truly the waves behind drive the waves before. I was careless. Song Haifeng said sarcastically. But Qin Feng, do not celebrate too soon. I have not been defeated yet. He still held 32% of the shares in Xingyu Media. Coupled with his assets abroad, he could easily rebuild his empire. We will see about that. Song Haifeng snorted coldly. Leaving a warning behind, he left quickly. President Song, why the rush? You could stay for a board meeting. Qin Feng deliberately provoked him. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Haifeng clenched his fists tightly. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Chairman, watch your step. The female secretary hurried over to support Song Haifeng. I'm fine. Song Haifeng roared and left the headquarters of Xingyu Media. Chairman Qin, that Song Haifeng still seems unconvinced. Zhou Rongfeng reminded him. It's fine. He won't gloat for long. Qin Feng smiled. He also did not wish to leave behind any lingering threats. Therefore he would make Song Haifeng lose convincingly. Moreover, Qin Feng had already gained control of Xingyu Media. He was a man with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He certainly could not allow Song Haifeng to hold so many shares. Later, Qin Feng held a meeting at Xingyu Media. He asked Zhou Rongfeng to temporarily manage the company's affairs. Xingyu Media had previously been Song Haifeng's company, so a new batch of people was needed. That evening, Qin Feng returned to the mansion. He was dining when his phone rang. Zhou Rongfeng said, Chairman Qin, that Song Haifeng just took a private jet and fled abroad. He asked me to deliver a message to you. Qin Feng was not surprised by Song Haifeng's departure. Having offended Qin Feng in China, Song Haifeng would certainly not dare to stay any longer. His only option was to take refuge abroad first, then wait for the right moment to settle scores with Qin Feng. What message? Qin Feng asked casually. He said, he will return. When he comes back, he will make you regret this, Chairman Qin. Qin Feng smiled and said, interesting. After giving Zhou Rongfeng some instructions, he hung up. Qin Feng had asked Zhou Rongfeng to look into Song Haifeng's background. Not long after, Qin Feng's email inbox received a message. It was the material Zhou Rongfeng had gathered. Qin Feng read through Song Haifeng's file while dining. Song Haifeng, oh Song Haifeng, you will come back begging me. Qin Feng sneered, determined to eliminate Song Haifeng once and for all. System, activate the assassin call experience card. Qin Feng said to the system. Almost immediately a stream of information flooded his mind. Following the information, Qin Feng accessed a mysterious website on his computer and logged into an account. Hello sir. Dong Dong Assassinations. Online and ready to serve. The account quickly received a reply. Dong Dong Assassinations. Amusing. Qin Feng grinned and replied. No need to kill. Do you offer kidnapping services? Qin Feng was no murderer. Of course, if Song Haifeng continued down this path, then Qin Feng would not mind sending him to meet Yama. Sir, both murder and kidnapping, we excel at both. Qin Feng said nothing further and sent over the personal information of Song Haifeng's family members. Song Haifeng's family were all abroad, making it easier to strike. If they were still in Huaxiao, it might have taken longer. After all, Huaxiao was known as a no-go zone for mercenaries. Getting assassins into the country was never easy. When can the task be completed? Finally, Qin Feng asked one more question. As soon as 1 hour, they replied. Qin Feng was somewhat impressed by their speed and said, excellent. I await your good news. Absolutely. Sir, may I wish you a pleasant life. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Had even assassins begun offering such excellent customer service? Qin Feng had barely finished his meal when his phone rang again. It was the security guard at the mansion gate. Mr. Qin, someone named Kai Jihao is here and says he wishes to see you. Not knowing why Kai Jihao had come, Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, let him in. Very well. 2 minutes later, Kai Jihao's sports car arrived at the main villa. Wow, this estate is enormous. Kai Jihao and Kai Xianling were visiting for the first time. Seeing the vast grounds, they could not help but marvel. Let's go see Big Brother first. Kai Jihao got out of the car and led Kai Xianling into the hall. At that moment, Qin Feng was still seated on the sofa playing with his phone. Big Brother. Qin Feng. Kai Jihao approached Qin Feng. Behind him, Kai Xianling also smiled and greeted Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up and saw that Kai Xianling had come as well. He felt dumbfounded. This woman never gave up, did she? What do you want? Qin Feng asked Kai Jihao. Nothing important. I just wanted to hang out and treat you to a meal, Big Brother. Kai Jihao's face wore an expression of respect. I've already eaten. Qin Feng declined. Furthermore, he had no plans to go out tonight. He needed to prepare, for he was returning to his hometown tomorrow morning. I see. Both Kai Jihao and Kai Xianling looked somewhat disappointed. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Xianling asked Qin Feng, do you have time tomorrow? Let's go out together and bring Xinyao along. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. Was this woman addicted to being a third wheel? I'm returning to my hometown tomorrow, Qin Feng said. Kai Xianling quickly countered. Then can you take me with you? No. Qin Feng replied with 2 words. He was going to meet Lu Xinyao's parents. What would it look like if he brought Kai Xianling along? Beside him, Kai Zhihao felt somewhat awkward. It seemed his sister had gotten herself tangled up with Qin Feng. She simply would not give up until she hit a brick wall. Kai Zhihao let out a sigh and walked to one side. Gazing at the opulent decorations of the grand hall, he marveled in admiration. He resided in a villa, as well, yet compared to Qin Feng's manor, it was simply incomparable. Particularly, there were numerous young and beautiful maidservants present. Kai Zhihao could not help but exclaim, "Brother truly knows how to enjoy life." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kai Xianling was still persistently clinging to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I promise I won't disturb you too. And besides, I don't mind at all that you have a girlfriend." Kai Xianling's face was filled with an expression of utter infatuation. She had absolutely no intention of giving up. A twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "You don't mind, but I damn well mind. Why is it that everyone from the Kai family is such an oddball? I'm exhausted. You should all go back now." Qin Feng could no longer bear it. Kai Xianling smiled and said, "Qin Feng, can I stay here tonight? Actually, I'm feeling unwell and need you to give me an injection. Also, we could discuss some strawberry cultivation techniques together." Kai Xianling cast a flirtatious glance and walked to stand behind Qin Feng. She placed her hands on Qin Feng's shoulders and gently massaged them. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. What kind of outrageous implication was that? Could they not communicate properly anymore? Qin Feng stood up and gazed at Kai Xianling with an expressionless face. "Straighten up properly." A look of bewilderment spread across Kai Xianling's face. Yet she still straightened her posture. "What's the matter?" Kai Xianling asked in confusion. Qin Feng's demeanor was cold as ice. "Bend down and look. What can you see?" Kai Xianling was completely at a loss, but she still lowered her head nonetheless. He stared blankly for a long moment before answering. "I can see my feet." A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips as he spoke. "So what about that?" Kai Xianling seemed to realize something, and the smile on her face gradually froze. "Qin Feng, are you saying I'm flat-chested?" Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze upward toward the ceiling. "I didn't say a thing." "Opt." Kai Xianling flew into a frenzy and immediately screamed out loud. This Qin Feng actually dared to call her flat-chested. The thing she despised most in the world was being called a plain Jane. After all, it was his sensitive spot. Kai Xianling's face burned with fury. She grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa and hurled it at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I hate you." Kai Xianling stamped her feet in anger and stormed out of the grand hall. Is what happened? Kai Zhihao had not the faintest idea what had transpired. He could clearly see that Kai Xianling had been driven to tears. Kai Zhihao chased after her to the entrance and looked out. He noticed that Kai Xianling had not taken her car. She was running toward the manor gate with tears streaming down her face. "Big brother, you're something else. You're the first person ever to make my sister cry. You might as well just tame her." Kai Zhihao turned around and raised a thumbs up toward Qin Feng. His eyes, when looking at Qin Feng, were filled with admiration. "Get lost too." Qin Feng placed the pillow back on the sofa and said coldly. Kai Zhihao laughed awkwardly. "Big brother, please don't take offense at my sister's behavior. I'll treat you to dinner another day. I'll get going now." Kai Zhihao left the grand hall and drove his car to catch up with Kai Xianling. With Kai Xianling gone, Qin Feng settled back onto the sofa. Finally, the whole world was at peace and quiet. Then Qin Feng contacted the international airport in Shanghai City and had them arrange the departure time for his private jet tomorrow. Qin Feng returned to his room to pack his clothes. Soon afterward, the housekeeper, Su Jiaying, also returned. "Mr. Qin, everything you asked for has been purchased. I've placed them in the study." Su Jiaying stood at the doorway of the room and said respectfully. Qin Feng nodded. "Got it." After packing his clothes, Qin Feng made his way to the study. Su Jiaying followed behind Qin Feng. On the desk in the study sat 6 bottles of Matai, 15-year Julong Mo Bao. There were also several sets of clothing and 3 gift boxes. All these items were what Qin Feng had asked Su Jiaying to purchase that morning. Since he was going home, he certainly needed to bring some gifts. These 6 bottles of Matai, 15-year Julong Mo Bao. I had to search many places before I could find them, Su Jiaying said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng picked up one of the bottles and examined it. As expected of wine priced at over 70,000 yuan per bottle, the packaging was exquisitely elegant. "By the way, Mr. Qin, when are you departing tomorrow?" Su Jiaying asked. Qin Feng replied, "The plane leaves at 9:20. There's not much to arrange." Su Jiaying gently inclined her head in acknowledgement. "I understand." Shortly after, Qin Feng returned to his room. Before long, he received a message. "Sir, it's done. We've kidnapped those family members of Song Haifeng." Gazing at the message on his phone, a smile crept across Qin Feng's face. One had to say these assassins worked with remarkable efficiency. Did Song Haifeng think he would be safe by fleeing abroad? What a dream. Qin Feng smiled and also sent a message to Lu Xinyao mainly to inform her of tomorrow's departure time. Eastern country. Song Haifeng's private jet landed at an airport in Tokyo. In truth, most of his overseas assets were concentrated in the United States. The reason he came to the Eastern country first was that he was in a terrible mood. He wanted to come here to relax. Qin Feng, you'll regret this. Song Haifeng was still deeply preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Feng. His female secretary noticed that Song Haifeng had become obsessed with calling out this name. It seemed that the blow Qin Feng dealt him was not insignificant. Song Haifeng had already booked a hotel. Just as they were about to leave the airport, Song Haifeng's phone suddenly rang. "Chairman, it's a call from the United States. I don't know who it is, but they say they want you to answer the phone." The female secretary handed the phone to Song Haifeng with both hands. "Hello, this is Song Haifeng." In a bad mood, his tone carried a hint of coldness. However, there was no sound coming from the phone. Song Haifeng thought it was a prank call and furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, could telecom fraud be this rampant nowadays? To actually call his Song Haifeng's phone, just as Song Haifeng was about to hang up. But at this moment a voice that filled him with dread rang out. Husband, please save us. We have been kidnapped." It was Song Haifeng's wife's voice. And within the voice was an abundance of panic and fear. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold? Song Haifeng's complexion changed dramatically. His entire family was in the United States. Now his wife had been kidnapped, so what about the others? Song Haifeng dared not think further. His face turned terrifyingly pale. "Husband, you must save us." Song Haifeng's wife wept as she spoke. The moment her voice ended, a stranger's male voice came through the phone. "Song Haifeng, all your family members are in my hands." Song Haifeng's gaze turned grim and cold. Indeed, the very thing he most dreaded had come to pass. "What exactly do you want? If it's money you want, I'll pay." Song Haifeng gritted his teeth and said, "We don't want your money," the other party said with a smile. "No money." Song Haifeng was stunned. These people didn't want money. Could it be they were after his wife's beauty? But his wife was already in her 40s. Past her prime, quite frankly. It made no sense. Unless, were those people after his son instead? To be fair, his son was a handsome young man, clean-cut and sharp-looking. "You perverts." Song Haifeng ground his teeth, his body beginning to tremble. "Keep cursing," the voice replied coldly. "I'll deal with your family first. Don't be reckless." Song Haifeng pleaded, his face pale. "Name your terms. What do you want? How do I keep my family safe?" "Just do as we say," the voice replied. "There is a man named Qin in Shanghai City. We are here to deliver a message on his behalf. Even if you flee abroad, it won't help." Song Haifeng was dumbfounded. Qin Feng. This had to be his doing. Song Haifeng fell into despair. He had thought escaping overseas would give him a chance to rebuild, but he never imagined Qin Feng had influence even overseas. To be able to snatch his family so easily, only the word terrifying could describe it. If Qin Feng truly wanted his life, there was only one outcome. Death. Song Haifeng swallowed hard. He was afraid. Only dread and regret remained in his heart. Good heavens, he had offended such a dreadful person. So that meant, those major institutions shorting Xinyu Media tonight were likely connected to Qin Feng as well. Song Haifeng dared not think further. His face drained of color. Sweat poured down his face. "I believe Mr. Song is a sensible man. You know what to do." With that, the caller hung up. Song Haifeng felt his strength leave his body. Regret consumed him. How could he have been so blind as to provoke such a formidable opponent? At that moment, Song Haifeng finally realized he could never beat Qin Feng. If this continued, he would die a terrible death. "Chairman, shall we call the police?" the female secretary suggested. Song Haifeng roared, "What good would the police do? We can't possibly compete with Qin Feng." He did not want to die. Even setting aside his family, he needed to think of himself. "Then what should we do?" the secretary asked. Fear filled Song Haifeng's eyes as he stammered. "Return to Shanghai City. Immediately arrange a flight back to Shanghai City. We must win Qin Feng's forgiveness. Now." And so the plane began its return journey to Shanghai City. It was late at night. Qin Feng had played some games and was preparing for bed when the doorbell rang. "Mr. Qin, are you asleep yet?" Su Jiaying saw the light was still on and asked softly. "About to sleep. What is it?" Qin Feng opened the door. Su Jiaying's long hair was damp, still wet from a recent shower, and her cheeks carried a faint flush. "Oh, it's like this. The security guard at the main gate just called. Someone wants to see you." Su Jiaying wasn't sure whether Qin Feng was already asleep, so she came upstairs to check. "Who?" Qin Feng asked. "Who would come visiting at this hour?" "Song Haifeng from Xinyu Media," Su Jiaying replied. "He insists on seeing you tonight." "Song Haifeng." Qin Feng smiled. So the man had finally come back. "Tell him to come to the lobby." Qin Feng wanted to see whether Song Haifeng had learned his lesson. "All right." Su Jiaying immediately called the estate's front gate. Soon after, Qin Feng made his way to the first-floor lobby. He sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Song Haifeng's arrival. After a while, a Rolls-Royce pulled up before the main villa. Song Haifeng stepped out of the car, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he wiped his face with a tissue. Su Jiaying stood at the entrance, watching Song Haifeng's flustered expression with confusion. What on earth did this man want from Qin Feng? Song Haifeng walked toward the lobby. As he climbed the steps, his foot slipped, and he stumbled. A most humiliating sight. "And Mr. Qin." Song Haifeng entered the lobby and approached Qin Feng. He bowed low, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. His body continued to shake uncontrollably. "Mr. Qin, I was wrong." Slap. He began slapping his own face. Qin Feng set down his phone and looked up slightly. "Song Haifeng, you previously said you'd make me regret it, didn't you?" A hint of mockery crossed Qin Feng's face. Song Haifeng urgently replied, "Mr. Qin, I was blind. Please disregard everything I said. I was talking nonsense. Had he known Qin Feng had influence overseas, he would never have dared to offend him. Mr. Qin, let me go. I know I was wrong. Seeing Qin Feng say nothing, Song Haifeng grew even more terrified. I'll transfer all my shares in Xingyu Media to you. Song Haifeng was truly frightened. Compared to his life, assets meant nothing. Qin Feng observed Song Haifeng's trembling figure with an impassive expression. He had no intention of wasting more time on him. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the share transfer agreement. And never let me see you again. Song Haifeng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Song Haifeng let out a long breath. He knew his life had been spared. He would never provoke Qin Feng again. Tomorrow morning, I will deliver the Xingyu Media shares under my name. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Qin. This time Song Haifeng was thoroughly subdued. He felt a deep pain in his heart. Having clashed with Qin Feng, he had gained nothing and paid a devastating price. Truly unlucky. Fortunately, the matter seemed to be settling. As Song Haifeng was about to leave, something occurred to him. Mr. Qin, what about my family? Qin Feng stood up and said calmly, your family will be safe. With that, Qin Feng returned to his room. Another night passed. The next morning, system sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on drawing 300 million yuan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on drawing all properties in Laihu residential area, Ping'an County. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on drawing a Kawasaki H2R. What surprised Qin Feng was that today's draw of Yuan was no different from yesterday's. Could the system be out of money? Qin Feng shook his head and muttered to himself. Ping'an County was of course Qin Feng's hometown. All the properties in Laihu residential area. Qin Feng couldn't believe it and immediately searched online. Nowadays, the average housing price in a county-level city had risen to over 7,000 yuan per square meter. And Laihu residential area was positioned as a high-end community with prices nearly 9,000 yuan per square meter. Most importantly, besides the 520 apartments in Laihu residential area, there were also 18 villas. Naturally, the price of those villas was higher than that of ordinary houses. Interesting, Qin Feng said with a smile. The Kawasaki H2R was a motorcycle priced at over 700,000. This motorcycle boasted 300 horsepower with a top speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Counting them up, Qin Feng had already drawn 2 motorcycles from the system. The only regret was that this Kawasaki H2R motorcycle could not be licensed for road use. Usually he could only play with it on the racetrack. Though it couldn't compare with luxury sports cars, it was still better than nothing. Qin Feng got up to have breakfast. At that moment, Song Haifeng's share transfer agreement also arrived. To Song Haifeng, Qin Feng was a demon, so he dared not play any tricks. After breakfast, Qin Feng went alone into the study. He stored the purchased gifts in the system space. This saved a lot of trouble without having to carry them by hand. Then Qin Feng went to the garage and stored the Ducati into the system space. At around 8 o'clock, Qin Feng rode in the night 15 to school. He was going to pick up Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng. When the night 15 stopped at the gate of Binjiang University, Lu Xinyao walked over with a smile. She was also dragging a suitcase. Qin Feng got out of the car and took Lu Xinyao's suitcase. Have you had breakfast? Qin Feng put the suitcase in the car and asked Lu Xinyao. I have. Lu Xinyao sat in the car. By the way, Qin Feng, take out the tickets you booked. I have 2 friends who are also going back to their hometown today. Maybe it's the same flight. Qin Feng was startled and said, Xinyao, we're taking a private jet. Lu Xinyao was stunned. She didn't know that Qin Feng had a private jet. But Lu Xinyao quickly came to her senses. Indeed, given Qin Feng's current status, it was not surprising at all that he had a private jet. Lu Xinyao shook her head with a wry smile. Then she replied to a message from her friends. Over half an hour later, they arrived at Shanghai International Airport. This time, when returning to his hometown, Qin Feng did not bring any bodyguards. After getting out of the car, the two walked toward the airport entrance. My friends are right ahead. Lu Xinyao pointed at a man and a woman in front and said to Qin Feng, Yuan, Tianda. Lu Xinyao walked over with a smile. She didn't notice that her 2 friends had a somewhat strange expression. Xinyao. So this is Qin Feng, right? I've heard you mention him before. Li Yuan sized up Qin Feng. To be fair, this Qin Feng was quite handsome. However, Li Yuan wasn't particularly impressed. Yes, Lu Xinyao said with a smile. Then Lu Xinyao began to introduce the 2 friends to Qin Feng. Huang Tianda's expression was strange, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. Xinyao, you said just now that you're going back by private jet. Huang Tianda simply didn't believe Lu Xinyao's words. How could it be possible for this Qin Feng to have his own private jet? Li Yuan beside him also didn't believe it. Xinyao, you've changed. You never used to brag. Could it be that you've been led astray by this Qin Feng? Li Yuan crossed her arms in front of her chest and shook her head as she spoke. The look in her eyes when she glanced at Qin Feng was full of mockery. Why would I lie to you? Qin Feng really does have a private jet. Lu Xinyao's expression turned unpleasant. She could tell that Li Yuan looked down on Qin Feng. Earlier, Lu Xinyao had asked Qin Feng for his opinion, wanting to let these 2 friends join them on the private jet. Qin Feng had agreed. But now Lu Xinyao changed her mind. A sneer curled at the corner of Huang Tianda's mouth. Xinyao, I bet you've been fooled by Qin Feng. Do you know how much a private jet costs? Not to mention the purchase price, even the monthly maintenance, is an astronomical figure. In Huang Tianda's eyes, Qin Feng had undoubtedly become a swindler and one who cheated both money and beauty. It was really something that Lu Xinyao would actually believe him. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Qin Feng, let's go. Lu Xinyao pulled Qin Feng and walked toward the airport security checkpoint. Li Yuan and Huang Tianda still didn't believe it. Let's go over too. They don't have tickets, let's see how they get in. Huang Tianda said, pulling his suitcase and following. The two of them followed closely behind Qin Feng. They wanted to see how Qin Feng would get in. At the security checkpoint, 2 flight attendants in uniform were standing. Both flight attendants had a beauty rating of about 9 out of 10, and they wore black stockings. Some male passers-by cast their gazes at the two of them. The 2 flight attendants paid them no heed, quietly waiting for Qin Feng's arrival. Xiaoying, what kind of person do you think our boss is? One of the flight attendants asked. I haven't seen him either. I only know his surname is Qin. The private jet that Qin Feng had drawn came with a crew. So these 2 flight attendants were also Qin Feng's employees. But they had never met Qin Feng. There are too many people today. Even if Mr. Qin comes, we won't recognize him. Let me make a call. The flight attendant named Xiaoying took out her phone and dialed Qin Feng's number. Soon the call connected. Xiaoying was a little nervous. Was she finally going to meet her boss today? Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Xiaoying, and I'm the flight attendant for the G650 private jet. I'm at checkpoint B1. At that moment, Qin Feng had already spotted the flight attendant who was on the phone. I see you. Qin Feng, holding his phone, walked toward the 2 flight attendants. Hello, Mr. Qin. The 2 flight attendants saw Qin Feng and immediately bowed in greeting. Since they were flight attendants, they had naturally received etiquette training. There was no flaw in that regard. They also hadn't expected their boss to be such a handsome man. Is the plane ready? Qin Feng glanced at the 2 flight attendants and asked. Mr. Qin, it's ready. We're just waiting for you. Qin Feng nodded. This way, please, Mr. Qin. The flight attendant named Xiaoying made a gesture of invitation. Her posture was graceful. The other flight attendant also took the initiative to help Qin Feng with his suitcase. Let's go. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao and said. The 2 entered the airport through the VIP passage. By this time, Li Yuan and Huang Tianda were completely stunned. This Qin Feng. He actually does have a private jet. Watching Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao disappear into the crowd, Li Yuan and Huang Tianda exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Good heavens, what exactly did Qin Feng do? Yuan, why don't you ask Xinyao? See if she can give us a ride. Huang Tianda also wanted to experience the feeling of riding in a private jet. Having flown in one just once would give him something impressive to boast about forever. Li Yuan immediately sent a message to Lu Xinyao. Xinyao, since we're heading the same direction anyway, could you take us with you? But several minutes passed without any reply. So, how did it go? What did Xinyao say? Huang Tianda asked with urgency. Li Yuan shook her head and sighed. Alas, she might be upset. Both wore expressions of dejection. Originally, they had the chance to befriend a wealthy tycoon. Alas, they had missed such a golden opportunity due to their own foolishness. Both were filled with regret. Yet there is no pill for regret in this world. With heavy hearts, they dragged their luggage through the security gate to board their economy class seats. At this moment, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had already boarded the private jet. The Gulfstream G650 boasted an exceptionally spacious cabin with luxurious interiors, complete with a full-service kitchen. When Lu Xinyao stepped inside, she was utterly astounded. Qin Feng, this private jet of yours is enormous. Lu Xinyao's face was filled with shock and awe as she exclaimed. Qin Feng merely smiled and sat down beside Lu Xinyao. Mr. Qin, the plane will be ready for takeoff shortly. Flight attendant Xiaoying stood with hands folded respectfully before her, addressing Qin Feng respectfully. Qin Feng nodded without saying anything. Since Qin Feng's county had no airport, the plane could only land in the city. Xinyao, I remember your family has a house in the city. Are you still going back to Ping'an County? Lu Xinyao's father was in business and was considered a wealthy figure in their city. Lu Xinyao said, I'll go back with you. Because my parents are both in Ping'an County. Oh right, my father said he would send a driver to pick me up. Qin Feng smiled. That sounds good. Saves us the trouble of hailing a taxi. The two chatted for a while. The plane took off. Mr. Qin, Miss Lu, would you like something to drink? The 2 flight attendants walked over and asked. A glass of orange juice, please. Qin Feng ordered. Lu Xinyao also requested a cola. The 2 flight attendants did not come over to disturb Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao as they chatted. Half an hour later, Lu Xinyao had fallen asleep in her chair. A faint smile lingered at the corner of her lips. Who knows what wonderful dream she was having? Seeing this, Qin Feng took out his phone to browse, not disturbing her. An hour and a half passed. The plane landed at the city's airport. By this time, Lu Xinyao had also woken up. The cabin door opened. Mr. Qin, we've arrived. Flight attendant Xiaoying approached Qin Feng. All right. Qin Feng grabbed his luggage and walked out with Lu Xinyao. It was nearly noon, with the sun shining bright and strong. The two walked out of the airport. Outside, the driver sent by Lu Xinyao's family had already arrived. Mr. Lu sent me to pick you up. The middle-aged driver approached Lu Xinyao. Noticing a young man beside Lu Xinyao, the driver couldn't help but take a measuring glance at Qin Feng. Let me take the luggage for you. The middle-aged driver took the luggage from Qin Feng's hand. Immediately, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao got into an Audi sedan. Another hour passed like this. The two finally returned to the small county town. Gazing at the familiar streets outside the car window, Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng's hand. For this was the place where they first met. Qin Feng, do you want to come to my house for dinner? My dad said he's already prepared the meal. Lu Xinyao asked with a smile in her eyes, looking softly at Qin Feng. Tomorrow. I have plans to have dinner with my sister, said Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao asked again, so when are you going back this afternoon? I can drive you there. Qin Feng's home was in the countryside, about 20 minutes drive from the county town. No need. See you tomorrow. Qin Feng got off at the intersection ahead. He arrived at a nearby Chinese restaurant. After waiting at the entrance for a while, his sister Qin Yutong arrived. Brother. Qin Yutong hurried over to Qin Feng with a smile on her face. She was 19 this year, dressed in her school uniform, brimming with youthful vitality. Qin Feng examined his sister and smiled. Yutong, you've gotten thinner. Qin Yutong pouted and said, probably because the college entrance exam is coming up, the pressure is a bit overwhelming. Qin Feng smiled. Just do your best as usual. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Come on, let's eat first. Qin Feng led his sister into the restaurant. Brother, I actually feel like you've become more handsome. Qin Yutong smiled. The two entered the restaurant and found a seat. Qin Yutong had come out during her school's lunch break. She would need to return to class soon. Qin Feng ordered some dishes, then took out a gift box from his pocket. This is for you. Brother, what is this? Qin Yutong took the gift box, her face full of curiosity. Open it and see for yourself, said Qin Feng. Qin Yutong opened the gift box and found a sparkling bracelet inside. Try it on. Qin Yutong put on the bracelet and was utterly delighted with it. Brother, it's so beautiful. Qin Feng smiled. It had 5 diamonds on it after all. How could it not be beautiful? However, Qin Feng did not reveal the price. He was afraid it would shock his sister. After they finished eating, the two chatted in the restaurant for a while. Afterward, Qin Feng sent Qin Yutong back to school. He came to a deserted alley and retrieved his Ducati motorcycle. Qin Feng rode the Ducati toward Laihu residential area. Sir, what brings you here? At the entrance of Laihu residential area, the security guard stopped Qin Feng. I'm here to look at some properties, said Qin Feng. Our properties here have all been sold out. He had also received some news. He knew that all the units in Laihu residential area had been purchased by some wealthy tycoon. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with his colleagues, wondering which boss was so wealthy as to buy an entire residential complex. This was absolutely insane. Then where is the sales office? Qin Feng parked his car and asked. Turn left, and it's right there. The security guard pointed him in a direction. Thank you. Qin Feng walked over and soon arrived at the sales office. Sir, we don't have any properties left here. Inside the sales hall, 2 female salespeople were busy with their work. When Qin Feng arrived, they were instantly captivated by his handsome appearance. They couldn't help but steal a few glances at Qin Feng. I purchased a property here. My name is Qin Feng. Upon hearing the name Qin Feng, the 2 female salespeople immediately exchanged glances. Shocked expressions appeared on their faces. What? You are Mr. Qin, who bought the entire residential complex. The 2 female salespeople were stunned. They stared at Qin Feng in bewilderment. They had never expected that the person who had bought the entire Laihu residential area would actually be a young man. Good heavens. I wonder which wealthy family this young man belongs to. He's incredibly rich. Mr. Qin, let me brew you a cup of coffee. Both female sales associates stared blankly at Qin Feng, their cheeks flushing slightly. Few women could remain unmoved by a man as handsome and wealthy as him. Moreover, wasn't he precisely the Prince Charming every woman fantasized about? One of the salesgirls rushed off to make the coffee. Mr. Qin, please have a seat first. The paperwork for purchasing the property hasn't been finalized yet. You might need to wait a bit longer. Qin Feng took a seat and asked, how long will it take? It might take around an hour. Since the residential complex has over 500 units, we need some time to process everything. Qin Feng nodded. It's fine, I can wait. He wasn't in a hurry to return either. While sipping coffee at the sales office, the manager soon came over. Mr. Qin, hello. The sales office manager was a middle-aged man. He walked over with a smile and shook hands with Qin Feng. I'd like to go see the house, Qin Feng said. He didn't plan to live here himself, but since it belonged to him, he wanted to take a look anyway. The manager replied, no problem. I'll have someone accompany you. Immediately, he called over a female salesgirl. The salesgirl gathered quite a few keys and led Qin Feng into the residential complex. As befitting a high-end community in the county town, the landscaping inside was quite impressive. Mr. Qin, all the apartments here come fully furnished. This side features standard residences, while over here is the villa district. The salesgirl smiled as she gave Qin Feng a tour. He first visited the regular apartments. Neither the floor plan nor the finishing materials could compare to the Riverview residence he'd won in Shanghai City. Though modest by comparison, it was quite respectable for a small county town. Afterward, Qin Feng proceeded to the villa area, which comprised 18 villas in total. The villas were spacious and fully equipped, move-in ready. As the salesgirl gave her introduction, she kept glancing at Qin Feng's handsome features. If he weren't already married, she would have genuinely invited him to dinner. I'll just look around on my own, you can head back first, Qin Feng told her. Alright, Mr. Qin, if you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime. The salesgirl handed over the keys before departing. At the entrance, the security guard called out to the salesgirl. Shouting. What was that young man doing here? He was quite curious. You mean Mr. Qin? He's the one who purchased all the buildings in this entire complex, the salesgirl explained. No way. Is that young man really that wealthy? What does his family do? The guard pressed, astonished. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't ask. The salesgirl shook her head. The guard eagerly asked, then is he single? I have a daughter. She replied with a wry smile. Brother Zhang, why don't you ask him yourself? Once the sales office staff completed the paperwork, Qin Feng finally left. He rode his Ducati home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Qin Feng parked the Ducati in the courtyard. The front door stood open, but the hall was empty. He unloaded all the gifts he'd purchased before heading inside. Son, his mother Lu Mei appeared in the hall. Seeing Qin Feng, her face lit up with unmistakable joy. Mom, Qin Feng called out. Why isn't your father home? Lu Mei replied. He's in the kitchen. Son, why did you buy so much stuff? Several bottles of liquor and other items were placed on the sofa. These are the wines. And these clothes are for you and Dad. Qin Feng took out the garments. At that moment, Qin Feng's father Qin Jinlin also came over. Qin Jinlin wore a smile upon seeing his son. Dad, Qin Feng called out. Qin Jinlin nodded, smiling. Glad you're home. He had actually intended to go out and meet Qin Feng, but seeing all the purchases his son had brought back, Qin Jinlin could only laugh helplessly. What kind of wine is this? Qin Jinlin picked up a bottle of Jiulong Mabao to examine it. This is Mao Tai's. Qin Jinlin was somewhat surprised. This was national liquor and certainly not cheap. Of course, he only knew it was pricier than ordinary wine. He had no idea about the price of Jiulong Mabao Mao Tai. In addition to those 6 bottles of Mao Tai, Jiulong Mabao, Qin Feng had also brought back 2 bottles of 1990 Romanicani. Actually, there were still 2 more in his system space. But Qin Feng planned to take them to Lu Xinyao's place tomorrow. Lu Mei said helplessly, your father was about to quit drinking. Don't buy so much wine next time. Qin Jinlin chuckled. Having a little occasionally is fine. This was premium liquor after all. As he looked at it, Qin Jinlin found himself wanting a couple of drinks. Son, is that motorcycle outside yours? Qin Jinlin noticed the sleek Ducati and assumed it must be expensive. Qin Feng explained, I rode it here. At that moment, Lu Mei curiously asked. Son, Yutong said you made quite a bit of money from your business. What kind of business do you do? Qin Feng smiled and replied, everything. In short, it's a big business. Dad, Mom, I bought a house in Sanhai City. You shouldn't stay here anymore. Come to Sanhai City with me in a few days. Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei hadn't expected their son to be so successful. The two exchanged glances, both feeling deeply gratified. A couple of days ago, when Qin Yutong returned, she had handed her bank card to Lu Mei. It contained several 100,000 yuan, all transferred by Qin Feng. Qin Jinlin said, let's wait until your younger sister finishes high school before deciding. They were accustomed to living here. Besides, Qin Feng was now a college student with his own career. They couldn't really help him anyway. Moving to a big city might make them uncomfortable. All right then, consider it carefully first. Qin Feng said, also I bought a house in the county town. You can stay there first, so it'll be convenient for your sister to attend school. Qin Feng hadn't dared mention he bought an entire residential complex. He was afraid of startling his parents. This kind of news needed time to sink in. You bought a house in the county town. How big is it? Lu Mei asked. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, a large villa. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin exchanged glances, once again wearing wry smiles. Lu Mei said, moving their works too. I could find a job in the county town. Qin Feng was speechless. Mom, we're living in a large villa. Why would you need to work? With over 500 units across the entire complex, there was more than enough rental income. Of course, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't let his mother handle rent collection. He could simply hand it over to a property management company. Qin Feng said, I'll be the one earning money. You two don't need to work so hard anymore. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin exchanged a bitter smile. Qin Feng then brought those sets of clothes to Lu Mei. Mom, Dad, go try these clothes. If they don't fit, I'll take them to exchange. There's no hurry, we can try them tonight, Qin Jinlin said. I've been too caught up in conversation. Let me start cooking first. Qin Jinlin left the living room and went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Oh, by the way, Mom, there's a bracelet here. Lu Mei took the jade bangle Qin Feng had bought and examined it, finding it quite exquisite. This bangle must be quite expensive, right? Lu Mei tried it on. Not expensive. As long as you like it. Qin Feng smiled. Lu Mei chatted with Qin Feng for a while, then went off to help in the kitchen. Qin Feng carried his luggage back to his room and checked his phone. There was a message from Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng, have you arrived home yet? Lu Xinyao had also sent a photo of her meal. Just got back. Qin Feng replied. No way. Arriving so late. Qin Feng explained, I wandered around the county town for a while. Lu Xinyao sent a smiling emoji first, then asked, so when are you coming to my place tomorrow? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said around noon. Tomorrow morning, Qin Feng planned to take his parents to see the villa at Laihu residential compound. If possible, he would have them move there to live first. Then I'll cook myself and wait for you. After chatting with Lu Xinyao for a few minutes, Qin Feng also went to the kitchen to help. Qin Jinlin had prepared quite a spread. In the evening, Qin Jinlin had also invited Qin Feng's second uncle and second aunt over for a meal. Qin Feng's second uncle Qin Jinxiang arrived first. That's why I wondered why Jinlin bought so much food today. So Qin Feng is back. Qin Feng approached his second uncle and greeted him. Second uncle, come in and sit. Qin Jinxiang studied Qin Feng and asked with a smile, Qin Feng, you're almost graduating from university, right? Qin Feng shook his head and replied, not that soon. Qin Feng was still chatting with Qin Jinxiang when a surprised voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Whose motorcycle is this? It's so beautiful. Qin Feng walked out to check and found it was his second aunt Li Qing. At that moment, second aunt Li Qing was still admiring Qin Feng's Ducati. Second aunt. Qin Feng's second aunt had a rather sharp tongue. Everyone in the village had experienced it firsthand. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still addressed her. Qin Feng is back. Li Qing turned to look at Qin Feng and couldn't help but glance him over. Did you ride this motorcycle back? Li Qing asked curiously. Qin Feng nodded. I bought it. Hearing this, Li Qing's forthright temperament immediately surfaced. Now don't get me wrong, Qin Feng. You're both college students, yet you're far behind your cousin. Your cousin studies computer programming. Last month he took on a project himself. 2 days ago he drove back in a BMW. And look at your motorcycle. A look of disdain crossed Li Qing's face. The cousin she was referring to was naturally her own son. Granted, her son had only bought a second-hand BMW. But compared to Qin Feng's so-called worthless motorcycle, the disparity was immediately apparent. Though both were university students, the gap was unmistakable. Especially since the university her son had gained admission to was far better than Binjiang University, where Qin Feng studied. This was her capital for boasting. Qin Feng merely smiled and asked, Isn't Qin Jun also at home? Why didn't you invite him to join us for dinner? Qin Feng was already accustomed to his second aunt's venomous tongue, so he said nothing. Inside the house, Qin Jinxiang saw his wife's old habits resurfacing and simply sat there puffing on his cigarette in silence. He was a man who feared his wife. He said he'll come over in a bit. No need to wait for him. Finally, Qin Feng's parents brought the dishes out. Several people sat together to eat. Mid-meal, second uncle Qin Jinxiang suddenly turned to Qin Feng and asked Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Feng first glanced at his parents and said, yes, I do. Qin Jinxiang smiled. Great. When you have time, bring her home to meet us. But Li Qing, seated across from him, rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're not bragging, are you? Girls these days have incredibly high standards. Times are tough. Without a house and a car, it's already hard enough to find a girlfriend. Li Qing had a particularly cutting tongue. This left Qin Jinxiang looking deeply embarrassed. There was no curing her penchant for cutting remarks. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin, however, seemed quite curious. Son, did you really get a girlfriend? Where is she from? Lu Mei was still quite concerned about Qin Feng's marriage prospects. Qin Feng could only smile bitterly. Mom, weren't you the one telling me to focus on my studies? Lu Mei shook her head. Of course you should study hard. But don't neglect your personal life either. I've heard there are far more men than women now. Once you leave campus, it'll be even harder. Besides, as long as you meet the legal age, you can register the marriage first. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. He lowered his head and continued eating. I almost forgot. We have good wine that hasn't been brought out. Qin Jinlin remembered something and quickly hurried back to his room. When he emerged again, he was holding a bottle of Matai Jilong Mabao. Qin Feng bought this. Fine liquor, Qin Jinlin said with a smile. What's this? Qin Jinxiang was a wine enthusiast who often kept up with Matai releases. Upon seeing the bottle of Matai Jilong Mabao that Qin Jinlin had produced, he was instantly stunned. This wine was bought by Qin Feng. Qin Jinxiang looked from Qin Feng to Qin Jinlin. He knew very well that this particular bottle sold for over 70,000 yuan. Moreover, it was exceedingly difficult to procure on the open market. Yes. What's wrong? Qin Jinlin hadn't realized anything unusual. This is Matai Jilong Mabao. It costs over 70,000 a bottle. Qin Jinxiang said in astonishment. What? Hearing this, everyone at the table was completely stunned. Even Qin Jinlin could only stare blankly at his son, unable to utter a word. He had never imagined that the Matai wine his son had purchased was so extraordinarily expensive. Good heavens, over 70,000 a bottle. That could buy countless bottles of erguo too. Li Qing was the first to snap out of her shock, frowning as she voiced her skepticism. I bet this is counterfeit liquor. Qin Feng is just a college student. How could he possibly afford such expensive wine? It's definitely fake. Li Qing crossed her arms, never missing an opportunity to rebuke Qin Feng. I'm telling you, Qin Feng, you really should know better. Don't you know there are plenty of counterfeit liquors in circulation? You brought it into your home. What if someone gets sick from drinking it? Li Qing began to scold Qin Feng. Wife, keep it down. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, Qin Jinxiang kept shooting Li Qing warning glances. They had been invited over out of goodwill. For heaven's sake, she should at least show some restraint. Hearing Qin Jinxiang's words, Li Qing seemed to have something to say, but held back. Finally, she closed her mouth. Forget it, then no drinking. A hint of displeasure flickered in Qin Jinlin's eyes. He didn't believe his son had bought counterfeit liquor. After all, the bank card left at home by Qin Yutong still had hundreds of thousands of yuan in it. Given Qin Feng's current capabilities, he could certainly afford a bottle of liquor worth over 70,000 yuan. But since Li Qing suspected it was fake, Qin Jinlin didn't want to open it anymore. He would rather save it for his own enjoyment. Qin Feng, I'm just a straightforward person. Don't take it to heart. Though she said this, Li Qing's expression still carried disdain. No matter what, the liquor Qin Feng brought back was counterfeit. That was beyond doubt. Just as Qin Feng was about to say something, exclamations came from outside the courtyard. Wow! A Ducati Superleggera V4. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. Soon Qin Jun's figure appeared. Qin Jun's face was filled with astonishment. Qin Feng, is that Ducati yours? He couldn't help but be shocked, as that motorcycle was worth 1.5 million yuan. Ducati is the Ferrari of motorcycles. It's mine. Qin Feng nodded. Good heavens, you're so rich. Qin Jun was still shaking his head in amazement. Son, what's the matter? Making such a fuss. Li Qin glared at her son. Qin Jun said, Mom, that's a Ducati Superleggera V4. It costs $1.5 million. Hearing her son, Li Qin's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. Even Uncle Qin Jinxiang was utterly stunned. Still skeptical, Li Qin said, Son, you must be mistaken. How could Qin Feng possibly afford such an expensive vehicle? She had just mocked Qin Feng for bringing back fake liquor. Now a motorcycle worth $1.5 million appeared. How could that be possible? Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin were equally astonished. They stared at their son in amazement. Today Qin Feng had given them too many surprises. First a bottle of liquor worth over 70,000 yuan, and now a vehicle worth over $1 million. It was too overwhelming. Others might doubt it. But Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin had no doubts about their son. Qin Jun explained, no mistake. It's real. Seeing her son's earnest expression, Li Qin was dazed for a long moment. She had just said that Qin Feng was riding a broken motorcycle back. And now she was proven wrong. A motorcycle worth $1.5 million yuan. Li Qin couldn't even imagine it. So then was that bottle of 9 Dragons Ink treasure also real? Li Qin's gaze toward Qin Feng finally changed. She dared not think further. Because someone who could afford such a vehicle was undoubtedly a wealthy man. Qin Feng, did you win the lottery? Li Qin no longer dared to look down on Qin Feng, lowering her voice to ask. Qin Feng merely smiled without speaking. He couldn't be bothered to explain to his aunt Li Qin. Qin Jun sat beside Qin Feng, eating while firing off questions. Qin Feng, impressive. Driving a car worth over $1 million. Qin Jun looked at Qin Feng with admiration. Qin Feng said, you're not bad either. Aunt just mentioned you bought a BMW. Qin Jun shook his head and said, I borrowed money for that. Besides, that second-hand BMW isn't worth much. Hearing this, Li Qin felt a bit embarrassed. Because just now she had wanted to put Qin Feng down. But unexpectedly Qin Feng turned out to be a hidden tycoon. After a while, Li Qin shamelessly turned to Qin Jinlin. Why don't we open that bottle of Maotai after all? Let everyone have a taste. Li Qin wanted to taste what a 70,000 yuan Maotai was like. Qin Jinlin was still a bit angry. No, that's fake liquor. It's enough for me to be poisoned. Li Qin was extremely embarrassed. Finally, the meal ended in a strange atmosphere. Night fell. Qin Feng felt a bit tired. He took a hot shower and was about to rest. Lu Mei knocked on Qin Feng's door. Son, are you asleep? Mom, not yet. Lu Mei pushed the door open and walked in. Son, during dinner you said you have a girlfriend. Is that true? Lu Mei was still thinking about it. She couldn't wait to meet her future daughter-in-law. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Mom, I'm only a junior now. I still have a year before graduation. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Lu Mei said, I'm just asking casually. Where is that girl from? Qin Feng thought for a moment. She's my middle school classmate. You should be able to see her tomorrow. Lu Mei's smile grew even wider. That's wonderful. Mom, tomorrow I'll take you to the county to look at villas. Get some rest early. Lu Mei nodded and went back to sleep. The night passed quickly. Qin Feng opened his eyes and saw it was just dawn. Unlike the bustling streets, the small mountain village was very quiet in the early morning. Qin Feng stood by the window gazing at the distant hazy mountain scenery. System, I want to check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 310 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Koenigsegg 11. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Pinyin County Newtown Commercial Street. The amount of Chinese yuan drawn today had increased slightly. It caught Qin Feng a little off guard. Koenigsegg 11. Hearing this name, Qin Feng was taken aback. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The system explained. Koenigsegg 11. A luxury sports car worth 100 million yuan. Only 6 units globally. Listening to the system's explanation, Qin Feng was not very impressed. He had heard that in some online novels this Koenigsegg 11 was already a common possession. Qin Feng asked, System, can I exchange it for another? No. The system's draws are all random. Moreover, this is the essential sports car for a tycoon. If the host doesn't like it, you may choose to destroy it. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling somewhat resigned. But having something was better than nothing. After all, it was a luxury sports car worth 100 million yuan. Destroying it was out of the question. Qin Feng was not a spendthrift. Pinyin County Newtown Commercial Street. The Newtown Commercial Street was located in the development zone of Pinyin County. This time Qin Feng had won the property rights to all the shops on the Newtown Commercial Street. Of course, a commercial street in a county town couldn't compare to the Kaida Shopping Center in Shanghai City. But even a mosquito is meat after all. In Pinyin County, the rent for shops on Xinxin Commercial Street was the most expensive. Qin Feng sat in the room for a while. Soon Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei got up to prepare breakfast. With nothing to do, Qin Feng went to the kitchen to help. Son, why don't you sleep a bit longer? Lu Mei looked at Qin Feng and said, Can't sleep. Qin Feng smiled. He was already used to getting up at this hour. Every day he woke up, checked in, and received rewards. It was a very joyful thing. After breakfast, Qin Feng rode his Ducati and headed to the county town with his parents. Besides taking them to see the villa, Qin Feng had another matter to attend to. That was to go to Lu Xinyao's house for a meal. Upon arriving in the county town, Qin Feng didn't rush to Laihu residential area. He first took his parents to open a bank card. A little past 9, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Laihu residential area. Son, is this where you bought the big villa? The houses in Laihu residential area were the most expensive in the entire county. Looking at the several tall buildings inside the complex, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei felt a bit surprised. Yes, it's right inside. Let's go to the sales office to get the keys first. Qin Feng was about to lead his parents there. Just then, two middle-aged women walked out from the direction of the sales office. Jinlin, a short-haired middle-aged woman, called out to Qin Jinlin. Qin Jinlin saw her and broke into a smile. What a coincidence. Qin Feng, it's your aunt. As the two middle-aged women approached, Qin Feng also called out, Aunt. Qin Feng's aunt glanced at him and smiled. So you're back, Qin Feng. Qin Feng had never seen the other middle-aged woman before. She was holding a yellow handbag. She looked like she might be his aunt's friend. What are you folks doing here? Qin Feng's aunt asked curiously. Qin Jinlin smiled. We came to look at a house. Don't bother, we just asked. The sales office said that all the houses in Laihu residential area have been sold out. And I heard that a big tycoon bought them all. Buying so many houses, I wonder what for. Qin Feng's aunt's face showed a look of astonishment. How rich must a person be to buy all the houses in an entire residential area? Is that so? Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei both looked at Qin Feng, their faces filled with confusion. Since Qin Feng said he had bought a big villa here, he surely wouldn't lie to them. They thought that the news his aunt had heard must be false. At this moment, Qin Feng's smile carried a hint of helplessness. To be honest, he didn't quite understand it either. Why did the system give him the entire Laihu residential area? But of course Qin Feng certainly wasn't complaining. Of course it's true, said his aunt. So don't go over there. You'll only waste your time. Qin Feng asked, Aunt, did you also want to buy a house here? His aunt shook her head. The houses here are too expensive. How could I afford one? Actually, I came with a friend to look at houses. But this trip was a waste. Qin Feng's aunt shook her head helplessly. Son, did you really buy a big villa here? Lu Mei asked, uncertain. Of course. Qin Feng's expression was serious. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman beside Qin Feng's aunt frowned. Young man, are you joking? The villas here start at 4 million. The middle-aged woman didn't believe Qin Feng. Judging by his age, he was barely over 20. How could he possibly have that much money? Qin Feng didn't explain. Just then the sales office manager spotted Qin Feng. He trotted over and stood before Qin Feng with utmost respect. Mr. Qin, you're here so early. Please come in and have some coffee. The manager smiled. Qin Feng nodded. No need, I brought my parents to see the villa. The manager said with a smile, which villa would you like to see? I'll get the keys for you right away. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman grew even more puzzled. Manager Lee, did this young man really buy a villa here? The middle-aged woman asked half doubtfully. Yes, he did, the manager replied. The middle-aged woman shook her head. But that can't be. Didn't you just say that a big tycoon bought up the entire residential area? Then how come? The manager laughed. Mr. Qin is that big tycoon. He bought all the houses here. What? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Qin Feng. She never imagined that Ping'an County had produced someone so wealthy. Someone who could buy an entire residential complex. My God, what kind of background did this young man have? Even Qin Feng's aunt and his parents were stunned speechless. They all looked at Qin Feng. Buying an entire complex. Could he even live in all of them? And more importantly, where did he get so much money? Over 500 apartments. That had to be close to $1 billion. Son, is what Manager Lee said true? Qin Jinlin looked at his son with disbelief. If it was true, it would be too surreal. Qin Feng smiled. Dad, it's true. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to tell his parents in a couple of days. But since things had come to this, he couldn't hide it anymore. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei exchanged glances and shook their heads with a smile. They never imagined that Qin Feng could be so capable. He had bought the entire Laihu residential area. This was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. But Qin Feng had actually pulled it off. Dad, Mom, I know you have many questions. Let's talk about it tonight. For now, let's go see the villa. Lu Mei smiled helplessly. All right, we'll listen to our son. Manager Lee said, Mr. Qin, are you going to see villa no. 1? I'll get the keys for you right away. With that, Manager Lee turned and ran back to the sales office to fetch the keys. Qin Feng, how did you do it? Qin Feng's aunt was still in shock. Qin Feng explained with a smile, it's nothing much. I just made a little bit of money. Soon Manager Lee came out with the keys. He personally escorted Qin Feng and his family into the complex. Qin Feng's aunt and her friend followed as well. They wanted to see what the high-end villas in Laihu residential area looked like. Son, how many apartments are there in total? Lu Mei couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the several tall buildings. Probably over 500, Qin Feng said casually. That many houses were just a string of numbers to him. He certainly couldn't live in all of them. So son, are you planning to sell them or rent them out? Lu Mei continued asking. Either way is fine, said Qin Feng. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1. Located in the Laihu residential area, this villa occupied the finest position and was exquisitely decorated. Manager Lee swung open the door of Villa No. 1. Please come in, everyone. Qin Feng's aunt approached Qin Jinlin and whispered. Jinlin, Qin Feng has bought so many houses. If he rents them out, you'll become a landlord from now on. Qin Jinlin chuckled. I'll do as my son says. They stepped into the villa's grand hall, their eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement as they took in the decor. This villa is fully equipped and ready for immediate occupancy. Here is the kitchen. Manager Lee guided Qin Feng's parents through the property. After touring the ground floor, they ascended to the second floor. Qin Feng did not follow, having already seen everything the day before. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Jinlin and the others returned to the ground floor hall. Son, what do you think? Lu Mei looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng grinned. Dad, Mom, this villa, no. One is the best. If you like it, you can stay here. Qin Jinlin said, I do like it, but it's just too big. Qin Feng was in Shanghai City, and Qin Yutong was about to take the college entrance exams. If only the two of them lived here, the villa would indeed feel excessively spacious. Qin Feng said, it's fine, as long as you like it. Lu Mei asked, by the way, son, what do you plan to do with the other houses in the complex? Qin Feng pondered for a moment. I can sell some. The rest can be rented out. Lu Mei said, since it's for rent, let your father and me handle it. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. Mom, with so many houses, it would be too tiring for you to manage. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. Just settle in and feel at ease here. Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin said no more. Next, they went to inspect the other properties. At 11 o'clock, Lu Xinyao was busy in her kitchen. Wearing an apron, she was slicing vegetables. She was the kind of woman who excelled both in the living room and the kitchen. Outside the hall, Lu Xinyao's father, Lu Jianhong, sat on the sofa reading a business magazine. Yet the sounds of his daughters bustling in the kitchen made it impossible for him to concentrate. Driven by curiosity, Lu Jianhong entered the kitchen. Daughter, what special occasion is today? I saw you buying so many groceries this morning. Now you're cooking yourself. His tone carried a hint of confusion. Lu Xinyao beamed. Dad, a friend of mine is coming over today. Lu Jianhong frowned. He detected a certain nuance in his daughter's excited expression. Could it be that she was in love? He wondered which pig had managed to root up his precious cabbage. Daughter, do you have a boyfriend? Lu Jianhong pressed. Seeing Lu Xinyao's cheeks flush slightly, he knew he had guessed correctly. Where is the young man from? He continued. Lu Xinyao answered, blushing. Oh, Dad, you'll find out soon enough. Lu Jianhong still showed no intention of leaving. He displayed curiosity. No. Daughter, tell me now. I just want to know what my future son-in-law does for a living. Lu Xinyao paused, looking at Lu Jianhong. Dad, are you sure you want me to say? Lu Jianhong's expression turned serious. Of course. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinyao spoke. His name is Qin Feng. He's studying with me in Shanghai City now. Hearing this, Lu Jianhong frowned again. Just a college student? Doesn't he have any other identity? Lu Jianhong had certain expectations for his future son-in-law. Not necessarily a perfect match in family status, but at least the man should possess some ability. The chairman of Ruihai Bank. How does that identity sound? Lu Xinyao was eager to finish cooking and just wanted to get her father off her back. What? The chairman of Ruihai Bank. Lu Jianhong's expression twisted in disbelief. He simply couldn't accept it. A college student, and yet the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Who would believe that? He certainly didn't. No, daughter. How did you learn to lie? Has that Qin? Qin something. Lu Xinyao corrected him. Qin Feng. Lu Jianhong continued. Yes, that Qin Feng. Has he led you astray? Lu Xinyao explained helplessly. Dad, I'm telling the truth. I'm not joking. Lu Jianhong shook his head. No matter what, he couldn't believe that a college student who hadn't even graduated could be the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Ruihai Bank was a very famous private bank in China. Though not yet listed, its valuation had already reached 100 billion. Such a behemoth was something Lu Jianhong could only gaze at from afar. Lu Jianhong felt certain his daughter had been deceived. After all, there were far too many swindlers these days. If it was just about money, it might not be so bad, but what he feared most was a con artist after her virtue. Daughter, do you know what his family does? Lu Xinyao's brows knitted together. Dad, don't you trust me? Lu Jianhong's face was expressionless. Of course I don't. You must have been fooled. I forbid you from seeing that Qin Feng anymore. And tell him not to come over. I won't see him. Lu Jianhong was furious, his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Xinyao was also displeased. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Lu Jianhong's face darkened. I am being reasonable. In short, I don't welcome that Qin Feng. He will never set foot through this door. Lu Jianhong was thoroughly enraged. He absolutely refused to believe that his daughter's boyfriend could be the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Lu Xinyao, seeing that he wouldn't listen, grew anxious. She knew her father's temper all too well and dreaded an unpleasant scene when Qin Feng arrived. Are you sure you won't let Qin Feng come? Lu Xinyao asked again. Lu Jianhong strode out of the kitchen fuming. No, absolutely not. Lu Xinyao gave a light snort. Fine. When Mom comes back this afternoon, I'll tell her that you went to the movies with another woman last month. Lu Jianhong's expression shifted, and he hurried back into the kitchen. Daughter, you can't say things like that. Couldn't a man enjoy a little pleasure after working hard for most of his life? Of course, some things were best kept from his wife. Lu Xinyao's face turned cold. I'm not making it up. I saw it with my own eyes when I was out shopping with a friend that night. Lu Jianhong said urgently. No, daughter. You must have been mistaken. Your father is not that kind of man. Lu Jianhong was the type of person who had the desire but not the courage to act. That night, he merely watched a movie with a female friend. He swore he had done nothing inappropriate beyond that. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, they remained mere fantasies. Lu Xinyao said, fine. Let's see if Mom believes your nonsense. Lu Xinyao ignored him and turned back to continue cooking. Lu Jianhong's face showed a hint of panic as he said, daughter, you have to believe me. If this got back to his wife, it would be disastrous. Even though he hadn't done anything, it would be hard to explain. Lu Xinyao's face remained expressionless. She said nothing. Daughter, let's talk this over. Lu Jianhong gritted his teeth and said, fine, I take back what I said. I agree to meet this Qin Feng, alright. though he said that he had already made up his mind to expose the man when they met. He couldn't let him continue deceiving Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao warned, "Dad, you said it yourself. When Qin Feng arrives, don't cause any trouble. If you still don't believe me, I'll prove it to you later." Lu Jinhong felt a bit awkward. He was silent for a moment before asking again. "Daughter, you haven't moved in with that Qin Feng, have you?" Lu Xinyao shook her head. "Dad, what are you thinking? I've been living on campus." Lu Jinhong nodded. "Good." Then he spoke earnestly, "Daughter, I'm not against you dating. But you need to keep your eyes open. There are too many scammers nowadays. And before you graduate from college, you must not live with anyone." Lu Xinyao said impatiently, "Dad, I know. Stop bothering me while I'm cooking. Go outside." Lu Jinhong sighed helplessly and left the kitchen. Indeed, a daughter grown is a daughter lost. Lu Jinhong sat on the sofa, unable to focus on the magazine. He just wanted to see what kind of person this Qin Feng whom his daughter spoke of really was. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still at Lihu compound. He checked the time and figured it was about time to head out. "Dad, Mom, I need to go out for a while." Qin Feng didn't plan to bring his parents along. After all, this was his first visit to Lu Xinyao's home. "Son, didn't you say you booked a table at a restaurant? Why not go together?" Lu Mei asked curiously. Qin Feng explained, "You two go ahead. I have to meet a friend." Hearing this, Lu Mei didn't press further. Qin Feng left Lihu compound and went to a secluded spot where he extracted the Koenigsegg 1-1 he had drawn from the system. Extraction successful. The system's voice followed. Instantly, a sleek silver sports car appeared before Qin Feng. As expected of a car worth 100 million, it exuded pure class. The Koenigsegg 1-1 could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds. Its performance surpassed even his Lamborghini Veneno in Shanghai City. Qin Feng got into the Koenigsegg and found it extremely comfortable. He first retrieved 2 bottles of 1990 Romanicani from his system space, then opened his phone map to check. After confirming the location, Qin Feng drove the Koenigsegg toward Lu Xinyao's home. "My God, what kind of sports car is that? So cool." The Koenigsegg cruised through the streets of the small county, drawing countless stares. The locals had never seen such a magnificent car before. Someone immediately looked it up online. When they saw that the Koenigsegg was worth 100 million, they were stunned. Good heavens. In this small county, someone actually drove such a luxurious car. That's 100 million sports car. Oh my God. Someone snapped a photo of Qin Feng's Koenigsegg and posted it on the local forum. Unsurprisingly, it sparked a heated discussion. Shock. 100 million luxury car appears in Pingan County. After nearly 20 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at Lu Xinyao's neighborhood. He parked the Koenigsegg in a roadside spot, grabbed the 2 bottles of Romanicani, and got out. Passers-by stopped to stare, their eyes fixed on the Koenigsegg filled with awe. Qin Feng paid them no mind and headed toward Lu Xinyao's home. By now, Lu Xinyao was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She had finished cooking the meal. Lu Jinhong was also in the living room. He kept glancing at his daughter, looking helpless. "Qin Feng, are you here yet?" Lu Xinyao couldn't help but send him a message. "I'm here." Lu Xinyao had just received his reply when she heard a knock at the door. "It's Qin Feng." Lu Xinyao was thrilled. She stood up to go open the door. "I'll get it," Lu Jinhong said with a straight face, walking ahead of her. He wanted to see what this Qin Feng looked like, how he had managed to charm his daughter so completely. The door opened. When Lu Jinhong saw Qin Feng, he was taken aback. There was no denying that the young man was extremely handsome. But Lu Jinhong wasn't impressed. What good was good looks? He was still a fraud. "Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Lu Xinyao. My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng greeted Lu Jinhong first, but soon he noticed. Lu Jinhong's expression was very strange, as if not very welcoming. "Qin Feng, the food is ready, just waiting for you." Lu Xinyao walked to the door with a bright smile. "Come on in." She took Qin Feng's hand and led him into the living room. "Qin Feng, you didn't have to bring anything. Have a seat," Lu Xinyao said cheerfully. Qin Feng sat down and smiled. "These are some wines I brought back from Shanghai City. Uncle Lu, you can try them." Lu Jinhong remained expressionless. He gave Qin Feng a cold glance. "Just put them over there." The 2 bottles of Romanicani were in gift bags. Lu Jinhong couldn't tell what wine Qin Feng had brought, but in his mind, he had already labeled Qin Feng a fraud. So naturally, he didn't think Qin Feng could afford good wine. "Dad, can't you be more polite?" Lu Xinyao protested. Lu Jinhong looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected his daughter to side with an outsider. He had already let Qin Feng in. What more did she want? Lu Jinhong sat down looking dejected. He took out a cigarette and lit it. They say a daughter is like a father's little cotton-padded jacket. But why was his jacket leaking? "Qin Feng, are you hungry? I made soup. Let's go eat." Lu Xinyao sat beside Qin Feng and asked with a smile. "Not yet. I'm not very hungry," Qin Feng replied. Lu Jinhong, still smoking in silence, interjected. "Your brother said he'll be back soon. Let's wait for him." Several minutes passed like that. Lu Xinyao was chatting with Qin Feng. She even peeled an apple for him. Originally, Qin Feng had intended to say a few words to Lu Jinhong as well, but seeing his indifferent attitude, he gave up the thought. At that moment, the front door was opened. "Dad, sister. I'm back." A young man with a buzz cut walked into the hall carrying a suitcase. He was quite handsome, his face full of smiles. He was Lu Xinyao's younger brother, Lu Haoming. Behind him followed a young man in a brown suit. "Uncle Lu." Xinyao. The man was about the same age as Lu Xinyao. He smiled as he entered the hall, greeting both Lu Jinhong and his daughter. "Oh, it's Wei Cheng. A hint of warmth finally appeared on Lu Jinhong's face. Uncle Lu, I brought 2 bottles of wine and several packs of cigarettes. Han Weiqing handed a beautifully wrapped gift bag to Lu Jinhong. Lu Jinhong took it and glanced inside, seeing 2 bottles of red wine. There were also 5 cartons of yellow Crane Tower Great Golden Brick cigarettes. These cigarettes were not cheap, costing 30,000 yuan per carton. Lu Jinhong rarely indulged himself with such expensive tobacco. Why did you buy gifts? Lu Jinhong shook his head with a smile and set the gifts aside. Brother, why did you come back with Han Weiqing? Lu Xinyao poured a cup of tea for her younger brother Lu Haoming. She poured one for Han Weiqing as well. Lu Haoming took a sip of tea before explaining. We just happened to meet downstairs. He said he was coming over to our place. Sis, who's this? Lu Haoming noticed Qin Feng and paused. My boyfriend Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao introduced. Han Weiqing took the cup she offered and was about to speak when he overheard that the young man on the sofa was indeed her boyfriend. His expression instantly darkened. Han Weiqing had known Lu Xinyao for many years. Since high school he had been writing her love letters. However, Lu Xinyao had never accepted him. Their families were of similar means. He had always believed that with enough persistence he could win her heart. But now, Lu Xinyao had brought a boyfriend home. Han Weiqing looked at Qin Feng, resentment bubbling within. Lu Haoming sat beside Qin Feng and smiled. So you're my sister's boyfriend. Future brother-in-law, nice to meet you. I'm Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming was the type who could hit it off with anyone instantly. He was clearly curious about Qin Feng's background. Hello. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Haoming and replied briefly. Future brother-in-law. I always thought I was handsome enough. Who would have guessed you're even handsomer than me? Worthy of the man my sister chose. Lu Haoming was quite chatty, going on and on. Alright, let's go eat first. Lu Xinyao showed helplessness toward her younger brother. She took Qin Feng's arm and led him toward the dining room. Han Weiqing stood aside, his expression growing even darker. He felt as though something belonging to him had been taken away. Weiqing, you've arrived just in time. Let's go eat first. Lu Jinhong stood up and spoke to Han Weiqing. Han Weiqing was the son of one of his business partners, which is why Lu Jinhong was particularly courteous. Yes, Uncle Lu. Han Weiqing hid his displeasure. He also wanted to see what kind of person Qin Feng really was. Someone who could capture Lu Xinyao's heart. Everyone took their seats at the dining table and began eating. Lu Haoming was starving and devoured his food voraciously. Sis, just one bite of this. I know it's your cooking. Haven't seen you in the kitchen for a while. Lu Haoming said between bites. Lu Xinyao ignored her brother and placed a piece of Crucian carp on Qin Feng's plate. Qin Feng, try this. Qin Feng took a bite. It was quite good indeed. Lu Xinyao's culinary skills were impressive. Hello, I'm Han Weiqing. My father is the chairman of Kunting Hotel. Let's get acquainted. Han Weiqing, who had been silent until now, suddenly turned his gaze toward Qin Feng. Seeing how kindly Lu Xinyao treated Qin Feng made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Hello. Qin Feng detected the prejudice Han Weiqing held toward him and responded mildly. May I ask what your parents do? Han Weiqing pressed on. My parents don't work. Qin Feng answered honestly. With his current wealth, his parents only needed to enjoy life. There was no need for them to work. Hearing this, the mockery on Han Weiqing's face intensified. If his parents had no jobs, then Qin Feng likely lacked any significant background as well. This only deepened his confusion. Why would Lu Xinyao be attracted to a man like this? His own status was thousands of times superior to Qin Feng's. Lu Jinhong beside him was equally disappointed. He took out his phone and sent a message to a close friend. Lu Jinhong wanted to verify whether Qin Feng was truly the chairman of Ruihai Bank as his daughter claimed. Sis, do you know what car I just saw downstairs? Lu Haoming took out his phone to find the photo he had snapped. You talk too much. Just eat your meal. Lu Xinyao said. Nevertheless, Lu Haoming managed to find a photo of a Koenigsegg. Sis, look. Koenigsegg 11. This supercar is worth 100 million. It's parked downstairs. I wonder whose it is. Lu Haoming handed the phone to Lu Xinyao. Astonishment lingered on his face. 100 million yuan supercar had appeared in their small county town. It was hard to believe, even to say aloud. Lu Xinyao casually glanced photo of the Koenigsegg. Suddenly her gaze shifted to Qin Feng. 100 million yuan car. If anyone in this county could afford such an expensive vehicle, it had to be Qin Feng. Others might not be aware of his true identity. But Lu Xinyao knew all too well. Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw that Lu Xinyao had already figured it out and smiled. Let's eat first. Noticing his sister's peculiar expression, Lu Haoming spoke up. Sis, you don't believe me, do you? Weiqing saw it too. You can ask him. Lu Haoming looked toward Han Weiqing. Han Weiqing nodded. To be honest, the first time he saw that Koenigsegg, he had felt an unprecedented shock. He had no idea who the owner was. Such a car had actually come to their humble county town. If given the chance, he would have loved to meet the owner of that Koenigsegg. 100 million yuan supercar. Are you certain you didn't mistake it? Lu Jinhong still found it hard to believe, asking half doubtfully. Dad, see for yourself. Lu Haoming thrust his phone toward Lu Jinhong. Lu Jinhong glanced at the photo on the screen, and his face twisted into an expression of utter shock. He knew nothing about sports cars, but even he was aware that a Koenigsegg did not come cheap. Such an expensive car actually drove into our residential compound. Could it be modified? Lu Jinhong turned his gaze toward Han Weiqing. If such a car had appeared in some major city like Shanghai in the capital, that would have made sense. But appearing in their small county town, That was truly baffling. As far as he knew, their county had never produced anyone of significance. Uncle Lu, Han Weiqing explained. I've examined it closely. It's definitely not modified. Finally, Lu Jianhong nodded in agreement. He was convinced now, but he found himself deeply curious about whose car this was. Lu Jianhong decided he would make some inquiries after dinner. Knowing some influential people would certainly prove beneficial in business. Lu Xinyao kept her head down, eating quietly, without a word of explanation. She doubted that even if she spoke up, her father would believe that the Koenigsegg belonged to Qin Feng. An idea struck her. She rose from her seat and brought over a bottle. Sister, what's this? Lu Haoming asked with keen curiosity. This is wine that Qin Feng bought. Lu Xinyao unwrapped the packaging and placed the bottle before Lu Jianhong. This is... When he saw the Romani Conti from the 1990 vintage sitting on the table, Lu Jianhong was completely dumbfounded. Romani Conti. Immediately Lu Jianhong snatched up the bottle with trembling hands. He examined it with meticulous care. His face was overcome with excitement. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Haoming couldn't understand why his father was so agitated. His expression was as if he had just spotted a massive gold nugget. Romani Conti. Across the dining table, Han Weiqing froze as well. Of course he knew what this wine represented. Such wine was extraordinarily expensive, completely out of reach for ordinary people. Even Han Weiqing had only ever heard the name Romani Conti. He had never actually tasted it. This must be fake. Han Weiqing furrowed his brow. He refused to believe someone of Qin Feng's status could afford Romani Conti. Following Han Weiqing's remark, Lu Haoming shifted his attention to his father. Lu Jianhong was still studying the bottle of Romani Conti in his hands. His excitement only grew. No mistake about it. This is genuinely Romani Conti, and from the 1990 vintage. Lu Jianhong was stupefied. He raised his head, gazing at Qin Feng with barely contained excitement. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Qin Feng had brought 2 bottles of Romani Conti. The 1990 vintage of Romani Conti was exceedingly rare, worth over 100,000 yuan per bottle. Good heavens! Who on earth was this Qin Feng? His first visit, and he had already brought such an extravagant gift. Shock filled Lu Jianhong's eyes. Only now did he realize he had vastly underestimated Qin Feng. This young man was no swindler. He very well might be the chairman of Ruihai Bank after all. Lu Jianhong stared at Qin Feng in a daze. He dared not contemplate further. He didn't know what to say. Han Weiqing's brow creased even deeper. Uncle Lu, please take another careful look. Counterfeit wine is rampant these days. Don't be deceived. No matter what, Han Weiqing refused to believe Qin Feng could afford such an expensive wine. Lu Jianhong shook his head, his expression grave. If it's real, it's real. There's no mistaking it. Beside him, Lu Haoming was equally astounded. What? This is Romani Conti. Lu Haoming had naturally heard of Romani Conti as well. Future brother-in-law, did you bring this? Lu Haoming turned to Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng simply smiled and nodded. You've gone to great trouble. Lu Jianhong's gaze toward Qin Feng had transformed completely. Beaming with delight, he scrutinized Qin Feng up and down. More than the wine in his hands, Lu Jianhong was far more curious about Qin Feng's identity. Being able to afford such expensive wine meant Qin Feng was certainly no ordinary person. Though Lu Jianhong himself was a local tycoon, even he couldn't bring himself to purchase wine this pricey. Impossible. This wine is almost certainly fake. Han Weiqing stubbornly clung to his opinion. Lu Jianhong was visibly displeased. How dare Han Weiqing dare to question him? Seeing this, Han Weiqing hastily tried to explain. Uncle Lu, I'm not doubting your judgment. What I mean is counterfeit wine sellers are far too rampant these days. Lu Jianhong remained silent. He had sampled countless wines over the years and could certainly distinguish genuine from fake. Just then Lu Jianhong's phone buzzed. He retrieved it and took a look. When he saw the message his old friend had sent back, inside Lu Jianhong's mind was buffeted by towering waves. Daughter, Qin Feng he. Is he really the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Lu Jianhong looked from Qin Feng to his daughter. His voice trembled with disbelief. His friend had just confirmed that the chairman of Ruihai Bank in Sanhai City was indeed a young man named Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao replied impatiently. Dad, I explained this to you long ago. You simply refused to believe me. While feeling awkward, Lu Jianhong couldn't help but grow anxious. Good heavens. This young man, named Qin Feng, was truly the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Lu Jianhong stared at Qin Feng in bewilderment. Suddenly, he felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. What? Han Weiqing was also stunned. He never expected Qin Feng to possess such credentials. The chairman of Ruihai Bank. This was simply terrifying. At this moment, the smug expression on Han Weiqing's face vanished without a trace. Yet deep in his heart, he remained deeply puzzled. Qin Feng was merely a young man. How had he managed to achieve all this? Ruihai Bank. Lu Haoming, driven by curiosity, searched for it online. When he discovered it was a privately owned bank valued at over 100 billion yuan, his complexion changed as well. Holy crap. Future brother-in-law, you're awesome. Lu Haoming's eyes were filled with adoration. He turned to Lu Jianhong and said excitedly, Dad, open this bottle. I want to try some too. Lu Jianhong shot his son a withering glance. Children shouldn't drink wine. He carefully set aside that bottle of Romani Conti, intent on keeping it in his collection first. Qin Feng, my earlier attitude wasn't very good. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Jianhong beamed as he spoke to Qin Feng. If he truly had such an exceptional son-in-law, he would surely be smiling in his dreams. Indeed, it seemed he would have to urge his daughter to put in more effort. Such an outstanding man must not be snatched away by someone else. You're too kind, uncle. Qin Feng was not offended in the slightest. Indeed, given his current status, few would believe his story if he told them. Holy crap. At this moment, Lu Haoming let out another shocked exclamation. Lu Jinhong was most displeased, shooting a glare at his son. Lu Haoming continued gazing at Qin Feng and asked, future brother-in-law, could it be that the Koenigsegg 11 downstairs also belongs to you? Lu Haoming quickly made this connection. Given Qin Feng's current status, he could certainly afford such a purchase. Qin Feng nodded, not bothering to conceal the truth. From the depths of his heart, Lu Haoming declared, future brother-in-law, you're absolutely incredible. That's a luxury sports car worth 100 million. When will my father also get me one of those? Lu Jinhong's expression turned sour, stating, I simply don't have that kind of money. If you want to change cars, then change your father. Lu Haoming burst into laughter. Lu Jinhong once again redirected his attention to Qin Feng, smiling. Qin Feng, this girl Xin Yao went out early morning to buy groceries. And she's cooking personally, so make sure you eat heartily. Consider this your own home. No need to stand on ceremony. Since learning about Qin Feng's true identity, Lu Jinhong's attitude toward him had transformed completely. Han Weiqing, who was sitting nearby, wore an expression of profound embarrassment. He knew he had just offended Qin Feng, wanting to apologize yet unable to find the courage to speak. His heart brimming with anxiety, he desperately wished to depart from this place. He also understood that he would never have another chance to pursue Lu Xinyao. Future brother-in-law, are you and my sister attending the same university? Lu Haoming inquired curiously. Lu Xinyao responded, little brother, could you possibly change how you address him? She found this form of address somewhat awkward. Lu Haoming quickly suggested, alright then, let's just call you brother-in-law directly. Lu Xinyao was instantly speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Jinhong's smile grew even wider. His own son had shown a rare moment of cleverness. Good. Making progress. Subsequently, Lu Jinhong posed a few more questions to Qin Feng. Qin Feng answered each one. After the meal, Han Weiqing felt too awkward to remain. Finding an excuse, he departed from Lu Xinyao's home. Originally, he had intended to mock Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's background proved far more impressive than he could have imagined. Qin Feng sat on the living room sofa chatting with Lu Haoming. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyao busied herself with clearing the dishes. Lu Jinhong proactively offered his assistance. Typically, Lu Jinhong would never involve himself in such household chores. However, today, he was in an excellent mood. Moreover, he had something he wished to say to Lu Xinyao. Daughter, how long have you known Qin Feng? Lu Jinhong asked with a smile. We were classmates since middle school. However, we only got together a few days ago. Lu Xinyao replied. Lu Jinhong laughed and said, so you see, this is fate. Daughter, you're at the right age to get your marriage certificate. Whenever you have time, you should go ahead and register your marriage first. Lu Jinhong certainly didn't want his daughter to miss out on such an excellent man. Hearing her father say this, Lu Xinyao was left speechless. Dad, I'm still studying. Lu Jinhong responded, what's the big deal? How can studying compare to the most important matter of a lifetime? Honestly, your father is already longing to become a grandfather. Lu Xinyao was rendered speechless. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Dad, just now while I was cooking, that wasn't what you said at all. You said I couldn't live with anyone before graduating. Lu Jinhong replied, I was just talking nonsense back then. In short, you need to move faster. Lu Xinyao managed a wry smile. Dad, you're just eager to marry me off early, aren't you? Lu Xinyao ignored her father and went inside to wash the dishes. Time passed swiftly. Qin Feng had spent nearly an hour at Lu Xinyao's home. Uncle, Xinyao and I are going out for a while, Qin Feng said to Lu Jinhong. Lu Jinhong smiled and said, go ahead. As Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao walked toward the door, he added another sentence. Daughter, there's nothing urgent at home. No need to come back too early. Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng's hand and took the elevator downstairs. Qin Feng, please don't take it to heart. My dad is just like that. Lu Xinyao said, somewhat helpless. I find your dad quite interesting. Qin Feng couldn't resist gently squeezing Lu Xinyao's fair and delicate hand. By the way, where should we go for some fun? Lu Xinyao gazed at Qin Feng's profile with her beautiful eyes, asking. Just take a stroll. It was rare for him to return to his hometown, and Qin Feng also wanted to go out and relax. The two chatted and laughed as they walked. The moment they stepped out the door, they saw a large crowd gathered ahead. Indeed, those people were all crowding around to see Qin Feng's Koenigsegg. The probability of a Koenigsegg 11 with only 6 units in the world appearing in a county town was even lower than winning the lottery. Lu Xinyao looked at the Koenigsegg in the middle of the crowd, feeling equally helpless. Qin Feng, why did you buy another car again? Qin Feng smiled. He didn't know how to explain either, as all his cars had been obtained from the system. Xinyao, what kind of car do you like? After we return to Sanhai City, I'll buy you one. Lu Xinyao shook her head. No need. I don't go out that often. The two walked hand in hand toward the Koenigsegg. At this moment, some people were taking photos while others were recording videos. What made Qin Feng even more speechless was, unexpectedly, someone was even doing a live stream. It was a young girl holding her phone for the broadcast. Everyone take a look. This is not a modified car. It's a genuine Koenigsegg 11. The female streamer aimed her camera at Qin Feng's Koenigsegg. Make way. Qin Feng led Lu Xinyao through the crowd. Young man, Don't push. If you want to take photos, you need to wait your turn. The onlookers were quite displeased. Qin Feng paid no attention. After pushing through, he took out the Koenigsegg's car key. As Qin Feng pressed the key, the Koenigsegg's headlights began to flash. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the crowd was stunned. Immediately, all the noisy chatter vanished. Good heavens! The Koenigsegg 11 actually belonged to this young man before them. Everyone began speculating about Qin Feng's identity. To own a Koenigsegg 11, he must be an extraordinarily wealthy person. Everyone looked quickly. The owner of the Koenigsegg has appeared. The live-streaming girl was extremely excited. Gathering her courage, she walked up to Qin Feng. Mister, can I sit in your sports car for a moment? The female streamer blushed. No. Qin Feng directly refused. He turned his gaze toward Lu Xinyao. Xinyao, get in the car. Following Qin Feng's line of sight, the female streamer quickly noticed Lu Xinyao. At that moment, the female streamer gazed blankly at Lu Xinyao, suddenly feeling a sense of inferiority, because Lu Xinyao was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, how could a beauty be absent from the passenger seat of such a luxury car? Lu Xinyao nodded, then settled into the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg amid gazes of envy and resentment. Shortly after, Qin Feng also got into the car. The onlookers began to step back, clearing a path. The Koenigsegg pulled out of the parking spot and gradually vanished from sight. Qin Feng, is this sports car really worth 100 million? Lu Xinyao was still examining the interior of the Koenigsegg, unable to fathom that it could be so expensive. Yes, what do you think? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Xinyao. A wry smile touched her rosy lips. She had no idea how to comment. By the way, Xinyao, where would you like to go? Qin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. Anywhere. Qin Feng chuckled. Then he drove the Koenigsegg around the county town, causing quite a stir all along the way. An hour later, Qin Feng parked the car at a shopping mall, and the two went for a stroll. As evening approached, he took Lu Xinyao to Laihu Residential Community. Qin Feng, is the villa you bought inside here? Lu Xinyao was somewhat surprised when they arrived at the gate of Laihu Community. Yes. Qin Feng didn't mention that he had purchased the entire community. The car stopped in front of the gate. The security guard on duty, recognizing Qin Feng, immediately saluted. He opened the gate, but when he saw a stunningly beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the guard's face fell with heartache. He felt he had missed out on countless fortunes. He had originally planned to introduce his own daughter to Qin Feng, but now, Qin Feng already had a girlfriend, and so the Koenigsegg drove into Laihu Community. Qin Feng, are you really taking me to meet your parents? Lu Xinyao couldn't help feeling nervous. Of course, we're almost home. Do you still want to turn back? Hearing this, Lu Xinyao was helpless. The Koenigsegg parked in front of Villa No. 1. Our son is back. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Mei and Qin Jinlin came out. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Lu Xinyao stepped out of the car and greeted them with a smile. Lu Mei had already known that Qin Feng was bringing his girlfriend home, but she never expected that Qin Feng's girlfriend would be so beautiful. You're too kind. Please come in and sit down. By the way, what's your name? Lu Mei led Lu Xinyao into the villa's living room. My name is Lu Xinyao. Annie, just call me Xinyao. In the living room, Lu Mei poured a cup of tea for Lu Xinyao. After parking the car, Qin Feng also walked in. Son, did you buy another car? Qin Jinlin noticed the Koenigsegg and could tell at a glance that it was expensive. Just bought it. Meanwhile, Lu Mei was still fussing over Lu Xinyao. After sitting in the villa for over half an hour, Qin Feng's stomach began to growl. At his suggestion, they left the villa to eat out. Xinyao, do you know any famous restaurants around here? In the small county, their options were limited. Lu Xinyao thought for a moment and said, I know a restaurant over on Xinxin Commercial Street, and I have a friend who works there as the manager. Qin Feng smiled. Then let's go to Xinxin Commercial Street. The evening crowd was quite large. Nearly half an hour later, they arrived at Xinxin Commercial Street. The street was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Led by Lu Xinyao, Qin Feng and his parents came to a Chinese restaurant located on the 5th floor of the commercial street. Qin Feng had originally wanted to call his younger sister Qin Yutong, but she was reviewing her lessons, so she didn't come. The four of them walked into the restaurant. Hey Xinyao, when did you get back? A woman in professional attire spotted Lu Xinyao and beamed with delight. She immediately came over. Yunqian, long time no see. The two began chatting warmly as soon as they met. Xinyao, who is this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce him? Luo Yunqian quickly noticed Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng's hand and introduced him with a smile. Qin Feng, my boyfriend. Luo Yunqian sized up Qin Feng and greeted him with a smile. Then she arranged a private room for Qin Feng and his party. The food here was quite expensive, but for Qin Feng it was nothing. After they sat down, Qin Feng suddenly remembered. The property rights of this entire commercial street also belonged to him. With the increasing number of assets he had drawn, Qin Feng was getting a bit confused. It seemed he would need to hire a professional to manage things. Halfway through the meal, Qin Feng sent a message to the commercial street manager. This is Qin Feng. Are you at Xinxin Commercial Street? He planned to meet the person in charge of the commercial street later. Since his parents were also there, he could introduce them. Upon receiving the message, manager Qiu Junhua was momentarily stunned. Mr. Qin, I'm here. He had originally planned to finish work for the day, but it seemed the owner of the commercial street was coming. Qiu Junhua immediately abandoned the idea of leaving. He asked cautiously, Mr. Qin, are you coming to the commercial street? Qin Feng replied, I'm still having dinner on the 5th floor. I'll come up later. Qiu Junhua responded, Mr. Qin, I'll come down to meet you. He was a bit nervous. Grabbing some documents about the commercial street, he quickly left his office. He ran down as fast as he could. He didn't even take the elevator. There was only one restaurant on the 5th floor, so Qiu Junhua could easily guess where it was. Soon he arrived at the restaurant entrance. Manager Qiu, what brings you here? Luo Yunqian, standing at the front desk, was surprised to see him. This restaurant was operated by the commercial street. As the store manager, Luo Yunqian had been in charge. She wondered if she had done something to displease Qiu Junhua. Qiu Junhua was panting heavily. Is Mr. Qin dining here? He took a deep breath and asked urgently. Which Mr. Qin? Luo Yunqian was confused. Suddenly she thought of Lu Xinyao's boyfriend Qin Feng. Manager Qiu, are you looking for someone named Qin Feng? Qiu Junhua nodded immediately. Yes, that's him. He was very excited. He didn't have much information about Qin Feng. He only knew that Qin Feng was the owner of the commercial street. He's dining in a private room, Luo Yunqian replied. Seeing Qiu Junhua's excitement, she grew even more puzzled. Could Qin Feng be some important figure? Qiu Junhua reminded her Xiaoqian. You must take good care of Mr. Qin. He is the owner of our commercial street. What? Luo Yunqian was completely stunned. At first, she had also speculated about Qin Feng's identity. She thought that the man Lu Xinyao had set her sights on couldn't be too ordinary. But she never expected that Qin Feng was actually the owner of Xinqing Commercial Street. The entire street had hundreds of shops. He didn't need to do anything, collecting rent alone was enough. Since Mr. Qin is having his meal, I won't disturb him for now. Qiu Junhua planned to wait until Qin Feng finished eating before entering to report on work. By the way, I have 2 bottles of red wine stored in my office. I'll bring them down for Mr. Qin right away. Luo Yunqian said, Manager Qiu, I'll go get them. No need. Qiu Junhua ran back to the office again. After retrieving the wine, he handed it to Luo Yunqian. Luo Yunqian took the wine and carefully entered the private room. Mr. Qin, this is the red wine that Manager Qiu from our commercial street gave you. Luo Yunqian's gaze toward Qin Feng had already changed. She couldn't imagine that such a young man was actually the owner of their commercial street. Put it here. Qin Feng didn't refuse. Mr. Qin, let me open it for you, Luo Yunqian said. Qin Feng shook his head. Not for now. I'll be driving later. Then please enjoy your meal, Mr. Qin. Luo Yunqian respectfully exited the room. Beside him, Lu Xinyao was utterly confused. She couldn't understand why her good friend was so deferential to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how do you know the manager of the commercial street? Lu Xinyao's face was full of confusion. Even Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei both looked at Qin Feng simultaneously. Qin Feng rubbed his nose, and then said, I forgot to tell you. Actually, this commercial street is also mine. Lu Xinyao was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Feng. No way. She hadn't expected that Qin Feng's assets were so vast. Even Xinqing Commercial Street was his. How many secrets did this guy still have? Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei exchanged a glance, their faces also filled with shock. Today Qin Feng had given them too many surprises. Lu Mei leaned close to Lu Xinyao and asked in a low voice, Xinyao, tell Auntie, what business does my son actually do in Sanhai City? Lu Mei couldn't help asking. Lu Xinyao smiled and looked at Qin Feng, not knowing how to respond. Qin Feng decided not to hide it any longer and said, Mom, have you heard of Ruihai Bank? It's mine. So from now on, you and Dad don't need to save money for me. Qin Jinling, curious, looked it up online. When he discovered that Ruihai Bank was a massive bank valued at hundreds of billions, he nearly had a mental blackout. He also hadn't expected his son to be so formidable. So our son has become a billionaire. Qin Jinling looked at Lu Mei, extremely excited. Isn't it what parents hope for, that their children achieve success? And Qin Feng's current achievements far exceeded their expectations. Lu Mei couldn't help but get excited as well. Then she warned, son, you're capable now. But you must not bully Xinyao. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao with a half smile. Lu Xinyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She pouted at Qin Feng, her expression adorable. Finally, they finished their meal. Qiu Junhua, the manager of the commercial street, walked in with Luo Yunqian. Mr. Qin, I am the person in charge here. My name is Qiu Junhua. Qiu Junhua respectfully handed the commercial street documents to Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely glanced over them briefly. Then he introduced his parents to Qiu Junhua. Qin Feng would soon return to Sanhai City, and since his parents had just moved into the county town, they certainly needed someone to look after them. Hello. Qiu Junhua respectfully stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Jinling. After chatting with Qiu Junhua for a while, Qin Feng planned to leave. As they walked out of the restaurant, Luo Yunqian grabbed Lu Xinyao's hand. Xinyao, I never imagined your boyfriend would be the owner of the commercial street. If you have any other outstanding friends like him, don't forget to introduce one to me. Luo Yunqian gave Lu Xinyao a meaningful look. Lu Xinyao laughed. My younger brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Want to consider him? Luo Yunqian shook her head. Forget it, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. When you get married, don't forget to ask me to be your bridesmaid. Qiu Junhua and Luo Yunqian saw Qin Feng and the others off. Qin Jinlin was still holding the 2 bottles of red wine. He thought of something and asked, son, did we forget to pay the bill? Qin Feng laughed. Dad, you're confused. That restaurant is also mine. Why would we need to pay it? After seeing his parents off, Qin Feng drove out again in his Koenigsegg. He planned to go watch a movie with Lu Xinyao. But before that, Qin Feng had something else to do. Soon the Koenigsegg stopped in front of a real estate agency. Xinyao, wait for me in the car, Qin Feng said as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Okay. Lu Xinyao nodded without asking further. Qin Feng got out of the car and walked into the agency. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? A female sales assistant approached him and asked politely. No. I'm looking for your boss. This agency was founded by a good friend of Qin Feng's. Since there were many houses for rent in Lihu community, he might as well give his friend some business. Our boss is in the office. Please follow me. Entering the office, Qin Feng soon saw his good friend Wan Ziyu. Wan Ziyu was wearing a white shirt. Although he was about the same age as Qin Feng, he had already put on some weight. Qin Feng. Wan Ziyu was still talking to a staff member. As Qin Feng arrived, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Aren't you studying in Shanghai City? What's up? On break. Wan Ziyu immediately brewed a cup of tea for Qin Feng. Manager Wan, I'll step out. The staff member tactfully left the office. Took a few days off to come back and have some fun. Qin Feng glanced around Wan Ziyu's office and smiled. Not bad. Your company's business is expanding more and more. Wan Ziyu shook his head with a wry smile. Don't mention it. The competition in this industry is too fierce. If only I had studied a few more years back then. The two chatted for a while. Wan Ziyu offered to treat Qin Feng to a meal, but Qin Feng declined as he had just eaten. Thinking that Lu Xinyao was still waiting outside, Qin Feng stated his purpose. I have several properties under my name. I'd like to entrust them to your agency for management. Wan Ziyu was taken aback. Impressive, Qin Feng. You even bought houses. Where? Qin Feng smiled. Lihu community. Wan Ziyu was stunned. WH. What? Lihu community. Wan Ziyu of course was well aware. The housing prices in Lihu community were the highest in the county, nearly 9,000 per square meter. Such a price might seem insignificant in a big city. But given the wages in their small county town, it was terrifyingly high. And from what Qin Feng said, he owned several units. Good heavens. Although Wan Ziyu ran a real estate agency, buying a house in Lihu community was still a challenge for him. Staring at Qin Feng in astonishment, he asked, Qin Feng, did you win the lottery? Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. It would be a miracle if winning the lottery could buy an entire community. Wan Ziyu shook his head helplessly and stopped asking. He pulled out a form and said, then register first. I need to verify the information. Then just hand me the keys to the rooms. By the way, I'll give you the best commission rate. Qin Feng picked up the form on the table and gave a wry smile. This piece of paper seemed far too small. Wan Ziyu said, you can just give me the unit numbers in the community. I'll register them for you later. Without a word, Qin Feng pulled out his phone. A moment later, Wan Ziyu received over a dozen pictures. They contained all the unit numbers of Lihu community. Qin Feng, did you send the wrong pictures? Wan Ziyu asked casually. No, those are all of them. Qin Feng shrugged. Wan Ziyu was still sipping his tea, but upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he spat it out. Qin Feng, are you joking? All of these are yours. Wan Ziyu's face flushed with excitement as he flipped through the pictures on his phone. He realized that every unit number in the entire community was listed. This was called several units. It was clearly several buildings, wasn't it? And when he saw Qin Feng nod seriously, Wan Ziyu began to doubt his own existence. The entire community, over 500 units, all belonged to Qin Feng. Wan Ziyu stared blankly at Qin Feng, unable to speak for a long time. Turbulent waves surged within his heart. Suddenly a thought struck Wan Ziyu. I just heard that some tycoon bought all the units in Lihu community. Could it be true? That tycoon is you. Shock and doubt mingled in Wan Ziyu's eyes. That's right. Qin Feng nodded again. Holy crap. Wan Ziyu couldn't help blurting out. He felt an unprecedented shock. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen anyone buy houses like this. Buying an entire community. How much capital would that take? Wan Ziyu felt as if he were dreaming. Qin Feng took a few sips of tea and said, I'll leave those houses to you. Come to Villa No. 1 tomorrow morning and discuss the details with my parents. There were over 500 units in Lihu community. Some of them would definitely have to be sold. But Qin Feng planned to let his parents make the decision. Oh, okay. Wan Ziyu was still in a daze. After finishing his tea, Qin Feng checked the time and said, I'm going to see a movie. Talk to you later. With that, he stood up. Wan Ziyu beamed as he escorted Qin Feng out of the office. With over 500 listings, he would never have to worry about a lack of clients again. The company's employees were still standing at the entrance examining Qin Feng's Koenigsegg. Whose sports car is that? It looks incredibly expensive. I looked it up. It's a Koenigsegg 1-1. Cost 100 million. No kidding. The employees chattered among themselves. Their voices were filled with awe. What are you doing? Wan Ziyu appeared behind them. Mr. Wan, nothing. We just wanted to take a look at that sports car. As Wan Ziyu arrived, the employees returned to work. No need to see me off. Qin Feng smiled at Wan Ziyu. Qin Feng, that sports car, is it yours? Wan Ziyu's gaze fixed on the Koenigsegg at the door. He quickly recognized it as a Koenigsegg 1-1 worth about 100 million. You guessed right. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. Qin Feng slid into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg. Then with a roar of the engine, the car vanished swiftly down the street. Wan Ziyu stared blankly at the direction where the Koenigsegg had disappeared, feeling as if everything was a dream. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao arrived at the cinema. Since the movie hadn't started yet, they bought a large bucket of popcorn. Happy times always flew by. After the film, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao to the snack street for a stroll. Nearly 10 o'clock. Qin Feng dropped Lu Xinyao off at the entrance of her apartment building. She got out of the car still reluctant to part. Qin Feng, you can just leave me here. Qin Feng smiled and got out as well. I'll walk you upstairs. A sweet smile curled on Lu Xinyao's lips, and she didn't refuse. Thus Qin Feng escorted Lu Xinyao to her doorstep. Noticing that the living room lights were off, Lu Xinyao looked puzzled. She rummaged through her bag but couldn't find her keys. I think I forgot to bring my keys. Lu Xinyao knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, I'm home. She called out a few times, but no one answered. Could they have gone to bed so early? Lu Xinyao was baffled. Standing beside her, Qin Feng said, maybe your parents went out. She then tried calling several times. But neither Lu Haoming's nor Lu Jinhong's phone was reachable. Even her mother's phone was turned off. They must have gone out. Lu Xinyao sighed helplessly. I'll just wait for them here. Qin Feng suggested, how about you stay at my place? Lu Xinyao hesitated. That might not be appropriate. It's fine, my villa is huge. She lowered her head, wavering. After waiting for several minutes, Lu Xinyao lost patience. She followed Qin Feng downstairs and got into the Koenigsegg. In the living room, Lu Haoming was hiding on the balcony, binoculars in hand. Watching Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao leave, a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Haoming took out his phone, reporting to the commander. Our plan is a success. Sister has gone back with brother-in-law. Acknowledge received. Lu Jinhong was still out eating a late-night snack with his wife. Seeing his son's message, his face broke into a big grin. Well done. If your sister and Qin Feng get together, you'll be the #1 hero. Lu Jinhong laughed like a sly fox. Dad, what about the sports car you promised me? Upon reading this message, Lu Jinhong's smile instantly vanished. Son, my phone's battery is dead. We'll talk when I get home tonight. Lu Jinhong put away his phone. Honey, what are you up to? Yang Meiyuan, sitting across the dining table, furrowed her brows. It seemed today wasn't any special occasion. Yet Lu Jinhong had surprisingly called her out for a late-night snack. It was truly baffling. Lu Jinhong smiled. I've been so busy lately. I haven't had a proper meal with you. So, I wanted to have a heart-to-heart with you. Yang Meiyuan shot Lu Jinhong a glare. We're an old married couple, and you're still pulling this. And if we're eating, we're eating. You even turned off my phone. Lu Jinhong explained, I was just afraid someone would disturb us. Yang Meiyuan shook her head and said, our daughter should be back soon. To be honest, I'd like to meet that young man named Qin Feng. Lu Jinhong said, why meet him? I already saw him today, and I'm very satisfied. You have to trust my judgment. On the other side, Lu Xinyao had already entered Laihu residential area with Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao was still wearing a gloomy expression. She had a feeling that she had been set up by her family. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she couldn't reach anyone? I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. Lu Xinyao clenched her little fist. Xinyao, what are you saying? Qin Feng parked the Koenigsegg in the garage and asked. Nothing. Lu Xinyao got out of the car with Qin Feng. The villa was very quiet. Qin Feng's parents had already gone to bed. Entering the living room, Lu Xinyao asked in a low voice. Qin Feng, do your parents go to bed this early? Qin Feng nodded and said they usually sleep early too. In fact, going to bed early was a good habit. Qin Feng, which room should I stay in? Lu Xinyao asked hesitantly. Qin Feng chuckled. Just stay in the same room as me. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to devour you. Lu Xinyao let out a soft snort, thought for a moment, and still followed Qin Feng into the room. They were still holding hands. Qin Feng closed the door and they gazed into each other's eyes. Neither spoke. The night was deep and the villa was utterly silent. Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng, and she could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Xinyao, the night is long. Shouldn't we? Lu Xinyao raised her jade hand and covered Qin Feng's mouth. Don't speak. Lu Xinyao's heart was pounding like a startled deer. Finally, their lips pressed together. Qin Feng turned off the light. The room was pitch black. The sound of something falling to the floor could be heard. Qin Feng slowed down. Just as the plot was reaching its most critical moment, a basin of cold water was poured over Qin Feng's head. Lu Xinyao's faint voice came through. Qin Feng, my aunt's here. Silence. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Qin Feng finally turned on the light. Lu Xinyao clearly saw the expression of utter despair on Qin Feng's face. She covered her red lips and couldn't help but laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. Qin Feng looked utterly dejected. Lu Xinyao hugged him. Why are you so impatient? I'll be yours sooner or later. Qin Feng sighed again and went into the bathroom to take a cold shower. One night passed quickly. When Qin Feng woke up in the morning, he found Lu Xinyao still holding him. She had slept soundly, but Qin Feng hadn't had a wink of sleep all night. Finally, the time for check-in arrived again. System, I want to check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 320 million Chinese yuan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all shares of Mingrui Group. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 70 of the shares of Wanfeng Hotel. Mingrui Group was an automobile sales company. It also had partnerships with many domestic and international car brands. The group's 4S stores were spread across the country. Mingrui Group didn't manufacture cars, they were just dealers. But the company had a huge influence. As for Wanfeng Hotel, it was a listed company. With a market value of over 16 billion yuan. Qin Feng quietly got out of bed without waking Lu Xinyao. But soon Lu Xinyao also got up. Xinyao, you stayed here last night. Seeing Lu Xinyao come downstairs, Lu Mei was also quite surprised. Auntie, yes. Lu Xinyao glanced at Qin Feng, her face slightly flushed. They were having breakfast when Wan Ziyu also arrived. He came to discuss the house matters with Qin Feng's parents. Qin Feng, what are your plans for today? Lu Xinyao asked while eating breakfast. I want to go to the city to buy a car for my dad, Qin Feng said. Coincidentally, the headquarters of Mingrui Group and Wanfeng Hotel were both in Lingjiang City. Qin Feng planned to go take a look. I'll go too, Lu Xinyao said. Great. After they finished eating, Qin Feng drove Lu Xinyao back to her residential area. She needed to go home and change clothes. Lu Xinyao arrived at her doorstep and knocked on the door. Soon Lu Haoming opened the door. Sis bro-in-law, why are you back so early? Lu Haoming had a broad smile on his face. Lu Xinyao snorted coldly and ignored him, walking expressionlessly into the living room. Where did Dad go? Lu Xinyao asked. Lu Haoming replied. Mom and Dad went to Lingjiang City early this morning. You know Dad is pretty busy. Lu Haoming smiled at Qin Feng. Bro-in-law, have a seat. Qin Feng nodded. Lu Xinyao kept staring at Lu Haoming and demanded, I'm asking you. Were you guys putting on a show for me last night? Lu Haoming knew trouble was brewing. Sis, it's not my fault. I have plans with classmates. Sis, I gotta go. Lu Haoming dashed out of the house as fast as he could. That rascal. Lu Xinyao was fuming. Qin Feng smiled on the side. He seemed to have figured out what was going on. What a pity. He had missed such a golden opportunity for nothing. Qin Feng was utterly dejected. After Lu Xinyao changed her clothes, the two set off. Driving the Koenigsegg, Qin Feng naturally drew the attention of passersby along the way. Qin Feng, next time we go out, I think you should switch to a different car. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention. Lu Xinyao didn't like that feeling. Qin Feng laughed. Since I bought the car, it's meant to be driven. Lu Xinyao shook her head helplessly and asked. Qin Feng, what kind of car do you plan to buy for your uncle? Qin Feng thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Let's see when we get to the city. Lu Xinyao didn't say anything else. A moment later, her phone buzzed. Qin Feng. My mom said she wants to meet you. Lu Xinyao turned her head and looked at Qin Feng's profile. Sure, Qin Feng said. She's in the city anyway, so we can have a meal together. Wait, let me ask my mom. Let me see where she is. Lu Xinyao glanced at her phone and typed another message to send. After a while, Lu Xinyao spoke. My mom says she plans to buy a car too. She's still looking around. Immediately, Yang Meijun sent another location to Lu Xinyao. Yang Meijun's location was at the Lingjiang City Mingrui BMW 4S dealership. Nearly 40 minutes later, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao arrived at the dealership entrance. Qin Feng parked the Koenigsegg by the roadside. He glanced at the prominent signage of the 4S dealership. Qin Feng knew this dealership also belonged to the Mingrui Group. First, he took out his phone and sent a message. The Mingrui Group headquarters wasn't far from here. Qin Feng wanted to meet the general manager of Mingrui Group. My mom is still inside, Lu Xinyao told Qin Feng. Then let's go in. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao got out of the car and walked into the 4S dealership. Welcome to Lingjiang City, Mingrui BMW 4S dealership. The moment they stepped through the door, a beautiful woman in uniform came over to greet them. We're looking for someone. Lu Xinyao explained her purpose. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Meijun, seated not far away, spotted Lu Xinyao. Over here, sweetheart. Yang Meijun waved to Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng, let's go over. Lu Xinyao linked arms with Qin Feng and walked toward Yang Meijun. Mom. Hello, Aunt. Qin Feng greeted Yang Meijun. Yang Meijun wore a beige long dress and a pair of sunglasses. At this moment, she removed her sunglasses and examined Qin Feng from head to toe. Impressive. A distinguished young man. Yang Meijun already knew Qin Feng's identity. Yang Meijun was quite satisfied with both his status and appearance. And my name is Qin Feng, Xinyao boyfriend. Qin Feng introduced himself with a smile. I've heard about you. Yang Meijun sat down and asked, Xiao Feng, when will you and Xinyao return to Sanhai City? Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao also sat down. The day after tomorrow. Qin Feng didn't mind either way, but Lu Xinyao had only taken 3 days off. So soon. You finally came back for a visit, why not stay a few more days? Lu Xinyao said, Mom, the end of term is coming. When vacation comes, there'll be plenty of time to play. Yang Meijun smiled. That's true. Lu Xinyao asked, Mom, which car caught your eye? At this moment, the 4S dealership staff served Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao another cup of tea. Haven't decided yet. Sweetheart, help me take a look too. Yang Meijun took Lu Xinyao's arm to continue looking at cars. Qin Feng followed along. Beside them, the 4S staff continued explaining to Yang Meijun. A few minutes later, a woman in a short skirt with black stockings hurried into the showroom. The 4S staff recognized her and came forward to greet her. The woman appeared somewhat nervous. She simply waved her hand dismissively. After scanning the showroom, her gaze settled on Qin Feng. She hesitated briefly, then walked quickly to Qin Feng's side. Mr. Qin, hello. I'm the general manager's assistant, Xiao Lan. The general manager is away on business and not at headquarters. She instructed me to come meet you. The woman called Xiao Lan stood with her head slightly bowed, showing great respect. She seemed somewhat nervous around Qin Feng. After all, this young man was the owner of their Mingrui Group. I'm still looking at cars, I'll talk with you later. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Lan and said, all right. Xiao Lan nodded and stood at Qin Feng's side. Lu Xinyao overheard something and froze in surprise. Qin Feng, could the Mingrui Group also be yours? Lu Xinyao couldn't quite believe it. She knew very well that Mingrui Group was a major enterprise in their city. Mingrui Group's 4S dealerships were spread across the entire country. Beside her, Yang Meijun was equally astonished, looking at Qin Feng with bewildered eyes. That's right. Mingrui Group is also mine. Qin Feng confirmed. He felt rather helpless about it. It wasn't that he was intentionally hiding it from Lu Xinyao. It was just that Mingrui Group had only come into his possession this very morning. Xiao Feng, you're really something. Yang Meijun stared at Qin Feng in amazement. Only now did she realize that Qin Feng was not merely the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Compared to Yang Meijun, Lu Xinyao appeared much calmer. Because in Sanhai City, Qin Feng had already given her far too many surprises. This Mingrui Group was neither large nor small. But for Qin Feng it truly wasn't much. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Aunt, whichever car you like, just drive it away." "That won't do." Yang Meijun shook her head. Qin Feng said, "Aunt, we're practically family, now don't be polite with me." After all, he was a man with assets in the hundreds of billions. He didn't care about such a trivial amount. Yang Meijun fell silent for a moment, then nodded. She wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Besides, her family wasn't lacking in money either. But if she kept refusing, it would seem too standoffish. "Xiao Feng, remember to come to our place tonight. I'll cook personally." Yang Meijun told Qin Feng with a smile. Beside her, Lu Xinyao wasn't too enthusiastic and said, "Mom, how long has it been since you cooked? The dishes you make probably not even Dad would eat." Yang Meijun felt rather embarrassed. Indeed, with a housekeeper these past few years, she hadn't cooked in a long time. In the end, Yang Meijun chose a BMW X2 worth 300,000. Qin Feng also bought 2 cars, one BMW X3 and one BMW 1 Series. Buying 2 cars so that Qin Jinlin could alternate driving them. After all, there were plenty of parking spaces in their community. "Aunt, let's have lunch together." Qin Feng extended the invitation. Yang Meijun said, "I'm a bit busy, I don't have time for lunch." "Next time then." Qin Feng didn't insist. After seeing Yang Meijun off, Qin Feng briefly reviewed Mingrui Group's financial statements. Afterward, he called Qin Jinlin. Upon hearing that his son had bought him 2 cars, Qin Jinlin was both delighted and somewhat helpless. "Dad, find time when you can to handle the paperwork. Then you can just drive them away." Qin Feng said, "I understand. I'll go over this afternoon." After making the arrangements, Qin Feng hung up and took Lu Xinyao to leave the 4S dealership. Lingjiang City did have quite a few fun places to visit, and the two of them spent the entire morning exploring. By noon, Qin Feng's stomach was growling. He took Lu Xinyao to a very renowned restaurant in Lingjiang City, Junlin Restaurant. Just as they arrived at the entrance of Junlin Restaurant, Qin Feng's phone rang. "Chairman Qin, hello. I'm the general manager of Wanfeng Hotel. My name is Su Jilin." The chairman of Wanfeng Hotel had changed. Su Jilin was eager to meet Qin Feng. "Is there something you need?" Qin Feng asked. Su Jilin hesitated. "I'd like to invite Director Qin to dinner. By the way, I need to report on some work." Qin Feng had originally planned to visit the headquarters of Wanfeng Hotel in the afternoon. Since Su Jilin was coming to him, he couldn't be bothered to go anymore. "I'm at Junlin Restaurant. You can come find me there." Su Jilin respectfully replied, "Understood. Director Qin, I happen to have a membership card for Junlin Restaurant. Let me make the arrangements for you." Qin Feng did not refuse this offer. "Director Qin, please rest for a moment. I'll be there soon." Qin Feng hung up and walked into Junlin Restaurant together with Lu Xinyao. Junlin Restaurant had a wonderful ambience. The prices here were steep as well. As Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao entered the restaurant, the staff greeted them politely. "Oh, isn't that Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao?" A young man nearby noticed Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Seeing how intimate Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao appeared together, he furrowed his brows in displeasure. Sitting across from the young man was a woman wearing a pink dress. At that moment, the woman also looked toward Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Indeed, it's them. Upon seeing Lu Xinyao, a hint of barely perceptible jealousy flickered in Lin Xiaowei's gaze. Because Lu Xinyao was truly too beautiful. Wherever she appeared, many other women would be eclipsed by her radiance. "Let me call them over." Qian Jinyu stood up and strode toward Lu Xinyao. "Xinyao, what a coincidence you're dining here too." Qian Jinyu smiled as he approached Lu Xinyao. As for Qin Feng, he was completely ignored by Qian Jinyu. "Qian Jinyu." Lu Xinyao looked at him and nodded, her expression revealing little change. She hooked her arm through Qin Feng's. Qian Jinyu, Lu Xinyao, and Qin Feng were all middle school classmates. At the same time, Qian Jinyu was also one of Lu Xinyao's many admirers. Over the past few years, Qian Jinyu had written countless love letters to Lu Xinyao. However, Lu Xinyao had never responded to him. This gesture of hers was undoubtedly sending a clear message to Qian Jinyu. She already had a boyfriend. "Would you like to join us for dinner?" Qian Jinyu extended an invitation proactively. "No need, we've already made plans with someone." Lu Xinyao declined. "Then just come chat for a while. We haven't seen each other in so long. Besides, Xiaowei is here too." Lu Xinyao soon noticed Lin Xiaowei sitting over there, who was also waving at her. "Qin Feng, should we go sit down for a moment?" During middle school, Lu Xinyao and Lin Xiaowei had been close friends. Although their contact had become infrequent after graduation, running into each other here could be considered fate. "Sure." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. They immediately walked over. "Xinyao, Qin Feng. Long time no see. Are you two together?" Lin Xiaowei glanced at Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao, her face breaking into a smile as she stood up and asked. Lu Xinyao nodded lightly. "Yes. Xiaowei, long time no see." Lu Xinyao noticed that Lin Xiaowei had changed far too much. Heavy makeup? She was almost like a completely different person compared to middle school. This made Lu Xinyao feel a bit hesitant to get close. Lin Xiaowei turned her attention to Qin Feng and said, "Impressive, Qin Feng. You've actually gotten our class bell. If other classmates find out you're in trouble." Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xinyao beside him and said nothing. Because Lin Xiaowei's words carried a hint of sarcasm in their delivery, it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Society can change a person. No phrase fit Lin Xiaowei better than this. "Please have a seat. The food will be here any moment. Let's have dinner together." Lin Xiaowei pulled Lu Xinyao to sit down forcefully. "Really, there's no need. Qin Feng has someone waiting for him," Lu Xinyao explained. "Then at least chat for a while." Lin Xiaowei smiled. At this moment Qian Jinyu also looked toward Qin Feng. His gaze carried an inexplicable meaning. He couldn't understand why Lu Xinyao would fall for Qin Feng. Regarding Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao's family backgrounds, Qian Jinyu was well aware. Qin Feng was nothing more than a poor kid from the countryside. Yet now he had won over the class belle Lu Xinyao. Qian Jinyu found this most incomprehensible. He felt deeply unsettled. He wondered why it wasn't himself that Lu Xinyao had chosen. "Qin Feng, you're meeting a friend?" Qian Jinyu asked curiously. "That's right." Qin Feng did not elaborate. "Then call them over for dinner together. Everyone knows each other anyway." "Qin Feng, you know what? Last month my dad took on a construction project and made over $1 million. Qian Jinyu draped his arm over Qin Feng's shoulder, bragging. At the same time, he also wanted to put Qin Feng down. "Congratulations." Qin Feng remained expressionless. Qian Jinyu continued trying to put him down. "Qin Feng, what about your parents? Are they still in the countryside?" "That won't do. I heard Xinyao's father has several houses right here in Lingjiang City. If they move over here to live, how will you two even meet?" Qian Jinyu said this merely to make Qin Feng recognize the gap between himself and Lu Xinyao. He absolutely did not believe Qin Feng was worthy of Lu Xinyao. Qin Feng smiled without saying a word. He simply watched Qian Jinyu's performance quietly. Could this old two-faced person make it any more obvious? Seeing that Qin Feng showed absolutely no reaction, Qian Jinyu only smirked even more coldly. He continued bragging about how amazing his father was. Qin Feng turned a deaf ear. At this moment his phone rang. "Director Qin, I've arrived. Are you at Junlin restaurant?" Qin Feng reported their table number and hung up. "We should get going. Let's talk another time," Lu Xinyao said to Lin Xiaowei. The current Lin Xiaowei was no longer the Lin Xiaowei from the past. Therefore Lu Xinyao had nothing more to say to her. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao stood up preparing to leave. At this moment a man in a suit rushed over to Qin Feng's side. "Director Qin, my apologies for being late. I've already had someone prepare a private room. This way please." Su Jilin bowed respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Witnessing this scene, Qian Jinyu was utterly stunned. He recognized Su Jilin and knew that Su Jilin was the general manager of Wanfeng Hotel. But now Su Jilin was being so respectful toward Qin Feng. What was going on? "Uncle Su, who is he?" Qian Jinyu and Su Jilin's son were university classmates, and the two of them had met before. "This is the chairman of Wanfeng Hotel, Qin Feng." Su Jilin no longer bothered with Qian Jinyu. He followed behind Qin Feng into the elevator. At this moment Qian Jinyu was still reeling from shock. Good heavens! This poor kid Qin Feng had actually become the chairman of Wanfeng Hotel. Qian Jinyu suddenly felt afraid, because just now he had offended Qin Feng. What do I do? Qian Jinyu was at a loss, his heart filled with regret. If only he hadn't spoken so rashly. Now he had offended Qin Feng, the chairman of Wanfeng Hotel. What? Qin Feng is the chairman of Wanfeng Hotel. Lin Xiaowei, sitting across from Qian Jinyu, was equally stunned. She had never expected Qin Feng to hold such a position. Wanfeng Hotel was a company worth over 10 billion yuan. As chairman, Qin Feng's shareholding must be substantial. Just how much wealth did he possess? 1 billion. Or 10 billion. Lin Xiaowei's face was etched with shock. She dared not imagine further. The city's richest tycoon had assets totaling only 7 billion. In Lingjiang City, Qin Feng was already a veritable magnate. After the initial shock, Lin Xiaowei's expression grew excited. Comparing Qin Feng to Qian Jinyu, the latter was less than worthless. Her gaze turned icy as she looked at the panicked Qian Jinyu. "Qian Jinyu, let's break up," Lin Xiaowei said coldly. She was a restless woman, having changed boyfriends frequently during college. If it weren't for Qian Jinyu's family wealth, she would never have considered him. Now she had a new target, Qin Feng. If she could seduce Qin Feng, she would never have to worry about money again. Although Qin Feng already had Lu Xinyao, Lin Xiaowei believed that men with money would stray, and Qin Feng wouldn't mind another woman. Besides, she wasn't bad-looking. Break up, eh? Why, oi? Qian Jinyu frowned, even more bewildered. He had just offended Qin Feng, and now Lin Xiaowei wanted to break up. It was too much to bear. Lin Xiaowei's eyes were cold as she removed the ring from her finger. "Qian Jinyu, we're both type B blood. I don't want to give birth to a son who's a 2B. This is the ring you gave me last night. Take it back. Don't call me again." Lin Xiaowei placed the ring on the table, grabbed her bag, and left without looking back. Qian Jinyu watched her retreating figure, his mind in turmoil. However, Lin Xiaowei didn't leave the restaurant. She took the elevator to find Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had already entered a private room. Su Jilin briefly reported on work matters. Although Qin Feng invited him to stay for lunch, Su Jilin declined, not wanting to disturb Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Chairman Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Su Jilin finished his report and spoke cautiously. Qin Feng nodded, not insisting. Enjoy your meal. Su Jilin turned and left, but before going he gave some instructions to the restaurant staff. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on the new chairman. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao chatted while eating. Suddenly the door to the private room opened. Qin Feng Xinyao. Lin Xiaowei entered with a smile. Her attitude had undergone a complete reversal. Now she only wanted to please Qin Feng. We haven't seen each other in a while. Mind if I join you for lunch? Qin Feng had no liking for her and was about to refuse. But Lin Xiaowei had already sat down beside Lu Xinyao. This woman had no self-awareness. Xinyao, I'm so envious of you. Finding such an amazing boyfriend. Lin Xiaowei's gaze kept drifting toward Qin Feng, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances. Your boyfriend Qian Jinyu is pretty good too. Lu Xinyao hadn't expected Lin Xiaowei to suddenly appear. Don't mention him, we've broken up. Lin Xiaowei looked at Qin Feng with a smile in her eyes. Qin Feng ignored her, not wanting to let this woman affect his mood. He knew well that Lin Xiaowei was the shameless type. Lin Xiaowei pretended to chat with Lu Xinyao, but her intentions were elsewhere. I'm going to the restroom. Qin Feng, unwilling to deal with her, stood up and left the room. If she persisted, he wouldn't hesitate to have her thrown out. After finishing at the restroom, Qin Feng was surprised to find Lin Xiaowei waiting outside. He frowned. What was this woman up to? Qin Feng, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Xiaowei spoke with a smile. Qin Feng interrupted. You want to say you like me, right? He had already figured it out. This woman was after his money. Why else would she be having dinner with Qian Jinyu one moment and chasing after him the next? How did you know? Lin Xiaowei was taken aback, then grew even more delighted. Since Qin Feng already knew, things would be easier. Lin Xiaowei, get lost as far as you can. Qin Feng said coldly. Just looking at her made him lose his appetite. Lin Xiaowei hadn't expected such a harsh response. She pleaded, Qin Feng, I don't mind that you already have Xinyao. Qin Feng's lips twitched. You don't mind? I do. Lin Xiaowei, you'd better get out of here now. Qin Feng had lost his patience. Lin Xiaowei still refused to give up. Qin Feng, is it because I'm not as pretty as Xinyao? I can get plastic surgery. Qin Feng was utterly appalled. Waiter, throw this woman out. He immediately called over the restaurant staff. He couldn't bear to listen to her any longer. Yes, Mr. Qin. The waiter, knowing Qin Feng's status, didn't dare to delay. Qin Feng, expressionless, strode back to the private room. Qin Feng, let me finish. Lin Xiaowei panicked and tried to follow. She couldn't understand why Qin Feng wouldn't accept her. She wasn't that bad looking. And weren't wealthy men usually promiscuous? Miss, stop making a scene. Leave immediately. Lin Xiaowei refused to leave and tried to go after Qin Feng. Finally, she was thrown out by the staff of Junlin restaurant. Back in the private room, Qin Feng looked somewhat dejected. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Lu Xinyao asked curiously. Don't even mention it. Qin Feng recounted what had just happened. Lu Xinyao felt troubled, but couldn't help covering her mouth with a laugh. You're laughing? Qin Feng was speechless. Lu Xinyao rolled her eyes and said, Who told you to be so charming? But I never expected Lin Xiaowei to become like this. Lu Xinyao shook her head helplessly. Charm. Qin Feng certainly knew that ever since he had used the charm enhancement card, his charisma had increased significantly. However, this was not the most crucial factor. More importantly, Qin Feng possessed the power of wealth. With his current status, countless women would be willing to throw themselves at him. People can change after all, Qin Feng said. Lu Xinyao nodded in agreement. Now that Lin Xiaowei had left, they could finally enjoy a proper meal together. After finishing their meal, the two of them lingered in the private room for a while longer. When they stepped out of the restaurant, they found that Qian Jinyu was still waiting outside. Qian Jinyu dared not leave. He needed to apologize to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao emerge, Qian Jinyu immediately approached them. Qin Feng, I'm truly sorry. I had no idea of your identity earlier. Please forgive me. Qian Jinyu said, his face filled with nervousness. He didn't dare to look directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng said nothing, merely casting a detached glance at Qian Jinyu. He then led Lu Xinyao toward the Koenigsegg. Qin Feng, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Qian Jinyu followed behind Qin Feng. If he could ally himself with someone like Qin Feng, it would be ideal. However, Qin Feng still ignored him. The car door opened. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao stepped into the Koenigsegg. Then the vehicle vanished into the streets. Qian Jinyu stood frozen in place, staring blankly at where the Koenigsegg had disappeared. He was left standing alone in the wind. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued taking Lu Xinyao around. Lingjiang City had plenty of entertaining spots to explore. A single day was not enough to see everything. That afternoon, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei arrived at the car dealership to pick up their new vehicle. They quickly completed all the paperwork. However, before their car even left Lingjiang City, an accident occurred. They were passing through a road with relatively light traffic. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair darted out. Qin Jinlin hadn't driven in a while, so he was proceeding slowly. Seeing someone ahead, he applied the brakes abruptly. The car came to a halt without hitting the elderly man, yet the old man collapsed against the front of the vehicle. Husband, did we hit someone? Lu Mei, seated in the passenger seat, looked anxious. It doesn't seem like it. Qin Jinlin was equally tense. He turned off the engine and quickly exited the vehicle. Both of them approached the front of the car to check on the elderly man. We hit someone. The old man lay on the ground crying out loudly. Uncle, let me take you to the hospital. Qin Jinlin genuinely believed the old man had been injured, but at that moment 6 men in vests emerged from both sides of the road. Leading them was a young man with dyed yellow hair. You hit my grandfather. You'd better prepare to pay compensation. The young man with yellow hair glared angrily at Qin Jinlin. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't hit anyone. Lu Mei frowned and explained. How could we not have hit someone? They saw it with their own eyes, the young man retorted. That's right, we all saw it. If you don't pay out 80 or 100,000, none of you is leaving. The others stepped forward surrounding Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei. Confronted by the imposing presence of the group, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of fear. Qin Jinlin had already figured it out. Clearly these were professional fraudsters. I'll call the police right now. If I actually hit someone, I'll take full responsibility. Qin Jinlin pulled out his phone intending to report the incident. The young man with yellow hair rushed forward to stop him. Don't waste time. Just pay up now. If anything happens to my grandfather, money won't be enough to cover it. The young man threatened coldly. Lu Mei opened her mouth as if to say something, but Qin Jinlin quickly signaled her to stay quiet. There were too many of them. If they angered these people, they might get hurt. How much money do you want? Qin Jinlin asked in a cold tone. He planned to pay them first and report the crime afterward. 80,000, the young man named a figure. They had been doing this kind of thing for quite some time now. I don't have that much money. Qin Jinlin's expression darkened. The young man replied, You're driving a BMW. How can you not have 80,000? Don't try to trick me. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jinlin spoke up. I only have 50,000 in my bank account. I'll give it all to you. The young man with yellow hair considered this for a moment and agreed. To be honest, getting 50,000 was well beyond what he had expected. Qin Jinlin took out his phone to make the transfer. A few minutes later, the young man received a notification of the incoming payment. We've paid the compensation. Can we go now? Qin Jinlin asked. Go ahead. Let me tell you, don't even think about calling the police. My grandfather has heart disease. If he gets upset, you'll have to pay up again, the young man threatened. Qin Jinlin said nothing and got back into the car with Lu Mei. Their faces were filled with frustration. They had never expected such bad luck right after picking up the new car. Qin Jinlin drove away. Brother, we made this money too easily, those behind the young man said smugly. The young man with yellow hair was still looking at the incoming payment notification, a smile spreading across his face. At this moment, the old man who had been lying on the ground quickly got back up. He removed his wig and grinned. Brother, how was my acting? He wasn't actually an old man. He was just pretending. Not bad, he responded. The young man said, Good work. With this 50,000, we can go to the bar tonight and relax properly. Let's go. The young man led his gang away. Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei drove the car to a safe location before stopping. Husband, those people were definitely scammers. We can't let them get away with this. I'm calling the police right now. Lu Mei was very angry and took out her phone. Wait, let's call our son first. Qin Jinlin was also quite angry and said, That works. Lu Mei sighed. Losing 50,000 wasn't the worst thing. At the very least, neither of them had been hurt. Lu Mei found Qin Feng's phone number and called him. Mom, what's wrong? At that moment, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were also planning to head back. Son, we just ran into some scammers. Lu Mei explained the whole incident. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Damn it. People who staged accidents were so audacious now, and they had the nerve to target his own parents. Qin Feng couldn't tolerate this. Son, let's call the police right now. We must get those people arrested. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and said, Mom, don't call the police yet. Leave this to me. If he just reported it to the police, those scammers would get off too easily. Qin Feng had his own plans. He would make those who attempted to extort money pay the price. Son, what are you going to do? Lu Mei asked suspiciously. Mom, don't worry. I'll get that money back. You go home first. Qin Feng did not explain further. Watching Qin Feng hang up the phone, Lu Xinyao was also very curious. Qin Feng, what happened? Nothing. Qin Feng smiled. Originally, he had planned to return to Ping'an County, but after this incident, he was no longer in a hurry to go back. He wanted to see who was so bold. Then Qin Feng sent a message to Su Jilin asking him to investigate the extortion gang. Let's find a place to eat first. Qin Feng started the car and took Lu Xinyao to a nearby restaurant. Didn't you say we'd eat later? Lu Xinyao asked. Qin Feng smiled. I remembered there's something else to do. Let's eat first. After more than 10 minutes while eating, Qin Feng received a message from Su Jilin. Chairman Qin, I've found out. Su Jilin was after all the general manager of Feng Hotel and had considerable connections in Lingjiang City. Although there were no surveillance cameras at the scene, as long as Su Jilin wanted to investigate, it was no trouble at all. Where are those people? Qin Feng asked calmly. Su Jilin said, after getting the money, those people went to an arcade. I've already had someone watch them. They can't escape. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied, Bring more people. I'll come right away. Qin Feng instructed Su Jilin on some matters. He ate only a little, then said to Lu Xinyao, Stay here. I'll be back soon. Lu Xinyao looked up at Qin Feng and did not ask further. Then come back soon. I'll wait for you. Qin Feng grinned and left his seat. He drove off in his Koenigsegg. In Lingjiang City, inside an arcade, it was packed with people. A young man with dyed yellow hair was smoking a cigarette and playing a racing game with his girlfriend. The other few were also happily playing nearby. Suddenly Su Jilin entered with over a dozen men in black. Su Jilin merely glanced at the yellow-haired young man and didn't hurry to act. He first found the arcade's owner. Upon hearing Su Jilin's identity, the owner cooperated fully. Then the arcade began to clear out. Within just 3 minutes, most people in the hall had left. As the arcade grew quiet, the yellow-haired man's companions also sensed something was wrong. Boss, something's off. The young man who had earlier pretended to be an old man came to the yellow-haired man's side and warned him. His face was now somewhat pale. What's up? The yellow-haired man was engrossed in the game and didn't turn his head. Boss, take a look. The young man urged again. The yellow-haired man was annoyed, turned his head, and said angrily, can't you just let me? Before he could finish, he was startled by the scene before him. Around him were over a dozen imposing men in black. They were clearly up to no good. By now the yellow-haired man's buddies were too scared to speak. After all, the other side was outnumbered and outmatched. Who are you? The yellow-haired man came to his senses and frowned. He stood up, trying to maintain his composure. Though the other side had more people, he wasn't one to lose in terms of presence. Are you their leader? Su Jilin looked coldly at the yellow-haired young man. That's right, the yellow-haired man admitted. He had never been afraid of anyone in a fight. But this time the other side seemed to have quite a few people. Beat him up first. Su Jilin ordered with a cold glare. Hold on. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth. My friend, how have I offended you? Su Jilin let out a cold laugh. You haven't offended me, but you've offended Chairman Qin. Su Jilin immediately made a gesture. At once the dozen men in black swarmed in. Except for the yellow-haired man's girlfriend, everyone was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. Cries of pain rang out continuously. Mercy! Mercy! Except for the yellow-haired man, everyone was terrified. They began to kneel and beg for mercy. The yellow-haired man's girlfriend cowered in a corner, trembling. However, the yellow-haired man was quite tough. Even as 3 men in black beat him, he still yelled defiantly. You're bullying us with numbers. What kind of skill is that? If you've got guts, let's fight one-on-one. Despite being beaten black and blue, he kept cursing. Su Jilin paid no attention and had no intention of stopping them. These guys had learned all the wrong things, especially picking up the trick of extortion. And they had the audacity to target Qin Feng's parents. Truly a death wish. After the others begged for mercy, they were beaten for another 2 or 3 minutes. Finally, the yellow-haired man's right hand was also broken. St. Stop. Friend, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. The yellow-haired man was now terrified. He could see that these people were not to be trifled with. If it continued, he would surely be beaten to death. But what puzzled the yellow-haired man was that he had no idea how he had offended these people. Stop for a moment. Su Jilin walked over and looked coldly at the yellow-haired young man. He had thought this guy was really tough. But in the end, that's it. The 3 men stopped beating him and stepped aside. Blood was flowing from the yellow-haired man's nostrils. He also had a broken arm. Truly a miserable state. Now there was fear in his eyes. Do you know what you did wrong? Su Jilin asked. I don't know. The yellow-haired man wiped the blood from his nose, looking bewildered. Then beat him again. Su Jilin's voice was icy. Seeing the 3 men in black approaching again, the yellow-haired man panicked. Don't do that. Friend, please give me a hint. If I have offended you, I will definitely apologize. The yellow-haired man's voice trembled. Su Jilin said nothing, looking toward the entrance of the arcade. At that moment, Qin Feng walked in slowly, hands in pockets, expressionless. Chairman Qin. Su Jilin stepped aside respectfully. The arcade fell into dead silence. The yellow-haired man and his companions all held their breath. They realized that this young man who had just appeared was the real boss. Boss, please spare me. The yellow-haired man looked at Qin Feng, feeling an unprecedented fear. He could barely speak clearly. Qin Feng crouched down, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Not long ago you extorted money from a BMW car, right? Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but to the yellow-haired man it sounded like thunder. At that moment he finally understood why these people had come to trouble him. It was all because they had extorted money from that BMW car. Big brother, you must have gotten the wrong person. I don't know what you're talking about. The young man with the yellow hair refused to admit anything. Qin Feng did not speak, only stepping back 2 paces. Then the yellow-haired youth was met with another round of brutal beating. Big brother, you really have the wrong person. The others watched the yellow-haired youth being beaten, not daring to even breathe loudly. If he won't confess, then keep beating. Qin Feng stood quietly to the side. Except for the icy cold expression, there was no other emotion on his face. Big brother, tell your men to stop. It was me. I was wrong, okay? The yellow-haired youth, thoroughly beaten into submission, finally confessed. Now he had no choice but to admit. Dare to scam my parents. Keep beating. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. While afraid, the yellow-haired youth was also furious. Confess and get beaten. Don't confess and still get beaten. Is there no logic at all? Angry as he was, the yellow-haired youth dared not show it. He knew too well that he had provoked someone powerful this time. Originally, he thought the other party drove a BMW, so at most they were a wealthy family with no real connections. Never expected that the other party's son would bring so many people. Couldn't beat them, so he had to surrender. Big brother, stop beating. I'll return the 50,000 yuan to you, please have mercy. The yellow-haired youth was beaten into complete submission. However, Qin Feng did not speak. The beating continued. After 3 or 4 minutes, the yellow-haired youth's face was already bruised black and blue. He vowed in his heart that he would never scam anyone again. Stop. When Qin Feng felt enough damage had been done, he spoke up. The three men in black nodded and stepped aside. Big brother, we shouldn't have done the scam. I'll return the money to you, and then go apologize to your parents. How does that sound? The yellow-haired youth was beaten until tears streamed down his face. All that remained in his heart was fear. Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. Scam. To put it bluntly, you were robbing people. This debt I need to settle with you properly. The yellow-haired youth swallowed hard and said with difficulty, Big brother, I'll pay you another 100,000 yuan. Will that work? That's all the money I have, otherwise I wouldn't have resorted to scamming people. Now the yellow-haired youth just wanted to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. He could see that the young man before him was not someone to be trifled with. If paying money could earn Qin Feng's forgiveness, that would be best. Transfer the money to my parents' account. Then turn yourself in. Qin Feng had no hope of getting much money from this scumbag. He just wanted the other party to pay the price. The yellow-haired youth wore a bitter expression. Big brother, give me a chance. Actually, I want to be a good person. The yellow-haired youth absolutely did not want to go to prison. Qin Feng said, I'll give you two choices. Either turn yourself in, or I'll have them throw you into Ling River to feed the turtles. You choose yourself. The yellow-haired youth trembled all over with fear. At this point, he dared not negotiate any further. Compared to being thrown into Ling River, it was better to surrender himself. Regardless of what background the young man before him had, it was not someone he could provoke. All right, I'll turn myself in right away. The yellow-haired youth was extremely nervous, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Qin Feng said, if the police ask about the injuries on your body, what will you say? The yellow-haired youth lowered his head, speaking with fear. I accidentally fell and got hurt myself. The yellow-haired youth naturally knew that some things must not be spoken carelessly. The young man before him had brought so many people, his identity must be terrifying. You're not completely stupid. Qin Feng left these words and turned to walk out of the internet cafe. Soon after, Su Jilin also led his men away. Qin Feng returned to the restaurant where they were eating. Lu Xinyao was still waiting patiently. Xinyao, let's go back. Qin Feng walked up to Lu Xinyao with a smile on his face. Is everything taken care of? MHM. Lu Xinyao linked arms with Qin Feng as they walked out of the restaurant. Qin Feng, can I drive today? Lu Xinyao asked with a smile. No problem. Qin Feng agreed, handing the Koenigsegg keys to Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. At first, Lu Xinyao was not very familiar with the Koenigsegg 11's performance. But under Qin Feng's guidance, she drove more and more steadily. Lu Xinyao drove relatively slowly. An hour later, they finally arrived in Ping'an County. Qin Feng drove Lu Xinyao to her doorstep. See you tomorrow, Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao waved at Qin Feng. See you tomorrow. After Lu Xinyao walked into the lobby, Qin Feng also left. Qin Feng returned to Villa 1 in Laihu residential area. Just as he parked the car and got out, an appetizing aroma of cooking wafted to Qin Feng's nose. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Qin Feng walked into the lobby. Lu Mei was still sitting on the sofa. When Qin Feng returned, she asked curiously, Son, I just received a transfer of 150,000 yuan on my bank card. What's going on? Lu Mei looked puzzled. Qin Feng explained with a smile, that's the compensation from the scammer. They realized their mistakes, and now they've turned themselves in. Lu Mei was still not entirely convinced. Realized their mistakes. It seemed like those people weren't good folks either. Lu Mei shook her head and decided not to think about it further. But from now on, she would need to be more careful when going out. By the way, son, why didn't you bring Xinyao along? Qin Feng explained, oh, she went home. Is Dad cooking in the kitchen? Qin Feng peeked at the kitchen door. Indeed, Qin Zhongyu was still stir-frying. Lu Mei said, it's Saturday today. Your sister will be coming back soon. Your dad said he'd make some good food to nourish your sister. If Lu Mei hadn't mentioned it, Qin Feng would have almost forgotten today was Saturday. Due to extra classes, Qin Yutong only had 1 day off per week. Then let me go pick up Yutong. Lu Mei said, no need, the school isn't far from here. Yutong just said she'd take a taxi back. She should be arriving soon. No sooner had the words fallen. A voice from Qin Yutong echoed through the villa. Dad, Mom. Lu Mei said, see, she's here. Mom, I'll get the door. Qin Feng walked out to the lobby and soon saw Qin Yutong outside the gate. There was still confusion on Qin Yutong's face. She had just learned from a phone call that Qin Feng had bought a house in Laihu residential area. But standing before Villa 1, Qin Yutong was still shocked by the grand villa before her. Oh my God! Yutong, is this really the villa your brother bought? Qin Yutong had brought a classmate along. At this moment, the expression on Qin Yutong's classmate's face was also one of utter shock. Qin Yutong felt a bit bewildered. She thought she might have come to the wrong place. I'm not too sure either. Qin Yutong took out her phone, intending to confirm with her mother. Yutong. At that moment, Qin Feng had already come out. Brother. Qin Yutong's face lit up with excitement. She finally confirmed that she hadn't come to the wrong place. But the villa before her eyes was a bit too grand. You must be hungry, right? Dad is still cooking. Qin Feng smiled as he opened the front door. What are you standing there for? Come in. Seeing Qin Yutong still frozen in place, Qin Feng urged her. Oh. Qin Yutong snapped out of it and followed Qin Feng into the villa. Brother, did you really buy this villa? Qin Yutong quickened her pace to catch up with Qin Feng and asked. Of course. You can stay here with Mom and Dad for now. When you've made up your mind later, you can come with me to Sanhai City. Behind them, Qin Yutong's classmate Lin Kursin was still marveling. This villa is so beautiful. Her gaze quickly shifted to Qin Feng. It had to be said Qin Feng was quite handsome. A girl like her was completely unable to resist Qin Feng's charm. Yutong, is he your brother? Lin Kursin stepped forward and asked. At this moment her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of shock. Yes. Qin Yutong introduced with a smile. Brother, this is my good friend, Lin Kursin. Qin Feng glanced at Lin Kursin and smiled. Hello. Hello. Lin Kursin lowered her head and replied softly. The three of them entered the villa's hall. Upon seeing the luxurious decorations, Lin Kursin couldn't help but gasp in awe again. Mom, I'm home. Qin Yutong sat down beside Lu Mei. The two chatted. They were discussing whether to go with Qin Feng to Sanhai City after high school graduation. Yutong, your brother is amazing. He even bought a house on Sanhai Island. Lin Kursin shook her head. She wondered why she didn't have such an amazing brother. Indeed, people really couldn't be compared. Of course. Qin Yutong's face beamed with pride. Just then Qin Yutong suddenly spotted a document on the table. Mom, what's this? Qin Yutong picked it up curiously to take a look. Oh, your brother bought all the houses in the entire Lihu community. This is the agreement entrusting the management to a real estate agency. Qin Yutong was stunned. What? My brother bought an entire neighborhood. She was astonished. She had thought that Qin Feng had only bought a villa in Lihu community. Who would have guessed that Qin Feng had bought all the houses in the entire community? Who buys houses like this? Qin Yutong stared at Qin Feng, dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. Lin Kursin, who was drinking tea nearby, spat it out. Bought an entire neighborhood. Could it get any crazier? She put down her cup and began to calculate how much money Qin Feng had spent to buy the whole community. But she was too excited to calculate. In any case, it was a number beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is nothing. Isn't it just a neighborhood? Qin Feng shrugged with a calm expression. In fact, Lihu community only accounted for a small portion of his total assets. Brother, you're so humble to the point of showing off. Qin Yutong smiled bitterly. You know, for ordinary people, buying even a single house is quite difficult. But for Qin Feng, buying houses was like buying cabbages. He bought an entire neighborhood and still said it was nothing. How could others live? After a few minutes, Qin Jinlin had finished cooking. The group sat at the dining table to eat. Yutong, eat more. Look, you've gotten thin. Qin Jinlin's voice was filled with deep concern. Qin Yutong said, the college entrance exam is coming soon, so I'm under a bit of pressure. Qin Feng glanced at his sister and said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best as usual. I also have a bank in Sanhai City. At worst, you can manage the bank for me in the future. Qin Yutong pouted and snorted. Brother, you underestimate me too much. Just wait, I won't let mom and dad down. Suddenly the sound of sobbing echoed in the dining room. Qin Yutong turned her head and saw her friend Lin Kursin wiping away tears. Kursin, what's wrong? Lin Kursin chewed, slowly sniffing. Yutong, I'm jealous. Why don't I have such a good brother? My dad said if I don't get into a good university, he'll send me back to herd cattle. Wah. Wah. Lin Kursin couldn't stop crying. Qin Yutong patted Lin Kursin on the back and comforted her. Kursin, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Lin Kursin wiped away her tears, nodded, and continued eating. By the way, brother, didn't you say you were going to bring my sister-in-law? Why didn't I see her? Qin Yutong's expression held a hint of anticipation. Qin Feng explained, she went back. You'll see her tomorrow. Qin Yutong was thrilled. Great. I bet my future sister-in-law must be very beautiful. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and said, let's eat first. Tomorrow I'll take you to Lingjiang City for fun. Qin Yutong frowned. Brother, I still need to study. I don't have time. Qin Feng said, one day won't make a difference. Just relax. Listen to me. Hearing this, Qin Yutong excitedly agreed. After dinner, Qin Yutong took Lin Kursin for a walk around the villa. When they saw the Koenigsegg in the garage, they both gasped. Brother, is that sports car yours too? My friend wants to sit in it and experience it. Qin Yutong ran back to the hall looking excited. Yes. Qin Feng took out the Koenigsegg's key and handed it to Qin Yutong. When you're on break, go get a driver's license. I'll buy you one. Qin Yutong shook her head. No way. Sports cars are way too expensive. With the key in hand, Qin Yutong ran out again. That night, Qin Yutong's friend also stayed at the villa. In the dead of night, Qin Feng took a hot shower and was about to go to sleep. He suddenly noticed that his phone had received a lot of messages, and they were all from classmates. Qin Feng scrolled through the messages and then learned. It turned out that a picture of him driving a Koenigsegg 11 had been posted on a local forum. After sparking heated discussion, some classmates recognized him. Now Qin Feng's junior high and high school class groups had exploded. Even friends he hadn't contacted in a long time were sending their regards. Looking at the messages, Qin Feng gave a wry smile. Indeed, the most frightening thing is the sudden concern from friends. Qin Feng, I heard you struck it rich. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a meal. Qin Feng casually scrolled through the messages, noticing that quite a few female classmates were confessing to him. Qin Feng, I've kept a secret buried in my heart for a long time. I like you. Qin Feng shook his head and simply chose not to reply. Because these words felt utterly insincere. If it weren't for his newfound wealth, how many would have taken the initiative to contact him? Perhaps that was the nature of human beings. Qin Feng, have you seen the messages in the middle school alumni group? Lu Xinyao sent him a message accompanied by a mischievous expression. I've seen it. Qin Feng replied. What do you think? I think while sitting or lying down. Qin Feng teased. Unsurprisingly, Lu Xinyao replied with a face-palming emoji. Qin Feng, where do you want to go tomorrow? Qin Feng said Lingjiang City, of course. My sister doesn't have school tomorrow, so I'll bring her along. Lu Xinyao didn't say anything else. Qin Feng chatted with Lu Xinyao for half an hour before putting down his phone. Lying in bed, Qin Feng quickly fell asleep. System sign-in. In the morning, Qin Feng opened his eyes and eagerly performed the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 330 million Chinese yuan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn all shares of Danyang Lake Scenic Area. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 51% of Konghong Pharmaceuticals shares. As expected, the amount of Chinese yuan drawn was steadily increasing. Danyang Lake Scenic Area was a very famous attraction in Lingjiang City, featuring numerous entertainment facilities. Though called a scenic area, it was essentially an amusement park. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to take his family there today. That he had drawn it outright was an unexpected bonus. Konghong Pharmaceutical was a pharmaceutical company in Lingjiang City listed on the stock market with a market value of over 19 billion yuan. Qin Feng stretched and got up to prepare breakfast for his parents. Qin Yutong's friend Lin Kersen had only stayed at the villa for one night and left after waking up. After breakfast, the family set off for Lingjiang City. Today, Qin Feng did not drive the sports car, but the newly purchased BMW X3. He also went to pick up Lu Xinyao. It was the first time Qin Yutong met Lu Xinyao, and she was amazed by her beauty. Wow, big sister-in-law, you're so gorgeous. Lu Xinyao got into the car blushing from Qin Yutong's compliments. Sister-in-law, how did you meet my brother? Qin Yutong was like a curious child. Lu Xinyao glanced at Qin Feng and said, your brother and I aren't married yet. Just call me Xinyao for now. Qin Yutong replied, it's all the same. Then Qin Yutong rambled on, finding topics endlessly. This made Qin Feng, who was driving, feel quite helpless. Why had his sister turned into a chatterbox today? An hour later, everyone arrived at Danyang Lake Scenic Area. Qin Feng had already booked tickets online. After presenting the tickets, they successfully passed through the gate. Although this scenic area belonged to Qin Feng, he was in no hurry to contact its manager. He planned to first observe its operations. Since it was Sunday, there were quite a few tourists. Inside the scenic area, there were also many paid activities. Qin Feng, not short of money, took Qin Yutong to experience each one. Qin Yutong played wildly, and around noon, she suggested going to the lake to take a boat ride. While waiting in line, Qin Feng went with Lu Xinyao to buy water. Handsome guy, beautiful lady. Please wait a moment. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had just bought water and were about to return. At that moment, a woman holding a video camera quickly caught up to them. Qin Feng turned around and saw the woman in a long dress around 35 years old. Is there something? Qin Feng asked. The woman was staring blankly at his face because Qin Feng was truly incredibly handsome. Qin Feng seemed to possess a magnetic charm, making it hard for her to look away. Noticing her odd behavior, Qin Feng frowned. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao's hand and was about to leave. Wait. The woman called out to him again. Realizing she had been rude, she quickly took a business card from her bag. My surname is Zhang, and I'm a professional talent agent. Then the woman shifted her gaze to Lu Xinyao. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. As she looked, her smile grew even wider. I mean no harm. I just want to ask, would you two like to become celebrities? With your looks, I'm 100% confident I can make you famous. Even becoming A-list stars wouldn't be a problem, the woman boasted. Admittedly, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao's appearances were exceptionally striking, and the entertainment industry was a world that valued looks. It would be a tremendous waste if they didn't become actors. For Qin Feng, even a few camera shots could attract a wave of female fans. Sometimes being handsome really could put food on the table. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao exchanged a look and burst into laughter. Him becoming a celebrity. Wasn't that ridiculous? No matter how glamorous celebrities appeared on the surface, in the end, weren't they just working for others? With the assets Qin Feng now possessed, there was no way he would work for someone else. Not in this lifetime. Sorry, we're not interested. Qin Feng didn't take the woman's business card. Handsome, you might want to reconsider. Being a celebrity has a very promising future. The woman wasn't ready to give up. She had seen many handsome men, but someone with Qin Feng's unique charm was the first she had encountered. To be honest, she was even tempted to pull some strings. Well, not that she had the power to do so. Can being a celebrity earn a lot of money? Qin Feng looked at the woman with a meaningful smile. Of course. An annual income of 100 million is not a dream. You two are a couple, right? Qin Feng smiled, yes. But 100 million a year is too little. I'm not interested. Now the amount Qin Feng casually signed in each day was more than 100 million. Why would he bother becoming a celebrity? With that, he took Lu Xinyao's hand and turned to leave. The woman seemed to want to say something more, but sighed. What a pity. Just then a man came up beside her. He too stared blankly at Qin Feng's retreating figure. Honey, who was that man? He looks very familiar. The man recalled something and immediately pulled out a photo on his phone to compare. Oh my God. Isn't he the young man driving the Koenigsegg 11? The man stood dumbfounded, watching Qin Feng recede into the distance. At that moment, everyone on the local forum was abuzz with discussions about Qin Feng's Koenigsegg. He had never imagined he would encounter the owner of that Koenigsegg here. It really is him. The woman holding the video camera was equally stunned. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She finally understood why Qin Feng had no interest in becoming a celebrity. He drove a luxury supercar worth over 10 million yuan. He must surely have considerable status and connections. How could someone like him ever deign to be a celebrity? Soon enough, the figures of Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao also disappeared into the crowd. Lu Mei and the others were waiting in line at the shore. This was Qin Yutong's first time riding a boat, and she appeared quite excited. Soon it would be their turn. Just then a middle-aged woman wearing a sun hat approached, pulling along a 3- or 4-year-old boy. The middle-aged woman wore heavy makeup and carried an air of nobility, accompanied by 3 others behind her. 2 of them were tall men wearing sunglasses resembling bodyguards. The other was a staff member from the scenic area. "Mommy, I want to ride the boat." The little boy pointed at the sightseeing boat in the center of the lake and said in a childish voice, "All right, dear." The noblewoman turned around and smiled as she instructed the scenic area staff member behind her. The staff member began making arrangements. Seeing someone cut in line, the tourists waiting in queue were deeply displeased. But the other party's imposing entourage gave everyone reason to bite their tongues. Sometimes it is better to avoid trouble. After a while, a sightseeing boat pulled up to the shore. As the noblewoman held the little boy and prepared to board, something suddenly occurred to her. She spoke to the scenic area staff member. "I dislike crowded places. I'll charter all the boats here. Don't let anyone else disturb us." The scenic area staff member nodded and agreed. Soon they began scattering the tourists by the shore. "No boats today. Everyone please disperse." The waiting tourists grew even more dissatisfied. They had waited in line for so long, and it was finally their turn. And now someone had booked all the boats. This was too much. Qin Yutong could no longer contain her anger and shouted indignantly, "How can you behave like this? Cutting in line is one thing, but refusing to let others ride the boat as well." With Qin Yutong speaking out in accusation, some nearby people also voiced their discontent. "Exactly. Aren't you being far too domineering? Even if you own this scenic area, you can't act like this." Everyone began to criticize. The noblewoman frowned, turned around, and looked coldly at Qin Yutong, standing at the front. "I simply enjoy being like this. None of your business." The noblewoman's voice was ice cold, and her eyes carried a hint of anger. "If you had money, you could charter all the boats too. If you don't have money, then stop complaining here." The noblewoman sniffed disdainfully, adopting an aloof posture. Before her words had even faded, the 2 bodyguards stepped forward simultaneously. Intimidated by the bodyguard's aura, those people quickly shut their mouths. "Never mind, let's go. It's better to avoid trouble. This woman is not someone to mess with." Those people looked thoroughly dejected, shook their heads, and dispersed. Watching them leave, the noblewoman let out a cold sneer. Then her gaze fell upon Qin Yutong. "What? Don't you plan on leaving?" The noblewoman narrowed her eyes slightly. "Yutong, we won't take the boat anymore. Let's go." Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei, fearing something might happen, pulled at their daughter. "I will definitely file a complaint against your scenic area." Qin Yutong's chest heaved with anger. They had finally managed to get out and relax, only to encounter such a situation. Anyone would be in a foul mood. The scenic area staff member frowned and was about to say something. Just then the noblewoman walked toward Qin Yutong, her expression completely blank. Meanwhile, she took out a pink wallet from her bag. "I've seen plenty of people like you. You're nothing but after money. Here's 500 yuan. Take it and get lost." The noblewoman pulled out 500 yuan bills and threw them onto the ground. "You?" Qin Yutong's face flushed red with anger. "What? 500 isn't enough. Then make it 1,000. The noblewoman pulled out 5 more 100 yuan bills. "Dad, Mom. Let's go." Qin Yutong decided to ignore the noblewoman and turned around. "Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Pick up that money." There was a threatening tone in the noblewoman's voice. The 2 bodyguards stepped forward, blocking Qin Yutong and the other's path. "You are bullying us beyond reason." Qin Yutong was somewhat panicked. She had never expected that this woman before her could be so outrageous. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate them. "Little sister, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Remember, some people you cannot afford to offend. Take the money and scram." Qin Yutong bit her lower lip and refused to look at the 100 yuan bills on the ground. The noblewoman crossed her arms and sneered again, still unwilling to accept it. "Then I wouldn't mind having the scenic area staff kick you out." The noblewoman immediately called over the scenic area staff member. "Yutong, what's wrong?" Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao returned with several bottles of water. Seeing their younger sister looking deeply wronged, Qin Feng's brows knitted together tightly. The noblewoman turned to Qin Feng and said coldly, "So you're this girl's brother? Pick up the money on the ground and disappear before I change my mind." Qin Feng ignored the noblewoman and continued questioning Qin Yutong. "What happened?" Qin Yutong said indignantly, "Brother, they're bullying people." Qin Yutong recounted everything that had just occurred. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression grew even darker. This woman had cut in line, and now she intended to humiliate his family. "I'll bully you, so what? You brought this upon yourselves." The noblewoman appeared utterly shameless. "I'll give you one chance. Apologize to my younger sister." Qin Feng looked at the noblewoman before him with a cold gaze. "Apologize? And who exactly do you think you are?" The noblewoman wore a mocking smile on her face, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. With her status, how could she ever apologize? Smack! Before her words had even settled, a clear palm mark appeared on the noblewoman's face. Qin Feng had no habit of striking women, but this woman in front of him was simply too provoking. The noblewoman's son was also knocked flying, and her mind went completely blank. She covered her face, her eyes turning red. She was in a state of complete daze. This sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in shock. Even the noblewoman's 2 bodyguards failed to react in time. Brother. Qin Yutong grabbed Qin Feng, her face filled with worry. She was afraid Qin Feng would get into trouble. You dare hit me? What are you waiting for? Throw him into the lake. The noblewoman was trembling with rage and shouted loudly at the 2 bodyguards. She was after all a person of status in Linjiang City. Yet today she had been slapped by a young man. If word got out, wouldn't she be laughed to death? Thus the wealthy lady was furious. The consequences would be severe. She silently vowed to make Qin Feng pay. Hearing her command, the 2 bodyguards nodded. They stepped forward intending to seize Qin Feng. Brother, be careful. Qin Yutong was deeply worried. Qin Feng's expression turned icy as he moved with lightning speed. Before the 2 bodyguards could even touch him, Qin Feng had already grabbed them by the collars. Ever since taking the gene pill, his strength had multiplied. With a swift heave, he hurled both bodyguards into the lake. 2 splashes resounded. The bodyguards instantly became drenched rats. The wealthy lady was still glaring at Qin Feng, too enraged to speak. She hadn't expected this young man to be so formidable. Even those 2 bodyguards were no match for him. Brother, you're incredible. Qin Yutong was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng said nothing, locking eyes with the wealthy lady, his gaze as cold as ice. The lady finally snapped out of it and shouted at the park staff. Someone assaulted me in your park. Aren't you going to arrest him? Her face twisted with fury. She simply couldn't swallow this insult. Ms. Su, please calm down. I'll call the security guards right away. Seeing the lady assaulted, the park staff grew nervous. The wealthy lady was a person of high status in Linjiang City, who failing to give her justice would cause serious trouble. The park staff made a call to contact security. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards who had been thrown into the lake climbed ashore. But they dared not approach Qin Feng, for he was truly too formidable. They didn't want to get beaten again. Soon several park security guards in black arrived. Arrest this man first. The wealthy lady's eyes blazed with fury. Qin Feng remained calm and said indifferently, before you act, call the person in charge of this park to see me. He was deeply disappointed with the park's management. The wealthy lady thought Qin Feng knew the park manager. She pointed at his nose and cursed. Even if you know the manager, it's useless. You hit me and you'll regret it. The lady was seething. With such a major incident, the park manager also rushed over. Upon hearing that the wealthy lady had been hit, the manager looked tense. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen in the park. How dare you strike Miss Su? Arrest this man. The park manager was furious, glaring at Qin Feng. Who was this wealthy lady? She was the wife of Linjiang City's richest man. And this young man had actually struck the richest man's wife. Outrageous. Hearing the manager's order, the security guards prepared to move. Brother, they're numerous. What should we do? Qin Yutong was at a loss. But Lu Xinyao's expression remained calm. Yutong, Qin Feng will handle this. Lu Xinyao pulled Qin Yutong aside, lest she get hurt in the ensuing scuffle. Qin Feng glanced at the park manager. Still composed. The manager was short with a pot belly and tiny eyes. Are you the person in charge of this park? Qin Feng asked coldly. The manager snorted. That's right, I'm the manager here. You dare to injure someone in the park. How audacious. A smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. So don't you want to ask what exactly happened here? The park manager sneered contemptuously. I don't care about anything else. All I know is that you hit Miss Su. He wasted no more time and urged the security guards to act. Hold on. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng announced his name. He was now the owner of this park, and he wanted to see what this manager could do to him. The park manager still looked disdainful. I don't care what your name is. Suddenly the manager realized something. His expression changed. Qin Feng. That name sounded familiar. After thinking for a moment, the park manager finally remembered. Wasn't that the name of the owner of Danyang Lake Park? The park manager scrutinized Qin Feng, his heart sinking. If Qin Feng really was the park owner, he would be in deep trouble. You're the park owner. The manager frowned, uncertain. Qin Feng sneered. Do I need to show you the property deed? Seeing Qin Feng's imposing demeanor, the manager was now convinced. His face turned pale. Mr. Qin. The park manager bowed, trembling. Offending the boss, he knew he would be the first to suffer. What? The wealthy lady hadn't expected Qin Feng to have such a status. Her face grew even more grim. So this park belongs to my brother too. Qin Yutong exclaimed excitedly. Even Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei were taken aback. Their son's assets were truly too many. From now on, you are no longer the park manager. Qin Feng told the manager. He intended to overhaul the park. Mr. Qin, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance to make amends. The manager bowed, his head filled with regret. Just because he had chosen the wrong side, he ended up offending his own boss. Get lost. Qin Feng replied with a single word. The manager dared not speak further. He wore a grimace. The wealthy lady was stunned for only a moment before fury surged back onto her face. So what if you're the park owner? Do you know who I am? She was not willing to give up. Qin Feng said calmly. I have no interest in knowing who you are. The wealthy lady was infuriated by his attitude. Let me tell you. My husband is the richest man in Linjiang City, Qin Shikuan. Hearing this, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei's expressions changed. In fact, they had heard of Qin Shikuan's reputation. After all, that man was the city's richest person with assets over 7 billion. Qin Feng scoffed, the city's richest man. Is that supposed to be impressive? The wealthy lady gnashed her teeth. You just wait and see. When my husband comes back, I'll make you regret this. Fuming, she picked up the little boy and prepared to leave. I have one more thing to say to you. Tonight, bring your husband here and apologize to my sister. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Qin Feng's eyes were icy. This woman dared to threaten him. How utterly foolish. Even if she was the wife of Lingjiang City's richest man, so what? Qin Feng did not take her seriously. How dare you say such a thing? Very well. The wealthy woman was furious beyond measure. However, this scenic spot belonged to Qin Feng, and she could do nothing to him. But today's matter she would never let go. She refused to believe that she couldn't deal with a mere young man. Especially that slap from Qin Feng. To her, it was a stark humiliation. As the wife of Lingjiang City's richest man, when had she ever endured such treatment? The wealthy woman gnashed her teeth and glared at Qin Feng once more. Let's go. The wealthy woman, accompanied by the two dispirited bodyguards, strode away quickly. So that woman is Qin Shikuan's wife. It seems that young man is in trouble. Qin Shikuan is the richest man in Lingjiang City. Offending him will surely lead to no good. The onlookers murmured among themselves. They did admire Qin Feng's courage. But for the most part, they felt that Qin Feng's offense against Qin Shikuan's wife was not a wise choice. At this moment, Qin Feng's face remained perfectly calm, as if nothing had just happened. Brother, what should we do now? We've offended that woman. Qin Yutong walked up to Qin Feng, filled with worry. It's fine. I'll handle it. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. A confident smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. With his current status, why should he fear a mere richest man of Lingjiang City? Besides, it was the other party who provoked him. It wasn't Qin Feng who started the trouble. He was curious to see how big a storm that woman could stir up. Brother. Qin Yutong stared at Qin Feng, deeply moved. She felt fortunate to have such a brother. Luckily, Qin Feng had arrived in time, otherwise she would have been bullied by that woman. Son, are you sure nothing will go wrong? Lu Mei came over and asked. Like Qin Jinlin, Lu Mei was also a bit worried. Qin Feng laughed. Mom, don't overthink it. Since I dared to hit her, I'm certainly not afraid of her. Hearing this, Lu Mei finally nodded. Next, they boarded a sightseeing boat. As for Qin Feng, he went to the scenic area's office. The manager of Danyang Lake Scenic Area had been fired by Qin Feng, so he needed to find a new person in charge. Taking this opportunity, he intended to reorganize the place thoroughly. The morning passed quickly. After playing for so long, everyone was a bit tired. At noon, they had a meal at a restaurant in the scenic area. Qin Yutong had enjoyed herself so much that she forgot the unpleasant incidents. Qin Feng, my dad just sent me a message. He wants to invite you to a dinner party tonight. Qin Feng thought for a moment and agreed. Since it was an invitation from his future father-in-law, it wouldn't hurt to go. You're coming too. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao nodded lightly. I'll go with you. As for offending Qin Shikuan's wife, Lu Xinyao didn't take it to heart. Among the few people here, she understood Qin Feng the best. With Qin Feng's current assets, he was the one who could bully others. After the meal, Qin Feng continued to take his family sightseeing. Time passed quickly. It was around 3 in the afternoon. Since Qin Yutong had to go to school in the evening, her parents took her back home first. As for Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao, they stayed in Lingjiang City. They were to attend the dinner party in the evening. Lu Jinhong also owned a house in Lingjiang City. When Qin Feng arrived, Lu Jinhong greeted him with a smile. Qin Feng, have a seat. Did you have a good time today? Lu Jinhong personally brewed a cup of tea for Qin Feng. Faced with Lu Jinhong's warmth, Qin Feng felt a bit unaccustomed. Uncle, please don't be so polite. Lu Jinhong laughed. It's fine, we'll all be family soon. If you're hungry, I'll take you out to grab a bite first. Because the dinner won't start so soon. Lu Xinyao sat down and said, Dad, no need. Qin Feng and I had a meal before coming back. Qin Feng sat on the sofa chatting idly with Lu Xinyao for a while. Suddenly his phone rang. Qin Feng took out his phone and saw it was a call from Danyang Lake Scenic Area. He pressed the answer button. President Qin, the scenic area is in trouble. We've just received a notice from the relevant authorities. They say there are many problems in our scenic area and we need to rectify for half a month. Hearing this from the scenic area employee, Qin Feng immediately frowned. Needless to say, it must be Qin Shikuan's wife pulling strings behind the scenes. A half-month rectification meant the scenic area could not open to the public for half a month. This would cost a lot of money. However, the displeasure in Qin Feng's eyes flickered only briefly. He soon regained his composure. Losing this amount of money was truly nothing to him. But Qin Feng would certainly not let the other party off easily. President Qin, are you listening? What should we do now? The scenic area staff member was a bit anxious. Qin Feng laughed. Then inform the employees of the scenic area. Give them a week off first. Pay them as usual. Qin Feng gave a few instructions and hung up the phone. How interesting. Qin Shikuan's wife actually played this trick on him. Lu Xinyao was sitting right next to Qin Feng. She had heard the conversation. Qin Feng, what do you plan to do? Lu Xinyao asked. Qin Feng smiled. Just a petty clown. I'm curious to see what tricks that woman can play. Lu Jinhong, sitting across, was puzzled and asked with curiosity. Daughter, did something happen? Lu Xinyao glanced at Qin Feng and recounted what had happened at Danyang Lake Scenic Area. After listening, Lu Jianhong burst out laughing. That woman actually dared to provoke Qin Feng. Is she out of her mind? What kind of person is Qin Feng? The chairman of Ruihai Bank. With her status, daring to challenge Qin Feng was truly overestimating herself. Of course, Lu Jianhong was also well aware of Chen Shikuan's wife's temper. She was used to being willful, but this time she had kicked the steel plate. Lu Jianhong was silent for a moment, then said, Qin Feng, how about I go talk to Chen Shikuan? Let him discipline his wife properly. Lu Jianhong felt that if he had such a wife, he would be driven to death sooner or later. Fortunately, his own wife, though not exactly virtuous, was not as rude as Chen Shikuan's wife. From this one could see the importance of marrying a good wife. Uncle, no need. Qin Feng shook his head. If that woman continued to pester, Qin Feng would use his own methods to resolve the matter. Lu Jianhong smiled helplessly and said no more. Qin Feng had already looked into Chen Shikuan's background. He knew that Chen Shikuan was still the chairman of Konghong Pharmaceutical. Now Qin Feng held 51% of the company's shares. Should he wish, he could oust Chen Shikuan in an instant. Around 7 in the evening, Lu Xinyao slipped into a white gown. Naturally elegant, a touch of makeup further enhanced her noble aura. Qin Feng, do I look good, oi? Lu Xinyao twirled the hem of her dress before Qin Feng. Beautiful. Like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Qin Feng complimented, gazing at her. Caught in his direct stare, Lu Xinyao's cheeks flushed. Let's go. My father is waiting. She linked her arm with his. Wearing crystal high heels, she appeared even more statuesque. The two stepped out of the hall to attend the banquet. Lingjiang City. At the headquarters of Konghong Pharmaceutical, Chen Shikuan rushed to the company right after landing. He had been vacationing abroad. But this morning a major incident occurred. Someone had acquired 51% of Konghong Pharmaceutical shares. This exceeded the shares held by Chen Shikuan, meaning his position as chairman could be seized at any moment. Upon entering his office, Chen Shikuan's first task was to order an investigation into Qin Feng. Chairman, I only found a bit of information about the new shareholder. Chen Shikuan furrowed his brows as he scanned the document. It revealed that the man named Qin Feng was still a university student. Crucially, he held another identity. He was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Staring at the paper, Chen Shikuan sank into deep thought. His sole desire was to contact Qin Feng as soon as possible. If he could arrange a dinner meeting, that would be ideal. After all, a figure like this must never be offended. At that moment, the office door swung open. Chen Shikuan's wife, eyes red, strode in. Honey, you're finally back. You don't know I was beaten today at Danyang Lake Scenic Area? The woman came before Chen Shikuan and began to complain. Seeing his wife's swollen cheek, Chen Shikuan grew furious. Who dares to be so bold? After all, Chen Shikuan was the richest man in Lingjiang City. Yet someone had the audacity to disrespect him. They were simply tired of living. The woman gnashed her teeth. It's the owner of Danyang Lake Scenic Area. Chen Shikuan's gaze darkened and he let out a cold sneer. A mere scenic area owner dares to be so arrogant. His wife bit her lip and said, isn't it? Not only did he hit me, but he also threatened to make you come and apologize in person. Chen Shikuan frowned deeply. He hadn't expected such an arrogant character in Lingjiang. Him, Chen Shikuan, go apologize. What an international joke. Did he have no dignity? What's his name? Chen Shikuan pressed his wife. It's Qin Feng. Hearing the name, Chen Shikuan's heart skipped a beat. He sensed trouble. Could it be such a coincidence? He picked up the document on the table again. Indeed, the new shareholder of the company was also named Qin Feng. If the person his wife offended was the same man, they were doomed. Is he a young man? Chen Shikuan quickly stood up, asking. The woman was taken aback by his strong reaction. Yes. She nodded, a hint of confusion on her face. Chen Shikuan's complexion turned grim. He braced himself for the worst. What exactly happened at the scenic area? Why would he hit you for no reason? Chen Shikuan grew anxious. The woman recounted the boat charter incident, still looking innocent. Honey, he hit me. You must stand up for me. Rage surged in Chen Shikuan's heart. He wanted to slap his wife several times. Stand up for what? Do you know who you've offended? Come with me to apologize right now. Pale with fear, Chen Shikuan was clearly terrified. Fortunately, his wife hadn't completely offended Qin Feng. Chen Shikuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Otherwise, things would have been dire. Apologize? Honey, why should we apologize? I'm the one who got beaten. The woman couldn't understand. Besides, I've already had someone shut down his scenic area. If he doesn't satisfy me, I'll make him regret it. Hearing this, Chen Shikuan trembled with rage. Slap. He delivered a heavy slap to his wife's face. You useless woman. You've ruined me. With her actions, they had completely offended Qin Feng. Given Qin Feng's current status, he could destroy them in an instant. Chen Shikuan's wife was stunned. She covered her cheek and wept in grievance. Honey, why did you hit me? Chen Shikuan roared in fury. Do you know who Qin Feng is? He's the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Ruihai Bank, a bank valued at over 100 billion, far exceeded Konghong Pharmaceutical in scale. And now Qin Feng also held 51% of Konghong shares. In essence, Chen Shikuan had to act entirely according to Qin Feng's whims. Yet this useless woman had directly offended him. If she hadn't ordered the closure of his scenic area, an apology might have sufficed. But now it was far more complicated. What Ruihai Bank? I've never even heard of it. Chen Shikuan's wife looked utterly bewildered. You? Chen Shikuan raised his hand to strike again. He was nearly driven mad. Honey, you're the richest man in Lingjiang. In Lingjiang, do you need to fear anyone? That was his wife's confidence. Little did she know there were countless individuals far more powerful than Qin Shikuan in this world. Slap. Unable to contain himself, Qin Shikuan delivered another crisp slap. That Qin Feng is a mysterious figure. His assets exceed 100 billion. My status as richest man in Lingjiang is nothing in his eyes. Qin Shikuan bellowed. Hearing this, the woman was terrified. She couldn't believe that the young man she had offended possessed such immense power. Honey, could you be mistaken? Qin Shikuan snapped. Mistaken? You've already offended him. Come with me now. He dared not waste another moment. If he delayed any further, he would suffer a terrible fate. Pulling his wife along, Qin Shikuan rushed out of the office. His only goal now was to secure Qin Feng's forgiveness. At this moment, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had already arrived at the restaurant hosting the banquet. Accompanying them was Lu Jianhong. Quite a number of guests had already gathered at the venue. As Lu Xinyao made her appearance, she instantly became the center of attention. After all, Lu Xinyao was truly stunning. Isn't that Lu Jianhong's daughter? She's getting more beautiful. The crowd murmured among themselves. Lu Xinyao rarely attended such banquets, and the intense gazes made her feel a bit unaccustomed. She held Qin Feng's arm as they walked step by step into the hall. Some people discerned the relationship between Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao and couldn't help feeling envious. After all, Lu Xinyao was the dream goddess of many young men in Lingjiang City. Yet now she had been taken away by someone. Who is that guy? How come I've never seen him before? Some hostile glances were cast at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. Before long, they walked to a dining table and sat down. From time to time, people came over to greet Lu Jianhong. Naturally, the others at the table also showed interest in Qin Feng. Given Lu Jianhong's status in Lingjiang City, his expectations for a future son-in-law were undoubtedly high. And judging by Lu Jianhong's attitude toward Qin Feng, it was clear that he had given his approval. Everyone was very curious about Qin Feng's true identity. Mr. Lu, who is this? A middle-aged man sitting opposite Lu Jianhong was still sizing up Qin Feng. My daughter's boyfriend Qin Feng, Lu Jianhong said with a smile. He did not reveal too much information about Qin Feng. Originally, many people had hoped to become in-laws with Lu Jianhong, but unfortunately someone had beaten them to it. For a moment, the looks directed at Qin Feng were tinged with hostility. As expected, a troublemaker soon arrived. A young man dressed in a flashy manner, holding a glass of red wine, walked up to Lu Xinyao. Xinyao, why didn't you tell me when you came back? Are you free tomorrow? Let me take you out. The young man smiled at Lu Xinyao. No need. I'm going back to Sanhai City tomorrow. Lu Xinyao tucked a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. She merely gave the young man a brief, indifferent glance. I happen to have time tomorrow. I'll see you off. The young man continued, completely ignoring Qin Feng. No need. Lu Xinyao refused again, as she had no favorable impression of the young man. Seeing her dismissive attitude, the young man felt somewhat embarrassed. Finally, he turned his attention to Qin Feng. Brother, what's your name? Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Liang. My uncle is Qin Shikuan, the richest man in Lingjiang City. Li Liang said with considerable pride, and his eyes carried a hint of provocation. With his status, Li Liang had never feared anyone in Lingjiang City. Qin Feng. Qin Feng stated his name, showing little desire to engage with Li Liang. Li Liang did not leave. Instead, he sat down beside Qin Feng. He intended to give Qin Feng a warning. Many people had come to tonight's banquet. Moreover, those who could attend were all figures of status and influence in Lingjiang City. The banquet was still in progress when suddenly a cry of pain came from the entrance. Ouch! Qin Shikuan trotted into the restaurant and even tripped at the doorway. At this moment, Qin Shikuan was sweating profusely and looked utterly disheveled. Honey, Qin Shikuan's wife helped him up. The richest man, Shun. Why is he here? Isn't he on vacation abroad? With Qin Shikuan's arrival, the diners were also puzzled. Immediately, several people stood up and went over to greet him. Mr. Shun. Those people smiled and greeted Qin Shikuan. But Qin Shikuan, looking tense, paid them no attention. Now all he wanted was to find Qin Feng and apologize as quickly as possible. Move aside, I'm looking for Qin Feng. Qin Shikuan swept his gaze across the crowd. However, he had never met Qin Feng and couldn't recognize him. But Qin Shikuan's wife had sharp eyes. She immediately spotted Qin Feng among the crowd. Husband Qin Feng is over there. Qin Shikuan's wife pointed in the direction of Qin Feng. Ever since learning about Qin Feng's identity, she had been terrified as well. Especially upon meeting again, her face was pale, and she could barely speak clearly. Come with me. Qin Shikuan noticed Qin Feng and grew even more nervous. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled his wife along as they hurried over. What's going on? The diners stared blankly at Qin Shikuan, utterly bewildered. Qin Feng, that woman is here. Lu Xinyao saw Qin Shikuan and his wife and whispered to remind him. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. He had already noticed, but he continued to savor the wine in his glass, looking unperturbed. Uncle, aunt, why are you here? Seeing Qin Shikuan arrive, Li Liang beamed with delight. However, to his surprise, Qin Shikuan completely ignored him. Qin Shikuan walked straight up to Qin Feng, his heart pounding with extreme tension. He bent down. Mr. Qin, my wife has offended you. I apologize to you. Seeing his wife still standing there dumbfounded, Qin Shikuan immediately roared. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Qin. Qin Shikuan's voice was so loud that everyone present heard it. Heavens! What is going on? Qin Shikuan is actually apologizing to a young man. The people in the restaurant thought they were seeing things. Qin Shikuan was the richest man in Lingjiang City with assets worth over 7 billion. Yet now he was trembling and apologizing to a young man. Who would believe that if it were told? At the same time, everyone began to speculate about Qin Feng's identity. In the wealthy circles of Lingjiang City, there seemed to be no such figure. Mr. Qin, I was blind. Please don't lower yourself to argue with me. Qin Shikuan's wife was so anxious she was about to cry. She never imagined that Qin Feng's background could be so formidable. Not only did he hold shares in her husband's company, but he was also the chairman of a bank worth hundreds of billions. Such a status was infinitely more powerful than Qin Shikuan's. How ridiculous that she had offended him. Regret gnawed at Qin Shikuan's wife, as she immediately slapped herself twice across the face. Qin Feng was still savoring his wine, saying nothing, as if Qin Shikuan and his wife were invisible. Uncle, who is he? Li Liang beside him was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about being the nephew of the city's richest man, only to be slapped in the face so quickly. Li Liang couldn't understand why even Qin Shikuan was so afraid of Qin Feng. What kind of background did this guy have? Qin Shikuan, pale-faced, had no time to pay attention to Li Liang. He was waiting for Qin Feng to speak. The entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence, so still that the drop of a pin could be heard. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent for so long, Qin Shikuan grew increasingly anxious. And Mr. Qin, all the mistakes, every single one of them, is our fault. Let me start by drinking 3 cups as a penalty. Qin Shikuan grabbed a bottle of white liquor and downed 3 cups on the spot. His face turned bright red. In the restaurant, everyone stared in disbelief at the unbelievable scene before them. They never imagined that Qin Feng would refuse, even the city's richest man. As for Qin Shikuan, he was truly pathetic. Completely stripped of his usual lofty demeanor, he saw that Qin Feng remained utterly silent. A sudden urge to divorce his wife surged within Qin Shikuan. If it weren't for the trouble his wife had caused, he wouldn't have to come and apologize to Qin Feng. But now it was too late for regrets. All Qin Shikuan could do was first appease the anger in Qin Feng's heart. Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. I have already ordered the lifting of the lockdown on Danyang Lake Scenic Area. For the losses incurred, I am willing to compensate 100-fold. Qin Shikuan hated his wife to the core. He waited quietly for Qin Feng's reply. Yet Qin Feng still ignored him. Qin Yao, this colorful shrimp is quite delicious. Try some. Qin Feng placed food on Lu Xinyao's plate. I don't like this. Lu Xinyao shook her head. Hiss. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Good heavens. Qin Shikuan had humbled himself so much, yet Qin Feng still maintained a cold attitude. This young man, was he not afraid of offending anyone at all? Lu Jianhong was also stunned. He admired Qin Feng's composure. But Qin Shikuan grew even more terrified. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Qin, I am willing to offer you 10% of the shares of Kanhong Pharmaceutical. Please be merciful and let us off. Qin Shikuan was completely out of options. If Qin Feng didn't forgive them, they would have no future in Lingjiang City. 10% of Kanhong Pharmaceutical's shares. Everyone exchanged glances. After all, Kanhong Pharmaceutical was a company with a market value of over 19 billion yuan, and 10% of the shares would be nearly 2 billion yuan. Good heavens. What exactly had Qin Shikuan done wrong to warrant such a compensation? I remember now. That Qin Feng is the young man who drives a Koenigsegg 11. Someone in the restaurant exclaimed loudly. A Koenigsegg 11. No mistake, it's him. Being able to drive a limited edition supercar worth 100 million, his identity must be terrifying. It seems this time Qin Shikuan is really in trouble. Some sighed, others gloated. But most were still curious about Qin Feng's identity. Finally, Qin Feng spoke. Starting tomorrow, you are no longer the chairman of Kanhong Pharmaceutical, he said flatly. I will follow Mr. Qin's arrangements. Qin Shikuan dared not utter a single word of dissent, because now Qin Feng held the control of Kanhong Pharmaceutical. Mr. Qin, you are truly magnanimous. I will have someone draft the contract immediately. I will strive to transfer the shares to you by tomorrow morning. Qin Shikuan took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his face. Although he had paid a heavy price, at least Qin Feng no longer held a grudge against them. Qin Feng said coldly, I never said I forgave you. Hearing this, Qin Shikuan became tense again. And Mr. Qin Shikuan was at a loss. Qin Feng said, your wife wanted to humiliate my sister. You'd better go and apologize to my sister. If you can't satisfy my sister. Qin Feng didn't finish, but his meaning was clear enough. Yes, Mr. Qin. We'll go apologize to your sister right now. Qin Shikuan's wife chimed in. Since Qin Feng had spoken, they dared not disobey. My sister is still at school, Qin Feng reminded. Mr. Qin, rest assured. We won't disturb your sister's studies. After saying that, Qin Shikuan dared not disturb Qin Feng's meal any longer. He took his wife and hurriedly left the restaurant. Though Qin Shikuan was gone, the buzz he had created was just beginning. The way everyone looked at Qin Feng had changed. It became reverent. Though they didn't know his identity, anyone who could make Qin Shikuan so fearful must have a terrifying background. For a moment, everyone deeply envied Lu Jianhong. He had such a good son-in-law. Mr. Lu, I really envy you. Many people came over to toast Lu Jianhong. Of course, they also wanted to get to know Qin Feng. If they could latch onto this big tree, nothing could be better. As for Qin Shikuan's nephew Li Liang, he had already slipped away quietly. Having just provoked Qin Feng, he dared not stay any longer. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had eaten their fill. Neither of them liked the atmosphere at the banquet. Dad, Qin Feng and I are going back to Sanhai City tomorrow morning. We'll head back now, Lu Xinyao said to Lu Jianhong. By now Lu Jianhong was slightly tipsy. Qin Feng, it's getting a bit late. Why don't you and Xinyao stay in Lingjiang City tonight? Lu Jianhong looked at Qin Feng. No, I still need to go back and pack up. Qin Feng shook his head. Lu Jianhong said, you've only just come back. You could stay a while longer. No, we'll come back during the holiday. Qin Feng laughed. Uncle, you can also come to Sanhai City for a visit anytime. Definitely, definitely. Hearing that Qin Feng had considerable assets in Sanhai City, Lu Jianhong naturally wanted to see. Since both Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had drunk a little, Lu Jianhong arranged a driver for them. Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao and left the restaurant. An hour later, they returned to Ping'an County. After seeing Lu Xinyao home, Qin Feng first contacted the airport to arrange for the plane to take off. After all, the airport wasn't his, so he had to plan ahead. One night passed. Early the next morning, Qin Feng got up early. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 340 million renminbi. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Linglong Pavilion restaurant in Sanhai City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an investment deficit reward card. Linglong Pavilion was a famous restaurant in Sanhai City. Investment deficit reward card. System, what is this? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Immediately the system's voice echoed in his mind. Investment deficit reward card. As the name suggests, when the host invests in a project and suffers a deficit, it will generate a reward. With curiosity, Qin Feng examined the description of the investment loss return card. This return card is applicable for film and television investments. Invalid for other industries. After use, the host must lose all 20 billion within 1 month. Upon achieving the goal, you will receive a reward of 600 billion huaxia coins. 600 billion huaxia coins. Seeing this figure, Qin Feng was stunned. This was essentially free money. Qin Feng smiled and sat up. He contemplated how to complete this task. At this moment, Qin Jinlin and Lu Mei had already risen. They had prepared breakfast. Dad, Mom, you're up so early. Qin Feng walked into the living room. You're leaving for Sanhai City today, aren't you? Of course we have to get up early. Breakfast is ready, eat first, Lu Mei said. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head and sat down at the dining table. While eating breakfast, he also made a phone call. At this moment, his roommate Little Fat was still sleeping in the dormitory. Soon he was awakened by the phone ringing. Who was calling so early? Can't a person get some peaceful sleep? Little Fat was about to hang up when he saw it was Qin Feng calling. His drowsiness immediately vanished. Feng Ji, why are you looking for me so early? Little Fat asked with a smile. Qin Feng said, Hey Little Fat, I remember you mentioned before that you wanted to be a director. Little Fat replied with a bitter smile, Feng Ji, I was just joking. I'm just a hopeless otaku. How could I possibly be a director? Little Fat did indeed have the dream of becoming a director, but his own circumstances didn't allow it. Qin Feng said, No. Having dreams is a good thing. You should boldly go for it. I support you. Right, didn't you conceptualize a movie last time? What was it called again? Qin Feng now needed people like Little Fat, these talents. It's called chasing dreams in the entertainment industry. Feng Ji, don't call me Little Fat from now on. Just call me by my name, Bai Fei. Qin Feng nodded, all right, Little Fat. Bai Fei. Qin Feng took another bite of breakfast and continued speaking. Your movie project. I, Qin Feng, am investing in it. Give me a budget as soon as possible. Bai Fei was stunned. Feng Ji, you're not joking with me, are you? Qin Feng said seriously, I'm not joking with you. I'm about to return to Sanhai City. Before I arrive, you need to prepare an investment budget for me. Also, your current identity is now director. Feng Ji, what if we lose money? Bai Fei was at a loss. Bai Fei still had self-awareness. He didn't have a shred of experience. What use are dreams alone? A smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He wanted to lose money right now. If he could make money, he wouldn't do this. Little Fat, failure is the mother of success. Don't be afraid of failure. Bai Fei was thrilled. He never expected his director dream to come true one day. Feng Ji, I won't let you down. After hanging up, Bai Fei leaped up with excitement. Kong Liang, Xiaoyu, wake up. Feng Ji said he'll invest in my movie project. Bai Fei pulled his 2 other roommates up. Little Fat, it's already daylight. Why are you still dreaming? Kong Liang said with sleepy eyes. He didn't believe Qin Feng would invest in Bai Fei's movie project. It's real, look. I was just on the phone with Feng Ji. Bai Fei showed them the call history. Good heavens, it's actually true. Kong Liang and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both utterly disbelieving. Would Feng Ji really not be afraid of losing money? Don't just stand there. Hurry and help out. Rarely does Feng Ji trust me this much. When I really become a director, you two will be my assistants. Kong Liang and Xiaoyu got interested too. The 3 sat together and began working on the budget. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao had already boarded the private jet to Sanhai City. Ping'an County High School. Qin Yutong was still in morning class. The bell rang. Yutong, what are you thinking about? Seeing Qin Yutong was distracted, Lin Kurson walked over and asked. Qin Yutong said, Sai, my brother returned to Sanhai City today. Lin Kurson sat down beside Qin Yutong. So soon? Why didn't he stay a few more days? Qin Yutong thought for a moment. He must be very busy, I suppose. Qin Yutong figured Qin Feng had school and his company to manage. He must be swamped. Lin Kerson smiled. The college entrance exam is coming soon. After vacation, take me to Sanhai City for a few days, okay? Qin Yutong agreed. Thinking she would soon be able to go to Sanhai City, she stopped worrying. At the classroom entrance, Qin Shikuan arrived with his wife. Their faces carried a hint of nervousness. The two scanned the students in the classroom. Soon Qin Shikuan's wife spotted Qin Yutong. It's her honey. Qin Shikuan's wife still had several slap marks on her face. Those were from what Qin Shikuan had hit her last night. Go quickly. Qin Shikuan grabbed his wife and hurried to Qin Yutong. Why is it you again? Seeing Qin Shikuan's wife, Qin Yutong furrowed her brow. This was the woman who tried to bully her yesterday at Donyang Lake Scenic Area. Fortunately, Qin Feng had returned in time then. At this moment, Qin Yutong still thought Qin Shikuan's wife had come to cause trouble. She appeared frightened. Qin. Miss Qin, I apologize for yesterday's irrational behavior. Qin Shikuan's wife bowed down. Her arrogance from yesterday was completely gone. Qin Feng had made it clear. They had to come apologize to Qin Yutong. If Qin Yutong didn't forgive them, the consequences would be severe. Miss Qin, you don't need to be afraid. We're here to apologize. Qin Shikuan also bowed, speaking. Qin Yutong was half convinced, half suspicious. Good heavens, aren't you the richest man in our Lingjiang city? A classmate recognized Qin Shikuan's identity. Last year, Qin Shikuan had funded students at their school. He had even given a speech at their school. It was just that those students couldn't figure out why this city richest man would come to apologize to Qin Yutong. Having his identity recognized by those students, Qin Shikuan was embarrassed. But now he only wanted to obtain Qin Yutong's forgiveness. Miss Qin, this is a stock transfer agreement. Once you sign it, you will receive 10 shares of Konghong Pharmaceutical. Qin Shikuan was heartbroken. Those shares were worth nearly 20 billion. All because his wife had offended Qin Feng's younger sister. The result was this compensation being paid out. Qin Yutong was very wary and chose to remain silent. She still thought Qin Shikuan was plotting against her. 10 isn't enough. Then I'll add a bit more. Qin Shikuan's heart was bleeding. Seeing that Qin Yutong remained silent, Qin Shikuan assumed she was dissatisfied. If that were truly the case, they were done for. Miss Qin, look. How about another 2%? 4% is fine too. Qin Shikuan was nearly driven mad. My dear lady, just tell us what you want. What was the point of staying silent like this? Finally, Qin Yutong spoke. I don't want any shares. Leave now. Qin Shikuan's wife's legs gave way and she dropped to her knees on the spot. Miss Qin, please have mercy on us. She believed that Qin Yutong's refusal must mean she was still angry with her. Qin Shikuan's wife immediately burst into tears and wrapped her arms around Qin Yutong's leg. Qin Yutong was completely stunned. I told you to leave. What more do you want? Qin Shikuan was also extremely anxious as he placed the agreement on the table. Miss Qin, just sign your name on it first. We can continue negotiating if it's not enough. We came here today to sincerely apologize to you. Please give us another chance. Qin Yutong couldn't figure out what the Chun couple was up to and was just about to call Qin Feng when the homeroom teacher arrived. Yutong, what's going on? Qin Yutong's homeroom teacher wore a pair of nearsighted glasses and possessed a certain charm. The homeroom teacher came up to Qin Yutong. Teacher, they keep insisting I sign this. Qin Yutong couldn't make up her mind. She didn't understand anything about share transfer agreements anyway. What if the Chun couple sold her out? Qin Shofu. The homeroom teacher recognized Qin Shikuan's identity. After all, Qin Shikuan's reputation in Lingshi City was simply too great. Teacher, how fortunate that you're here. Miss Qin might think there's something wrong with the agreement. Please take a look. If there's no problem, convince her to sign it. Qin Shikuan said anxiously. Filled with curiosity, the homeroom teacher took the agreement and examined it carefully. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. Good heavens. First, Rich Chun was actually offering Qin Yutong 10% of Konghong Pharmaceuticals shares. The homeroom teacher naturally understood Konghong Pharmaceuticals' market value. If Qin Yutong signed her name, she would receive nearly 2 billion yuan. The homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. Teacher, is there something wrong? Qin Yutong stared blankly at her homeroom teacher and asked. Nothing at all. Yutong, I think you should just sign it. The homeroom teacher advised. This was shares worth 20 billion yuan. As long as she signed her name, Qin Yutong would become a wealthy woman from then on. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yutong picked up the pen and signed her name on the agreement. All right, now you can leave. Qin Yutong said to Qin Shikuan. Seeing Qin Yutong accept the shares, Qin Shikuan also let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this crisis had passed. Thank you, Miss Qin. Thank you, Miss Qin. We won't disturb your class anymore. Qin Shikuan led his wife out of the classroom. The homeroom teacher was stunned. Those two had given away 10% of their shares, yet they acted as if they had gained some tremendous advantage. Truly bizarre. Yutong, why would they come to apologize to you? The homeroom teacher couldn't understand. It seemed Qin Yutong had no particular background. How could she have frightened Qin Shikuan's couple to such an extent? Perhaps. My brother sent them. Qin Yutong thought of Qin Feng. Besides this explanation, she couldn't think of any other possibility. Your brother? What does your brother do? The homeroom teacher asked with great curiosity. Qin Yutong hesitated, then said, my brother bought the entire Laihu residential complex the day before yesterday. It seems he also owns a major bank over in Sanhai City. The homeroom teacher was completely stunned. The houses in Lihu residential complex were bought by your brother. The news that some wealthy tycoon had purchased all the houses in Lihu residential complex had already spread throughout Ping'an County, and the homeroom teacher had naturally heard about it too. Yes. Qin Yutong nodded. A strange light gleamed in the homeroom teacher's eyes. Well, Yutong, I have a friend and she's still single. I was just wondering, is your brother married? Qin Yutong said, my brother isn't married yet, but he has a girlfriend. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher was greatly disappointed. 2 hours passed. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao returned to Shanghai City International Airport. Qin Feng's bodyguard came to pick them up at the airport. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the manor. Instead, he first sent Lu Xinyao back to school. In the dormitory, Qin Feng also met his 3 roommates. Brother Feng, you finally arrived. Seeing Qin Feng, Kong Liang, and the others were all extremely delighted. After a morning's hard work, they had also finished calculating the movie budget. Brother Feng, look, I've roughly calculated it. We'll probably need 2 million in funding. Bai Fei handed the budget over to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at it calmly and said, change it. 2 million budget. That was definitely not enough. Qin Feng's goal was to burn through 20 billion. Brother Feng, is the budget too high? We can reduce it a bit. Bai Fei said in a negotiating tone. Qin Feng shook his head and said seriously, for this film project I plan to invest 20 billion. Work according to this budget. Bai Fei and the others exchanged glances. Completely stunned, Bai Fei said, Brother Feng, 20 billion. Are you planning to make a Hollywood blockbuster? He had no experience at all. How could Qin Feng dare invest 20 billion? This was simply too insane. What if it lost money? How could they face Qin Feng then? Qin Feng said with a straight face, of course. Since we're going to make this film, it must be a grand production. Bai Fei wore a long face. Brother Feng, I wouldn't dare to direct it. What if we lose money? Qin Feng contemplated for a moment and said, even if we lose it all, it doesn't matter. Your task for all 3 of you is to complete this film within 1 month. As for your salary, I will pay you the highest market rate. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Bai Fei and the others realized this was a great opportunity. Since Qin Feng trusted them so much, they would do whatever it took to complete the task. Brother Feng will do it. But won't 1 month be too rushed? Qin Feng said, I'm only giving you 1 month. The semester is almost ending. I'll get you 3 excused from classes. From now on, just focus on making this film for me. Bai Fei and the others nodded with smiles. After that, Qin Feng instructed them on a few more matters. As for the filming equipment needed, Light Shadow Group had everything. They could just get it from there when the time came. Alright, I'll be going now. Qin Feng said. If you have any questions, you can call me. Bai Fei said excitedly. Brother Feng, I'll hand you the new budget plan and the script tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded, dismissing Bai Fei and the other 2 from his mind. He left the dormitory and headed to Su Shuhan's office. The office door was knocked by Qin Feng. After a moment, Su Shuhan's voice came through. Come in. Qin Feng pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Su Shuhan looked up surprised to see Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Su Shuhan was wearing a long dress, her hair tied in a bun, which gave her an elegant demeanor compared to usual. She pushed her glasses up and asked, Qin Feng, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. As it turned out, Su Shuhan owed Qin Feng a favor. By renting a house from him, she had saved a considerable amount on agency fees. No need. Qin Feng shook his head and explained his purpose. Teacher, I came to ask for leave for Bai Fei and the other 2. Su Shuhan was speechless and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I know you've become a billionaire now. But if you're going to skip class yourself, that's one thing. Don't drag your roommates into it. Qin Feng chuckled. But I'm asking for leave, aren't I? How is that skipping class? Su Shuhan lowered her head and did not approve. No. Su Shuhan's tone was firm. It was almost the end of the semester. Unless there was something urgent, she would not grant leave. Fine, then I'll go to the principal. Qin Feng looked helpless. Do you think the school belongs to you? You can just go to the principal whenever you want. Su Shuhan snorted. Qin Feng just shrugged and walked out of the office. As a matter of fact, Binjiang University really was his. Then he called Principal Han Yi to explain the situation. After finishing this, Qin Feng left the school. A few minutes later, Principal Han Yi arrived at Su Shuhan's office. Principal Yu, why are you here? As Han Yi entered, Su Shuhan stood up respectfully. Han Yi said, didn't Qin Feng say he wanted to ask for leave for his classmates? Just to prove it. After all, Qin Feng was a board member of Binjiang University. Whatever he said, he had the final say. Principal, this doesn't seem right. Su Shuhan felt troubled. At the same time, she was very puzzled. After all, Han Yi was usually upright and impartial. How could he be helping Qin Feng act recklessly this time? Han Yi waved his hand and said, listen to me. Since even Han Yi had said so, Su Shuhan naturally dared not object. All right. Han Yi thought of something and reminded her. Xiao Han, Qin Feng is a board member of our school. You must not offend him. Su Shuhan was stunned. What? He's a board member of our school. Su Shuhan was extremely surprised. Qin Feng owned 2 Riverview apartments in Xinjiang community, and he was also the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Su Shuhan knew that, but she couldn't understand when Qin Feng had become a board member of Binjiang University. Han Yi nodded seriously, said no more, and left the office. Su Shuhan remained rooted to the spot, a wry smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she thought of what she had just said. So Binjiang University really was Qin Feng's. From now on, even if Qin Feng skipped class, no one could stop him. Qin Feng returned to the manor. Half an hour later he arrived at the main villa gate of the manor. Su Jiaying, knowing that Qin Feng was returning today, was waiting at the entrance. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying greeted him with a radiant smile and came over to help him with his luggage. Qin Feng nodded in response and walked into the hall. During the few days he was away, nothing major had happened in Sanhai City. At noon, Qin Feng did not eat at the manor. He drove out in his Lamborghini Veneno. As for the Koenigsegg 11 and the Ducati Superleggera V, for that Qin Feng had left in Ping'an County, he chose to have them transported by truck. Although the system's storage space was convenient, it would be hard to explain if discovered. Besides, transporting them wouldn't take long. By his estimate, they could be delivered by evening. Guided by his phone's map, Qin Feng arrived at the Linglong Pavilion restaurant. This restaurant was something he had acquired this morning through a lucky draw. He wanted to taste the food here. Linglong Pavilion was a Chinese restaurant decorated in an antique style full of charm. Qin Feng parked the car and went inside. He had originally intended to invite Lu Xinyao, but she was busy with revision and didn't come out. Around noon, the restaurant was quite crowded. However, Qin Feng was lucky enough to find a window seat. While dining, he could also enjoy the bustling street view outside. Sir, here is the menu. Please take a look at what you'd like to order. A sweet-looking waitress approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the menu and browsed through it. Hey, aren't you the heartthrob of Binjiang University? Qin Feng. The waitress recognized him, and her smile grew even brighter. You know me? Qin Feng looked at the waitress and asked. Of course I do. Actually, I'm also a student at Binjiang University. I work here part-time. Oh, by the way, my name is Fei Fei. The waitress introduced herself. A helpless smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Sometimes being too famous wasn't necessarily a good thing, because he could be recognized everywhere. Qin Feng quickly chose his dishes. Then the waitress named Fei Fei went to attend to other customers. The food was served. While eating, Qin Feng sent a message to his younger sister Qin Yutong. He knew that Chen Shikuan had already apologized to Qin Yutong in the morning, and Qin Yutong had forgiven him. Since that was the case, Qin Feng decided not to pursue the matter further. He was looking at his phone chatting with Qin Yutong when suddenly a scolding voice came from nearby. Are you blind? Look, the dress I just bought is ruined because of you. A young woman in a long dress pointed at the waitress Fei Fei and shouted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it right away. Fei Fei said, nervously setting down the dish she was carrying. Just now the young woman was on the phone and turned around, bumping into Fei Fei, who was delivering the food. As a result, the young woman's dress got dirty. The fault was not with the waitress Fei Fei, but Fei Fei still took a tissue and tried to wipe it clean for the young woman. The young woman was furious and ungrateful. She stepped back, picked up a cup of milk tea from the table, and threw it at Fei Fei. Fei Fei was splashed in the face and felt deeply wronged. Let me tell you, this dress cost me over 10,000. You have to pay for it. The young woman was full of anger. Qin Feng, being relatively close, had some milk tea splashed on his shirt as well. He immediately furrowed his brow. Qin Feng turned his head. The furious woman was also about 9 points in looks. But her temper was truly a bit too violent. I'm really sorry. Fei Fei was startled by the price of the dress. She had taken on a part-time job because she had no money. How could she possibly come up with over 10,000 yuan? I don't accept your apology. If you don't have the money, then call your manager. The young woman was extremely angry. Her shouting drew the attention of others in the restaurant. Everyone was murmuring among themselves. After a while, the restaurant manager hurried over. The restaurant manager, dressed in a suit and rather thin, said after learning the details of the incident, Miss, our employee really didn't do it on purpose. How about this? We'll have your dress cleaned. And we'll cover the cost. The young woman crossed her arms and said coldly, even if it can be cleaned, I don't want it anymore. Pay up. The young woman adopted an unreasonable stance. The restaurant manager had already conceded, but seeing her persist, his expression turned grim. Then show me the receipt for the dress. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay. The restaurant manager, a seasoned individual, didn't believe the dress was worth over 10,000. The woman was clearly trying to extort money. What do you mean? You think I'm lying? Let me tell you, I'm a top streamer with over 5 million followers on the platform. If you don't pay up today, I'll expose this restaurant online. The young woman acted as if she'd been stepped on her tail. She angrily pulled out her phone and opened a live streaming app. When the restaurant manager saw the information on her account, he was taken aback. Indeed, the young woman before him was a major streamer with a massive following. If she were to slander the restaurant online, their business would be ruined. The restaurant manager felt deeply troubled. After all, over 10,000 was no small sum. What could he do? At that moment, the waitress Fei Fei was on the verge of tears. Miss, I have something to say. Qin Feng suddenly stood up. The young woman crossed her arms and sized him up. What are you trying to meddle? Qin Feng said, you stained my clothes. Shouldn't you also compensate me with a new one? Qin Feng pointed at his top, which was splashed with milk tea. The young woman frowned. She could tell this guy was deliberately picking a fight. It's just a piece of clothing, right? I'll pay. The young woman didn't take it seriously. Qin Feng's top didn't look cheap. But she figured it couldn't be that expensive. Fine, 200,000. Qin Feng said. What? The young woman's expression changed and her mouth twitched. 200,000 for a top. Was this robbery? Not only her, but everyone else in the restaurant was also stunned. 200,000. That's absurd. Are you messing with me? The young woman's eyes blazed with fury. I'm not messing with you. Qin Feng took out his phone and found an electronic receipt. This custom-made Brioni suit was obtained from the system complete with a corresponding e-receipt. Take a look. Qin Feng held up the e-receipt in front of the woman. It must be fake. How could a top cost 200,000? The young woman gritted her teeth, refusing to believe it. After all these days, anything could be forged. Everyone be the judge. See if this is real. Qin Feng showed the e-receipt to the people around him. It's real. It even has the Brioni company's seal. I've heard this brand's custom clothes are the most expensive in the world. Everyone who saw the e-receipt was deeply shocked. At the same time, they speculated about Qin Feng's identity. It was unimaginable that this young man wore a top worth 200,000. Good heavens. Just who was this young man? Sir, I'm a lawyer. If she refuses to pay, I'll take your case pro bono. A man in his early 30s stepped forward. He found the young woman quite disagreeable. That's right, make her pay. The people around echoed. Faced with the crowd's condemnation, the young woman began to panic. If Qin Feng's top really cost 200,000, things would get troublesome. Handsome, how about we let it go? I'll treat you to dinner, okay? The young woman approached Qin Feng coquettishly. She had two reasons for offering to treat him: one, to avoid paying, and two, to get to know him. If she wasn't mistaken, she thought Qin Feng was a wealthy second-generation heir. Dinner can wait for another time. Pay up first. Qin Feng sneered. He had no goodwill toward the woman, and she had dirtied his clothes. This debt had to be settled. Handsome, can't you do me a favor? The young woman's expression darkened. Why should I do you a favor? Qin Feng was exasperated by this bully who cowered before the strong. Just moments ago, she was arrogant, demanding money from others. Now when it was her turn, she started playing the victim. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, the woman frowned. Don't go too far. I'm a top streamer with a huge following. Even if each of my fans spits, they could drown you. The young woman threatened Qin Feng. She didn't want to pay 200,000. Stop the nonsense. Pay up. Qin Feng was firm. You? The young woman was furious and said coldly, I'm a contracted streamer for Yuan Interactive Entertainment. Do you know Yuan Interactive? If you piss me off, I'll make you regret it. The young woman named her company. What's your name? Qin Feng shook his head and asked. He hadn't expected Yuan Interactive to sign such a brainless streamer. Last time Qin Feng had only reorganized the company. It seemed he needed to clean up the contracted streamers as well. If she was this arrogant now, what would she do with even more followers? My username on the streaming platform is Yuan Little Sister. You can search for me online. The young woman thought Qin Feng was scared and grinned smugly. Very well. Your streaming career ends here. Qin Feng immediately sent a message to the general manager of Yuan Interactive. What do you mean? The young woman glared at him. The person before him dared to speak such words. Who did he think he was? What do I mean? You'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng said with a smile. The young woman's expression turned grim. I'm warning you. Don't try that with me. Despite her words, the young woman grew increasingly uneasy. What if Qin Feng really had powerful connections? That would be troublesome. She was starting to regret it now. She had been too impulsive just now. If she could choose again, she would never have thrown that milk tea. Qin Feng smiled without saying a word, patiently waiting. About half a minute passed like this. The young woman's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw it was a call from her company. Her face immediately turned ashen. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? The young man had just sent a message, and then she received the call. Could it be? Did this young man really have terrifying connections? Deep within her heart, panic was spreading rapidly. She looked at Qin Feng, then at her phone. Her face pale, she actually didn't dare to answer the call. Go ahead and answer the phone. A faint smile played on Qin Feng's face. Finally, the young woman gathered her courage and pressed the answer button. I'm asking you, did you offend someone? The voice on the phone was furious. The person was an executive at Yuan Entertainment, also the female streamer's superior. He had only learned about the young woman's troubles after receiving a call from the general manager. I. The young woman hemmed and hawed, not knowing how to respond. Indeed, she had offended Qin Feng. I'm telling you, you'd better apologize immediately. Otherwise, even I can't save you. Hearing the voice from the phone, the young woman was extremely nervous. I want to know, who exactly did I offend? The young woman's voice trembled. You've offended the company's chairman. Tell me, aren't you courting death? The voice in the phone said angrily. What? The company's chairman? The young woman was completely stunned. Only now did she realize how utterly ridiculous she had been. She actually tried to threaten the company's chairman. The young woman stared blankly at Qin Feng, having no idea what to do. So this young man is the chairman of Yuan Entertainment. Incredible. No wonder he said he would end this woman's streaming career just now. This female streamer offended her own boss. She's got what's coming. Spectators nearby gloated. Chairman, it was all my fault. The female streamer came to her senses and immediately slapped herself twice. She was filled with regret. At the same time, she was terrified of Qin Feng's identity. As long as Qin Feng spoke up, she would be finished. Now you know to regret. Qin Feng had no intention of letting the female streamer off. Chairman, let me treat you to dinner. Or you can ask me to do anything. The female streamer's words carried a strong implication. Just then the female streamer's phone vibrated. She received a message from the company. The company was terminating her contract, and the female streamer would also have to pay a huge penalty. How could this happen? The female streamer's vision went dark and she nearly fainted. She never expected the company to actually terminate her contract. Chairman, please give me a chance. The female streamer grabbed Qin Feng's hand and pleaded. She was just short of kneeling before him. I was wrong just now. Actually, this dress of mine only cost a few hundred yuan. I shouldn't have tried to extort people's money. Chairman, this shirt of yours costs 200,000, right? I'll pay for it. Please don't stoop to my level. Compared to her future prospects, paying 200,000 was nothing. The female streamer was very clear if the company really terminated her contract, her reputation would be ruined. Probably no streaming agency would dare sign her in the future. Qin Feng shook off the female streamer's hand and said coldly, compensation is one thing. Contract termination is another. If this female streamer didn't pay compensation, he could simply hire a lawyer. After all, Qin Feng had plenty of ways to deal with this female streamer. I don't have that much money on me. I'll pay you later. The female streamer was scared. You can disappear now, Qin Feng said coldly. The female streamer dared not say anything more and walked out of the hall in a daze. She also knew that anything she said now would be pointless. She could only wait for Qin Feng's anger to cool before going to apologize. As the female streamer left, the onlookers also dispersed. However, this incident was destined to become a topic of conversation for people. Fei Fei's face still had tear stains. She walked up to Qin Feng and said gratefully, Qin Feng, thank you so much for what happened just now. If it weren't for Qin Feng being there today, this matter would not have ended well. At the same time, Fei Fei couldn't help but take another look at Qin Feng. Only now did she learn that Qin Feng was also the chairman of Yuan Entertainment. Incredible. In his early 20s, he already had his own company. Qin Feng. Your name is Qin Feng. The restaurant manager had originally wanted to thank Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, he froze. Because the owner of Linglong Pavilion had changed today, and that person was also called Qin Feng. Could this be a coincidence? That's right. Qin Feng nodded. Are you our restaurant's owner? The restaurant manager wasn't sure and asked. Qin Feng nodded again. Upon seeing this, the restaurant manager became nervous. Mr. Qin, I didn't know you were here. That's my negligence. Hearing the restaurant manager say this, Fei Fei's red lips parted slightly. So Qin Feng was also the owner of Linglong Pavilion. What a surprise. All right, just bring me a fresh set of dishes, Qin Feng said. The restaurant manager respectfully said, Mr. Qin, let me arrange a private room for you. Please follow me. Under the restaurant manager's guidance, Qin Feng soon arrived at the most luxurious private room in Linglong Pavilion. While there was time, the restaurant manager also reported to Qin Feng on the work. Only when the food was served did the restaurant manager leave. While eating, Qin Feng took out his phone. He edited another text message. He mainly wanted to rectify the sign streamers at Yuan Entertainment. If their moral character was lacking, they certainly couldn't be used. There was a saying, when one's virtue doesn't match one's position, disaster is inevitable. Even if they could become famous, more problems would arise later. After lunch, Qin Feng returned to his manor. Bored, Qin Feng started playing a game. Time passed quickly, and by evening, after dinner at the manor, Qin Feng suddenly remembered there was still a Kawasaki H2R in the system space that hadn't been extracted. He walked to the garage alone. System extracted for me. The words barely finished. A black Kawasaki H2R appeared before Qin Feng. The Kawasaki H2R was sleek and imposing. Its body was mostly crafted from carbon fiber, exuding a strong sense of technology. Qin Feng sat on it for a test ride and found it quite comfortable. The only drawback was that this motorcycle could not be driven on public roads legally. However, Qin Feng still wanted to take it to the racetrack. He immediately contacted a towing company. Half an hour later, the towing company arrived. At Qin Feng's request, they transported the Kawasaki H2R to a racetrack in the suburbs. As for Qin Feng, he set off driving the Knights 15. This was his first time at a racetrack. By the time he finished all the procedures, nearly an hour had passed. As expected, when that stunningly beautiful Kawasaki H2R appeared on the racetrack, it immediately attracted quite a few people's attention. What kind of bike is that? It's so beautiful. Looks like a Kawasaki H2R. I remember it costs over 700,000. This kind of bike is quite rare. The young people racing at the track all showed expressions of surprise. Qin Feng paid them no mind and put on his motorcycle helmet. He was already impatient to experience the performance of this Kawasaki H2R. The top speed of the Kawasaki H2R can break 400 kilometers per hour. Incredible performance. One moment of carelessness and the front wheel would lift. This made Qin Feng quite unaccustomed. But after a few laps on the track, he gradually got used to it. He played at the racetrack for over an hour. He was beginning to feel bored. Just as Qin Feng took off his motorcycle helmet and was about to leave, a Porsche 718 pulled up beside Qin Feng. Then 3 more sports cars arrived. Bro, that Kawasaki H2R is nice. Let me give my girlfriend a ride. The man sitting in the Porsche 718 got out. Along with him came a beautiful woman in denim shorts. Then the people from the other 3 sports cars also walked up to Qin Feng. The owner of the Porsche 718 had his arm around the beauty beside him, sizing up Qin Feng from top to bottom. Not borrowing it. Qin Feng simply replied with 2 cold words. The Porsche 718 owner frowned, not expecting Qin Feng to reject him outright. In this racetrack, who didn't know the name of Zhangja? And yet this young man wouldn't give him face. Zhangja's girlfriend said, "Baby, I just want to ride that motorcycle." No problem. For his girlfriend's request, Zhangja always granted them. Bro, give me some face. Just let my girlfriend ride for half an hour. Zhangja looked at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Have you never heard a saying? Cars and women are never lent out." Qin Feng had no desire to waste words with Zhang Zhe. Having said that, he took out his phone to make a call. He wanted the towing company to come pick up the Kawasaki H2R. Zhang Zhe's expression turned dark. My name is Zhang Zhe. In this racetrack, everyone knows me. And my dad is the owner of the racetrack. Zhang Zhe resorted to threats. The implication of his words was clear. If Qin Feng refused to give him face, he would no longer be allowed to enter the racetrack. Qin Feng walked to the side and remained silent. Bro, this guy is too arrogant. Not giving any face at all. The other three couldn't stand it anymore. Baby, think of another way. Zhang Zhe's girlfriend grew impatient. She just wanted to play on Qin Feng's Kawasaki H2R. Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth and said, just get on and ride it. I want to see what that guy can do to us. Zhang Zhe's temper rose as well. A young man riding a Kawasaki H2R, could he possibly be better than him? If you like it, I can buy you one another day. Zhang Zhe said with flair. Okay, baby. Zhang Zhe's girlfriend looked delighted. Having said that, she was about to climb onto Qin Feng's Kawasaki H2R. You'd best not touch my bike. Qin Feng's cold voice came over. Zhang Zhe and the others looked over and locked eyes with Qin Feng's chilling gaze. I'll touch it anyway. Let's see what you can do to me. If you have the guts, hit me. Zhang Zhe was extremely arrogant, patting the body of the Kawasaki H2R with his right hand, and a sneering expression appeared on his face. That look was exactly like Fong Tangjing from Stephen Chow's movies. Qin Feng's expression turned dark in an instant. This guy actually ignored his warning. Did he really think Qin Feng was someone to be trifled with? Qin Feng strode forward quickly. Zhang Zhe's girlfriend saw Qin Feng approaching aggressively and retreated to the side in fear. The other three saw this and stepped forward. There were more of them, so they weren't afraid of fighting Qin Feng. Get lost. Smack. 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 Qin Feng barked coldly. He sent those three flying with a single strike, because Qin Feng's movements were too fast. So the three had no chance to react. Hearing their screams of pain, Zhang Zhe felt an inexplicable sense of panic. What are you doing? Seeing Qin Feng's expressionless face, Zhang Zhe became somewhat afraid, especially since Qin Feng had sent his three companions flying in one move. It made his heart tremble. Zhang Zhe's body began to uncontrollably retreat. Qin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Zhe's collar in one motion. Zhang Zhe was hoisted into the air. Do you think I was joking earlier? Qin Feng's expression was icy cold. Why, you'd better not do anything reckless. Zhang Zhe tried to break free, but it was all in vain. Smack. Qin Feng delivered several slaps to Zhang Zhe's face. Soon Zhang Zhe's face was swollen like a pig's head. My dad is the owner of the racetrack. Have the guts not to run away. Zhang Zhe was furious. He simply couldn't swallow this anger, so he continued spewing arrogant words from his mouth. Zhang Zhe's head was ringing from the blows. After receiving two more slaps from Qin Feng, Zhang Zhe fainted outright. Oomph. Qin Feng snorted coldly and threw Zhang Zhe to the ground. Really can't take a punch. Qin Feng didn't expect Zhang Zhe's body to be so weak. But then again, this guy had already been thoroughly drained by wine and women. Why, you actually knocked our boss unconscious. Those three crawled to their feet and glared at Qin Feng with angry eyes. If you're not afraid of getting beaten, just come over. Qin Feng patted the dust off his hands and said coldly. The three exchanged glances and were all quite frightened. Who would dare approach Qin Feng for revenge now? Zhang Zhe's girlfriend was hiding inside the Porsche sports car, breaking out in a cold sweat. She took out her phone and called Zhang Zhe's dad. Don't be so arrogant. Our boss's dad is coming right over. The three glared viciously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained silent. As the tow truck company personnel arrived, Qin Feng instructed the staff to transport the Kawasaki H2R back to the manor. Boy, don't even think about leaving. The three men, under the impression that Qin Feng was attempting to depart, shouted angrily. I'm not going anywhere. Let's see what you can do about it. Qin Feng wore a mocking grin with his hands tucked into his pockets. Zhang Zhe's girlfriend rushed from the car over to examine his injuries. Zhang Zhe had merely been knocked unconscious by Qin Feng, nothing fatal. After a couple of minutes passed, the racetrack owner arrived accompanied by several security guards. Upon learning that his son had been involved in an incident at the track, the owner was furious. How dare someone cause trouble on his premises and worse, strike his beloved son? How outrageous. Seeing the racetrack owner approaching, the three men's faces immediately brightened with smug satisfaction. It's Uncle Zhang. We'll make that kid pay. The trio intercepted the track owner as he made his way over. He was a portly man whose countenance turned cold and stern, especially upon discovering his son lying unconscious. Uncle Zhang, you finally arrived. Our brother got knocked out. They immediately started complaining to the track owner. Who is responsible for this? The track owner demanded in a thunderous voice. That young man right there. One of them pointed toward Qin Feng, a triumphant smirk playing across his face. The lighting in the area was dim. When the track owner caught sight of Qin Feng's familiar face, his expression shifted dramatically. Oh, how could it be him? The racetrack owner had recognized Qin Feng immediately. His face turned ghastly pale. Why did his son have to provoke someone like Qin Feng? Wasn't this practically courting death? The track owner swallowed hard, his throat working painfully, and found his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. What are you all standing around for? Go grab that kid immediately. One of them barked at the racetrack security guards. He showed no sign of noticing the track owner's pallid complexion. Several guards nodded and began advancing toward Qin Feng. Nobody moved. Smack. The racetrack owner slapped the arrogant young man across the face. Uncle Zhang, why did you hit me? The youth clutched his cheek and shook his gaze full of confusion as he looked at the track owner. I'll deal with you later, the track owner gritted out before approaching Qin Feng with visible tension. The young man standing nearby carried too formidable a reputation to ignore. Mr. Qin, please forgive my poor discipline. The track owner came before Qin Feng and bowed 90 degrees at the waist. Simultaneously cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Witnessing this scene, the three men's expressions shifted as well. They never expected even the racetrack owner to fear Qin Feng so greatly. What on earth was the identity of this young man driving the Kawasaki H2R? Zhang's girlfriend also stared blankly at Qin Feng. The anticipated outcome failed to materialize. Instead, the racetrack owner was the one apologizing to Qin Feng. Come now, your own son had been knocked unconscious. Qin Feng merely cast a casual glance at the track owner and said, I don't believe we've met before. The track owner, trembling nervously, explained. Mr. Qin, I had the honor of seeing you at a previous banquet. There were far too many people present. It's entirely understandable that you didn't notice me. The racetrack owner knew Qin Feng's identity well. He understood that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. At that banquet, even Wu Qicai, a prominent magnate of Sanhai City, had shown great respect toward Qin Feng. Therefore, the track owner naturally dared not offend Qin Feng. Unfortunately, it was his son who lacked foresight and provoked Qin Feng. Qin Feng let out a cold snort and asked, I struck your son. Do you have any objection? The track owner shook his head vehemently. Mr. Qin, I have no objection. Your actions were entirely justified. Even if he harbored any grievance, he would never dare show it. Mr. Qin, from this day forward you shall be a distinguished guest of our racetrack. You are welcome to visit any time, and it will be completely free. Now all he wanted was to please Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, the track owner grew increasingly anxious. What are you still standing around for? Hurry over and apologize to Mr. Qin immediately. The track owner turned around and roared at the three men and Zhang's girlfriend. They exchanged glances, not daring to say another word. One by one they approached Qin Feng with sorrowful expressions. We're sorry. In Qin Feng's presence they hardly dared breathe. Qin Feng, no longer willing to waste time on these people, walked toward the parking lot. The racetrack owner followed behind Qin Feng. Only when Qin Feng drove away in that night 15 did he finally exhale in relief. What a narrow escape. He had nearly offended Qin Feng. The racetrack owner wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He was driving a night 15. Good heavens, who exactly is he? The three stared at each other. You three damn brats. You nearly got me killed. The racetrack owner glared coldly at the three men. His back was drenched with sweat from the tension. Uncle Zhang, this has nothing to do with us. The three men looked thoroughly dejected and simultaneously glanced at Zhang's girlfriend. If she hadn't demanded to drive Qin Feng's Kawasaki H2, or none of this would have happened. After learning the full account of events, the racetrack owner lost his temper. You damn menace. Get out of my sight. You are forbidden from ever coming near my son again. The racetrack owner glared viciously at Zhang's girlfriend. Uncle, I never expected this to happen. The woman wore a thoroughly miserable expression. Besides, I had no idea who that person was. The racetrack owner, expressionless, immediately ordered the security guards to escort the woman out. Uncle Zhang, who exactly is that young man? The three, filled with regret, were also extremely curious. The chairman of Ruihai Bank. The racetrack owner left these words and stormed off in anger. He still needed to go back and discipline his son. What? The chairman of Ruihai Bank. The three stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. After Qin Feng departed, the racetrack owner also sent his son to the hospital. Zhang lay in his hospital bed, gradually regaining consciousness from his daze. His face still burned. In the ward, Zhang's father and mother were also present. Zhang was about to complain to his parents, only to discover that their expressions were icy cold. In their hands they held a wooden stick. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Zhang asked with confusion. What's wrong? You useless idiot, watch me beat you to death today. In the hospital room, a double spanking by both parents unfolded. Zhang's agonizing screams echoed through the air. Qin Feng returned to the manor and was scrolling through his phone in his room when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Mr. Qin, 2 cars have just been delivered. Su Jiaying had also received a call from the gatehouse, so she came up to notify Qin Feng. Those are my cars. Have them brought in. Qin Feng opened the door and followed Su Jiaying downstairs. Soon the Koenigsegg 11 and the Ducati Superleggera V4 were delivered to the garage. Qin Feng inspected them and found nothing wrong. Mr. Qin, that Koenigsegg must be extremely expensive. Su Jiaying looked at the Koenigsegg 11 and asked curiously. Not expensive at all. Just about 100 million. Hearing this, Su Jiaying's face stiffened. 100 million wasn't expensive. Did he really just say that? A bitter smile soon appeared on Su Jiaying's lips. For Qin Feng, 100 million really was not expensive. After all, his assets had long surpassed 100 billion. Qin Feng returned to his room to rest. After chatting briefly with Lu Xinyao, he fell asleep. At dawn, golden rays of sunlight filled the sky. Qin Feng opened his eyes and said, System sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 350 million yuan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 70% of the shares of Douyu Network. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a luxury car selection card. The credited amount was increasing by 10 million every day. But wait, hadn't the system previously stated that items drawn from it were entirely random? Was the system mocking him? System, can you explain? Qin Feng asked in confusion. The system is upgrading. Unable to provide explanation at this time, Qin Feng was speechless. Douyu Network was a highly renowned company and the largest live streaming platform in China. It boasted many popular streamers. Qin Feng had not expected that after receiving a talent agency last time, this draw would grant him an entire streaming platform. Was the system trying to turn him into a streamer? System, what is this luxury car selection card? Qin Feng asked. However, the system did not respond. With no choice, Qin Feng checked the card's instructions. Inside the luxury car selection card, the host may choose any luxury car. It can be directly extracted. Seeing the description, Qin Feng paused in astonishment. He couldn't wait to tap into it, and discovered every luxury car in the world was listed within. Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Zonda, SSC Tuatara, Bugatti Veyron. Any luxury sports car in the world could be found inside, with prices ranging from millions to hundreds of millions. System, nice one. Qin Feng was stunned. With this selection card, he could choose any luxury sports car. But now Qin Feng didn't know how to choose. As an adult, he wanted them all. However, this card only allowed a single selection. This gave Qin Feng a headache. Never mind, I'll choose after I've thought it through. Qin Feng got out of bed and went to have breakfast. While he was eating, his butler Su Jiaying walked in. Mr. Qin, your friends have arrived. Qin Feng already knew it was Bai Fei and the others. Have them come in. Yes. Su Jiaying stepped out. Soon she brought Bai Fei and the other three into the dining room. Brother Feng, the script is ready. It's just about the budget. Bai Fei stood before Qin Feng holding the documents. After arriving at the manor, Bai Fei and the others all seemed somewhat constrained. Qin Feng asked, have you had breakfast? If not, eat first. Taking the script from Bai Fei, he said. Brother Feng, it's fine. Bai Fei shook his head. Brother Feng, you eat first. We can discuss the film investment later. Qin Feng said nothing, looking at the script in his hands. After a full day's hard work, Bai Fei and the others had finally completed the screenplay. They were all amateurs writing a script for the first time. So, the script could only be described as atrocious. But that suited Qin Feng's purpose perfectly. If they had written a good script, how could he possibly squander 20 billion? Bai Fei and the others stood quietly, looking quite nervous. They were fully aware of their own limitations. Hopefully Brother Feng wouldn't scold them. Brother Feng, is this script acceptable? If not, we can revise it. Finally Kong Liang mustered the courage to speak. It's good, very good. Let's shoot exactly according to this script. No changes needed. Qin Feng could already imagine the uproar this film would cause once released. Of course it would be entirely negative. Bai Fei and the others exchanged glances overjoyed. Qin Feng frowned and continued, however, about the budget. Kong Liang replied helplessly. Brother Feng, even counting every penny, we won't come close to 20 billion. 20 billion was an astronomical figure to them, enough to hire international superstars. Yet no major star would dare take such a terrible script. Once released, the film would surely be torn apart by critics and audiences alike. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, this is simple. Pay every actor their maximum salary. And forget about on-location shooting. Use green screens entirely and composite everything in post-production. Hire a Hollywood visual effects team. Price was irrelevant. Qin Feng's main goal was to get his hands on the 60 billion in that account. Brother Feng, we understand. Bai Fei and the others nodded. It was rare for Qin Feng to trust them so completely, and his promised salary was outrageously generous. They absolutely couldn't let him down. Kong Liang asked, Brother Feng, what about the funding? Qin Feng replied, I've already arranged it with Ruihai Bank. You can access it any time. After giving Bai Fei and the others a few more instructions, Brother Feng, don't worry. Even if we don't sleep for a month, we will finish this film. The three had steeled their resolve. Very well, go prepare. Qin Feng waved his hand. Soon Bai Fei and the others left. System, activate my investment loss recovery card. The system's voice sounded. Activating. Please bind a film or television investment project. Qin Feng said, chasing dreams in the entertainment circle. Binding successful. Current completion progress 0%. Upon task completion, the host will receive a return of 60 billion. Qin Feng said nothing further and continued eating his breakfast.